It's a Saturday morning in sunny California at the Galen Center. Los Angeles is alive and well with its unique attractions and population, but the population that maybe is making the most noise, at least from what I've heard this morning, is right inside the Galen Center here for our ALGS Split 1 playoffs, day 3, where we send 10 teams home right now, 10 teams in the afternoon, and of course, 20 teams to match point finals. Our crowd is alive and well. Make some noise if you're here in the Galen Center to kick us off an electric day of the highest stakes of Apex we have seen all year long, and it is only going to get better. My name is Rain Day. We have had a pleasure hosting over these past few days, and if you were watching right at 10 a.m., we apologize for the short delay, but we are back and we are ready to go from now on. And I am joined not just here on the desk by myself, but with 3 of the best analysts that we have to offer in the Apex community. Zephyr, Jayhawk, and Graceful joining me yet again, fellas. Zephyr, what a day we saw yesterday, but obviously today itself, that's the main story, looking ahead to sending 20 teams home and 20 teams to match point finals.
This is where the pressure's online. We get to the point where these teams know it's going to hurt. Any kind of mistake, given the fact that we're only working with these next 6 games, could be the difference between you on your way forward, the hopes, the glories, the dreams, the stories written, to potentially the flight on the way back.
Very poetic. I like the way that you approached that one as well. And thinking of what we're approaching today, I wanted to set that up because it's only a few minutes away. Players are getting ready behind us, but we have to look back at yesterday, Jayhawk, and the stories that unfolded. It was really one main one, but there was a lot of side stories as well, a lot of subplots that were important.
Yeah, that main one was Dark Zero, absolutely dominant. They broke so many records. I don't think I've ever seen a team play better than that set that we saw last night where DZ
Agreed.
just went crazy, but that did overshadow some of these other teams like Elevate. They had a great series, winning back-to-back games. That was a storyline coming into this LAN. They didn't have any wins during the regular season split, but all of a sudden they get here. They've got 3 wins to the group stages. They're really picking up momentum.
Pretty unbelievable to see a team with back-to-back wins get overshadowed by a team with back-to-back wins. Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it several times, perfect team play that I've seen, but it's also been a blast, you know, the couple of days and yesterday, the melting pots of playstyles we've seen. I'm looking forward to that so much, and now that there's even more on the line, you know, how will teams shape up?
And I think that's a great conversation. As we have seen the melting pot come in for the first 2 days, now the stakes are high. You are going home if you don't get it right. So all of the experimentation you've had up until this point, you got to throw it out the window into what is working, Graceful, and stick with the stuff that is. And if your game plan has not been effective, we've been talking about this, it might be time to throw it away and try something new.
Yeah, I feel like we underestimate as well of, you know, the buffs and the nerfs of groups is that sometimes when you have, you know, too many teams playing the same way that you do, it's congested on your side, and you run into the teams that are playing for the same power spots. I talked about Alliance and, you know, and Dark Zero, and you can also talk about, you know, DSG and Aurora splitting groups, and you have to just think about adapting, like you say. You have to adapt, and now it's now or never. It's 6 games. There's no longer group play. It's 6 games. You have time. Adapt to the zone, adapt to the playstyle. If not, you're going home.
Few teams I've been talking about, I'll talk about it later in the talent predictions. They've already told me at breakfast this morning they're doing something different. Jayhawk, how do you feel about this meta in general? Does it leave room open for teams to experiment and kind of take advantage of a meta the way that your videos and what we've been discussing in our past LAN history, like the Furia Seer comp that really just ran through something that was unexpected?
I do think there is room, because with the Bangalore Bloodhound meta, fighting is pretty straightforward. You're going to smoke off the enemy teams. You're going to let your Bloodhound go crazy, but I think that if somebody's willing to be innovative, we could see them maybe expose some of the weaknesses of that comp that haven't been exposed yet, because so many teams are not willing to stray from it yet.
And that is the thing, Ben. You have to have a bit of audacity in a moment like this. Championships are not given, they are taken. And so who is going to take it today is the question. We've got so many teams that we've looked at our eyes on, but yesterday it ended with really the conversation we started this panel with, which was Dark Zero. TSM was maybe a small light of what will they do? Will they show up? It wasn't the day for how Reps and Verhul said they wanted. They felt like they are not themselves yet. This is a big chance to prove it as we head into our winners in our second set of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these teams that were kind of trying to make their staking claim in their last moments, especially those who are just on the edge of those cutoffs. And it's not just the TSMs, especially even for North America. We look towards Liquid and Complexity as well. Teams that are notorious, at least especially Liquid, for having some strong starts that come into this, especially on a play style that styles around that kind of aggression that we see teams like Dark Zero and Aurora successful with. they aren't quite up to that margin. But even still, once we hit that winners, they've managed to make it through alongside some other great names, like huge shout out to Red Rams, Crazy Raccoon as well.
Big opportunity to take a look, though, at what is at stake, because we're going to take a look at the standings. Obviously, Dark Zero well ahead. Jin Burton and Zero had no issues saying that we believe we are the best team in the world right now. But Jin Burton, there's still a lot to do. And in this winner's bracket, it's about as good as it gets in terms of their competition.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of dominance from them for sure. But it's also important, you know, going into the next round coming up is that you don't, first and foremost, not everybody can drop 248 points. not everybody can do it. You know, it's only, one can even say probably only them that can do it. But you need to stick into top 10. So, you know, I keep repeating consistency, 6 points per game, 6 games. All you need, just stick in top 10 for the rest of the day and you'll make it.
Spoken like a pro as well, trying to just get focused on what you can control and what you need to do. This, as a reminder for those watching at home, are the top 20 teams as of now. This is our winners bracket. They will play after the set that you're about to see starting in just a few moments behind us. So Dark Zero, Aurora, Alliance, TSM, SSG, Red Rams, I guess you got to mention it. Might be funny to some, might be painful to others, are going to be in this one. But coming up in our bottom 20, this is where it starts to get really intense, because you've got teams that are on the verge of going home, Jayhawk. Never a good feeling in any competition to risk everything you've worked for all year ending in just 6 games.
Absolutely, and this is where I think we're really looking to see who can be resilient, because the group stages, nobody got eliminated yet, and so all the games that you've played so far, although they mattered up until this point, you have to clear them from your mind, and you have to come in today fresh, realizing it's a new day, we have new games, and we got to make the most of our opportunity.
Well, if you need a reminder of how this bracket stage will work, we've had the group stage already. That placed all of our teams into round-robin games to play against each group and figure out who would be in these top 20 and bottom 20. Bottom 20 is playing right now in Elimination 1. 10 teams in the bottom 10 of that will go home. The top 10 will go to Elimination 2 and wait the results of the winners' top 20. The winners' top 10, they'll go straight to match point finals on Sunday. So they will sit, they will watch the rest of the day and get ready to play in the finals with some extra points. And the bottom 10 will play in elimination round 2 against the top 10 of this group you are about to watch. Of course, Sunday, our match point finals, the most electric thing in Apex Legends esports, and maybe just in esports, BR esports in general. You have to get 50 points and then you've got to win, or we go again. So exciting too. And I mean, Zeph, just thinking about it, I mean, you could feel the energy in the building, everyone, all the players. It has shifted today.
Yeah, not even just feel, literally hear.
Yeah, that's true.
As we talk about what's going on here in the Galen Center. But after all, when it comes down to it, we got to talk about the fact that this is the place of opportunity. I know there's a lot of pressure on the line, but something that I like that Jayhawk and Graceful have highlighted here is the fact that this is going to be your best opportunity to get this chance to show off what you may not have been able to do in some of our group stages. We've taken out some of the heavy hitters, your Dark Zeros, Auroras, your Alliances, and it gives these teams the opportunity where we've seen some cons, we've seen some potential macro clustering, as Graceful was pointing out, that potentially won't be an issue, especially for those who are standard highlights, but don't get the chance.
And speaking of highlight, Graceful, you've got somebody that you want to watch as we head into today. So let's focus on that first. You're up. Who do you got your eye on?
Yeah, I have my eye on Disguised because, like I said, I'm a big gameplay, you know, going into the analyst side of things. And the only reason they've been struggling is because they've been on the same side as other teams that have been dominated. Right now, going into this round, Disguised are free on edge. And we all know what they're capable of if they're able to play their game. But when you get intercepted by other teams, you know, they've been struggling. But I have no doubts that they will make it through this because they are a strong team. Their macro is free now. If they were to fall, no excuses.
Oh, let's go back to that. DSG, obviously an incredible team. It's Timmy, Designful Enemy. You see the crowd behind us lighten up. They're on the cameras very soon. Timmy standing up, waving to the crowd. The crowd's standing up as well. They know what he can do. One of the biggest names in esports, turned content creator, pro, and now just doing everything at the highest of levels. It's something you just don't see in our industry very often. Timmy, an example of that, and joining Enemy and Design. Those are some shooters right there. But let's just talk about another team that you wanted to highlight, Zephyr, because this team showed up in our 3 package before, but they're not a team that everyone talks about all the time.
No, Omit kind of flies under the radar. This is a roster that has struggled to make it to land before when we talk about previous iterations between LFO and Start a Fight before forming the super pack between Light, Blast, and Lufka. And I want to really point out Lufka here, especially alongside his time with Ascend, has been an absolute staple of getting that team to land. And of course, here currently leading them on their best foot forward. Now, notably, they've had their struggles in groups, but it comes down with the at least caveat that when we look at them on World's Edge, have been absolutely fantastic. 75% of the points right now have come from that split. And notably, when we go back to Stormpoint, we talk about Red Rams, BR Demons, and one more here that have been contesting them through and through. This time around, Omit, they get Lightning Rod to themselves, they get Harvester to themselves, and especially when we talk about the at least density of where we've seen some of these zones, they should have the opportunity to get to play the game the way they want to without being so pressured by some of these other rosters.
Let's not forget Lefko was 1 play away from being a LAN champion himself with Ascend. So you've got to give credit where credit is due. In the losers, elimination, you would not expect a team to be giving up at this point, and this is certainly a team that knows they've got the experience to get all the way through today, which is a bit of a grueling task. But Jayhawk, I want to focus on you now as we get the stares from Omit. I like it. That's game face right there. Mamba mentality. Or not.
No, no.
Or we'll come back to what that is. Jayhawk, I want to focus on you, though. You've got a team to watch, and this is a special one.
Yeah, the BR Demons coming from South America. It felt like coming into this land, they were getting a lot of hype. They're performing really well in scrims, but now we find them here in the elimination bracket. I was looking at some of the numbers to see what was going wrong. World's Edge, they got 53 of their group stage points. That's over half of what you need to get to the cutoff. So we go to Stormpoint, and that's where the issues lie. Only about 30 points from that map. 72% of which were coming from KP. That is the largest KP to placement disparity of any team across either map. But the issue here isn't that they're KP heavy, it's that disparity is because they don't have any placement points. They only got 9 placement points across their 9 games. Only 2 of them did they place top 10. So clearly there's an issue there. But this go around, they've got SkyWest Trials on World's Edge. They have Cenote Cave completely uncontested on both maps. And I feel like with those 2 strong POIs, a clear issue that needs to be fixed on Stormpoint, we got to survive a little bit longer. We've got to get into these end games, and we got to rack up some of those easy placement points alongside our KP, which is already solid. I think if they can fix those things, then the BR Demons could be responding and showing that South America deserves a little bit more respect.
Great point. Great shout out to South America as well. We love our South American fans, those who have been able to attend. I got to shout out PB and John, who's always coming into my chat as well, who's a big proponent of South American Apex Legends professional journeys to get here and be in this moment. We love to highlight all of our regions. This is the Global Series for a reason. You know, I guess it's time, guys, as we move into it to get the party started. And that means that it's talent predictions. That's right. Let's see what we have said who is going to do well today. I got to start with mine. Oxygen Esports. I saw Psycho earlier this morning, and I was about to put them down, but then I saw him. And I asked him, what are you guys doing? How are you feeling? I know this team has the ability to be in winners and compete. He said, we're going to do something different today. We realize what we did wrong. We are going to make some changes. I said, can you tell me what those are? He said, no, it's a secret. So I'm very excited about that. Hopefully that secret pans out. It's a little bit of what we were talking about, Graceful, of teams deciding it is time to make a difference. But Zephyr, Kinotrope Gaming, why them?
I'll tell you what, when it comes down to the APAC North region, I feel like this is a team that just barely missed the cutoff off of a late start. We talk about one of the first series that they were in. They fell down into that lower top 10. Mia K, though, across the board has been an absolutely dominating force. And for this roster, this is another one of those scenarios where we move them into a range of really, really nice POIs. Of course, they're on what is both Launchpad for Stormpoint and, of course, later on today when they hit Climatizer.
You know, I can see that Jayhawk, we went Oxygen as well. Quick point, are you feeling just confident about them like I am?
Absolutely. They're one of the most calm teams that I've ever seen, so they can respond to pressure.
Now, Graceful, you are with our competitive subreddit for DSG. You feel that they're going to take it today. I would not be surprised if they pop off with a big win.
I am all in on DSG simply due to the fact that they're uncontested. They're not going to get surprise landed on by Alliance. They're going to be owning it up. They're safe on, on Edge now. It's all up to them. Literally, the whole gameplay is like is for them to take. And I really, truly believe that they have what it takes. And, I've talked a lot with Designful as well, and he is He is fired up. I'm ready for it.
Well, the merch is pretty insane here. If you haven't seen the DSG merch, it is fire and pretty hilarious as well. Now, I know you and I are wearing green, which is important. But of course, we are not on a green screen here. And if you actually like that meme, if you enjoy the B stream, if you enjoy Twitch drops, well, guess what we've got in store for you today? It's Saturday, and you can earn just by watching a not a green screen holo spray. We've kicked it up though. You got to watch 60 minutes. So I hope you have a good Wi-Fi plan or a good cell plan if you are in the building, but I'm sure that you're committed enough to be here. You'll be committed enough to get this one. And Sunday, that ALG Nest gun charm, I love the pun. That is gonna be good. And you're gonna make sure you have to watch our match point finals there. So we hope you're enjoying, whether you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or any other platform as well, following along with us on Play Apex Esports on X. And as the crowd starts to get a little excited, they know it is time to kick off the beginning of our Saturday. 10 teams are going home right now. 10 teams fighting for another chance at survival. And to start it off, we've got two of the best in the business, Vicky, Kitty, and Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Good morning, LA. Are you ready for some Apex?
Oh, they are so ready. Crowd has shown up today.
I'm so excited here as we get started. Get ready for our elimination bracket 1. Crazy heavy hitters here, but it's been such a fantastic time throughout the course of this weekend, Genome. I mean, what a way to end the day yesterday with Dark Zero. Now we have to look at the teams here that may have to fare off against a squad like that is absolutely insane, but saw my disguise pick out here, you know, the subreddit kind of a little bit on my side when it comes to that, so we got to see how that plays out or if I'm cursed.
Yeah, look, the thing I like about this first round of elimination bracket is that, you know, the teams who didn't do so well over the first 2 days, you know, we do get to see them shine now. We take out some of those absolute beasts like Dark Zero who just soak up all the points, and here is their time to make it happen, make it work, and advance to elimination bracket round 2.
And of course, as per usual, Genome, we're going to be starting on Storm Point here for this first round of elimination bracket, where some of these teams may find that success story more so on Storm Point, maybe get that momentum rolling before they find that lackluster performance that they've been seeing themselves in on World's Edge.
100% right, Vicky. There's definitely a couple here that we have to talk about. I mean, Heroes versus NDY. That's going to be a contest down at Devastated Coast there. Heroes, one of the ones who really rely on their points. Na'Vi as well. Both of those teams have more than 70% of their points so far in this tournament coming from Storm Point, and yet both of them are contested. Does that spell doom for those two?
Actually crazy to fight for Devastated Coast out here when there's such lackluster loot, and there's so many teams in the area dropping in those neighboring POIs. I know Na'Vi versus NTC, we know that they're going to be splitting that Coastal Camp Echo HQ zone like you're mentioning here before, but nice little overview as more of these squads will at least have their respective POI to loot before finding that rotate.
Plenty of others to look at here as well. You know, we looked at Keenatrope a little bit earlier down there at Launchpad. That was my prediction. They've already, one of the, 7 teams out of the 20 here who have won a game so far. And also, they are the one with the most top 5s out of any team in this elimination bracket. And I bring that up because you get to the top 5, then maybe you get taken down by a Juggernaut, by an Aurora, by a Dark Zero, right? But if you take them out of the equation, I believe the Keenatrope can now shine and really come through and take some of those wins, convert some of those top 5s here.
It'd be perfect, especially with the way that they play for that final circle. We've seen it go into their legend comps as we take a look at maybe some things that could change up here. Wondering, Riddle Order sticking to that vow, calling those quick rotates, never to change. You're going to meet them up there too.
Catalyst for MDY White, the only team I think that so far has been going towards that controller character, seeing a little bit of Crypto, a little bit of Watson, but I mean, I'm not entirely surprised, Vicky, because at this point, when your tournament life is on the line, people tend to go to comfort picks. They tend to look at the meta and say, who are we to not be playing Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Caustic? If everyone else does, do we really want to risk it on a pick like Catalyst that no one else is playing? I mean, wow, that takes some balls there for MDY White to go with that.
It really does, but if you're comfortable and you're finding that success story like we've seen with Disguise and Design being on that Wraith, heck, why not? It's been working out for them in the past. We can see if it works out in a lobby like this. See the drop ship coming through. From east to west, right down the center here for our squads. There's that 50-50 that we were expected to see over by Coastal Camp. The Wongtong Dumpling moving over to Pylon. They could try to see if they have the opportunity as this early fight is going to come in from Gear Gaming. Oh, immediately was able to get that sniper tower up to try to get that high ground. That means they're also going to be able to have snipers up there too, since that's where they usually spawn. Gear Gaming losing out on some shields, but they at least were able to get, as you can see here, Panic with a double RE45 and a Dream to work with. Again, still on that slight low ground. Do they want to loot up a little bit more here? As time is ticking, Joker's going to be able to get right back onto the high ground.
Yes, this is a big change from what we were expecting. Never to change, still here, sure, but Na'Vi have gone elsewhere, and instead Gear Gaming have taken on this contest.
We're trying to find a shot with that charged Senti, having to avoid the R-Char drops down in time. Trying to reposition here, but with them only having the Sentinel, I mean, trying to make magic happen, he gets that shot off of it, but only Korn is left for Never to Change with only a Mozambique. Good luck with that. Never to Change, the first squad to be sent to the lobby, as Gear Gaming are going to be able to reset quickly from that.
I mean, gosh, he hit both of the Mozambique bullets he had left in the chamber. What more do you want him to do, right? Geared, they will walk away with that. And yeah, that was the only contest in the end. So I guess Na'Vi just kind of egoed Gear Gaming in lobby chat and said, hey guys, we're going mill, don't even think about it. Geared, swap with them, go down to Coastal Camp. And at the very least, they do walk away with that initial win. Heroes, however, did get devastated close to themselves. So that very much will help them with NDY going over to Echo HQ.
A lot of eyes on Luminosity, a team that's so quick on the rotate. I saw some signs in the crowd. Sweep the Angry Dragon behind his two teammates, but omit another team that has been very impressive. I mean, I've had my eyes on this team going through the Pro League, but you mentioned them earlier when it comes to that lackluster win record on Stormpoint, but the success story that we could see from them on World's Edge.
Yeah, considering they're the only team in this group, in the elimination bracket, I guess I should say, that have 2 wins so far, and that was against the big dogs. So, you know, if they can get a decent amount of points here on Stormpoint, that's a fantastic omen for how they go in this bracket stage.
Looking over at How and their legend composition, one of the teams that have been sticking with the Crypto, the Valkyrie, they're going to take the Skyward Dive to the skies. The EMP could come in clutch with the amount of caustics riddled in this lobby as well.
Very interesting, right? I mean, they've got all 3 of their legends are essentially non-meta picks. But I think it works because you've got the Valkyrie that gets you into position, and if you can get there before all of the other caustics in the lobby, you can get that interception pylon set up. And all of a sudden, a lot of that aggressive power from the caustics, the Nox gas grenade, can get eaten up. I mean, it's crazy to think that, you know, that ultimate just completely snuffs out, completely counters caustic if it's placed in the right position. But yeah, that's the power of Watson right now.
And then you look on the other side, and you look at the double big boys, Valkyrie. I mean, have we taken a step back and maybe gone right back to what, 2021, 2022 with that comp that we've seen before?
Like, do you get excited when you see Gibby? Because I get excited when I see it.
I do. We saw him for so long within competitive Apex. Obviously, he's taking a step back, but then seeing him here and then, at least on Stormpoint, when you have access to that dome on top of the Tridents, really comes in clutch for these rotates. A team that doesn't have to worry about that. Oxygen Esports. So when I was making my team preds, I was looking at Oxygen and Disguise before I made my final decision on Disguise. And Oxygen, what's really interesting is we know the potential of this team, but what happens to the squad on Stormpoint is like, they found that failure. They have not been able to find any success here. I mean, this is a team that hasn't even hit top 3 or a dub, as C9 now in some trouble. Naughty's gonna be able to pop that shield cell, try to avoid these nades, though. They're gonna have to dance around this before repositioning, but Chaotic Munch and Saucer take so much damage.
They'd rather be in the middle there than in this tiny little... I mean, it's kind of like we're going back to fish farms here, but I think Cloud9 are the ones about to get farmed.
Oh my, so quick out here. Saucer are now in some trouble. They're avoiding not just the nades, the missile swarm on top of that here too. Mentioned Kino Chub a while back, and Mia K now gonna be able to get that finish. LG in also some trouble in the feed as MDY White get eliminated. Can Saucer get the reset with his med kit?
Can't believe they haven't been pushed even further yet, considering they had 2 knocks and a finish. As we talked about, LG within the next circle, with the information as well, just moving over from Devastated Coast. I mean, they've had to come all the way down from Zeus Station, so that's a fairly speedy rotate from the North American team.
You know, it was just a matter of time before we saw this Echo HQ zone, and you can see how many squads that have already gotten ahead of the curve on making this rotate. C9 somehow stay alive, and they're calling in the Moby here to see if they can get Chaotic up. They get scanned, though, from the squad right in top of them, setting up that nade just to build up some space. Bangalore ult called in.
I think that might even be the defensive bombardment.
Oh, wow, okay. And at least they're able to get through the lip without getting hit here. The EMP, other squads are focused on the teams now rotating through the area. Another scan to make sure if they're safe enough to try to go for this res. But look at Kinotrope, they are not letting loose on this pressure. How is he getting these nades? He's juggling like he's in the circus right now. We saw like 4 nades before, sending 2 more out. He's got the thermite ready to go.
I mean, my question here to Kinotrope is, if you're not going to full send it, right? You know you've knocked 2 of them. What's the point in continuing to use nades at that point? I mean, if you're not actually going to get in there and finish those KP off by yourself, you're kind of just wasting util at the start of the game when it could be much more impactful later on when everybody's making their rotates.
Riddle Order get eliminated. GRD coming in. 17 squads left. Geared Gaming, let's not forget that not only were they able to win that 50-50, but they've been holding it down here, preventing other squads from moving in. 6 KP already going to this squad. So many squads already going into that middle part of Echo HQ before they make that next move. But squads like Na'Vi, Passion UA, even BR Demons who take their time to rotate will be coming in from that west side.
Well, look, shout out to Saku for chucking out 1 defensive bombardment before he went down at least. You know, got a small glimpse of the old times there.
Disguise on a mission. On their own side quest, going from Evil Harvester to Evil Harvester, the ring consoles available to them.
And it's been the story of their entire tournament so far. It doesn't matter at which point you pulled up that the map stream. You kind of just see them hugging the edge of the ring, somewhere around there, and making their way in very, very late. Tom Young Kung as well has taken their sweet time on the rotates.
And it's for reasons like this. TYK probably also trying to prioritize those Evil Harvesters within their pathing. They're going to be able to get that ring console, as you saw right there. Teams more so by the edge, while BR Demons taking a page out of Fast and Furious, going to be able to wrap around the mountain. Saw a little bit of pressure from Na'Vi, and that's why they're forced to go through the back. But we know how many teams already in that backside. We saw where Gear Gaming was before.
Let us go there.
Bangle called in as BGB. Boogie Boarders are going to be hanging out in the back, but it's taking their time while playing on the edge of this fight for right now. We know the LG is waiting on the outskirts of Devastated Coast here before trying to fully engage. A Beast of the High has been activated.
Nice methodical play here by Boogie Boarders. Barrel goes in, ult goes next, just slowly trying to take space away from the team ahead of them here, but Lufka gets the better of them to start with.
Oh man, with Lufka getting that first knock here is huge as Raki backs away in time.
Oh no, looks like they're giving him up.
This is Omit, this squad. We highlighted them in the pre-show for all the right reasons, but now Boogie Boarders have given up this high ground for free to Omit after they were able to get that first knock.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger issue though is they had to leave behind Posse. How are they going to go back there, grab the banner, get a third? It seems pretty hard to ask for at this point. And of course they are sticking to that tried and true composition, which means no support, no banner replication. A lot harder to get the third back in and back involved. And you can see Amit actually have spread out over that bridge there, trying to fire some parting shots at Boogie Boarders and make sure there's no way they can come back to secure their teammate's banner.
Oh, Design setting up a portal. Design doing Design things on the Wraith. Oh, the way they see there's a team in front of them, but just want to try to get involved in the squad fighting right alongside them, getting into a better position without turning their backs into a squad that can rotate from the Jurassic side.
I swear Design thinks he's playing Splinter Cell half the time with the way he like crouches around. So let's see if he's got any secret agent comms for us as we have a listen in with Disguised.
All good, whatever. I need to get my port back for next zone.
I'm gonna get a better red. Quick.
I have 2 bats. I'm gonna throw an extra one on.
I need a
Watch our west. Watch our west.
I need a
Make sure nobody walks up for free on our west. That's gonna be really bad.
Does anyone have a havoc?
No.
No. Well. Should I go preset barrels at the street spot? No.
No.
I just got a fire. Yeah. Are we in anywhere? Where are we?
Just keep holding our west. Keep holding our west, bro. Make sure nobody comes west, man.
I'm watching it. I'm watching
That's it. Design. He had it.
I think I saw somebody fly this way. There's an extra blue here. Havoc, blue energy.
I need that. I'm jumping down. I'm not watching anymore.
Yep. Swap with them, enemy.
I can have this head.
I have 2 bats on me.
I have it.
Can you grab them? This is unlooted, bro. Nobody's landing here. They're fucking contesting or something.
Make it right here.
Getting a hint there of Disguise's thought process, as you know, we just talked about before. They really take their time getting into the circle. So you can see, even at this late point in the game, we're zone 3 and they're still shuffling weapons and you know, thinking about their meds. Most other teams are so locked in at this point to where they're playing in the zone and how this is going to continue. That said, Disguise will come back in on the hill and have an okay position as we look at the teams who are already in the thick of it, like Na'Vi.
And Omid have finally cleaned up the rest of Boogie Borders here too, so they're out for blood as Na'Vi on the high ground trying to go on top of the Demons. Take one of these with the Nox grenade though, sandwich them as they try to climb up. I mean, that was absolutely free for them here. Kind of just take a good amount of damage before dropping down. Arc started to build up some space here too, but they clean up the BR Demons as another squad looking to get involved before Na'Vi could restabilize.
That was an incredible Nox nade there by Kinda. You saw it forced them to do the walk up as they tried to mantle. They were taking 100, 150 damage each. That was the easiest fight win from a single ultimate I've pretty much ever seen.
And pretty safe, since they were on the outskirts close to the edge of the circle right here. The team that was looking at them, trying to send everything out on top of them was Wonton Dumpling, whereas Omid on the other side, meeting up with TYK.
Yeah, TYK, they've just, I think they've just taken an evac tower in here, and Omid were not ready for it at all. You can see they were not worried about that angle. Landing on top of the rock, see you later, blast, I doubt is going to survive this.
And that's with the circle closing in right behind him. What timing on that evac tower to get on top of the high ground. TYK capitalizing off of Omid, not expecting the squad to last minute rotate in that direction. Now they have the slight high ground. They're inside the next circle for right now until the next minute and less than 25 seconds. And the action has not stopped here for Disguise. They are still on the pylon side on the other side of this mountain.
And they've gone back to take this in at Oxygen, and the crowd is getting behind them. Good win for Disguise. This is great. As you can see, they're happy. They're now on red armors, and they've got a decent walk in. They've got a minute as well. That's important. Not only do they pick up the wingman, but they can get around this mountain and into the circle, hopefully in time.
And with an evac tower, it looks like in Design's inventory here, huge here for Disguise if they do not want to rotate, but it could be a Hail Mary if they do decide to fly in. We're going to see how that works out for Disguise as Tom Young Kun. Less than a minute now left on the clock before they decide where they want to move. But they're a little bit out in the open where there's 3 other teams looking at them in their direction.
Dexter, this man has been on the TYK roster or iterations of it for the longest time, several years now. He has been holding it down as one of the best representatives of both Thailand and APAC South. We're hoping he can make it a little bit further here after a shaky start to the tournament.
Did they put that evac just to wrap around here to make it seem like they are not rotating from this side? Finding this team distracted in a fight here. Here comes the wingman, but misses out on some crucial shots. We know Design could hit those, but this is where it matters. Timmy now moving in with the Hemi. Trying to take a different position, but they've given away that third-party surprise that they could have moved in on the other side between Na'Vi and Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, they're definitely the 2 names we're worried about here. Design going for the portal. Ooh, is this too early is my question, though the wingman shots start hitting onto Wonton Dumpling. Na'Vi have lost one as well. All of a sudden, Disguise can start pushing forward, bullying with these red armors. They want to get the finishes, consolidate, take this ground, and then walk it in. You can see 20 seconds for the round to close, but they've still got ground they need to make up.
Yo, they ran so fast when they saw that Disguise have full red right here too. Huge free space for Disguise. I mean, free real estate here in this economy. We'll absolutely take it on this high ground. Sentinel shot, it's not charged this time, but hits that 70. Heroes also on blue, dropping down. They get eliminated, sent back to the lobby. 12 squads left as Kenotrope are going to be able to take this low ground rotate.
Kenotrope from Launchpad, fantastic priority into this zone. We know that playing the back end close to the C here of Echo HQ is a very powerful spot. So Kenotrope at the moment sitting on the 5 points. They need to try and convert this. The game has given them a good hand to play here, but they need to make decisions that lead them all the way to the end game.
And do you know who has the priority on this next circle, do you know? It is Geared Gaming, the team who would change their POI to land exactly here. Huge. This is what we were expecting from Na'Vi originally, but instead it was Geared that landed in this coastal camp side. So now with more of these squads trying to navigate away, Patch and UA lose out on Sanya. Artico is going to meet him right back down on the floor. It's only up to Max Strafey here. LG are blowing up the feed right now. So much fighting on each angle of this circle as Patch and UA get eliminated. Still, LG are popping off. C9 sending everything that they have in the arsenal. The Nox grenade, the arcs are all the nades that they can.
We keep talking about how many caustics there are in this lobby, and you can see as soon as you put yourself in a corner and you don't spread out and you know, take space, you need to be shooting at people, keeping them away, because as soon as they close the gap, all of a sudden they will just dump that Nox grenade on top of your head, and you can see how detrimental that is.
Oh, jumping in, easy pickings here for C9, waking up. Kenotrope.
Oh my god, that's C9 from the start of the game. They've actually survived that long. I am very surprised.
And that was with them, by the way, getting the res that we saw earlier. Now it's Saucer who's down. Chaotic is going to go down once again. It's only up to Naughty. But
7 points.
Right there.
7 points from that position. I would take that any day. Well done to C9.
Great start for them, but no shield bats, only 4 shield cells. Working up the sticks here while Design is playing off the low ground. The rest of Disguise in a great position. Split positioning because Design can just queue away here, gets the crack, tries to get even more KP. 6 total KP for this team. And Design, he was writing it in the total lobby chat. He said, I believe that we will win. But can they, as Geared Gaming, have the overhead? WMNDY get eliminated. North Epson get taken out next.
And Timmy with the cleanup. I mean, that's what they do so well. Design pokes in, gets the information, and Timmy, the big hitter, will come in. He lines them up. Timmy knocks him down.
3 squads left with Geared Gaming having the height, having the best position, while Kenotrope I believe got the res, by the way. As you can see on the other side, uninterrupted, as of course Geared Gaming aren't going to give up this positioning.
I mean, they've barely given up a single opportunity they've had so far. 12 kills for Geared Gaming. That's a phenomenal start. As you say, they've got the high ground. Kenotrope have been playing the back wall. That's, by the looks of this zone, they can actually start to move back, start setting up the barrels in surprise locations, so the other teams will have trouble moving beyond these rocks. Kenotrope, they might not have the high ground for now, Vicky, but I do believe they have the best position in this last zone.
With the scanning Geared already knowing that there's a team right below them, they get scanned right back. Disguised, looking to see if they can rotate right around, as Kenotrope is the only other team on the low ground alongside them. Nice little try there, trying to yeet the caustic barrel over the fence. Maybe if he gets on top of that mountain, trying to find a lip and a cheeky angle, but Disguise having to be careful because they could get sandwiched in both of these teams.
I guess he should have picked the other perk if he wanted the long arm for the barrels, but okay. Zone starts to close now. Who gets pushed off first? Looks like Disguise is waiting around to Geared Gaming's left. Geared very much focused on Kenotrope here. Is there a way that Disguise can force these two teams into each other?
No
they actually go for the crazy portal?
Oh, they call out one tapping. Who was alone? Now Disguise know that Geared have the best high ground, maybe trending for second at this point with Kenotrope only have a solo left. Disguise was out on Design in the process. Geared jumped down, trying to capitalize. Arcs are on the other side, but they're playing beautifully around this mountain. While one member from Kenotrope hole on the back end. Disguise go down in third, and Geared Gaming looking to see what they can do. But Kenotrope are still alive.
Is there anything they can do to win this one out? Farufa is going to be so angry that they did the portal onto him, but he actually clutches it. Oh, that was incredible! The fact that he managed to escape all of that aggression from DSG. Scoot around the side, and then come back for the win.
What a pop-off! What a decision! 4-4 Rufa! The fact that he got away in time from Design's push to reposition behind Gear Gaming. MVP here for Kinotrope. I mean, you highlighted this team. This was a team that you wanted to win this group stage, Gino.
Oh yeah.
You and Zephyr calling it out.
Yeah, we're chalking that one up. That was, I mean, I was ready for the salt from Kinotrope, right? Because, as I said, I thought they had the best position, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong play, right? I also think it was the right play for Disguise to portal in and essentially play for second, right? Get in there quick, try and do the damage to Kinotrope, and then just let Geared run you over. You know, that's just how it happens sometimes. The Kinotrope fans, of course, were going to be very happy that Arufa managed to get out there up the top. And then, yeah, that clutch was incredible.
Love the banners for support from Kinotrope too. Gotta get that persona activated here. Looking good, Joker. As we get set up here, looking at the match results. Insane finish here, but they finished not only with the dub with the 9 KP that we saw before, looking absolutely happy. I believe they also landed a launch pad, so they were able to get to that rotate pretty quickly, but we saw the chaos from the squads on that rotate from those teams that were trying to force their way in, whether it be from an evac tower or even LG that went ahead and tried to rotate quickly. Kinotrope, 9 KP, but Geared Gaming, second place with 14 KP. In third place, Disguise is gonna come right behind him with 12 KP. Double-digit KP is always what I love to see in my first game, Gino.
I mean, I'm struggling to split who I should give the, you know, the roses to out of these top 3 teams, honestly, Vicky, because Kinotrope played it so smart, had the clutch in the end. Geared Gaming, they really valued that high ground and just pumped it for the kill points. And then Disguise, they had such a tough run through to actually find their way into that end zone. They had to fight team after team. So many, you know, you're not calling them 50-50s, it's not off drop, right? But, you know, so many 3v3s in a row that they had to fight to get into that last spot.
Happily able to mow down the lobby if they have to, coming out of at Pylon side. As we take a look at the second page, you see the squads that didn't perform too high. I did see LG, by the way, with the 6 KP, finding themselves in 7, so that's also another big one. Looking over here, though, Na'Vi, the team that we were originally expecting going for the 50-50 over by Postal Camp, ended up changing their POI into Mill, finding themselves with 3 KP and in 11th place.
Boogie Borders with an unfortunate 0 there as well. Of course, we saw them lose the fight to Omid, who only walked away with, I think it was the 3 or 4 points there in the end. So they've certainly got some work to do. I mean, this is it, Vicky. Do or die. You need to be in the top 10 in this bracket stage.
Game 1 already making a statement, everyone. When we come back after this break, we got game number 2 on Storm Point.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. Unended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Sit tight. Maggie's coming.
Not done yet, Dad. This bird's got fangs.
Took down some prey.
Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Everyone wants to be a legend, truly. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS. We are in the elimination bracket, day 3, and Kino coming in with the clutch, taking the dub with 9 KP, but Geared Gaming showing up for South America. Huge double-digit game and second place.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you've got to understand is, right, you're in a 1v1. It means 6 points for your team. That's the difference between second and first, right? You got 3 placement points, plus you're not necessarily going to get the 3 kills if you don't get that finish. Now, I think Disguise might have got some of the knocks. But anyway, like the point stands, right? You get so many points out of winning that clutch. It's a 1v1, but it means so much more.
Something that was going through Disguise minds when they decided to actually take consideration to the gap that they were closing, moving in to try to find that one straggler of Kino Trope before finding themselves below that rock. They knew that finding that trade with Gear Gaming being right there, they were going to get third party no matter what, but cleaning up the KP is what they need. We're moving back over to Storm Point for game number 2, where we saw the one soul 50-50 happen over by the south side of Storm Point.
Yeah, that was down at Coastal Camp. Echo HQ and Devastated Coast left alone. I imagine we're going to see it again, but something we have seen it land a little bit is that, you know, if something doesn't go their way, teams are like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to surprise drop on someone else, because why not, right? They're not going to be ready for it. They won't even know. We'll come at them. We'll have a better comp. It's easier to take it that way, but how many times has that worked out? Well, not always.
We're waiting for the music to slide in to show us the legend selects. Love what we saw in that final game, or rather that last game. Saw the Soul Gibby, the Valkyries coming out to play, the Crypto, the Watson. Let's get started. Very similar dropship pattern, not as much in the middle actually, going in from the east to the west.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this circle ends up as well. We've had certainly a few down the south here in respect to Storm Point so far, and that's why I think teams like, you know, Kino Troop have been doing well from Launchpad. Wanton Dumpling, however, you know, they're playing Pylon and not getting so much of it, so maybe there's something they need to work on here. Let's see if Gear Gaming can start this off with yet another 3 points, 3 KP
Now
as they take on Never to Change.
The thing that we saw, Genome, from the very beginning of this fight in the previous game was that Gear Gaming had much better weapon comps to work around with, because in that sniper tower, oh, nice start here with the Senti hitting 126, but it's about being able to have that weapon comp to take these close range fights, whereas in the sniper tower, you mostly have those long range weapons to work with here as Gear Gaming get into position.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Sentinel's one of the most picked weapons in these initial fights just because it has such a huge amount of, you know, burst damage.
Nice placement on the Arc Star just to buy in a little bit of time because Gear Gaming got the triple crack as they're forced inside the house to try to restabilize, but they do not want to take their time of preventing them from getting that reset here. Catalyst off to the side and an off angle, but with the cat, they could also reinforce those doors here. Reina having to reset tier 2, literally 1, as Zilch's also going to be taken out. Gear Gaming now down a man in the 2v, but they get the trade-off. NTC, with only a solo left, get eliminated. Another win on this contest from Geared.
Interesting. So joining MDY White. No, actually, they've changed. So MDY White have gone back to Caustic. And never to change, you've picked up the Catalyst mantle there. And I get the thought, right? The contest there on Coastal Camp is so centered around that top building that if you can reinforce those doors, use the piercing spikes to really block some lanes off there. It's it's just so building focused. It does make sense to pick up a character who can control that space.
Pretty good point too, as we go on with some of these maps, maybe some changes happening as How in some trouble playing off the low ground of the bridge, but also having those white Evo shields and losing out on the Valkyrie. The last thing that you want when you want to rely on that Valk for some of these rotations. Better for Heroes now to profit off of this after rotating from the launch pad side, and even better, having the information on where that beacon's going. You can expect more of these teams to contest when the Evo Harvester is right there by that choke, and they're lying in wait to see. They can either bait that or maybe expect another team to move in.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting decisions. I was having a little bit of a chat with old mate Hodzik in the green room about this before. It's like, okay, if you start very close to where the zone is going to end, you've got the ring console, you are aware of this fact, but then you've got Evo Harvesters scattered around. You know, how do you balance getting that position that you're sort of entitled to, I'm doing air quotes here, in the priority, versus going for those Evo Harvesters, which is going to be so important because you're going to be sitting in one spot. It's going to be really hard to get that Evo up because you're not going past a lot of Evo Harvesters. You're not doing PvE. You're not hitting the assault bins. So it's a, yeah, look, it's a tough one to come up with. You have to be very fast and very decisive, perhaps even doing it riskily by sending members in different directions to go for those early objectives.
The risk that you're willing to take so that way you're not in the same position to house in. At least they were able to get that res and still full whites while WMNDY taking shots with the Hemlock after popping the Beast of the Hunt. Looks like they were able to get out of his line of sight for now, but consider it safe. They could reset, but at what cost when you're lacking in this ammo?
Yeah, 3 pips in reserve. Don't love that for How, don't love triple whites. It's kind of what we were talking about, right? They've made this decision to get in there and bunker up really fast, but damn, if someone comes at you with blue armors, with purple armors, how do you possibly push them off? You peek out, they headshot you with a Senti like we saw in that initial contest, and you're almost done.
Especially on the head right there. Imagine how crazy it'd be if Crypto would be able to use his drone to pick up an Evo Harvester for your team.
I thought you were about to bring out the old, like, you know, we should give Crypto's drone the RE45.
Oh, no, that's
and just
Echo.
have it walking around spraying some hammer points.
For context here, for everyone to know, I've been pitching that Vantage should give Echo a gun.
Oh, it should be Echo, okay.
Echo needs a gun, just literally coming in like an attack helicopter. But all right, moving in onto Emit, a team that's also on their own journey with the double blue, a purple on top of that too. Seeing the team that's trying to pressure them out on the low ground, but they are on the Trident, so that way they can prioritize playing more so on the edge of this rotate. You can see where they want to go next, but they look fantastic in terms of loot, so they can take their time, maybe try and see if they could go in for a cheeky third party.
Zone currently about half over Pylon, half over the western side of Launch Pad, including the sort of tri-buildings to the northwest of it. So team splitting between the two. Not clear to me yet which one of those ways it is going to pull. And certainly the teams setting up in a fashion that seems to back that up.
These buildings always stress me out. Yes, you can hide in the corners of the door, but once those doors are blasted open, I mean, that's why you have the Watson Gen right there to help prevent the harassment of those nades while Geared looking like they're in some trouble. Navi now moving in. Yeah, the double trade now coming in this 2v2, but Geared looking to get the reset first.
Zilch on the door. Gonna pop the gravity lift as well. One of the best ways to keep people out. Not really what it was initially intended for, but certainly a use that these pro players have found.
Could be the insurance policy that Geared needed to reset, because it's not just Navi on the other side. Boogie Borders, Riddle Order, as well as Wongtung Dumpling have made an appearance on the outskirts of the building.
Can be a little bit tricky holding these bottom stages of Pylon. There's so many doors, right? You can't reinforce all of them. You can't really even get fences across all of them. You don't even have enough players in your squad to watch all of them. So someone can slip in at any point and just take some pot shots at your team. It is a tenuous position to hold. The ring shifts. It's a big shift over to Launchpad.
I predict that this circle could probably be pulling towards where WMNDY are on the bridge, as we take a quick little pause here.
Oh, gives us some time to, yeah, just have a gander at that map and have a think about where everyone's going to go. I very much think it'll be pulling towards the Tri building, which is to the south of Launchpad, in between Devastated Coast and Launchpad. At the moment, it looks like that's occupied by WMNDY, our surprise package from day one, our team that sort of went missing on day two, and as a result found themselves here in the elimination bracket. Just above them is Heroes, who are looking to pull up on it. So that could be a very important fight coming up very soon in what looks to be Godspot.
Little flyby of Luminosity while we get ready. Love the smiles from this team. It looks like the vibes are high, and which is fantastic. I mean, when you see the results of how your games have been going in the previous few days, making sure you have a clean slate, reset that mindset, making sure you come in clean, the vibes are high. Love the love from these players, making sure that the audience knows that they are listening. They are feeling your energy.
WM, of course, does stand for War Monster. That is from War Monster Firebird, who did lend one of the players over to WMMDY. Didn't get the best of it out of Pro League, but through the Chinese qualification spot, have made it through here to land. I believe it was Shark.
It's really nice to see the diversity of the teams that we've been having really come out on top. Of course, this is the elimination bracket right now. So stakes are not only very high, even if it's just the second game, but it's about keeping yourself separated from the rest. You could also imagine, I mean, the nerves and tension that some of these players are facing right now. Although some players can perform better on land, others feeling the nerves, especially if you're inexperienced in a setting like this. The pressure's on.
Oh my God, that jacket.
It is so nice.
Damn, I thought we looked good, Vicky. This, this is the drip right here.
I gotta give a shout out. I mean, the Apex Legends community in general that I've seen here at this LAN, y'all know how to dress great. The drip is real here from the scene.
It's C9, right?
Yeah.
Damn, it's like, did they make that? It almost looks like, I mean, it's the same colors. It almost looks like it's, you know, like the C9 logo as well with the, I don't know, what do you even call that? Like
the swirls, I guess, the ropes.
The triple infinity. It's like,
oh, yeah. C9 looks. And as we do get set up here, looks like Omit just trying to figure things out from their side. Good little call out before we start any engagement in these later games. We got a little sneak peek of that circle there to Genome as we take a look at the current series standings and where our teams may be wanting to play.
Yeah, so of course it's a 6-game series. For a 6-game series, you want to get in the top 10. You're looking at usually something around maybe 30, 35 points. Geared Gaming and Kinotrope obviously charging towards that after their epic first games, and Geared, you know, continuing to pick up points with the contest that they're winning as well. I mean, God, if you have the circle pull on top of you, it's just nuts, right? You get like a straight up 3KP to start with, and then you play it out almost as a normal game from there. It can be incredibly beneficial to your scoreline. Disguise as well, picking up the 19. So certainly some of the predictions that the Talon had doing well to start with. The rest of the lobby sort of, you know, still kind of waiting to go, right? Those top three have certainly gotten away from the rest of the pack.
Getting word that a player is now reconnecting before we get started with the game, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Our player is taking just a little moment to breathe right now. All the smiles that we're seeing here too. Everyone is so ready, keeping the vibes alive.
Love the DSG flag. Actually, the DSG merch in general, kind of fire. I saw, I think it was Tiff in the green room had the design quote on the back of his shirt, which, not gonna lie, kind of fire.
That flag is so funny. I'm so glad that they have it here in the merch booth. You guys definitely need to check it out. If you're here in LA, the teams having their own merch setups has been a fantastic opportunity to cop any other accessories that I may need for future broadcasting, you know?
Picked up an Alliance pin myself the other day, but, you know, no bias.
No bias, of course not. Not them trying to get us in here, but observers have got us inside this lobby. Oxygen with reads. Like he needs some meds out here. Start with some of these med kits. Love this, 19 squads left. Diving right into the action with Na'Vi right behind them.
Odin's Glare, tactical cooldown there, picking up both of the scan perks for Bloodhound. Does seem to be reasonably meta. See a couple of people opting for Taste of Blood though. Want that extra HP on knock. Nice respawn option coming in there as well.
Oh, for free? Not. All right. See how that plays out as Power eliminated in your feeds. Hero's going to be able to benefit off of that after we saw them harass them earlier.
Yeah, oh wow, so they've actually chased WMNDY out of that position, and now Heroes have taken over the tri-building. This is, that's an interesting one. Oh, and they managed to get Bolin as well. That's so rough. NDY, I thought they were about to run it back and have a killer one from like they did in day one.
It was a good move here for Heroes, though, because on that bridge side, we've seen the circle pull directly towards that bridge, and if they're going to hold the high ground here, they can contest so many other squads that are going to be rotating from that north side.
Yeah, it kind of just depends on how much that circle pulls out, right? Like, it could stay in for Zone 4 and 5, it could go out after Zone 3. It's just, yeah, if you do manage to hold on to some of that high ground, incredibly good spot to play from, and that's sort of where Oxygen were looking at as they're actually evacing into that position. Now, while, as we see, still quite a few teams locked over down here at Pylon.
I mean, sure, the wealth of information. Pylon's got the ring console, the survey beacon. There's 3 other squads in the vicinity. I know there's like an Evil Harvester to the northeast side of Pylon, another one on the south side.
I mean, having a look at the map there, we've got Kenotrope just holding it down at launch pad. LG have just flown past them. See BR Demons making their next move, and yeah, considering all these other teams are going to have to shuffle out and probably die en route, that is looking good for my boys in APAC South. Sorry, APAC North.
You know, the APAC South aficionado himself looking to see how these teams are doing.
I'm putting that on my LinkedIn.
You have to add it in as a title. It's like Heroes, maybe adding the fact that they just took care of Sweet, they get the knock on Slayer, and LG are in trouble. Trying to look to be the Slayers themselves.
Not a lot of cover you can see. A couple of scant boxes there for Oxygen to play behind, but they do have the zone on their side.
LG get eliminated. Kenotrope gonna clean up that last straggler from Funk. While BR Demons looking at Oxygen after coming out of that evac tower, finding some free space here, and already knowing where that next circle is. As you could see in the mini-map, they already got that scan earlier.
Yeah, and I get why we're focusing on this fight. It's an important one. Whoever wins this essentially walks up that hill behind Oxygen and then just has a killer spot coming into our 4th zone. As you can see here, it's pulls. Let's see. Okay, yes, it does go directly on top of that house where Heroes is, directly on top of the bridge. So yeah, we were talking, right? Does that stay in? Does that not? The bridge is going to be an awesome staging ground where you essentially, I mean, God, if you've got some marksman weapons up there and a bit of ammo to sit on, you will be firing for days and stealing kills from other teams who are rotating in. everyone who's picked Pylon very much is going to be unhappy about what happens in this next minute or so.
Oh no! We see the res come out from NDY, and in the middle of Kinotrope taking what looked to be an evac tower, maybe a Valkyrie skyward dive, through the distance from Launchpad, have now landed to try to clean up that free KP. Have to see how that plays out as Disguise, a team that has no issue taking their time rotating into the circle like we saw before. All right, I would not trust them with my life when it comes to driving around that Trident, but it's okay. They are going to be able to drive around the mountain for now, making a little bit of noise before they take an evac tower and reach behind BR Demons.
All these teams in Pylon just trying to work out how they make it through. 4 or 5 of them gonna have a tough time. Oh, okay, DSG's actually dropped in. Didn't decide to take the tries in the end, and all of a sudden, Oxygen, who are worried about this 3v3, can now just wave their hands from up on high here.
I'm worried about the timing on this rotate. That's why you see the evac tower getting called in from Disguise, because the circle's closing in right behind them.
They have to drop off though. I think it was getting slammed by the other 2 teams. They know that they can't let them get above them, or it'll be at the end of this game.
They're forced to fight here. They have to fight their way into that next circle. The portal is being put down by design. Where can he put the rest of this team into some cover, but in the pinch between both of these squads, it's unfortunate here, but Timmy knows out on his shield. They have to forcibly fight this.
I mean, BR Demons are in just an absolutely atrocious spot, getting sandwiched here, and now that they're done, Oxygen are basically back to the start, except we've replaced BR Demons with Disguise. They're going to try and come through here. You see the Into the Void. Where is it going to end up?
Design has to make the play here. Oxygen feeling uneasy, finding Design literally one shot. They get that free knock here, and they're going to be able to back away while knowing that at the moment, Disguise have nowhere to go.
Love that for them. They wait as long as they possibly can. They know Disguise are going to have to take a gross amount of zone damage here, trying to get back into the circle.
Fighting for their lives. Another fight commences on the choke, exiting out of Pylon. Wongtong Dumpling now trying to take control over this high ground versus Boogie Borders. See more of the fight happening with Team Northeption. Boogie Borders here on the other side. Rocky falling low. Northeption looking great. No EMP ready, and they are getting beamed from the other side.
This is all happening over towards Pylon, and Wonton Dumpling are looking at them, licking their lips up on top of the hill. Boogie Borders can't do it. They end up with 2 points. Trying to decide there, 2, maybe 3. And Geared Gaming are going to keep pushing on. 29 points for them. Wonton Dumpling now decide they can push down. It's only a duo. Surely they finish this one off and then just waltz straight in under the building where Heroes is still holding.
Atavia's having his own Kraber montage somewhere in the feed. Ooh, huge Skynade! Forcing Panic off the low ground and now having to shield swap as well. Taking a good amount of damage as they now rotate onto the high ground, forcing Geared Gaming as a duo to run for their life. Design! Disguised! They are still alive on the lift! Oxygen know this, but Design, while he tries to make a play, gets immediately taken down.
They waited all this time for another portal to come back up. I guess they could, because they found this little pocket here still in the zone. It was the only play, but Oxygen, patient, they waited for them. Wait on the other side of the portal, and with round 4 closing, they're done for. I'm calling it now.
One syringe in the portal available. They have to take it. Oxygen's waiting on the other side. Surprise with the Cosmic Barrels. Plays being made. They get the crack. They gotta follow up. Design's one shot in terms of his health. No way Oxygen just give this up. The ring takes care of Timmy after Reach is able to do some damage.
The thing is, they're on such low health. If Designful takes a single tick, caustic gas, it hits you in the health, not in the shield. They will drop immediately. And as you can see, Designful does drop with enemy slowly meeting the same fate, I would imagine. But they've taken reads with them. Oxygen, they're not going to be happy about this. It felt like they should have won that cleanly. I mean, the barrel in front of the portal was really smart. It pretty much had them done just to start with.
Where do you go? The run for some cover. No, an inch away as Disguise get eliminated by Kinotrope. The 3-man that have been able to reset on the high ground right now. Oxygen had no worries of a third party trying to contest them. That is why Disguise was in such a pinch on that rotate.
And finally, we get a view here of our final act. It will take place on the bridge above Devastated Coast. Kenotrope Gaming have been sitting here for quite some time as WMNDY, I think, managed to get their player back for the second time. They're a full 3 now. That's the only thing I can assume. Wonton Dumpling, I thought they'd be able to make a play, but they get taken down. Looks this time like it's Heroes. All 3 of them are alive. I believe they're just split between the building and the last little, you can see Bastion just hiding behind the finger of Launchpad there. The problem is, there's kind of a shooting gallery set up, and they're the targets.
All the benefit for teams like Heroes who land in these southern POIs. No surprise there when you win the 50-50 over by Devastated Coast, but they have been holding on that building since the very beginning. They kind of considered maybe going underneath the bridge, and that's going to be Oxygen territory for now. With Kenotrope being on the high ground and WMNDY alongside them. Heroes, a little bit of a split position though before that circle starts closing in right behind them. 4 squads left here for this second game.
Heroes the first to move, as we said. Everyone else very happy to just sit up the top there. Maybe they can set them to stop peeking with the Kraber. Elim hits that first shot. It's important, but they still are taking damage from the right.
Helps with the win condition here. Yes, you didn't get the knock, you didn't get the headshot with that 140, but it's still forcing them to back away in time just to restabilize, so that way you have a little bit of time to try to see if you have space to close that distance where you have little to no cover. But Mia K is also waiting for them with the Nemesis ready. See the Nox nade just sent in their direction.
I think Oxygen managed to get their third back up. Oh no, sorry. Reeds is still down. Yeah, it's just Aiden and Bang.
Kenotrope facing off the other team on the other side of the bridge, but they got full purple. WMNDY have full blues to help disadvantage to start off this fight for the high ground.
High ground seems like a very important place for this fight. Yeah, Bolin just has to fall off. What other option does he have? Kenotrope, 2 in a row, Vicky?
There's no way here. There's a reason why you and the desk had this team in their sights. Talk about consistency. And they have the high ground literally in Godspot at the moment. And as that circle closes in the next 20 seconds, they're going to be able to see everybody below them.
Yeah, but they have to do the damage now because eventually they will be forced off. And at that point, everyone is on the same level, right? Everyone's got the same problem. So Kenotrope, they need to make the most of this while they can look down and choose the engagements. Lahim, 3 bullets left in the Kraber, 1 battery, 6 cells.
Takes the evac tower just to jump away, gain some momentum, nothing to see. Before he gets to the lip in the corner. A for effort from Heroes, but there is just too many open angles for Kenotrope to keep the pressure up. 1 red, double purple. They force everybody off before they eventually drop down. Give us all the KP here. Mia K, though, slightly by himself. 1 shot, taking some extra pressure as 1 tapping follows up.
Okay. So with the Bang ult there in reserve. Nade still in the backpack. That was the last one. Forces them out into his crosshairs, but, surprise from behind, doesn't matter. NDY will go down, and it's just up to the duo of Oxygen, 2v2.
Some fries from the weapon coming in. 1 tappy, still on the low ground, but they have an evac tower. They can try to at least jump off of it to get it to the high ground or force them into their line of sight.
A little bit too early, though. You can see a couple of ticks coming through. Now they get into it. But even they had to wait maybe just another few seconds.
Kenotrope versus Oxygen right now. We see the knockball route, but does it again! Kenotrope with the back-to-back dubs on Storm Point. Oh my God, that's watching.
Oh, it's showtime for Kenotrope if we're going to keep going with the Persona references there, Vicky. That is a team up if I've ever seen one.
Arsene would be so proud right now. Kenotrope. Love the vibes. the pop-off moments as they recap their experience going in through that second game. Remember, it was about the high ground position that they forced, what, 2 other teams originally from there. Heroes were trying to call that building that you pinpointed, Genome. And in the end, putting themselves in the open for other squads to just take some free shots at them. But 11 kills, 5.1k damage.
Yeah, it was a tricky circle, right? We called it right from the start. We said, hey, could be Pylon. It also might be over towards Launchpad, maybe even further down. So Kinotrip, they bided their time, managed to take out LG from that position in Launchpad in the meantime. And then, as soon as they saw that reveal, they were like, bam, we're going to take over that high ground on the bridge. And that was enough to once again win them the game. Love the macro plays here coming out from Kinotrope. Sure, 2 circles in a row, very close, neighboring their POI. But you got to take those games when you get them, Vicky. 1 win in the first 2 days is now grown to 3 for Kinotrope in the first 2 games here of our elimination bracket.
Kind of nice when you land over by Launchpad and you get 2 Southern Zones out here as we take a look at the match results with 11 KP. Let's not forget, game 1, after they won, they got 9 KP, so putting those kills on the board, securing 23 total points, Oxygen coming in second, even Wongtong Dumpling popping off over by Pylon with the 9 KP.
Good to see them getting involved. Of course, they were the #1 seed coming out of APAC South, and it did kind of feel like it in the first 2 days. Maybe some land jitters to start off with here. Na'Vi picking up 7. We'll move them up the standings a little bit.
That was off of them rotating from Mill here too, as we take a look at the series results and where have these teams shifted, because that is 2 games down already. Kinotrope, they lead the pack with 44 total points. Gear Gaming right behind them with that explosive first game that we saw before here too. Also winning that 50-50 that we see in game 2 as well. 30 points, Disguise in that top 3.
Right, so where does your mindset go from here? Kinotrope, they've most likely qualified already, right? They're probably through to the top 10. As we said, 30 to 35 points will most likely get you through. Do you want to, I don't know, try and break records like a 0 and a dark 0 yesterday? Or does your mind go to, hey, let's secure a drop spot? We don't like where Boogie Boarders land next to us. I think I might just drop on them for the next 4 games.
That's what I love about the Elim bracket, Genome. I love it when Apex gets, like all of our games, as chaotic as possible.
Oh, it's brutal.
Especially when these teams try to find the opportunity to grief others if they are on that cusp. But finding where our squads are after these 2 games alone has been fantastic. The consistency is there, but as well as those circles, I mean, when you have these Southern Zones, what else can you expect from a squad that prioritizes that rotate?
Yeah, it's definitely been dropped in the lap of Kinotrope, but you know, those kills didn't just come to them by osmosis, Vicky. They had to pull the trigger for those ones, and they've done it at the right time all the way throughout game 1 and 2.
Even looking at teams that were struggling a little bit on that rotate, Disguise, that was such a tough pinch to be in, but what can you expect when there's little to no cover when you do wrap around that rock? And they didn't go the distance because they wanted to capitalize on the opportunity. We saw what they did to BR Demons.
I mean, the other thing to think about there is, like, I think they had 2 evac towers, 2 portals, and that still wasn't enough to rotate them into the zone. I mean, you can't actually give yourself many more opportunities to make it in there. It's just, as we highlighted, Disguise have been taking their sweet time getting into the zone, and sometimes when someone out there like Oxygen who knows how to play that, who knows how to just cut them off completely, yeah, it's not going to be enough for you to make it into Zone 5.
You know what that makes me think about, Genome? It makes me think about what impact the Legend Alter can do on rotates like that. Putting in that tactical through the mountain could open up a world of possibilities when you're stuck in a pinch there too. It's gonna be fantastic. But you know, as we talk about Alter, why don't we take a look at the Season 21 trailer?
This world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
LA, what up? I am here with the one, the only Vicky. Vicky, how is it being in LA and you are representing the entire world of Apex for the Hispanic community?
It's always a pleasure. I love this game. I love this community. I love being in LA. I feel like it's always awesome to talk and get to know the Hispanic community. They've been supporting me, and they also love this game. And there's no feeling as great as knowing that there's such an awesome team representing Latin America and especially Mexico. So that's why I'm super proud of the boys. And yeah, here.
Absolutely. So we're talking about the fellas. They just got signed to Team Liquid. They were doing pretty good as well. How does it feel that the only team in the world on the global stage representing Mexico, they are 3 of the best in the world?
They are. I remember when Janja was first kind of on the rise, a lot of people thought he was a hacker. They thought he was cheating. And he was just that good. And we were like, no, he's perfect mechanically, and he's also like really great with game sense. And I feel like with Jaguares and Azul, they are really good friends, and they've been together for a while now. So you can feel the vibes, and even if they don't do as well, they still have this really good like sense of humor, and they're like, it's okay, we go next. And I feel like we could feel that yesterday. They weren't doing that well at first, and we were very nervous. And then they won, and the vibes were back, and it's just awesome. I love them.
I mean, like I said, 3 of the best in the world. To pivot a little bit, season 21 is right around the corner. What are you looking forward to?
Oh man, I'm so excited. I was watching the trailer yesterday with my community, and they were like, whoa, that looks so good. Like the new legend, her abilities, I cannot wait to try her out. And I feel like everybody's most excited for solos. I never played solos in Apex, so I'm super excited. I'm super hyped. And I feel like this is the time for everyone who hates on the randoms and that says, I cannot rank up because of my randoms. Now is your time to shine, right? If you are so good, prove it.
Yeah, well, speaking of solos, we have the solo showdown tomorrow. Do you happen to be playing in that?
I was gonna play in that, but in the end I said, wait, I'm in LA, I love being here, I live in Mexico, so I kind of wanted to hang around the city and stuff, but I'm gonna be watching. Like, I'm definitely gonna be watching that because a lot of my friends are gonna play in that, and I know that a lot of the people playing are from the community, so good luck to all of them, and I hope everybody has a great time. Playing on a stage is like nerve-wracking, but people love this game, so have fun and do your best.
It's going to be a blast, but really quickly, last question. What is next for Vicky?
Well, I love this game. I love doing these watch parties. I feel very privileged to be able to hang out here, like to do the official watch party. So if they keep liking to having me, I'm down. I love doing this. My community loves it. I started doing these watch parties in 2020 with 100 viewers. I was telling you about that. And I feel like esports is awesome. The community keeps growing. I really hope that the Hispanic community appreciates this game because of what it is, the teams, Liquid, all of the other teams as well. So hopefully this keeps happening as year goes by, and I'm gonna hang around.
I love it. Crowd, make some noise for Vicky. Vicky and Genome, to you.
Vicky's an Apex. What a better combo. I mean, shout out to Peeps and Vicky. And I love the points that she highlighted, because how dare there be slander for El Presidente Yanya himself, an absolute fragger and a demon. But it's also been really nice to see them really come up here. I mean, this is the team that I've been looking at for years. Always saw that talent and the potential that that team has had, even before their crazy success, before that we saw them on former Luminosity, of course, and now Liquid coming right back into the Apex Legends competitive scene.
Yeah, awesome to see them get picked up and, really able to support themselves even better, because they have just been such a powerful force over the years. It's been, it's been awesome to see them come up from Mexico.
Yeah, it's been really nice. And you know what? Talking about those insane fraggers, they do manage to get that result on the roller. We're going to be talking about some awesome things as we see more of these players using these different peripherals. But Battle Weaver, guys, big thanks to our sponsor, Battle Weaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Guys, make sure to swing by the Battle Weaver booth here at the event where you can pick up your own limited edition ALGS Split 1 custom controller available only this weekend. Battle Weaver is also offering quick repair services for competitors here at the venue if your PS4 or PS5 controller is drifting. Stop by and check out their drift calibration test.
Well, haven't tried it yet myself. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll do the Genome Learns roller session.
Sorry, Gino.
I got to rep the M&K for now, though.
Look, you're not going to win the solos. That's all I'm going to tell you. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, we'll see.
You know what's even great here, too? And, like, complete context aside, I actually have been getting controllers from Battle Weaver for a very long time, competing in the Smash scene previously, and having their amazing controllers has really helped out, feeling comfortable on my wrist.
Well, maybe when I finally jump in, it will be with them.
Yeah, it's really nice here. And it's also nice to see Kinotrope's beautiful logo back-to-back on match 1 and 2. But can it be 3 times the charm? We're going to have to see as match number 3 is coming up soon here on Storm Point.
2 out of 2's not a bad result, not a bad track record here for Kinotrope. I mean, yeah, look, I have to say, I predicted it right, and the reason I did predict it is because they're so good at getting into that final zone, right? I mean, the consistency with which they are finding themselves in the final circles is awesome, and they are pulling their weight against the other teams who got here in Elimination Bracket 1. So I continue, I think it's going to continue. Will they win the next 4 games? All right, probably not. But, 2, as we said, is enough for right now. I want to see how they continue to evolve their play in this bracket stage.
Interesting when you talk about, and what we're seeing right now from Kinotrope, we're seeing the success on Storm Point, but can it reciprocate on World's Edge?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a completely different drop spot, a completely different, completely different everything when you switch it over there. Having a look, they drop at Climatizer, and that's a little bit different, right? I mean, that said, we've had a lot of North zones in World's Edge, so, maybe they pick the right sides of the maps as far as that goes, but if they have to play a little more Edge play style, which Climatizer has historically been that sort of POI, could be a little tougher for them on our OG comp map.
Gotta see how it works out here first for Storm Point, but the 50-50 Gear Gaming have so much advantage, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like we've seen teams, they try and take this, the sniper tower and get up there straight away.
Oh no.
Not to change, haven't even got in this POI, do not have weapons when the shots are already coming out from Geared.
That's actually managing to get away. Horizon things with the gravity lift, but sweating just a little bit. He was isolated, but thankfully his team gave him the suppressed fire that he needed while Geared Gaming activate the sniper tower so that way they could gain a little bit of height. Well, there's just Reina Tricky by himself on top of the high ground of this building.
Surprised they didn't push it a little bit more with that initial advantage there from Geared Gaming. 17 shots on a PK. We've seen that is more than enough to win a contest here at LAN.
But so does that charged up Sentinel. Saw that huge shot hit Panic, which is also going to delay this fight here too if they have the small meds, forcing Xerath to actually move back.
Well, it's a crazy risk to take, right? I mean, you start with 2 cells. It takes 2 cells to charge the Sentinel up. That means, you miss that. You've got nothing left in the backpack.
Really good point. What I don't like, though, is how long this fight is taking. You see the charge of Sentinel right there.
Yeah, I mean, no one's been pulling up to 3rd this, though, so maybe they're not too fussed about that. NDY sticking around Echo HQ, Wonton Dumpling, not making their way in from Pylon.
Oh, another one.
Oh,
the follow-up.
Okay, reversal of fortunes here from Never to Change after they do take the high ground with the gravity lift.
Oh, he's feeling himself, trying to slide in there with the hipfire charge. Sentinel shot, still was able to get the crack. Never to Change, though. What? Geared Gaming, the automatic turnaround. Look at the pop-off, look at the player cams. Maybe growing a little bit of gray hair there, but that was Interesting. I mean, them trying to surround the building like that, just giving free rotated Gear Gaming to suppress them on each side of the door.
Well, it was basically like, it was a straight 2v3, right? I mean, the other Geared Gaming player had gone down very early on in that fight, and somehow they still give it up. I mean, they were trying the Catalyst again. We talked about how, you know, they were going to try and play around that building. At least that was in my mind the game plan, but we didn't see the piercing spikes really come into effect too much there. And, you know, that's even when you've got so little ammo to start with. You've got to expend that, trying to, you know, do the 300 damage to the spikes. It's like, is that even worth it? All right, well, Geared Gaming, that's only going to push them further up. Sure, they're still lagging behind Kinotrope with the 2 dubs, but at 33 points now, they're looking pretty safe for Elimination Bracket round 2 and getting another slot on the stage tonight.
See, with this fight, we saw also the map. The Apex gods have heard our pleas. We are going over to the north side. Something to benefit the likes of Disguise. Even C9 out here as we see them right below Passion UA. They were able to get the crack on the Cossack, but they cannot give this space up. They're just going to keep suppressing them for right now before they get another scan going. Do you think Sonya's got enough shield cells?
You could always go more.
24? Nah, I don't think so. Saucer now trying to see what's happening while taking the lip. A little cheeky head glitch that you could take here too.
It's got a case. It's got a full case.
Ooh. We're able to get a little bit of damage knowing that they have blue Evo shields. Enough information for them to close in this gap of chaotic. And not able to on some shield, though Saucer takes a much more aggressive position to get that crack.
Yeah, the headshots poking out there, very unfortunate for PUA.
Now, while this fight goes on long, unlike what we saw from the 50-50 from Gear Gaming, since this is where the circle's pulling, you can absolutely expect other squads to get involved. Well, LG getting some LP that they need, RP rather. See them going to be able to clean up that team. 18 squads left. Passion UA still not giving up this fight. But in the distance, you could expect Riddle Order, Boogie Borders, BR Demons, North Eption. So many squads now making an appearance.
Well, this is a fun one. We don't see a lot of checkpoint zones, right? It's been essentially the zone almost couldn't end here in previous seasons, but of late, Vicky, they've taken a lot of those roadblocks out of the map, and we've had some fun endings. Oh no, Geared Gaming actually going down to Wonton. So we said, you know, they weren't pulling up on them early, but they pulled up on them late. You know, I think Wonton might have just been going down to get some of the scans, because we've got 2 of the, you know, the ring consoles and the survey beacon available down at Coastal Camp, and just taking the RP with it. KP with it, I should say. Not in ranked here, guys. A little bit higher stakes than that. But yeah, as I was saying, checkpoint, it's going to be so fun to see this play out, just because the players actually have not had that much practice at working these zones out.
That's my fault, Gino. I had to mention that because I got ranked on my mind when it comes to seeing this insane plays. Maybe writing down some ideas out here. As LG, knowing that the team behind them taking some shots at them, opt to go through that rotate that could meet them by the armory unless they want to wrap back around that mountain to get through that next choke. But the team that was taking shots at them was Disguised. Now you can see them on their rotate before cleaning up some loot that they may need. Na'Vi gonna get information on the circle here as they take their time to rotate from down beast.
Yeah, so Disguised, they don't take their option to get into the zone there. You know, they land at North Pad, right? They could have gone straight through, but once again, taking their sweet time. And it's, I mean, look, they've got enemy on the core stick, right? Just checking. Yes, they did have the ring console available as well, so they could have seen this coming. I mean, they did see this coming, and they've decided deliberately to take zone damage right now instead of finding their way further into checkpoint. The zone pulls on top of it. It definitely will be a checkpoint zone.
Oh no! Who are you holding that door for? You gotta look to your back because Peacock getting that knock and that finish for free. They do lose out on Bobo here. Peacock coming in on the other side. Huge beams with the Havoc and Turbocharger. Long Tongue Dumpling have not put in the brakes. Huge shots with the PK before finishing off Kinotrope, the leaders of this Elimination Bracket 1 lobby.
Finally, everyone here in the crowd is seeing what we saw all split long in the APAC South Pro League. Wonton Dumpling They are a force to be reckoned with, and it's good to see that they've gone home after those first 2 days and said, hey guys, we better show up now. It's now or never today. And that's the kind of play that we get out of Peak God or Gugu on the roller. Very rare to see those players in China, and he's just been a phenomenal force.
Huge deal there too. They knew that they were going to rotate in that direction, as we see LG now trying to engage on this fight out in the open, but they got the rocks to their back if they have to disengage. The third party moves in. LG looking to close in the gap after the Beast Land has been activated from Funk. Evil Harvester over to the side so they can expect more squads to maybe rotate from this direction. But while they do try to take this fight over by Cito, they know that if they take it and win, they can go through the choke on the other side. But Funk finding that knock off the Nemesis. Oh, Shark is out of there.
Does manage to find the Trident and evade LG from now. But Wonton Dumpling, they're coming in from Jurassic. I think he knows it too. There's this look on his face that's it's like impending doom. That's what I'm seeing.
I don't know about that. I mean, I was gonna say that Trident's like a shiny beacon for a team that's coming out of Jurassic like that. They get the crack, but they don't get the finish.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you're by yourself, you don't have a full team, you kind of want, like, the Trident is almost damage reduction. Right. So you kind of hop into a sure, it's a big target, but then bam, boost away, actually gives yourself a chance there. So I like the play by Shark. He evades Wonton Dumpling as well. They are one of 5 teams kind of outside checkpoint right now. You've got Oxygen, as you can see on the other side of Cito. They'll be running into vision of Wonton Dumpling very soon. And LG, they're trying to gatekeep over to the left of Cascade Falls. There's the tunnel that leads from those buildings into checkpoint, and that's what LG are going to try and hold off. Maybe Heroes, maybe Wonton Dumpling there as well, disguised. They do eventually make it into checkpoint, so this time I guess we can't be too mad at their tardiness.
Whereas this guy's out here, Design trying to make some moves as they try to avoid the Bangalore ult as well. You saw he was able to get right back to the rest of his team. Oxygen on top of the high ground with WTD playing right below them. The Peacock, we saw Wonton earlier before. He's been playing out of his mind with Red Evil. They're looking to chow Oxygen, but Bane gets taken out. The trade-off here, though, as Aiden finds another knock. Knock after knock, though. Aiden gonna be able to get the shield swap after getting this knock here. The reset is available, and Reeds now looking to see if they can find May, but this is huge here as Wonton Dumpling are trying to replicate the same.
Big Frag is going down first. Also, not a good sign here for Wonton Dumpling. Oxygen get off the res. Was it the same for WTD?
Oh, that was scary, but he has an oxygen grenade. He wants to make sure that they do not contest him by this door, but there's so much different openings with the other doors on the side. Which one do you try to suppress them here?
Yeah, and I like the that Reed held off there. He didn't blow his load too early there, which means he can keep that important ultimate for later on in this fight. If they get dove, he can stave them off.
Anxiety, as we see Oxygen so low, but has a duo from Wonton Dumpling. Good luck with that, because look who's waiting for the opportunity to third party. LG has gotten an invite a little late here, but something that they can capitalize off of as Oxygen now have taken the high ground.
Okay, gravity cannon. Wonton Dumpling trying to get out. You see the second member also trying to join. All right, they actually make it.
And that was also the noise cue that LG needed to know that they're backing away.
Yes, his teammate pops the evac tower, but they don't quite get him. 40 seconds left as well. I think they're actually going to get time to get out. As a duo, sure, but they will remain. But you can see LG tracking them. Once again, going straight back into this gatekeeper position. They don't pick up the Eva 8? Or they're just giving it to Sweet?
Oh, no. Wow.
Really?
Okay.
All right. They're real confident in that vault play.
All right, it looks like actually they're backing away in time, though. Maybe they picked it up for now. Talking about what weapon comps that they have in their rotate to see who can give suppressed fire.
I mean, when it came out initially in the care package, it was like, yeah, okay, maybe, maybe not. But after they buffed it, man, that thing is a machine gun shotgun.
That is not a shotgun. It is actually terrifying. Wonton Dumpling managed to get the res. You saw Sweet in the actual camera that he was calming, that they were definitely gonna not only get the res, you could see it right there too when that res beacon is shining. And where other direction are you gonna rotate to other than the direction of where LG's holding the edge of the circle?
Yeah, you're right. There's kind of nowhere to go. But look at that. They get the res. And they get the full reset. So now they pull up. Why don't we have a listen in with LG and see if they can hold off Wonton Dumplings?
Hound pushing in. 60. Shoot on this kid. One in. Right over. Running away. Last guys. Yeah, popping back. Slow. He's swinging it. He's sliding in. Shot on the mushroom. 1 HP. Can't buy this one. I'm looking. There's no one here. There's better. Give me heals. Another team. Same thing. Do the same thing. Barrel. One guy. Cracked him. 50 push. Here he goes. Sweet choke. Come on. It was just one guy. Get it. Back. Fucking nuke, baby. Let's go. All right.
After taking care of Wonton Dumpling, they call out the solo that was right behind them. Even more KP falling onto LG's feet here, but this is the difficult rotate that I was worried about when they decided to fully commit over from this side of the circle.
Ooh, interesting circle pull here. You get some vision of that. We'll go through who's looking good for this one. Obviously, a lot of people sitting up at the top of checkpoint, and then a couple of people down the buildings below as well. LG actually reasonably placed here. You can see with all of the cover around them, they can kind of only take shots from left and right, but there are teams in both situations. So there we go, Sweet. Pops the bang-all just to get the bat resets, and then I'm expecting them to go out very soon to take advantage of this window that he's bought themselves with the Rolling Thunder.
How waiting with the blue Evos though. They do have that Nox nade as Sweet tries to close in the gap. Bang ult called in, forcing them to back away.
One of the few players that we've seen picking up digi weapons a lot this weekend. A lot of Mozam, a lot of RE45 with a hammer point. You know, obviously since digi's got taken away from, you know, SMGs and only put onto the pistols and shotguns, we haven't seen as many teams running them, regardless of the fact that pretty much everyone's running Bang.
It's huge here for him to have that RE. That's why we saw them, you know, contemplating what they wanted to do with that care pack weapon. Passion UA have not left this spot, and they still have blue Evos, which is crazy because this circle, look at the minimap, is completely shifting away from them, and I believe there's 2 to 3 other teams within this checkpoint side.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams, as you can see here, all the way up in checkpoint. You've got Riddle Order sitting in Godspot in that building in the middle. LG pushing down the bottom. They've got How right on the back of them, and then you see all the teams streaming in at once. You've got no other option, Vicky.
It's a bird, it's a play. No, it's just 4 squads coming to land on the other side of the circle. Everybody took to the skies at the same time. You see the pings coming up from LG as they're not only fighting for their life with the squad underneath this building, another team inside the building, and the squad's landing around them.
The late rotates into these buildings are the ticket, though. You can play on top, you can play underneath, you can play inside. Inside's definitely better than the other two, but if that's all you've got left, LG try and do it. BR Demons and MDY White, they pretty much landed on top of each other from those rotates coming out of checkpoint. They both go down to Cloud9. North Eption as well losing their lives. And Passion UA and Heroes seem to be the ones who kind of came out of checkpoint unscathed.
Funk gets that knock, but may get eliminated in your feet. Part of the fray of all the action that we see here with 10 squads left. Boogie Borders inside of this building as they try to wrap around. But they have to take this safely because they know that Na'Vi is on the bottom side. They're also going to be able to try to take this fight while avoiding the squads around the area that may have them in their line of sight. But a huge move with the Trident being right there.
Yeah, 4 squads in this bottom side makes it very, very tough as they are going to have to get up the hill eventually. Sitting down here, I mean, sometimes you just have to drop, but there's no cover, as you can see, especially not from Sweet with the Digi.
And the RE45, the Hammy's ringing through the air, but he was slow. He gets knocked while LG were fixated on somebody else inside the building. A little disconnected. Slayer, what are you doing as he moves in? The knock grenade, he clutches it out for LG!
Slayer, this time he's the savior, but will he have time to get both teammates back up? They're low down and they've still got to come back. I think it's, is there one? No, just Raki left alive from Boogie Borders. He might actually look to push this and just grab some easy KP, but Na'Vi are above them as well.
Cloud9 surviving the onslaught of pressure from checkpoint though, but LG gave up the high ground when they decided to commit to oxygen. And now it's going to be free for Na'Vi, who were inside that building that LG were on originally, now only leaving Funk alive.
He has the evac tower though, exactly what he needed in this situation. You can see he's waiting, doesn't want to take it too early, but at this point, Na'Vi's attention is very much focused on them. They can smoke behind and then just worry about the single player at their rear.
Oh, they see him. It's just a matter of time. LG get eliminated. Nice try here. 5 squads left. Na'Vi gonna easily pick that up, but it's still a huge KP game for LG as they try to find the other squad here. Cloud9 holding the high ground hilltop.
It's a Riddle order. They've been holding the building. It's got 5 kills for them so far. Disguised Na'Vi heroes. Cloud9 still in the mix as well. Cloud9 holding the height, but not a lot of hard cover.
Enemy over there.
As C9 see the action in front of them, using the natural landscape to get out of the LOS of the squads right in front of them. Moby Beacon after Moby Beacon to build up some even more cover.
Heroes just a solo at this point with Bastion.
This guy's getting eliminated. Enemy being the last one alive, taken out from the rooftop. That was Na'Vi. Now moving in here, let's jump into a listen with Na'Vi with our last 4 remaining squads and C9 above them.
I have to fight them. I have Bengal. No. Yeah, we have scan in 4 seconds. 1 second Bengal. 1 second Bengal. They coast to go. We can climb left. We can climb left. Yeah, we can just chill. For a sec.
Yeah, chill a second.
Bengal thing there. Wait, the team's staying out from the building. What if you just split his heady and go right? Fight for this. Okay. Just wait. Not yet. We're good here. That thing is gonna be out before us. So good. Just hold this. I am. We play for right, okay? There's rock here. Yeah.
Okay.
So. Wait, top and the other side. No? I can scan a few once. Scan. No, still there. 50. They might hit us. Focus right. Yeah, I need to watch it. Popping up. Smoke in the window.
I need a smoke in the open,
Smoking. Just cross to this and hold.
Yeah, I need to.
Focus left.
All right, Na'Vi getting pushed out by the circle. You can see they were waiting for some of the ultimates to come up and pave their way into this final circle here. But Cloud9 with the height advantage do too much damage, and I think Na'Vi are done for.
With the distraught comms too coming in, look who sneaked away behind C9. It is no other than Riddle Order trying to find these PK shots. Now Stera needs to hit those. No way. Sorcerer following up. It's only one left here as Heroes now scoop somebody. C9 get eliminated. Bastion, maybe the hero.
Gets Heroes into second place.
Spaghetti until the melee to give Heroes the dub for game 3. They were lying in wait. The carry as his teammates rise Bastion up. He was sneaking to see if he had an opportunity, Genome.
He was a solo.
Yes.
I think from about like 8 or 9 squads left alive. I mean, we didn't get the vision of Riddle Order sort of like at that last moment. I still thought they had 2 or 3 left alive. Oh my God. You do not see that. You do not see a solo just coming out to win that. Wow, all right. Hats off to Bastion.
5 KP, but it's all the timing that went into that rotate. While Riddle Order see the opportunity onto C9 and take care of Na'Vi, Riddle Order think, all right, we have the high ground. They focus on this fight. But the solo coming in, sneaking through with the Hemlock hipfire shots.
Not much to say, but that's just a hero effort. I mean, to be able to weave your way through that, I mean, you know, smokes last for less time than they ever have before. And he used that to keep himself up until the final 2. And somehow that was enough to pull the trigger and win that. And just an incredible clutch there from Bastion, Indonesian player. has played through so many different pro league splits here in APAC South, and so many teams, and now getting picked up by Heroes vindicated that decision, I think, with that performance just there.
Super huge here too, because I believe after that game, they got like 30 points in total, where they were struggling behind teams like Kinotrope, who are leading the pack, are like at 44 points or so, and we've already hit beyond that midway benchmark too, Genome. So a lot of these teams seeing where they are. It's been a fantastic time to cast through Stormpoint. We still got 3 more games to go as we transition onto World's Edge. But before we do that, I want to hear some thoughts over from the desk, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky, Kitty, and Genome. You guys did fantastically covering our first 3 games. And as we come back up to the stage at the Galen Center, Rain Day here as your host with Zephyr, Jayhawk, and Graceful joining me. Shots of Heroes echo in our mind. The flag of Indonesia from APAC South, but really it felt a little bit more like a cape, Zephyr, considering their namesake of Heroes. It felt really appropriate for them to be waving it behind them like that.
Of course, seeing this org especially jump onto the APAC South region here recently after their trade off of EMEA has been at least an evolution for not only them, but of course the roster as a whole. So coming out of that last game, representing especially as a solo to pull off the 1v1 of a century against the Gibraltar. I'm sure we'll talk about that more.
All right, well, let's get into the match results here. We just saw 3 exciting games, and it was APAC domination in the first part of our elimination bracket 1. Of course, 10 teams will be going home, and so the impact of these stats is massive. You've played all year to get to this moment, and at this point in time, you've got 3 games to change your fate or keep it going. And Jayhawk, we did look at this as well. Heroes with a big win. As we take a look at the top 10 from that last game, it does just sometimes take 1 game here in this elimination bracket to almost secure a top 10 for you and your team.
It does, and when you see Heroes, Riddle, Cloud9, LG with 14 kills in that game, a lot of these teams are starting to pick up steam, and now heading into World's Edge, if they can continue that and just get a few more points because they had their big game, they could be on their way to losers round 2.
Bottom 10 as well, not happy about it in this game, but look at LG, 14 kills, 17 points. Though they didn't place high, they are certainly firing and rolling. Maybe on the other side though, Graceful, WMNDY, a team that we had seen in the first part of group stage really be dominant, not figuring it out. Also never to change, a representative we've seen here from China, but also not really figuring out how to get points on the board in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, having a hard time to adapt, but that's because all the teams that have not been performing has adapted. We've seen a lot of teams that have been playing slow is now playing mid-speed instead. So as teams are shuffling up their playstyles and tempos, we're gonna see the the leaderboard swap around.
Well, as we take a look at these games, you can see the impact of game 3, but let's walk it back to game 1. I think we want to talk about that one, Zephyr. It was your call for Kinotrope to do well. I don't know if you have a crystal ball back there, but you were right on so many occasions.
No, it's something that we got to chat about with this roster before jumping into today here. And it was actually an incredible win from them because it wasn't set up to come out this way. Of course, Geared Gaming getting into this position incredibly early on from their rotate after great wipes against teams like NTC is something that should lead to a win. DSG, though, they come into punish here. They try to play off of that classic design full port. What comes out, though, is Arupa plays it small, plays it quiet, plays it silent, bides his time. And the fantastic thing here is, I mean, DSG's fantastic themselves. They actually take this so close on the other side, and from this extra height, Arupa is allowed to have this free angle and shots to take advantage. But what gets even more absurd here is we talk about the last one of these final clips from this Havoc. He doesn't have to do this. He launches forward for the assault and takes the 1v1 mano-a-mano.
I love the confidence. I love the play. It was so smooth. And that just started off Kinotrope in game 1, which would end up in a great game 2 as well, Jayhawk.
Yeah, they go back-to-back here. But before that, Oxygen, who actually places second, they have a key moment on the south side. And it was key because that southern team, whoever wins from that edge, is the biggest threat to Kinotrope. Oxygen doesn't play it that cleanly. They don't fully get that wipe on a DSG early enough. They did throw their caustic gold to get rid of them. That ends up having Oxygen lose a member as they rotate in from Kinotrope. and then it sets up a 2v3 here where in the end game, Kinotrope, they have the high ground, and they're able to drop down, say, hello there, and with a little bit of a introduction on the low ground, they're able to throw their toss scope from the height, get some barrels down. The other two players on the rock are able to put pressure across. Oxygen's just sitting in a corner and they're stuck. There's nowhere to go. And as the duo, what can you really do? You can't send it and ape the people on the rock because the guy above, he's going to destroy you for it. So they sit in the corner. It's unfortunate that they lost the member earlier, and Kinotrope coming down, they go back-to-back with a big win.
Notably, Kinotrope running some off-meta weapons quite often. Cars, Mastiffs, triple takes, which is a terrible gun to get shot at when Hemlocks and Havocs are also shooting at you. But let's not talk too much on the weapon meta right now, Graceful. Game 3, Kinotrope would take a seat back, and we'd see a new winner.
Yeah, the fact that Heroes comes out winning this is crazy, but it just goes to show how people are hungry right now. Every single team except Heroes, who's ratting currently, is playing proactively, looking to take the game. They're making plays, which ends up all of them fighting, skirmishing, and you know, Navi goes out early. Riddle trades as well. It actually comes down to a 1v1 with Bastion here clutching it up. Look at him, he's just shooting damage out on everybody who's just joining in on the prey, and he cleans up. It's still one solo left that he ends up taking a 1v1 versus the Gibby here. Honestly, the biggest fault I would like to say here is that Bastion played this perfectly to his potential and his play, because there's only so much you can do as a solo. Other teams, however, sent it a little bit too hard. You need to play it, you know, more passively, play together, hold hands, not take 1v1s in the end into 3 teams.
Well, great games to start us off. Our winners bracket is coming up after this, and only 10 teams will be facing the bottom 10 of that winners. Right now, elimination is upon. Omit all the way down to never to change if it stays like this after 3 more games. So they have got a chance, but they have got to take it. Currently, the cutoff is 18 points, which means even a game from BR Demons right now, one big win, could put them into elimination bracket 2, but they have got to make a move. LG looking strong, DSG looking strong as well. Heroes, Geared Gaming, and Kinotrope representing our APAC squads to really dominate in this elimination bracket 1. We'll see how it goes, though, because we've got more Apex action coming up for you. We are about to get into our final 3 games, which will send the first 10 teams home from our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. But before we do that and throw down to casters, if you think it's easy to play Apex like a pro and figure out where that zone is going to go, then you're probably like most people who watch from the stands. But could you actually do it? Well, we put ourselves to the test as a talent squad and saw who could actually guess the zones right. So before we get into our final 3 games, check out this piece.
Hello ALGS fanatics, today we will be hosting a friendly game of 2v2 zone prediction. The teams are going to be myself and Vicky against Tiff and Dia. Here we go. All right, zone 1, 20 seconds. I really hope you're good at this because I'm very bad.
Don't throw, just don't throw.
Okay, so this is pulling south, right?
Yes, but
How south?
I have a feeling.
20 seconds, Vicky.
I think it's gonna be the mountain.
The mountain?
I've been griefed
Where?
there.
Like here?
Oh, no, the
Point.
left side. Maybe the left side, exiting
Here?
out of spider caves. Do you have arachnophobia? It's
Yes.
definitely outside. Maybe
here?
not there.
Stop. Wow, okay, so we have to leave it there. That's 20 seconds.
You know how I'm feeling.
I mean, you want to go south, right?
I do.
I'm okay with going south. I feel like this could go a little further north, like right over here. I swear I've seen it end like on these fences.
All right, well, I'm trusting you.
Okay, you need to be faster this time.
All right.
Zone 2. All right.
You're equally in this.
So Mirage Etoile, or it could be finishing up like here.
Like right there, yeah.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
You happy
High
with that?
ground.
Are you
I'm happy
sure?
with that
You
one.
use your finger this time.
I use
so a
my
little
finger,
bit
so it's faster.
Less descriptive
I
words.
think it.
Okay, good.
I like graveyard. Like
You
Torrance, like that kind of
This
southern area.
I like that. I like where your brain is at.
But this could go back to staging.
All the way?
No.
I like this guess. It could end here.
I mean, you're the one holding all the power. Okay.
Okay.
World's Edge again.
Giving me anxious.
So it could be up here, falls up north.
Or closer to Epi. It
Like
could
down
pull-
here?
Yeah, sometimes not directly on Epi, south of Survey, like by the
Like that?
respawn. Yeah, like right there.
You think it goes all the way train tracks?
How can we not guess train tracks?
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I would just pull out towards a little bit around Survey, maybe the bins per se. But I think the train tracks are safe.
Okay, back to Storm Point. I'm already nervous. Here.
Like right there, I've seen it pull towards that mountaintop.
This one?
No,
This
mountaintop, north.
This.
Like right here.
Here.
I'm using my finger this time.
This.
Yeah, like,
yeah. Okay, good. Good finger.
so good at this.
I'm just following your fingers.
So it's my fault if we lose.
Yes.
You have to go tail.
Here?
Yeah, 100%.
No,
Okay,
I think you're right.
I love it.
Can I do here?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is good. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts.
I don't like my instincts, bro. They get me in trouble. What do you mean?
Fifth and final zone, back to World's Edge. We've done great so far. I think this is pulling...
Directly on Overlook?
I reckon Overlook.
I would think a little bit north of Overlook.
Like up here?
I've seen that, or I've seen like the bins to the south side exiting out of the vault, but you know what? It's your turn.
I like this one.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
think it's got the pull for this corner. We'll leave it there, and I think you did terrible.
What?
Yeah.
You're on my team. You're on my team.
I know. I was just directing. Yeah.
Think of how many times we've seen it pull to No Name, in particular, also the rocks.
Yeah.
Oh, they love the rocks. Not all the rocks are included though, so.
And I feel like this is good. Over here is good.
I think I'm crying on the inside. I think I'm
Okay.
crying on the inside.
Like actually critically evaluate. I'm pretty sure I've seen that zone ending.
All right, it is time for the results. As a reminder, Vicky and I were red, Tiff and Dia were blue. You ready? Let's see how this goes. I don't think we did very well. Zone 1 you guys took. All right, Zone 2.
We are so much better than you. I think it's fine.
You are way better than Vicky was. Yeah. Zone 3.
Train tracks.
Train tracks. Okay.
The funny part is, he actually called out the North Edge. I was like, nah, dude, it's moving heavy.
Yeah, that's where I started.
I tried to.
3-0, so technically you've already won, but
Let's
to
just
see
keep
whether
going.
we even got one.
It's fine.
Oh my.
Imagine.
You said wasn't down beast.
I said by mountaintop. I did not expect down beast. I totally.
Can we have one? All I want is one.
A single one.
At this point, I'm rooting for you.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, yes!
Okay.
Yes!
Let's
go!
Do you know why she got this one? Because she was showing us clips of her jumping off right here. It's fine. It's fine.
4-1 in the end.
4-1.
On the technicality, I still win.
Yeah.
Wait, how's that fair?
Over, just because I'm the host. That does it. Tiff and Dia, congratulations. You are the winners. Vicky, you are the loser. I am always the winner. Thank you everyone for watching. Let's get back to some ALGS action.
Well, let's see if our players here in the Galen Center are as good as picking the end games as Dia and I. Tiff here, we're going to be bringing you all the action, which is quite sad here because unfortunately, I'm not sure why we have to send people home today.
It's because we're willing to be cruel. We're willing to do what it takes. We obliterated Vicky and Gaskin, and well, that's the streak of cruelty we're going to need to send some folks home after what has been already an incredible 2 days of play. The nice thing is that on that note, there's a positive because we get to send 10 people onwards to continue their dreams at the Split 1 playoffs.
The goal to make it to that match point finals on Sunday begins now. As you can see, Kinotrope with those back-to-back wins on Stormpoint. Heroes coming in clutch for that last match win. But for 3 games of World's Edge that are going to determine which 10 teams pack their bags and sit in those stands tomorrow.
No better map for it. In fact, Tiff, this is the very first map of the Split 1 playoffs where we are not seeing a single hot drop. No teams are contested, at least initially, on World's Edge. Although we do have a few teams that are, say, splitting POIs. This isn't going to be one of those drop-in immediately fight situations that we've had for literally every map until now.
And that has been so brutal for a lot of our squads during the group stages, allowing those teams that have been dominant to be able to soak up the majority of points. Now, granted, Kinotrope, they did a really solid job of doing that on Stormpoint, and let's hope that they can keep that moving through. But for now, let's lock in those legend selects and get ready to determine our fate. And to be fair, I want to go ahead and shout out LG. I'm very proud of what we're seeing here today. We're inside the top 10 for now and only 3 maps to hold on to it.
If you're giving shout-outs, I'm of course going to give a holler to Geared Gaming from South America. They're a team that a lot of people looked forward to, and they and BR Demons in the lobby have had some really good wins so far, but Geared have really taken it up a notch moving into our elimination round 1. We'll see if they can keep this going. As ever in the balance, I'm really wondering about the fate of Wonton Dumpling.
Coming out of APAC South, they've looked very promising, but have yet to be able to display that on the main stage. And the time is now. Our players now exiting from that dropship to get to their POIs. And well, you said it. A lot of our teams get to focus on the game at hand and not that 50-50 contest strat. For North Eption, we get to see a bit of where they are. Passion UA, Max Strafe's first time in the building on LAN. We cannot let that end now.
Max Strafe has done so incredibly well. 6th seed in EMEA for Passion UA. And after finally making it to LAN, we'll see what they're able to do. Operating out of Sky East is not nearly as enviable as Sky West, but we've got the information that there's going to be an Evo Harvester right next door to them, and you've got nice rotational options should you choose to go further north. We see a lot of teams landing in Sky East actually end up rotating into the train tracks that separate them from Survey Camp.
Well, let's go ahead and look and see where that first zone is going to be pulling towards, and it does kind of intersect towards that south side of Skyhook, which makes me worried because a lot of these zones do tend to pull towards these choke areas, and it can even go back towards Countdown. And for those teams that get there early and find themselves in a bit of congestion, I'm not liking that look.
We saw a sniper tower ending earlier in this, or rather in the playoffs. And so there's going to be plenty of opportunity, especially for teams that actually land by a ring console to get into ring early. I'm thinking about BR Demons and LG over by Lava Fisher, who both have that advantage. Landslide has rolled with the same, and How should be making his own prediction. One of the difficult things about a ring with this much open space is that predicting often isn't enough because there aren't buildings to hold to get you to an end game.
For North Eption, immediately rotating up towards this train track area. They do have this. Okay, so something I like about this, Dia, right? We have the Newcastle. They're notorious for running that paired alongside the Watson. And I know we heard the devs talk earlier this week that a lot of the changes for the upcoming Season 21 were based solely off their playstyle, which is such a stark difference from prior iterations of North Eption in the past. This is the team that actually took more ring damage than any other squad, but in the distance, I think I just saw a member of How go down.
LG start to make their rotate into zone. I like that they're prioritizing the sniper tower, but they see a Loba land right in front of them. Funk does drop short to cut this off. Well, we've got Slayer on the high ground. LG are looking for a fight. Still difficult to take, and we know that North Eption is coming in from a distance.
How has fallen. Whittled away by Funk. That's got to feel good to start getting those eliminations on the board, racking up those points, because albeit currently sitting in 5th place, and at the end of the day, you just have to find yourself in the top 10 for this series. I don't care if you win, I don't care if you're 10th, you're moving on.
Meanwhile, Boogie Boarders have made their way a little bit further south as well. They started Countdown, so have not really made a massive shift. I'd like to see them hold both sides of this tunnel that leads into Skyhook because it's a really active position. But by that same token, you can play a little bit more passive by using this cart and instead playing out of that for placement points more than anything.
And that's the infamous cart that we were talking about early on when it came to Luminosity playing from there. And I'm curious to see if that play is going to be separated out or if we'll make a move to take on Boogie Boarders and evict him from that scenario. But for now, Omit getting poked at, Blast continuing on that rotation alongside Lufka and Light. And, you know, we think about it, right? Lufka's on that redemption arc to get back into the finals since playing with Ascend and Kashera.
MDY make their move. Everybody moving up through the north is interesting. I think at this point, if you're going through chokes leading into Fragment, you'd much rather go through the north of Fragment, pass all this by, and take an Epicenter rotate into the zone. Actually moving through Fragment and Monument proper is going to be really difficult, really punishing, and at this point, I'd expect a lot of the southern rotates that would take you closer to Landslide to be very congested. Wonton Dumpling will have to play their cards exactly right.
Well, here for Riddle, just trying to make it out. We come in towards the end of it, whittled away by C9 and Omit, but Cloud9, this was my pick for the day. I had believed in them, and in prior conversations when chatting about it, we were like, did Naughty listen to the Any Given Sunday Al Pacino speech? He said he locked in, it's a little bit of a slow burn, takes a couple games to warm up, and the time is now.
After taking that fight, an immediate disengage has just taken C9 right into the face of another team. Stabilizing at this point is difficult, but they've only got 3% until Rolling Thunder, a huge defensive tool.
And I think it's going to be really great if we can chain those smokes together to hide out from the line of sight. But we think about where they're located in that choke. You have Omit that's just ahead of them, who are also vying to keep themselves in the top 10. They are currently sitting in 11th place, 4 points outside of it.
I do wonder what path C9 will have to take Doesn't look like at least Sorcerer has got an evac tower, though the team may very well have one available. The problem is that even if you do, you're very likely to get shot out of it with two separate squads holding you on either side. Omit have plenty of time, actually have zone priority on C9, and it would take likely another team entirely to disjoint this stalemate that both squads are at.
And I'm not going to want to see them go home early in any means, but for now, Luminosity, not too troublesome, right? They were able to recover Sweet's banner. For Slayer and Funk, this is going to be the newbies on land's time to shine. Look for that recovery, and they do have a respawn beacon here as well. The question is, how many teams have found themselves from that countdown angle? We know that Boogie Boarders were playing towards the right side further in, and Disguise will likely be rotating up from Thermal.
This beacon's technically available, and with the smoke, they could go for it. Unfortunately, no smoke from Bang makes this a little risky. Funk gets spotted. There's not even gas to keep him safe, and the Boogie Boarders knew it all along. They could pick up a KP here easy. One beam from a Nemesis will do it, but an Arc Star does let Funk start to disengage. Let's take a listen in with the Boogie Boarders as they search for weakness around them.
Dead. Nice. Can we get that fucking thirst?
Careful.
Yeah, it's a
I'm going left with the thirst.
I don't know. Let's go right. I'm going right for the thirst as well. I can see him in a second.
We can just leave him there and wait to see if his teammate goes.
No, I want the kill.
Okay.
He's on my side. Fuck me.
Target spotted.
All right, so basically they're just looking for the full on Funk, and now that's going to leave Slayer likely by himself. For Cloud9, saw his first time on land. Chaotic has been here before, had sub Naughty twice prior, 22 champs and 22 split 2 playoffs. So it's been a while for this squad, and well, now is the time to hone in all the skills that are going to be required. We just got to dab away from the incoming barrage of nades and just look for angles, not overextend quite yet, but NTC, who wasn't really able to play the first 3 maps due to the contest, is just being annihilated.
C9 hole up for a little while, safe because of the caustic gas. TYK waiting for the 32-1, and they find it. NTC lose yet another player, and it'll be Tom Young-Kung jumping on in to finish off NTC, but C9 are fresh inside.
They just need to make sure we can find some angles onto Asia, but those disruptors, you can hear them, they can be dangerous. Naughty does grab that, and Dexter gets a trade. So here in this 2v2 through the fence line, and when you're a caustic, man, your hitbox is just so big. Thankfully, we've got one to be able to help out, but for Sauce, left standing inside.
Geared third party.
Geared are crazy, man. They were hunting for all the eliminations, and they take out BR Demons and Cloud9. This is not okay.
Both squads falling simultaneously. Tom Young-Kung, however, who came in for the initial third party, get out with exactly 1 member alive. That's going to be a very small victory for them, but one nonetheless that comes with a bit of KP. A singular point, the chance to run out for some placement points, and Geared are the beneficiaries of all the loot.
For a moment of reprieve, we get to see where that map does start pulling. Now, North Eption, where they have positioned themselves is so akin to that Watson-Newcastle combo. You're allowed to play spaces that normal teams wouldn't be able to hold on. When you think of the Caustic, the Bangalore, the Blood, that is not a defensive comp unless you're inside a building. But when it comes to those open endings, I like what we're seeing, but will they be able to hold on to it?
There's a good chance that they, like many other teams, will be shaken down out of their position. WMNDY make their way through Monument. We talked about this earlier, a risky rotate. When you're dipping down into the low ground of Monument and Fragment, you expose yourself to a lot of risk. Wonton Dumpling learned that the hard way, and now XZZ full thirsted. WMNDY control these buildings, have priority on the next zone, and should be able to move up at least a few placement points, even if nobody else comes in for kill points.
Well, it makes sense for them. They need to get as many eliminations as possible to boast themselves into that top 10. Another squad responsible for that journey is going to be Omit, just shy of the top 10. Now, granted, they've been playing heavy on the edge, late rotating up towards the north. And for now, the position is solid. They will have access to a ring console to get that extended information. You can see that Light has already gone out and smoked it for him.
It's going to be nice just to know. Honestly, there's not much that you can do with the information from the position that Omit are in, because you and I both have the information that we're going a little bit more open space. There's not a great spot for them to hold. Evac towers will become an option, but without knowing where everyone is by hitting a survey beacon, it's real risky to take an evac tower and play for God spot at the same time. I really like, however, the approach that Keenatrope are taking, and while Keenatrope are able to hold their backs, if they can prevent teams from moving in on them from Skyhook, they should be able to leverage the incredible 3v3 power we've already seen to get KP in a great position.
Here comes Beast of the Hunt, and the aggressive nature of Keenatrope goes in. We don't even care if we're throwing the nades, and we're just going to keep with the barrage of damage. Arufa, he's clutched end games, but can he do it here in the vault for the mid game? Through the gap, you see the health just ticking down towards the knocked players, and we do have at least the gold knockdown to hide behind. Barrel forward, here comes the Chow.
Real late barrels, but having 3 of them off cooldown is really nice. This has to constantly take ticks from the gas in order to survive, and unfortunately, with now 2 thirsts going the way of Keenatrope, Rupa should be able to stick a res with the safety of the gas. In comes the send. Rupa's got the havoc!
Arufa or Alpha, you tell me. This team has been so impressive, but the job's not done. Passion UA, they know what's at stake here. They smelled the blood in the water and just berate them with the Arc Stars. Sonya with the wingman closing the distance. We just didn't connect it, and Keenatrope falls.
And here I had hoped that the caustic gas would be enough, but you walk in with a wingman and things really start to change. They're not the only ones to go down, however. Oxygen have been taken out by Disguised.
To be some well-needed points, and a lot of our talent team will be impressed knowing that they locked in their predictions in the hands of Design, Timmy, and Enemy. Now, I've been a big Enemy fan ever since his time on Atlanta Premier, playing alongside the likes of Crook and Hill, and he's just really been honing a lot of his competitive nature, and I think it's been valuable here, right? We've seen his time on Conduit. He's just very adaptable when it comes to whatever legend they can throw on him, and it is quite frequently, I'm going to put him as the backbone. I think he's a solid backbone of Disguised.
I think we could even put him perhaps as one of the Dexters that TYK have, and unfortunately with Dexter having just fallen, TYK don't last a whole lot longer. They're going to be taking down WMNDY, inheriting their fight and having high ground over this edge of zone position. You should be able to play Gatekeeper effectively here as WMNDY.
Into the top 10 we go, and Bolin coming in as a last-minute sub to WMNDY, and I think it's added a whole other dynamic to this squad.
They've certainly gone from a team that many people did not know much about. Qualified out of China and managed to make it all the way here, even scoring some really impressive wins. Their status in this tournament still very dependent on how they're able to perform in today's games, but if they're able to repeat the performances they gave us on the very first look at this team, they should be just fine.
Just 2 points shy of that top 10 situation we need to be in. Omit currently has found themselves in there, but by not much longer. Oxygen Esports in 9th has fallen, and it's going to leave a little bit of room for our teams to leapfrog over them. But as the zone pulls out further towards that monument side in favor of North Eption, Disguised, MDY White, elsewhere, Na'Vi has now taken the position that LG was previously in.
Na'Vi, they see an evac tower going off the distance. Boogie Boarders should be able to rotate past them since nobody actually thought to shoot at the evac tower. They're going to inherit the choke point, perhaps test the waters for a team like Na'Vi as they rotate directly over North Eption. Na'Vi now have to choose. Do they follow in the wake of that evac tower, take the choke, maybe a third party, or do they end up going to the opposite side that they should expect is less busy?
Well, here we go. The result of some late evacs and maybe some Wraith plays from Designful, reuniting alongside Timmy and just trying to stay here in the corner. We've lost out on Enemy. Sentinel in hand, amped up for that extra damage move. If we could have connected it, would have been a different story, but we portal in closer. Use the Havoc as it's intended. Dropping Raki, Boogie Boarders falls. And do we have the ability to get Timmy back up? Are we in a position to do so? I see the res going off, but not until they start nading. Design slides out of the way from that, but now the door has opened. Omit effect in full charge.
Omid cannot forget about the area behind them, however, and unfortunately, having dropped light on the way, it's unlikely that they're able to recover. Wonton Dumpling as a full 3-person team once again control the entire north side of the zone.
Oh, that angle. It's rather unfortunate. It's going to be able to relay that information over to Lufka, working on that ult excel to get Beast of the Hunt online. But for Passion UA, who needed to start turning some things around, be able to predict those zones. Speaking to some people in their camp today, they were talking about how in those groups they were struggling with where the zones were pulling and their accurate calls and just finding themselves out on rotation. Well, this is a position we love to see them in.
In a 6-game series, 1 win should be enough to push you into top 10. A singular first place placement. If Passion UA are able to get that, even a top 2 here could be enough to secure them into elimination bracket round 2.
And then if they can just keep furthering that, hold on for a little bit longer. Now, we do know into the top 5, we did lose on Amit just a little prior. But for now, we just have to wait. That defensive setup that you've got from the Newcastle Watson will be hard to breach, but for Wonton Dumpling and the ring closing, let's see what Peak God can do. Previously notorious for breaking out the path in group stages on the contest, now locking in the horizon, drops the black hole, coupled with some arc stars. It should be enough to get them in.
Zoning ultimate is good, and it even connects with some damage, but Wonton Dumpling not done nearly enough to secure this fight. First knock comes in, and WMNDY have lost 2. North F should go down on the opposite end of the ring, and Wonton Dumpling keep the fight going. They are far from out of the woods. 4 squads left, and they've got to go through the last member of WMNDY.
For Passion UA, still trying to hold on here. Navi finding some well-needed elimination points, but the fight comes through in Sonya. I love that we're smoking out our south side here to be able to maintain the path, but we still get shot through it. Max Strafe with the Mastiff from above, looking like OP1 himself. Can he make it happen? No! But Artico last standing, and the grab lift will allow them to maneuver through the hillside.
Wonton Dumpling, perfect timing on the third party, are now in the last 2 squads. It's them, and still the solo from WMNDY. They easily slide into the #1 seed from APAC South, takes game number 4.
Gugu, Jackie Chan, the whole crew celebrating. Stand up, relish it, show off, because this is where you start making a name for yourself.
Chino mentioned it earlier, but as we've moved through this series, as we've moved through the highest stakes games of the tournament, we are finally starting to see the Wonton Dumpling that terrorized APAC South. The 3v3 monstrosities and the killer instinct they demonstrated in this 4th game of the day has really put that out into the stage for everyone to see.
Coming into map 4 in 7th place and breaking into the top 3. That is how you start to assert a little confidence for yourself, right? You're like, I'm no longer in that bottom half of the top 10. I can withstand more.
They're really putting to the test whether scrims are a way to succeed at LAN or not, because in the first couple of days, Wonton Dumpling was not doing hot. But to be able to turn things around after what we were expecting, and some solid VOD reviews, some solid practice in the off time, they've managed to, even without really scrimming beforehand, still make a statement like this and keep themselves going. We mentioned it earlier, 1 win should be enough to take you into elimination round 2. They've just done that.
Well, the journey hasn't been easy. They were the teams that were constantly contested in those group stages, most notably Lava Siphon, TSM, a lot of things going on there. But for our match 4 results, we'll see how it paid off. Wonton Dumpling, 7 eliminations, 19 total points.
WMNDY right underneath, and we discussed how this team really made a splash in the first day. They're continuing that trend, even as they fell off a bit in the previous days. Natas Vincer just underneath them, actually having a pretty solid performance, but my curiosity lies towards the bottom end of this leaderboard, Tiff, because we're not moving from World's Edge. Last 2 games now, 4 teams to put up points, and Geared are right at the cutoff for how you should be performing when moving into the second half of the day.
Still quite impressed with Omid's 8 eliminations. They played Edge exceptionally well throughout that early to mid map, and it paid off. Disguise, despite falling earlier than they would have liked, still walk away with 5 eliminations. I'd imagine everyone for that crew, well, except for the players themselves, are going to be happy with that. They're going to seek to improve.
And it was Omid and C9 that were actually holding each other out previously. Really curious where C9 ended up in the overall leaderboards. They did pick up a few kill points and actually took a negative rotate back into Lava Siphon to continue looking for them. Really fascinated with how they're playing. Unfortunately, it only ends up with 3 kills. The initial squad wipe as the 4th and 5th parties that came in at Lava Siphon were just too much to handle.
And Kinatrope here, now granted back-to-back map winners, and 1 and 2 did fall victim into that vault setting. A nearby third party would be the end of them. Oxygen, a lot of our teams had faith in them to make it into the top 10, so let's see how they're pairing out on the series results. 11. We were talking about how falling early could allow teams from outside the top 10 to leapfrog over them, and Omid has been able to do so.
Still really impressed with Kinatrope. World's Edge doesn't even have to go that well for them in order to secure a spot in the next round. LG still struggling for their tournament lives. 1 or 2 bad games could mean they get pushed out of the next round.
And for North Eption, we were talking about them rotating into a nice spot early on. We were like, can they hold on to it? They fell earlier than anticipated also, and then, you know, you see the results and you're just like, we have 5 points separating us from getting 1 step closer to the match point finals.
I will say, Tiff, we talked about the Watson Newcastle. Well, Watson Newcastle do make it easier to hold on to an open ground space. It doesn't make an open ground space good, and I think North Eption really learned that the hard way. As early as they rotated, as great of a relative position as they had, it's still in the middle of a lot of nothing, and they got run out by several squads.
It's going to be dangerous, but our squads only have 2 more maps to continue their dream here at the ALGS Year 4 Split 1 playoffs. We're going to have the rest of the series up just after this break. Welcome back, Los Angeles. The Galen Center is packed. I've been really impressed with the crowd so far, and it's only beginning. Teams that show up to send some players home, but for those looking to carry their journey, chaotic, locked in, trying to find a bit of rest here, we see you.
Cloud9 are right on the line of teams that could qualify as well. Currently sitting in 8th place overall, 29 points to their name. Still pretty easy to leapfrog if some other teams start getting things going. You can already see the match loading up on the players' screens. They're ready to drop into our second game on World's Edge. And I can't help but wonder how things will change, given that we got, I'd say, a pretty rare zone ending that round.
We did, and quite frankly, I've seen that a lot leading up to the Split 1 playoffs, maybe not so much as scrims. So every time I see it, I know we're going to be playing alongside the mountainside, whether it's to the west of Monument, south, pulling towards No Name. They are just not my favorite zones, Dia.
They're really tough to play because you either have to play in the open ground that leads up to the sniper tower. We saw a few teams like Keenatrope actually fall in the tunnel leading into that area, and the opposite side has you playing from this really difficult low ground spot that leads up from Monument and Fragment. Next time around, who knows? Maybe we'll have teams take a different approach. You can't always move from Grandma's house, but for that, you've got to make a move early. We actually talked about Wonton Dumpling when they were coming up from the Geyser side, thinking about how they should be moving through the north of Epicenter. And while they fell in Monument for just a bit, they ended up getting their third back and ultimately moving in through the north for the win.
Well, 2 more matches to go to determine whose dreams stay alive here in the notorious City of Dreams. Lock in that, get those legend selects in. Sometimes people bait us, right? So this will show through what the players are even hovering over. And I've seen teams decide to maybe bait us out a little bit. We'll see them hovering over maybe a Mirage. I see an Octane there. Fuse, is that real? Are we getting that?
Am I being bait? I literally turn around towards the stage. I'm like, could this be? Could this really be true? Perhaps a few teams having some fun as the last couple of rounds, if your spot is secured, certainly do allow for you to experiment, for you to BM a little bit.
I was gonna say, Dia, if you're confidently in the top 2, knowing that you're going to be advancing on to the next round, what do you seek to do? A lot of our squads will, you know, maybe make it more tough for squads to make it through, especially if there's POIs on the line when it comes to the next round. You want to make sure that your journey into Matchpoint Final Sunday is going to be as normal / easy as you can make it.
You know, you talk about POIs. One of the things that's fascinating about where Wonton Dumpling are at is that they have returned, I'm going to say, to Lava Siphon.
Yes.
They actually gave this up, despite laying claim to it in the first day of groups, simply because their results weren't as they expected. They wanted to play things a little safer. Now that we're getting into the elimination round, the fact that they've gone all the way back to Wonton Dumpling's original landing spot at Siphon, it actually works out really well for them. I know you're thinking about the zone though, Tiff. This one has us going pretty far north once again.
Are we never going to go south on World's Edge? For Storm Point, it's all south all day, but for World's Edge, since we've been casting the majority of this map, we are always going northbound. And for Keenatrope here, having Climatizer, that's what I like to see, but this is a zone that should favor Cloud9 from Overlook. Not only did they get a ring console, they have a survey beacon, and they should be able to make sure their rotation will be fine for this.
This one's a weird one because unlike in the piece where we were predicting zone endings, this doesn't fully encompass the northern train track, and so you can't rely on that being the regular zone. Instead, a team like Cloud9 should be wrapping around through the north, but ultimately playing for a spot into survey camp. And I dare say, Tiff, you can actually think about prioritizing Epicenter and the high ground that allows you as a mitigating factor for any unexpected transitions of the ring.
And while we sit here and look at this squad beginning their path, something to note here is I asked them if they considered themselves underdogs coming into the Split 1 playoffs, and they were like, this is kind of a comeback story for us, right? It's our opportunity to prove ourselves throughout this competition. Sauce, this is his first time IGLing. He's been around throughout the levels of competitive iterations in Apex, but he puts in the work. If there's something to be said, those 3 are so passionate about improving. I would hate to see that journey be done here.
I'm seeing a lot of passion on the screen right now. LG, their comms have certainly been aflame over the past few days, but Sweet takes a swing nonetheless, and into smoke, manages to control the singular choke point exit from Skyhook. Boogie Boarders, the ones that actually must have dipped in there to take a bit of the vault, now are going to be rotating behind LG, likely forcing them into a mirroring situation.
I'm worried with that, to be said, right? We're looking at this, they're falling down just a few positions, and finding yourself in the 7th through 10th, I'm just not comfortable knowing that there's 2 more maps. One, well, obviously this one, but for now, they move in. Let's see if they're able to grab the survey beacon and get that information. But for Passion UA, still finding themselves just on one of the former buildings in Skyhook, most close to tower.
We did mention how valuable a win would be for them just last game. Unfortunately, Passion UA were not able to find it. Still sit in 14th place overall. Not a comfortable spot. With only 2 games left, every point is going to matter. like to see them prioritize a bit of high ground for the activity that it can provide. At this point, with a longbow sitting inside a building and even on low ground, you're simply not going to get that much KP. And Passion UA do have to rely on KP as something that you can control a lot more than your placement in rings like this.
Well, with this Legend composition that they've been running, it really allows them to lock down this building. We're gonna get those fences up. We have the Jenny on deck. And you can just pop up, noting that the Skull Piercer was on the longbow. So if teams are looking to get into this open area at the end game, they should be able to find maybe at least some damage to farm up not only the Evo cache, but hopefully a knock and capitalize off it just to boost the KP.
The BR Demons, unfortunately, while sat right next door, are going to have to rely on some cheeky damage to get their Evos up. They haven't been able to rotate out of Skyhook East with the immense amount of teams that immediately prioritized to Northern rotate and are likely going to have to make a negative move, perhaps going even further north in order to survive and hopefully thrive by picking up blues and eventually purples.
Evo cache for them and a nearby white Raven with some information to say, hey, you're not alone here. Teams have been rotating throughout. Tom Young-kun, Geared Gaming, and Wonton Dumpling for that northern rotation. Now, this is one of the scariest beacons to try and grab, so we just have to make sure that we can smoke it out, we have people holding our angles, and as we go up, gotta scout.
It's nice to send your Bangalore up first. She does have a lot of escape potential, especially with her passive. And so just to make sure that nobody's up there, you do get the Legend that has a little bit more slipperiness to her. Now,
yeah, the double time, it's crazy. The 30% speed boost when shot at, you're 100% right.
For their part, Oxygen perhaps not benefiting from exactly the information that you spoke about earlier, but certainly from a powerful position in zone, should be able to ideally play through the south side of this mountain that separates them from Skyhook. There's a chance that you wrap through Skyhook for kills, but I'd be much more comfortable taking the route less traveled as Oxygen.
A team that really benefits from those southern zones on Storm Point, notoriously for landing in their home of Barometer, they just need to be able to continue that success here on World's Edge because they've been teetering in essentially those bubble team areas. I'm not comfortable with it, and you know for a fact that squad is not going to be happy. We have players on that squad that have won championships years ago. They have been winners throughout, and we just need to see, are they going to be, oh no, Navi, we got to get Tyler back into this. Matafe, kinda. Now, here's the deal. Matafe is famous for going out way early when it comes to land, but is so strong at performing online. We're trying to break a stigma here, and we found ourselves inside that top 5.
That's going to be a spot that they might be able to hold on to for now. And Na'Vi, I'd say that their position is pretty hard at risk, not just during this game, but during the course of even the following one, simply because they're landing right next to TYK. TYK, super aggressive squad, regionally, online, they've done it all. They are the only team this tournament to have pulled out Revenant so far, and they're landing right next door to where you'll see Na'Vi rotating from. Na'Vi, of course, landing Dome, TYK constantly rotating from stacks. It sticks these two squads together, especially when we have two North zones back to back.
Oh, I see you. I see you. Peak God, Bobo. Come on, guys. Gugu here. It's fine. If you're going to hold down onto this choke and do everything that requires to maybe suss out the squad looking to get through, that's going to be Geared Gaming. And I'm not sure if they're actually going to proceed to go through that choke or if they'll double down and follow Tom Young-kun's rotation. But for the time being, a lot of our squads that have found themselves in the Fragment East area, that's going to be MDY, White, and Boogie Borders. For Cloud9, they hold the high ground just outside of Monument and are going to be waiting for teams to hit the rotate.
This was one of C9's two options, was to either rotate through the north and try and wrap through slow side of zone, or to prioritize high ground in epicenter. This one is a lot harder to push, also going to be pretty difficult to gather KP from. Cloud9 making a bit of a trade-off for safety and the ability to adjust their strategy late game.
Throughout that moment, we lost North Eption to the hands of Passion UA, which means that they have started to rotate throughout. We last saw them in the Skyhook East area in a building scouting for information. They've made their move to the buildings in front of Tunnel.
Boogie Borders, for their part, I think slower plan and honestly, odd rotate timing to be taking through the low ground in Fragment. We don't have time for it though, as Disguise pick a fight.
Do it!
The sky!
There is something to be said about the Senti. There's something to be said about Timmy. Disguise taking down How and further cementing themselves in the top 3.
That looked really good for Timmy and definitely the boost that Disguise needed. This lower bracket has been a better story for them than, of course, the group stages was. With plays like that, you've got to imagine they can keep it going, but the real test looks to be coming in the next stage of competition.
Well, you know, did you happen to stop by the Disguised merch booth yet, Dia?
I walk by it every day.
You should, because I stopped by. I got some good merch yesterday. There's like the open thread shirt that looks really good. And then I also bought the Designable shirt. I don't know if you checked that one out, but the back's really interesting.
Yes. I was considering the flag myself, honestly.
Wise man, wise man.
Any designful rant, that makes apparently for great graphic design. I wouldn't have expected it at the start of the split, but it certainly seems to be working out for the DSG Socials team. As we move forward in the game, however, we're getting a lot of teams, including Disguised, making their way into the next zone, something that could be a little bit more difficult. To BR Demons actually making a rotate through this difficult, punishing choke point and finding
MDY, come on, that stairway is a dangerous one for LQ. Something's to be said about those really crazy Watsons. Gets behind the knockdown, fences it off, makes it more difficult, but the Arc Stars come through and take down.
Nice placement of the Arc Star, then following it through with the swing. Disguised, however, on their rotation and seem to have been caught off guard. Designful goes down, enemy follows. It's all up to Timmy.
A 1v3 for the ages. Look at the health on Na'Vi. They cannot allow to let this go through, but will time help? No, they fall. Artini from BR Demons is able to pick off a couple, and now they're going to be able to reset for free.
And that means the BR Demons have taken the rotation back towards the south. There's another team involved in this, and instantly they're going to try and take the swing. They've swapped to Lifeline for this game just to accentuate the fighting that this squad already brought through South America, and they're going to hopefully take out Na'Vi. Third party in from the back, though, and Omit show up big.
Well, with Na'Vi hitting the reset, Omit is granting them a bit of a favor, but instead they fall. BR Demons to join them, and Omit are able to find 2 eliminations, a barrel forward to really iron out that chokehold, and they're going to try to stabilize. Now look at the timer here. We got about 20 seconds before that ring starts to filter through, and we have to push through the open with minimal cover to be able to get where Passion UA has set up.
This is exactly where I'm going. Evac, 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 evac. If you have one, if there's one on the 6 bodies around you, use it. Because getting into the zone by foot will be really punished by Passion UA. That's what they're ready for. Evac tower's a lot difficult to take advantage of.
Riddle Order have been riddled with challenges throughout the group stages, contesting on Storm Point against 2R1C, and have found themselves just outside the top 10. And to be fair, this position should be easily able to walk in towards that next zone, but taking an active position to be able to guard on that edge, looking for the rotations for Never to Change from Boogie Borders. But I'm very concerned with Geared Gaming's rotation towards Passion UA's momentum, but Cloud9 from the high ground have the prime area to take down WMNDY. The Nox gas trap grenade has gone out. We're barreling forward 3 seconds till we get more. Can we hold on to this?
Nox gas grenade, as you talked about, really cutting off the ability for WMNDY to push on the high ground. Great cooldown usage by Cloud9. Sets them into the top 11 squads, gives them high ground on the next zone. And I dare say, C9 have a real shot at taking this, since they should be the only team approaching from the south side.
You know, Alex, they told me that there's a sauce effect, right? We talk about all of those things, and that they're notoriously bad on Mondays. And today, thankfully, it's Saturday.
They won't be playing on a Monday no more. That's not, that one, not gonna happen for them. Riddle Order have lost Yukio for now. Difficult to hold down an area without Caustic, but not impossible for Riddle Order to survive on these supply bins. There actually isn't a lot of ways that you can be shot, especially when teams are firing at each other from the high ground. Teams like Gear Gaming were holding down on the south. We talked about how teams like Gear, teams like Passion UA do need to be concerned with how C9 will rotate into the next zone, and I can't help but wonder if Riddle will absorb the majority of that aggression.
Slayer on the high ground, throws the ult, swings with it, but it's not going to be enough. They will fall. And Oxygen Esports, only with 2 eliminations, but we're gonna start coupling that with the placement points, and from the tunnel we have cleared, we have rotated. We just have to get into zone.
Now, as we move in this game, you can tell on the right side of your screen what teams are alive, who is not, and where they're standing. Kinotrope, Geared, Heroes in Cloud9. We got Never to Change with their crazy, wacky composition. Yet to move up from the bottom 20. Can they do it with this? Unfortunately, having lost core, and things are looking tough. With an Octane and a Revenant, a tale as old as time. Let's see what they can do.
Never to change, never to back down. Always willing to try something different. Those contests, they may have given them less, but the ring, it works harder. We were so close. What can Joker do? They fall to Heroes.
Never to Change tried, and it may not have come out well, but they certainly gave it their all. We'll see what Boogie Borders are up to as they rotate in on where Riddle held previously, coming face to face with C9. Trades on both sides. Passion UA get involved. Kinotrope go down, 8 squads left.
It's going to open up the top of the leaderboard for some of our squads that are wanting more comfort.
Huge nade!
Cloud9, Sauce and Chaotic here as a duo into the top 8. The swing comes in. There it is. He wipes Boogie Borders. We were talking about the Sauce experience. For those of you who might not know him, now you will.
Instant Horizon ult on him as well. Cloud9 are getting pushed on the low ground. It's Gear Gaming who want their position. Chaotic holds the rock. Sorcerer takes a flank. Can they 2v3? Cloud9 find the first stock and Panic that goes down. Chaotic gets traded.
And this is where it gets scary. As soon as Zillich pops up onto that angle, Cloud9 fall into the final 5, but we're still looking for more. We're outskirts here with the rocks for cover, but this is not where you want to be able to go through. We can play this. There's also the rock in the center of the next, but Passion UA will have a remnant of the zone that's going to be available to them nearby the respawn.
Let's take a listen in with Omid real quick. They're in a tight position. Can they make it out?
Yep.
Play on me.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Jumping down left, jumping down left. Blow up.
I've got you.
Blood hand. I'm picking, blast with you.
Got one. Run out of the way.
Can you run?
Chill. Wait, there's more.
Track him, one. I'm chilling.
Wait, what? Go 6 low here.
That's me. I'm good. That's me.
There's still one. Can I get him? He's rising. I can. Chill. It's 2. They're going the other side.
Resme, I'm good. I've heard that before. They're almost never good.
The words of a dead man. Riddle start moving up, looking at Omid, deciding whether they want to go for Geared on the low ground. Geared, who had such a fantastic performance today, but Saku finding some good damage through the smoke, is still fishing for the next Kraber shot.
But the thing is, that's straight onto Oxygen. All he's doing is helping Omid in that fight. Regardless, they fall, and Oxygen to join them. Riddle gets some free space, despite being a duo. Saku from Pulverex, Meltsera, previously known for competing on Fnatic, have really created an interesting trio for Riddle Order. A rogue EMP thanks to Passion UA to help them push on to Geared, but Sonya's left standing.
Max Strafe and Artico bit the dust immediately. Riddle contributing to their downfall, but it's going to be tight. Sonya takes the swing. Sonya almost finds the knock. Riddle are going to go for the third party, and Saku is in the sky.
Do they do this as a duo? They found themselves inside the top 10. Hey, it only takes 2 shots from the Kraber to take them down, you know?
2 shots left to make it 1. Riddle need an opener, and Saku loses so much of his health. Saku goes down. Silash makes the killing blow, and it's just Meltsera left.
Meltsera, the world on your shoulders, and a 1v3. You know Geared are gonna swarm on it. The knockdown shields. Can we do it? No. Geared make light work of that cleanup and take map number 5.
South America back have won so many games through the course of the group stage, have taken it to another level with their performance in the elimination round 1, and now with that win tip, secure themselves beyond a shadow of a doubt in the win, or rather in elimination round 2.
Well, when you look at where those points are going to fall, if you're 29 points ahead of 10th place, you're good. You're good. Enjoy the journey. It continues on.
Now, there are a lot of teams that after that round aren't going to be as fortunate as Geared, but it's not just luck that got Geared here. A really ingenious approach to the zone and playing, honestly, spots that many teams wouldn't have thought to. You're noticing that they, as well as the other South American team out here, BR Demons, are changing up compositions to best match what counters other teams and what fits best for them. Geared, who are notoriously a zone team, started this entire competition playing Watson, playing hyper defensive, and now that we're in the elimination round, they've swapped to Horizon, they've gone aggressive, they've turned up the heat to pile on kills and take them to the next round.
And that's what you need to do. It's the key to success here, especially with so many different regions all coming together on this stage in the ALGS, the global series, right? And people will say at the end of the day, if you are adaptable, if you are flexible to the competition, that's how you succeed. Your match 5 results on the screen, 22 points towards Geared Gaming. But despite being a duo towards the end game, a 15-point game for Riddle Order, and another consistent double-digit game for Passion UA.
Passion UA are going to keep creeping their way up the leaderboard. Started this game in 14th, and I believe have moved up at least 1 spot. It's still not quite enough to make them comfortable, but ideally, in the next game, Passion UA will be able to find their secret to success. Oxygen, Omit, C9 round out the next couple, but never to change, make the cutoff barely into top 10 for this game.
It's not going to be enough, though. We have 1 game left for NTC to really shoot them into the top 10, and I thought that was going to be the move for them. Boogie Borders found 2 eliminations for themselves. Jumping on over to the back half, LG found themselves in a rather dynamic situation inside the tunnels. Left standing with Slayer all alone and just getting swung by so many players. There's not much you can do. It's hard for a Caustic to anchor down and rat it out.
I've got to love teams like Wonton Dumpling. Disguised are doing this as well, but they've got such incredible highs. And at the same time, with games like this, such low lows. Wonton Dumpling went from wiping squads in game 4 and dominating the round, taking it all the way to a win, to a casual 0-point game. And while I'm not concerned for whether they'll move on to the next round or not, I can't help but giggle at the fact that they are going to continue with us on this emotional roller coaster.
I'm on an emotional roller coaster. We're 1 map away from potential, like sending people home. But for this now, let's look at the top 3 results and their stats that assist that. Passion UA there with 2,600 damage for eliminations. I can't help but notice a nice 1,400 out of Zillich, 1,400 out of Malzera, and Sonya, well, almost a 2-gang.
A lot of this is coming down to their ability to finish fights real quickly. Geared, the Horizon, I think, the biggest part of this, but even Riddle have departed from the meta a little bit. Passion UA doing the same thing. Not a single one of the top 3 teams from this game are running the standard Caustic Bangalore Bloodhound.
Yeah, that's true, right? Saku's locking in the Valk and notoriously had played Crypto in the past for Pulverix, so it's a very different role that we're locking into play here. But for our series results, think of it now. This is going to be the top moment because LG has found themselves in 11th place with 1 more chance to keep their journey alive. Sweet has never missed a match point finals.
1 point separates them from Omit as well, who are hovering just above. The same can be said for WM and DY, both at 30 points. Passion UA have crept their way up the leaderboards, but still need that 1 explosive game. And you and I know, Tiff, that in game 6, especially when we're in elimination rounds, things change by a large margin. Teams get reckless, never to change. The prime example of that in our last game, swapping things up entirely to Revenant Octane out of desperation, needing kills, needing miraculous games to move themselves into the top 10. And Passion UA are going to have to play for the win while dealing with all of the teams that take that same approach.
Well, it's tough, right? You mentioned dealing with all the teams, dealing with a lot of things behind the scenes. I know Peeps had a chance to jump in with an interesting person to have a nice conversation. Some might say it has something to do with Disguise. We hyped up their merch earlier, but he sat down with the owner, Disguise Toast himself, who I've heard has had quite a nervous day.
I suppose we'll get to find out. I want to hear from Peeps.
What up, everybody? We are here in LA at ALGS, and we just found a surprise guest here. We have my man, Disguise Toast, one of the biggest content creators in the world. So, Toast, I got a question. Going from a content creator to now an org owner, how has that transition been?
It's been a lot of fun, a little stressful, because a lot of things are out of your control. You're so used to being, you know, the driver of your own car, but now it's in the player's hand, and you just really have to hope the players perform and things go well.
Well, you got one of the best teams. I mean, these guys are passionate, as you've seen with the comms, right? So in my eyes, Apex is the best game in the world, right? Why did you decide to join Apex?
Well, I mean, I've always played a lot of Apex. I'm just so horrible at it. I just don't stream it because I'm like embarrassed by my gameplay. But I remember playing like when Apex first came out, just games after game, and the Battle Royale format is so different from all the other esports. Like anyone can always win at the very end. Like every team always has a chance.
You got to want it the most. You got to hit your shots. So now, from competitor to new org owner, right? There's been a lot of experiences that you've had. What was the biggest thing that you sort of learned along your journey?
Just always try and figure out like what's your advantage, like in anything you do. Like if you want to be a streamer, like what makes you different from the next guy who's just as good. Like if you want to be like a new org in esports, like what's your advantage over like the big guys like TSM and Cloud9. So you always got to figure out what your advantage is, because if you go into like anything without an advantage, no one's going to notice you. So that's the big thing.
No regrets, you know, with an A, like they say. Well, guys, that's it. This is Disguise Toast. Better make some noise for one of the most passionate org owners here at ALGS in LA, here supporting his team. Toast, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
If there's one thing I took away from that interview with Disguise Toast, it's that every team always has a chance, thanks to the Battle Royale nature here. But for those teams that are outside the top 10, that chance is now to give it your all, to continue the journey, to make a legacy happen. Iron out that mental here, especially if you're Design.
For 10 teams and 30 players up on this stage, this will be the last game that they play at playoffs, despite dominating regionally, despite making it all the way here. A team like Disguised has already secured their spot in Winners Round 2, and it's up to, as Disguised Toast would say, the other teams to find their advantage.
A heroic journey. Timmy, Enemy, Design, Bronzy in the back. I'm ready to see what they do here for the last match on World's Edge. But for the others, the remaining 60, all of you locked in here to World's Edge, grabbing your legends for the final battle.
Now we do have just a little while as the players lock in. We've already got some of the legend selects going on. You should be able to see it momentarily. But with teams like LG, WM, NDY, Passion UA, North Eption hovering just on the bubble, we're going to take a look at all of our players, all of them. As we said, teams that have given it their all over the past few days. LA, make some noise for your legends.
I want to hear the Galen Center go crazy. Shake everything about this building. Make it feel like an earthquake, because these players have been giving it their all, and they only have one more chance to prove themselves, to earn that right. Rain Day said it. Everything must be earned. It must be taken. Now take your space in the next round.
It's time to unleash devastation onto World's Edge. Dropship taking us south-north, giving teams like Navi, Geared Gaming, Tom Young-Kung, and Never to Change first drop advantage. Riddle, Order, and Disguise going to be joining them simultaneously as everybody moves from the south towards the next ring, towards what we're expecting to be an ultimate victory. LG still sitting as we said, just outside of qualification. Do fortunately have not just a Harvester, but a ring console right next door, and get to find out immediately where they'll be playing what could be their last game of the tournament.
Don't say that, I'm already starting to get a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. We always talk about that sweet, just a mastermind, 200 IQ when it comes, maybe even more honestly, when it comes to the IGL, but when you pair yourself with two players like Funk and Slayer who are newer to that LAN competition, maybe they needed this journey throughout the lower bracket in that elimination round one to fight for that, to get the experience, to get comfortable being uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, there's one thing to be said. You are still in the bubble. You're still outside the top 10.
Until this game is over, nothing is for certain. We did get a look at Boogie Borders earlier. They're going to be rotating out of Countdown. They've actually been a really fascinating team to watch. Seventh seed out of APAC South coming into this tournament. And right now have one of only 6 players with a positive damage differential across all games during the Split 1 playoffs. Raki has really been holding it down for the team damage-wise, consistently hurting other squads more than he takes in Retribution.
11 points outside the top 10 is going to be North Eption. Taida is the only original member of the North Eption roster that we had seen at LANs in the past, picking up Yuka Predator from FC Destroy paired alongside Razy. They've completely changed up their style of play, and I like it. The issue is they just have not been able to find that combination that nets them into a match point final.
North Eption running up against How right now. How in 19th place, North Eption in 14th. Should one of these teams go down, they will be eliminated.
And their journey will end here. So all is to be said. You can see the mobile shield there from the Newcastle, and Arcstar, though, with ease to find that way. Taida, I've seen him clutch up some of the craziest moments, but when you start getting picked away from the distance and are already forced into a defensive nature to try and heal, here comes the scan. They're going to get the information of the locations. We immediately start maneuvering across.
It's surprising to see North Eption disengaging so hard. They do have a little bit of height to hold on to. Could have actually fought this off, but are so, I hesitate to say afraid, I'll say cautious about taking a fight, about being eliminated here, that they've let How take an incredible amount of space, and this could be it. It could be North Eption giving up one of the biggest advantages they had and going down to the team in 19.
Well, I'm a little nervous about what they're doing here because Yuka did pick up an initial knock onto How, and instead they hit the full reset, they pop Beast to the hunt, and they're using it to swing around side them. The L-Star, we know its prowess, we know what its ability, but WMNDY pick up Taida, and this could be the end of North Eption.
It's so crazy to see How being the one sending this, but WMNDY being the victors, picking up 2 KP so far. North Eption down to just a single member, and How, for all their trouble, have committed really hard to a fight that's gotten away from them, and now they're sandwiched by the Boogie Borders and MDY White.
I don't want to be How right now. Phase you, okay? Within the Bloodhound ult, we're just reeling through it. How, our first team to go down. They will not be continuing here in the playoffs.
MDY White looking for future kills. Might not have expected Boogie Borders to be on the other end of this, and it's a nice disengage from them. Moving up little by little in the placement. Started the game at 17, have now started to creep their way further in. TYK on the other end of this engagement, taking some shots at the fight that broke out previously. And we're seeing the south end of Fragment, the south end of Monument become the happening place in this zone.
It's one of my least favorite areas on the map to fight here, and TYK are going to look for any angles, but when you open yourself up towards the choke, where the zone was pulling, a lot of teams are going to be working their way through here. So anytime that gets delayed in this, we're expending our utility, we're using our ultimates, we're looking to bait teams out to expend them before they actually fully send. Now, North Eption, one member was able to get away, and thanks to having Newcastle locked in, that support legend will likely seek a way to craft banners and hit the regen.
LG playing this super slow, waiting for other teams to fall. I think relying on the fact that other squads are going to be getting aggressive around the map. It's already started to happen, even more so than previously, as Boogie Boarders pick up a member of MDY White.
18 points for them, 32 the benchmark for 10th place as it stands. My only worry is, what is that aggression going to look like? Because for some of these squads, it has to be the best game of Apex they've ever played. MDY White has fallen. They're outside the top 10. They will not be able to make it a step further.
Well, it was just a solo. Real scary for Boogie Boarders to take, say, an unexpected amount of damage, especially when other teams should be rotating through this area. Teams like Na'Vi moving up through the south could catch Boogie Boarders off guard. But for LG, those slow players, those teams on the bubble, let's take a listen in and see how they're dealing with the pressure of Game 6.
Don't shout.
I'm batting. I can't help.
We're gonna shot the back. We might have to run another gas, bro.
I'm running gas.
Smoke us.
No smoke free.
Oh, bro, I'm dead here.
Fine.
I'm batting behind this box.
Almost cracked.
We're good.
Good lord.
I'm making syringes.
I'm Phoenixing. We see him run out north and reset this game.
Yeah.
We'll still be running in us. I have no fucking clue. Let's just wrap. Hard wrap right.
Pop syringes.
Yep.
Oh, we need to chill. Holy fuck.
Need barrels there next time.
I did. I've got res.
We need to know before they're out here.
Let's go to res. We're chilling.
Yeah, we're above. Oh, there's a team on this. There's a team on this northern ridge. They might be fighting. Wrap left. All those nades and shit's probably the fuse team. We might just need to gas wrap them.
Alright, I found again.
Yeah, keep wrapping left.
We don't have any heals, do we?
One med kit, one range.
One med kit, 4 ranges. We just need to walk out and fight these kids on the site. Get a big fuck 3 count.
Only have one med kit now.
Walk up.
Wait, med kit?
Yeah, make it first. We're too far away now.
You want to walk up on the center
here? That up here. Yep. I don't think anyone's up here.
Yeah, nice.
We see like rat up here for a second. Sounds like they're getting into down below us. Might be a third here soon. Get ready to third this.
Yeah, man. You want to look down and shoot him? They're in front of us, I think. In front of me. March. No, it's a decoy.
They're trading. Get ready to end.
Alright, I'm gonna pop on.
Ready to maybe third from over here.
Pop on. You ready to end?
Yeah, let's go.
Go on. Scanning for you guys.
We see it fight the inside and then stabilize.
They took portal.
I'm looking behind us. You guys fighting there. They're getting...
Up top. Almost jump on. He's one. Push him, bro. Push him.
Cracked him.
Push him. I need res.
Yeah.
Getting bro down.
Just res.
Res right here.
I am.
Go back.
Stopping the new team coming.
Hit him 150 blue.
Stairs, I think.
We're fine. He's outside. Batting.
Outside running. He's one. He's 1 HP. 1 HP solo out here, so. Oh, sweet.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm grabbing flash shields.
Close. Can we scan southwest, please?
Yeah, scanning them.
It's a full team playing Mirage.
My breath dropped the moment I saw them fall. The swing, the reset coming through, but BRD still trying to find their way into that building elsewhere. Riddle has fallen. They were sitting in 8th place at the 33-point mark, and it's going to be dangerous, and BR Demons, they're going home.
Coming back for the last members, not going to work out. And BR Demons, one of our 2 South American representatives, will be going home after this, leaving it all up to Geared Gaming.
There's still time, but you look at the points as they stand. LG Omid tied with 32 points. The benchmark they need to best is at least 33. We are so close to maybe feeling safer in this moment. You think back to the regular season in North America. Remember the pop-off moments that we've witnessed from LG specifically, pairing Sweet with the wingman, going off like crazy. But we need a safer rotation until we feel as if deep into the placement points, we can really unleash it.
You mentioned Riddle going down to the south, the very south end of this zone. Oxygen, yet another team who are on the bubble at 9th place right now, are being wrapped by Geared Gaming. Both teams notice each other, instantly back off, but that's not going to stop these squads from ultimately having to run into each other.
This is an Oxygen special. Anytime the zone starts to pull towards the south of Monument, when it encompasses a large majority of the mountains and unplayable space, Oxygen will seek to control the choke towards the left side. And if they can maintain that and force Geared Gaming to rotate over to the opposing choke point, that will allow them a safer place. But the job's not going to be done, because even when the zone closes, there'll be just a very small area that they can wrap that with ease. TYK and Navi on the other side could run into a lot of issues if Geared chooses that path.
Now for TYK, we're highlighting them mostly because of their ability to gatekeep these squads, right? We already talked about Geared on the low ground. Nobody wants to walk through TYK in order to access the next circle, so you have to pick. Do you take this horrendous high ground fight into TYK? Do you take an evac tower if you've got one? Or do you opt into the fight with Oxygen that you just avoided? Those are the decisions ahead of Geared Gaming, and it's going to really impact likely Oxygen the most. The other opportunity, of course, the evac tower, is going to take you into God knows what.
Well, I like where we're seeing Passion UA. The last time we had a similar zone that pulled into this, they had found themselves in a similar building as LG, as North Eption, and they fell outside the top 3 and were not able to get a lot of points. This time, with a similar zone, they're opting to play from the majority of Monument side. Their next course of action is going to be facing off against Kinatrope, your back-to-back winners of Map 1 and Map 2, who are already safe with nothing to lose. Passion UA, though, they have everything to gain.
Not much space to play, and that's what's concerning me right now. Artico, for all the information they're able to gather by using crypto, isn't going to be able to fend off Heroes with just one legend. They've got to watch their back as the duo from Heroes wraps around Passion.
This is okay, though, because Kinatrope has already sent Oxygen Esports. Now Passion UA full sending with the advantage towards Heroes, takes them out, sends them to the lobby. But for now, they'll have to wait. They locked in at 5th place as it stands, but it opens the door for our teams to make their way into the top 10.
You better have a gen right now, because if anybody sees Passion UA, nades are going to start to fly into this card. There is no safe space to play, and a gen right behind them is a great play to keep Passion in the game. As it appears, nobody's really looking at them, however. Everybody way too occupied with the squads that have jumped into low ground. Teams like C9, never to change.
Well, for teams like LG, who need to play it safe throughout round 4 ring closing, C9 finding themselves in a hot mess over here, falling to the likes of Passion UA, who need every point that they can get. And from the train cart on the high ground, are able to take angles on NTC. But look at C9, we've got barrels down, we're hitting a res, and Oxygen just on the bubble, the cusp. Everyone's looking at them. If they fall here, there's a chance that LG will be able to hop into that top 10.
Oxygen have swung back onto Geared. The fight is finally taking place. Invades the first one to fall. And a huge swing does so much damage, but cannot find enough. Oxygen are down, and Geared take the win.
South America taking down a heavy-hitting squad from North America. That has been the story of the Year 4 Split 1 playoffs here at the ALGS. The other regions have come to play.
Really great play from Geared Gaming, and their spot's already secured. The real concerning part here is Oxygen, who were sat in 9th place and have the chance to be jumped past over the course of the next few minutes. They have got to watch this lobby in anticipation.
LG on your screen, Omid, tied for 32 points, need to find themselves 2 more points to nestle into the top 10. Riddle, Oxygen, WMNDY, 33 points, 8th through 10th place. This is the scariest lobby I've witnessed ever.
Omit is in a game-winning spot with a game-winning weapon. Difficult to hold on to, but with the Kraber, it should be all the easier. A team like LG needing to fight out of low ground has to mount a Herculean effort in order to surpass the points that Omit will be gathering in this game.
Well, this is gonna make all the difference. With the rings at their back, they take down Boogie Borders. They find themselves into the top 10. Boogie Borders, though, they're going home packing.
Sweet, one more tick of the ring could do it. Sitting on 50 HP, manages to find a little bit of safe space to play, but LG could be the ones next up on the chopping block. There we go, Slayer falls, Sweet goes immediately afterwards, and LG go down in 10th place.
That is not a safe place, knowing that Passion UA, North Eption, so close to being able to jump over them, so you have to keep your eyes on Artico, Sonya, Max Strafe, because they'll be the deciding factors on if they send a Titan home.
Oh man, in a really sticky position right now as well. Have lost some members. WMNDY up against Passion UA on the other end of the screen. Passion UA is falling. Cloud9 are down, but WMNDY stay alive as Passion UA fall.
Passion UA, I swear, first time on land, 33 points, 1 point shy of making the move here for Omit in the top 10. They should feel more safe. The only team that can best this is we need a North Eption win.
Omit cracking into the top 10 now. As you say, have just 2 teams behind them. 2 teams so far behind them, however, that they should be safe. North Eption and Tom Young-Kung would need to kill almost everyone in the lobby and find the win to just beat out Omit. But LG is a lot less safe, Tiff.
I am not comfortable if I am Sweet, Funk, or Slayer. North Eption has fallen. That means Luminosity may live to see another day.
Omit very well could stay in here. Second place should be theirs. Spotting a team in front of them, WMNDY will have to push. Not as Sarah on the other side. WMNDY go on the push. Find Omit in the tunnel. There's nowhere to go, and it's all up to Blast and Lufka.
Blast, Lufka. So much competitive history between the duo that is left standing on your screen. So many eliminations, 6 to boot. Wingman comes out. They send WMNDY out of our lobby, and they turn their attention forward.
Tom Young-Kung, the last team alive that could somehow, with a miracle, make it in up against Not a Sarah and Geared. TYK risk it all. They go for Geared, but they're losing so much of Asia's health on the way.
TYK, a last-ditch effort. They meet a historic run, but only have 2 eliminations, and Dexter has fallen.
With Rena finding that knock, it's almost sealed the deal for TYK. They should be falling out, but every team playing patiently. Geared searching for another win in the elimination bracket, and Na'Vi seeking their very first of the series.
Na'Vi want that. Na'Vi need that, but TYK need every elimination and more. And for now, Geared, they send over straight onto TYK. Asia looking to fend it off, trying to hit the res. We want Dexter back on their feet.
I can't believe they got this, but Geared aren't committing just yet. Na'Vi are the ones going much harder. It's giving Geared the opportunity to wrap up onto them from the high ground. TYK go down. The final 3v3 starts ticking into existence. Na'Vi still hold height. Geared all the way on the low ground with an evac tower. And we cannot forget, Tim, the chance to use Horizon.
Zillich, keep your eyes. The turbocharged Havoc has been a nemesis this season, knowing just how OP it's been. But from the high ground, it's Na'Vi and Panic falls. Na'Vi looking to staple their names, keep their dreams forward, prove they're not just a 40th place team on land. Na'Vi find a map win.
Putting themselves in the top 3 of elimination round 1. This is Na'Vi back with a vengeance, breaking the curse, as you said. This is one more step closer to Matape finally overcoming the legacy that he previously set.
Kinda. Tyler, Matape have put in so much work to change the course of their fate here at LAN, and it is showing. Kinda such a young Demon, historically played with Element 6, has won multiple MVP nominations throughout the regular season and is just amping up here on the stage.
There are 10 teams, of course, that get to move on to the next round. Another chance to fight for their tournament lives and for a spot in the finals. Na'Vi are one of them, but they're going to be joined by so many others. Omit, in fact, clinching their spot in that game was the performance that had my heart pounding the hardest.
For those whose journey ends here and goes home, our hearts go out to you. Thank you so much for bringing us all of your skills, everything that you've worked so hard for. And may your journey continue on again.
Now, with that, we are still looking towards the next round, but Tiff, I got one more thing to say. Geared Gaming really showed up this round. South America, they could be making the finals once again. All of their hopes are going to be pinned on Geared. I want to hear what the desk has to say about the series that we just witnessed and what we can expect moving into the next round.
Well, vamos, South America. Geared Gaming take the win in our series, but it is bittersweet in the Galen Center. As you can see now, teams packing up some for the final time this weekend. Yes, we have sent 10 teams home. It is not an easy time for those teams that did not make the cutoff into elimination bracket number 2, but that is the threat of ending up in elimination bracket 1 after the group stage. It is real. Yet in the same way, Zephyr, Jayhawk, Graceful on the desk again, there is hope now for some teams. Notably, if you listen to this crowd, LG just narrowly making it out, rooting each and every time one of the teams that could have surpassed them got out. Let's take a look at series overall results for our elimination bracket 1, and there it is as it stands on the left-hand side. Those will be your teams that head into elimination bracket 2.
Once again, to reiterate, it's a fantastic start and something to at least paint some potential threats as we look towards our next Elim round after winners. Geared Gaming, notably a massive success for the South American region that we had not gotten to see when it came out of those groups. And following them, I'm a little bit sad, but they still place high in second with 57 points. Kinatrope representing a lot of that openness that we started talking about early on in the broadcast that gave them their strategy to at least send them high alongside the rest.
And then I want to mention Na'Vi and Wonton Dumpling. Wonton finishes first in their region, kind of an unknown factor, but a little slow the past 2 days. They finally show up today, a really strong set, and then Na'Vi. Can we talk about the storyline? They finished well in EMEA so many times. The last 2 lands weren't able to make it out of Elim round 1. They finally do it, and they did it in style.
I'm happy to see more EU representation as well with Omid coming in, but also WMNDY staying strong. They have showed a strong performance throughout the whole tournament, in my opinion. Fell a little bit short, came back up right again, but you know what? I have to root for my boys. Cloud9, having repping that myself in a LAN. Always happy, and with my choice today being, you know, Disguised also came through. I've seen teams adapt really well so far. A little bit iffy though, because, you know, they adapted to this lobby. Can they adapt to the next one? Remains to be seen.
And they will have more to play with and play for. Teams on the other side of things, though, obviously Oxygen Esports. We had picked that Jayhawk as well. Did not make it. It was just 1 point that separated them. We can even go back into match 6 to see how that transpired, getting to that moment. But Passion UA, another big story. Max Strafey finally getting to land, just narrowly missing out on that chance to go to finals, but a valiant effort. Jayhawk, walk us through somehow that final circle of some of the disappointments, but also why it worked out in the favor overall of Geared and these top squads to take.
Yeah, we get one of these zones that's just south of Monument and Fragment, and there's not a lot of playable space early, so we saw as the ring started to close, there's a lot of teams on the outer edge that are going to have to fight before they can move in. Omit takes the really one playable spot in the center of the map, but everybody else is on the edge fighting. TYK was one of those teams that effectively did clear their southern edge, but they didn't get involved enough in the action, so they narrowly miss out. Auction, another team out on the edge, wasn't able to win their fight against Geared, and that's the one point that they fall short of. If they win that, they're heading to the next round, and it felt like throughout the whole set, they were playing edge, but they weren't winning their fights out there. Riddle, another team just on the outside, doesn't do enough in this one, but LG, they get just the points needed earlier in the game, a clutch fight over Icicles to push them through. And in the end game, like I talked about with Navi in style, they come out, they get this big win, holding the height against Geared, and they're going through.
Graceful, you mentioned it so many times, just get 6 points each game. Well, they got 34, they got 4-1, but basically 6 across the board, and they were able to survive just barely. Not what you want to do, though, going into Elimination Bracket 2.
Yeah, you really don't want to leave it up to like one big game, because when you have like, you start to breathe heavy after, you know, first 3 maps are bad. Now you go into the next map saying, oh, we had a bad map. Can we turn it around on this map?
Yeah.
And you really don't want to leave it up to that last game. But as we could also see, that fire under them, some teams needed that, and they pulled through just in the end, just in the nick of time, right? Even right on the mark at one point.
Maybe just to remind you of why you're here in the first place. Sweet, you know, he knew it was do or die in terms of calling that wrap around in zone, making it through the pressure from BR Demons, fighting Northception in that building, getting down and then getting Funk back up and doing it again.
I want to talk about Amit, though, real quick before we move on there. A huge shout out to them. People forget that before this series, they were actually out of it. They were down in 11th and 12th, and they had a remarkable game setting up on the top end of that zone. But as we kind of peel down, take a look at the rest of us, there were some attempts never to change. Boogie Borders, they had their chance. They tried to put up the KP, but when it comes down to it, making some of those long-winded transitions, especially from the edge, as you were pointing out, Graceful, it got particularly difficult, and as a result, their journey has come to its end.
Well, the world of Apex Legends has traveled to North America for the Split 1 playoffs, but right now, in this moment, after our Elimination Bracket 1, it is all South America. Yeah, that is the rave. We've got We The People standing by with Panic from Geared.
LA, what up? I am here with Panic from Geared Gaming. Absolute insane performance. You guys won the series. Before the SLAN, there was a lot of talk that the other regions outside of NA and EU wouldn't do too well. That's not the case. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that coming from South America is very hard, performing well in a LAN, but we did it. We have to play well in losers 2, it is, or winners 2. But I think we're capable of doing good.
You make me proud as somebody who was born in Brazil. Tá bom? It's crazy how ALGS is a global event, right? You have players from all over the world. Who is the toughest team to take a 3v3 against?
I think probably Alliance, yeah, or Dark Zero. Dark Zero is not losing any fight.
Yep, and outside of their, gun skills, what makes them the toughest teams to go up against?
Talking about guns, probably they are pretty good in long range, so you can't really get close to them and fight them. Good, yeah.
I mean, their mechanical talent is absolutely insane. So you told me before the interview that your family, your whole entire family is watching. What do you want to say to them? Say it in Spanish and in English for the crowd here.
Okay. Muchas gracias por apoyarme tanto siempre. Y nada, lo aprecio mucho, lo aprecio mucho. I said, thank you for your support, always supporting me. I appreciate it a lot.
It's nothing but love here. Shout out to South America. Shout out to you guys in the crowd. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. Panic from Geared Gaming. Congratulations yet again on making it out and thriving in our Elimination Bracket 1. But Elimination Bracket 2 is upon us later on in the day. You will see Geared Gaming, Panic, and the rest of the squads you just watched there. But in a moment, we have more to discover. That's right. Who will be going into our match point finals on Sunday? We are about to find out. Coming up today in just a little bit at 2:30 Pacific time, we're going to be going straight ahead into our winners bracket. That's where the conversation of can Dark Zero continue their historic record-setting one of over 240 points in the group stage and do it against the best teams who have performed alongside them. Aurora, Alliance, TSM, all of that coming up in just 45 minutes. So do not go anywhere. Also, if you want to follow us on Play Apex Esports to keep in touch with everything that we're doing, make sure to do that on X and, of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex. That's it for right now. Go take a little bit.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Some prey. Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Thank you, EA.
Fighting.
Where we at, CEO?
Tokyo, Japan.
Welcome! What's up, brothers? Welcome to Japan.
Alright, so we're at this burger joint, and we have this beautiful burger here. This thing is definitely bigger than your average American burger. This thing is massive.
The cheese spilling over.
That was an American flag.
It was crazy, you know, the American flag for all this cheese that we got going on.
I didn't see the American flag. We would pick the one restaurant that has an American flag stuck in the burger.
I don't know which one to get.
Where are we at?
This one?
The strong zero?
Can't believe this guy. Middle of Pro League, he's getting cranked already.
The best chocolate so far in Japan, right here. He's about to salivate.
Do like a Dave Portnoy like chocolate review.
up, buddy? Good to see you, bro. Chilling. Yo, big dog. What's up, man? My room also smells like good. Yo, big Elim. How you bro? Chilling, man. Good. Fucking tired, man. Good to see you, Tony. What's up, bro? I had to brush my hair off. I was doing this thing. He's coming. They're not coming too? It was so fun. Have fun, guys. You're probably bad at darts, huh? Well, all my homies hate Yo, you guys know what to do. Get out of here. What's going on here, bro?
Get the shoes off. That's a cheat.
Alright, single 8.
It's not looking good. We're falling apart.
I posted a photo at Champs in Raleigh, and it was like the X Games photo, and then it was like the Birmingham crowd, and it was just pretty crazy to see.
You think it'll be even bigger? Nice to meet you.
Very proud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Funny.
Thank you.
Number 1 player.
Arigato.
Thank you very much. Purple House.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have fun in Japan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. We'll see you on the weekend. Thank you. First day in Japan rap. How you feeling?
Buzzed. Feeling buzzed. Ready to sleep.
I'm ready to knock out. Very, very tired. Normally right now, it's like right when I'd be waking up. But now it's when I'm going to bed, so.
Morning, Mr. Studio.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
I got a headache from the beer last night, but we're chilling. We're going to Family Mart to get a cure.
Where'd you guys? What's up, man? Yeah? No Uber?
Yeah.
You gotta brag, guys! What the fuck is going on?
Well, I'm going to a punk on a second. The elevator broke. Did it break? This looks absolutely incredible. I'm a little bit too much potentially. Oh my lord. Do the rice first?
Oh, actually, like that one? I love it.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's incredible.
This is my little guy right here. You see? You see? I didn't even say it this time.
He's actually sick in here.
With you and Drake on the couch here. This is fun. Did you see that one?
Now for some Zaza in Japan. That funky smell to it, you know? Real earthy smell.
Why are you hogging too, cheater? Dang, I can't even reach.
He's got one with the right arm for support and one with the left to show the watch.
어떻게 한다고? 안 되지. 나만 안 줬어. God, I love being a dumb American. Is that lit?
I don't know where we're at. No Bezo. What? No Bezo? No Bezo? No Bezo? It's like hot pot. It's really good. What would you say? What do you rate it, Evan? Out of all the Japanese places I've been to, I give it like a 7. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of hot pots because like the moist meat always throws me off. I kind of like it dry, or like the meat or the juice should come from the meat, not from the something that you put it in. I think boiled meat is kind of like it's not how meat should be eaten. I like it grilled, or sautéed.
For context, you did pick hot pot though.
I picked it for you guys. It wasn't for me. You think I'll include what I want? It's not. I don't pick. Yeah, for sure. Selfishly. For sure.
I always watch the YouTube and the Twitch.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Got TSM. Fighting.
Yep. You guys can trust me, right? You guys trust me?
Where are we going, Evan?
We're dead. Where are we going?
He just looks around.
Where are we going? How if I know?
Evan thinks he's the IGL now. He's trying to lead us to find something, and he won't tell us where we're going. So.
I feel like I can knock out and sleep for like 10 hours right now. But it was a pretty good day. Got a lot of good food, a lot of walking. Got to just explore a little bit. So, solid day and I'm ready to pass out.
Evan got the, what are those?
These are the Nike boot Maxes.
To get hit in the head.
Way harder, like they're way harder. Are you serious? Man!
I have to go against Yukio. I'm scared because he's a god at kendo. It was a tough battle. Very tough battle against the skilled champion. I didn't realize he could keep going because your balloons popped like right away.
Yeah, we were about to corner. I thought I was out.
I thought you were out, and then it'd be a 1v1, and I was like, he's dead.
So now you guys have a great experience of kendo. Reps, how was it?
It was hard, very hard, especially going against Yukio.
Yeah.
He's very skilled. I'm brand new, so it was a lot of fun though.
But it was a really good fight.
You think so? Yeah.
It was very close.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. How about you, Evan?
It was so fun, super fun. It's actually way harder than it looks. It's more exhausting than you think it would be because you're just like, I don't know, you're not like sprinting long distances, like you're not moving around a ton, but just like you really are. It's so exhausting.
Your shouting was good, actually.
Oh, thank you. Thank you guys trying.
That's good. How about you?
I think it was really fun. It looks way harder than it actually looks at. But I also think like you get gassed out because of the mask. Like it's so tight, so it's harder to breathe. But it's really fun. I definitely recommend like trying it once for sure. Like if anyone's ever in Japan.
What do you think of that?
Huh?
What do you think of the food?
It's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. We're at the breakfast buffet in the hotel. You should actually look at this. Our first hotel is like way worse than this, but yeah, I think we have pretty much free day today. We have like 30 minutes of rehearsal at like 1 or 2 p.m.
And the rest of the day we're gonna have a Kobe beef reservation. I'm excited for it. And we're gonna be shopping a little bit, I think, today, so that's the plan.
Yeah. Fries? Oh my god. I'm gonna go get some food. I was really so tired last night and so brick. I literally left my key in the door. I put it in the door and opened it and left it there. They put a note under my door and it said, hey, you left your key in the door. We brought this from office. I have to go grab it.
Jesus Christ.
I fell asleep instantly though. When I went
How do you even do that?
Bro, I was so tired.
Bro, you should have seen, like, you missed out last night. You should have came out.
What?
Bro, we went to like a sushi place, like close by. And somehow, like, we were all like just drinking like sake and like beer, like we were getting just like drunk.
Yep.
And somehow Tempo ordered soup, right? And he gave him everything but the soup. Like, you know how, like, let's say you make a chicken noodle soup, you get like noodles and the chicken, but there's no like water. That's literally what they gave him. I was actually dying, like I was crying, how like funny it was.
The thing wasn't budget. It's a trap. Scary.
So nice young.
Fire.
Plastic shit. Why is there plastic on this?
Yeah. Real good. Milk bread. I don't know where the milk comes in though. Really fluffy and soft, kind of like a Hawaiian roll, but way better.
With the B stream, we're waiting to get onto the stage or the introduction of the tournament. So we're chilling backstage right now. We're gonna be going up soon. About to go out on stage, get a couple wins real quick.
TSM might take game number one. That's gonna be a 1v3. The drop down at TSM, baby. Who else would it be?
Feeling great. The boys are feeling real confident. Everything's working so far, and we're feeling real good. Off to a really good start.
TF gets eliminated.
Wow.
Here we go. 3v3.
CR versus TSM.
That's CR now with a wide switch.
Verhoeven picks up one.
That's huge. Schuster trying to move forward. Can he do it? It's not gonna be possible. Armor Sub comes out. Oh my God! And TSM in game number 5. TSM takes the W here, man. GG's. Well played.
Hey buddy, here's a beer. Oh, it's not there yet.
Can I take a picture later?
Yeah. I love the sweatshirt. Nice to meet you. I love that. It's the best. Best sweatshirt.
You're so big, bro. What are you doing?
A lot of fans coming to this event today. Heard a lot of fans of TSM coming today. What's your thoughts?
We had a huge meet and greet and meeting all the fans. It was so nice to meet them, take photos. We also got a couple gifts from our amazing fans. We saw a lot of signs out in the crowd, like spelling out like Imperial Hal, Reps, Verbals. Yeah, it was just amazing to see that. They're back there talking about emotions. I don't know what's going on.
The guys want a group photo, so.
Oh yeah!
No, you're f***ing making fun of me.
What's up, Jordan? How you feeling today? Good. Just got up though. A little tired.
The first and second place team are right next to each other.
You guys right there?
Yeah.
Oh man, right next to the enemy. That allows for some sabotage. Might have to like just sneak in there. No one's looking. Grab a mouse and keyboard and just take it.
We're here for them to take the anger off of me. On me, I guess. But they're punching this bag before the tournament.
on scan. 一旦ガッツリ漁る感じですかね。ESM は。
最初のサプライズ。チャージセンチネル、このシーズン20の。
Uh-oh, and here it is, a 2v3 for TSM. Oh! No.
Yeah, GG.
Oh my God! And you will regret turns to you will not regret.
That's a huge scan now. They can definitely capitalize on this.
Oh yeah.
They should just jump on that guy. He's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. They can't get too crazy though. I think Axel lies in the back though.
Oliver Holtzman has his fed face. He missed the window.
Oh my.
But he gets in anyway. Ruts covers his back.
Bro, he just got bailed the fuck out so hard. My God. Verhulst, his teammates got his back. And that is a blessing.
1枚見えていた。ハルが落としてる。ラウンド3の縮小なので、まあかなり厳しいので、もう一度戻ってきそうですが。
And here we go.
And they go for this, bro. They've been loving this spot.
Oh my God, same team.
I think that's Riddle.
That is going to be Riddle. You killed him off. You're on the call to get shots. Going down.
Biggie.
Oh my God, and of course.
プロマッチバトルロイヤル優勝は
TSM です。
チャンピオン取りましたね。世界大会でも日本の大会でもチャンピオン取りましたね。
APEX Legends Asia Festival 2024 winner Pro Match Battle Royale Champion is Congratulations!
Home, the Apex Asia Festival, W in Japan, feeling real good.
I'm really hoping that we get to win an ALGS in Japan as well.
Sorry.
Japan, I love you guys. I love the fans. You guys are amazing. I can't wait to come back.
Just your abs.
Oh.
No. Oh! Thank you.
Look, man, just won a championship, but you know, I just want to stay in my room.
Oh shit, am I in the TSM vlog?
Oh my God, Team Solo mid.
Oh, no longer TSM. It's like some
3 sexy men.
Some shit. Yeah.
Morning, CEO.
Good morning.
Trip, it's pretty good, you know. We came in, won a LAN. Now we're eating at this wonderful restaurant here. That's the final LAN send off. And it was an incredible trip.
It's a good trip. We won the tournament. Can't wait to go back to the grind though.
That's it. Nothing. No peace, nothing. Just can't wait to grind. Go back to the grind.
Our work trip is finally over. We can go home and rest and finally chill a little bit. Play some Apex, do a little competition. This was a hard fought trip here. We barely made it out alive. And we get to finally go relax a little bit.
Last day, heading back to the airport now. Sucks. Japan was a lot of fun. Now it's time to go back though and grind for ALGS.
Los Angeles is alive and well here at the Galen Center. The crowd behind me is excited because they know they are sending 10 teams to our match point finals on Sunday and 10 teams to our elimination bracket round 2. Stakes have not been higher here at the ALGS in our Split 1 playoffs. It is day 3 and we are about to get it on. My name is Randy. I am joined on the desk with Glitter Explosion, Hodzik, and a special guest in front of this live LA crowd, Mr. J. Beebs, John Larson, a designer for the Legends team. You've known him across, I'm sure, much of X, his talk and his impact on the game. John, it's so great to have you with us today, and thanks for taking the time on the desk, my man.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here and honored to have a segment with y'all. Thanks.
Well, it's going to be a blast. I wanted to give you a shout out. I'm sure everyone in the stands as well. Pretty excited about season 21. And wants to know a little bit about what you can tell us about what is coming forward, what's unfolding. Big points for those at home and watching. What is season 21 going to bring us in Apex?
Yeah, I mean, we just had a huge one in season 20, and we're keeping the momentum going in season 21. The map update to Broken Moon is huge. Alter is meta-breaking for sure. And then we're bringing that mode back that we said we never would in solos.
You know, I think this was, Hodzik and Glitter and I, we were able to have a little panel with you guys before we started the show. And it was great to hear your thoughts and get a deep dive on it. We will deep dive a little bit more with Ian, the designer of Alter, later on in our halftime show, so stay tuned with that. But in terms of solos, what was the thought process of bringing that back? Because we've got a Sunday show match with creators, and there's also this big initiative to bring back a very highly requested mode.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we just, the players wanted it. And so, you know, we like listening to feedback all the time. I think this version of solos improves on a lot of friction points that we had the first time around. So it's not going to be the same sort of solos. I think we added some features that will remove a lot of the frustration around third-party rates or getting a frustrating drop or having to manage healing economy. So it's just going to feel a little more dynamic, and yeah, we'll see. We're going to be welcoming feedback.
I can tell you from firsthand experience, it is very exciting what you guys have done. I think this is going to take for sure, but of course you will be the fans of that, and you're going to get your first chance at getting a sneak peek, a glimpse of what it looks like to see solos played live here on Sunday. I told you guys I was going to play. I'm actually now not going to play. I'm going to be hosting that, but that's okay. You didn't need it anyways. I don't need to, show everybody up over here. I would have won.
Oh, really?
Probably. But we're going to have the first showdown. It's going to be fun. And John, I'm sure you guys are going to be around in the crowd. There's some more Respawn devs in front of us as well. So the whole team's going to be here watching and seeing how it unfolds.
Yeah, I forgot to bring my controller today, but I want to check out that station for a bit. But yeah, I think it's a really sweet opportunity that we have set up this time to get more people involved in these ALGS events, both from a content creation side and then just fans that are showing up and having the opportunity to participate and compete against the very best.
Well, having a relationship with the fans as a designer is a huge element as well. I've got a very good friend, Garrett Martini. Shout outs to him. He's a designer. And, it's part of having those relationships, being in the crowd, being with the players, understanding what they want. And you guys do a great job of that at Respawn. So thank you so much for all you do. We'll continue to talk more about that. But let's turn our heads towards what just occurred, Glitter, because, we had a huge elimination round. We sent 10 teams home, but 10 teams still alive.
Yeah, and it was a hard-fought battle to even get to that point of the competition. When we show you those points again at the end, 1 point, and this is always the case at these lanes, it is 1 point that separates the squads that are able to make their way through to the next stage of the competition and the ones that have to go home here today. But let's start talking about what we saw, because in the first 2 matches, it was literally the story of Kinotrope. I mean, talk about a strong opener. They start not only with this win here in the first match, knocking out Geared Gaming, but then going into match number 2, run it back and do it again. And they really wanted to make sure that they were going to solidify their shot at making their way through to the next stage. But when we head into match number 3, this was something that the entire green room was blowing up about, because in the final moments of match number 3, we watched the solo Bastion, the IGL for Heroes, with an insane clutch with C9 and Riddle Order in the wings. I mean, that was nutty.
Beautiful stuff with the Bangalore heirloom as well. Hodzik, it would be first 3 games, Kinotrope would stand out, Heroes as well, but it would shift pretty quickly to South America starting to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an insane performance out of Geared Gaming again. I think I mentioned it earlier in the cast with them. Nobody, I mean, you look at all the tier lists that people put out, Nice Lick, they're on a little tier list, all the other content creators. I don't think most of the time, South America has been pretty criminally underrepresented within the ALGS lands. So it's actually really sick to see with their backs up against the wall, Gear Gaming coming out absolutely swinging. I mean, delivering a crazy performance that nobody probably really expected. And I really want to highlight one thing that actually, you know, from being on the perspective of having lost the losers bracket, how painful that can be. Obviously, we have a huge storyline with LG just barely scraping by literally 1 point. And then the 3 teams below them, OXG at 11th, Passion UA at 12th, and Riddle at 13th. It's a crazy amount of luck and like just unluckiness that kind of can go into that, where the 5th game in particular, OXG was 4th with 6 kills, Passion was 3rd with 4 kills, Riddle was 2nd with 6. Obviously, when you lose, you want to look to eliminate all of the bad games, and you want to talk about that. But this one in particular, like, the bad games are going to happen, and they suck. But when you have really good games like that and you lose by 1 point, it's a really, you know, as a player, your mind is just racing at like, should I have just thirsted this kill, even though normally I wouldn't? Like, you know, all these really horrible things. So, you know, hats off to all the people that came out. Really unfortunate, but unfortunately, people do have to go home.
That is a great point. I mean, when you look at the little moments, I know that Oxygen Caustic ult was one that was big in our green room. You should have done it. You would have taken out TSG. You would have had a full 3. You would have then been able to win that 3v2 against Kinotrope instead of a 2v2 where they had high ground on you. Little things can make the difference, and the conversation is, you may have a great way to use an ult, but if you have a good way to use it, you may not get to that great way. So let's just use it well as we can. As we look at the teams, though, as we turn towards what's ahead of us in the winners bracket, JB, since you're here with us, you follow competitive play, you've seen these teams in live and in person. A lot of great names from all around the region here. Who do you have your eye on? What kind of stories are standing out to you when you look at these 20 teams that are about to play?
I mean, I think the thing I'm noticing early is here at this home field LAN in LA, we're seeing the international team step up with, I know, 4 of the top 5 teams being from regions outside NA. So that's been awesome for me to see. You know, I love seeing Aurora with the off meta pick with Lifeline. I mean, Hardeki's always going crazy on Lifeline. And then Dark Zero, just doing Dark Zero things.
Doing Dark Zero things. We will save a little bit of time to talk about them as well. Glitter, really quickly, just big picture overview. I mean, there's so many stories here in our winners bracket, and we're going to find out, you know, who's really showing up today.
Yeah, and I think if we see some of the really aggressive pushes onto some unsuspecting teams like we saw in groups yesterday, those teams at the top that benefited from it last time around could potentially catch some people on the back foot and benefit yet again.
One of the things that you do now have to deal with as a top performing team is that when you're spread in these groups, A, B, C, D, there's usually an opportunity to excel beyond your peers. However, when you put them all together, how does that shake up, Hodzic? You've been in this situation before. It's a different beast altogether.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, I'm sure you watch like the streams and tweets. Oftentimes, you'll probably see this sentiment echoed through pro players. But one thing that every single one of them usually believes, and I talked to Zach Mazur this morning on the shuttle to the arena, every pro player generally, like, you look at every single upper bracket final across every LAN, most of them generally feel like that lobby is actually harder than finals. It is always completely stacked, and the games, I mean, just from like coaching and playing, the games are some of the hardest you will ever play. It's just like the competition is fierce, and everybody, it's one of those times where, you know, you always hear that play won't work on LAN. This is the kind of lobby where those plays won't work on LAN.
Well, you know, there's always these stories that come about on LAN. What happens with teams when they're succeeding? You have these teams jump out in front. Dark Zero, 100 points more in a group stage than anybody we've ever seen. That's insane. Surely they're going to win. But sometimes it just feels like we keep repeating the same story. And a team like TSM, who somehow is always down and out for a while, finds a way to get back into the conversation. Some of you might even be thinking that it's scripted. Maybe it is.
Hi, my name is Woodrow Hawks, and I play the role of Imperial Hal, and I'm the TSM captain. And to be honest, it's the hardest role I've ever had in my acting career.
Hey, Ridgewell. Okay, so look, we're going into game 6. You're going to come in third against Dark Zero, and I need you to go on first.
Cool, sounds good.
My name is Dwayne Pipe, and I play the part of Verholst, the lovable, friendly, warm character that everybody knows and loves.
Hey, my name is David, and I play the role of Reps, who I would say is probably the best player on the team.
I'm Samuel Hobbs. My friends call me Sam. I was lucky to get the part of Raven, the TSM coach. He's the real brains of the operation.
Okay, everyone, let's skip to page 10.
We've got TSM winning again in Game 6 at Lightning Rod Zone. Let's talk through how this is going to play out.
We wanted TSM to win for a really long time, and the fans love it when they do. So the writers have been doing great work and making it seem as real as possible.
My God, and it's such a thrill watching the TSM fanboys go crazy over what they think is a real tournament win.
Let's talk through day 3. TSM will be coming off a rocky day 2, and people will be wondering if they still got it.
Oh, that's perfect. And then we'll give them their zone in the final game.
You know, we could even get people to call the Lightning Rod Zone the TSM Zone. People love that.
Yeah. Verholz, though. Shirt on or shirt off?
So part of my role on this team is making sure that Hal doesn't get too angry.
You idiot! What the f were you thinking? What are you doing?
Can we get even angrier?
Why is this guy so angry?
Keeping Hal emotionally regulated isn't an easy job, but it's a really important one.
Wait a minute. They want my shirt off?
It's actually pretty lucky that EA has chosen us to win so often. It's been a huge boost for my career in Hollywood.
My name is Hamilton Bushranger, and I play Zero, Hal's arch nemesis. The role is a lot of fun to play, as I get a lot of free reign to really be creative and tilt the TSM fans. As an actor, I really like that, as I feel like I can really make the character my own.
Hey, my name is Tyler Smevens. I play the role as It's Timmy. I enjoy ratting and griefing TSM in their story, and my character really enjoys getting under their skin.
All right, guys, TSM's going to take this one, Game 6 on Lightning Rod. Now, remember, only 50% TSM talk on broadcast. Otherwise, it gets a little too obvious.
And then do we just go straight into the trophy lift with fireworks and
We'll probably stop filming and reset after like line 16, which is Onset coming in saying, "Hal comes down from the heavens."
Could be a bit much.
Okay, listen up, guys. We're going to be filming a post-game reaction. TSM has just narrowly lost in the final circle. Are you ready, Ridgewell?
What's my line again?
It's just the one word.
Oh, okay, got it.
You good? Everybody's good. Okay, everybody. 3, 2, 1, action.
It's been a great time so far, but we haven't gotten the script yet here for playoffs, so we'll have to see what the writers have in store.
Oh, well. You thought it might have been scripted. It actually is. Oh, man, what a fun time the crew had filming that one. Jay Beebs, you got your little acting cameo there as well, man. That was a convincing performance.
Yeah, man. Hopefully that kicks it off here in LA. You know?
I mean, so great glitter as well. I mean, straight to the fireworks. I mean, sometimes it can feel that way a little bit with these guys.
And you know what? They thrive in the situation that we're kind of making fun of. Sometimes they have that slow start. It's like they want to have that additional pressure because when they have it, they do that much better. It's what we're seeing now, okay? We've made it to winners, and we were questioning them in the first day of groups.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the thing. I look at Apex as we are a certain esport that does some things in a way that a lot of other esports try to do. I think Match Point Finals is one of the greatest things we bring to esports. I think also this TSM story, whether they're performing well or not, Hodzik, at times, it could feel like one of the most legendary runs we've seen some of these teams ever have across any esport, especially when you look at HAL. So a big hats off. It can feel scripted, but in a way, there's truth to the comment.
You don't understand the frustration that some of the players have when we're all sitting there and it's match point and like we're counting down the teams. We're seeing all the teams like eliminated, and then all of a sudden we're just like TSM is still alive, and then the frustration that comes through, not with just the tournament ending and we didn't get our chance, but just seeing them win again is so it's something that every other team feels together. We come together in unity in that one moment. So it's something. I mean, it is spectacular for them how they've been able to do this in a BR of all games.
And the great thing is now we get to look towards a team that has had also a lot of history, and if they win this time around, could be in a position to start taking that conversation their way when it comes to the annals of history in Apex Legends, and that's of course Dark Zero. What they have done so far in this bracket run has been legendary. It has been historic, Glitter. No other team has done some of the things that they've done to get here, winning by 90 points overall in the group stage. It is unprecedented, and they are looking like the team to beat. No doubt.
Absolutely, and we would be remiss if we didn't talk about it. I know everyone says group stage is a little bit different, but what DZ did over the last 2 days was, like you said, absolutely record-breaking. I mean, you have to consider that they started off, for them, slow with 51 points in their first series. That's insane that that's slow for them. They went up to then 76 and closed out yesterday with 121 points in one single series for a total of 248, something we've never seen done before here in ALGS. And then you combine that with the fact that we heard Jen and Zero talking to peeps in their interviews, radiating confidence, saying that it's far too easy. And then Jen with 21,696 damage.
Wow.
How?
You remember that just off the top of your head from yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
obviously. Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, it was that big of a number, to be fair. Hotsick, Dark Zero, they do look unstoppable. But this is the real test, right? Winners bracket here.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I would love to. It would be cool to see them like continue that domination, because I'm someone who's a fan of like, this is a BR. There's a lot of randomness. So to me, it's really impressive, especially as a competitor, that to see these teams continue their success. But I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Alliance, group stage, formerly known as Group Stage Warriors, a great team. I have some of the utmost respect for them. They're one of my favorites. When they set their previous record, I think of like 203 points in group stage, they fell very flat in finals.
That's right.
So all I'm saying, I mean, Dark Zero at the moment does look really, really unstoppable, but it is just group stages.
It is just group stages. We are now heading, though, into this winners bracket, and it is going to send 10 teams to match point finals. They will get to rest the rest of this day, but there's still 6 games of work to be done. And with that, it means our talent have decided who they think is going to come out victorious. Not necessarily who they think will perform well, because that could be a lot of different teams. But as we head into our talent predictions as well, I just want to say that there is a lot of representation. Auroras, Alliance, Virtus Pro, a ton of Dark Zero. You're going Alliance, Glitter. I think that's a pretty strong pick. Unlucky has slotted into that team so well.
Beautifully. And I know that you said you might be questioning them a little bit, Hotsick, but it was specifically because of the performance that they had yesterday, where once they were secured for winners bracket, they decided to target anyone else who might be there. Went after Disguise time and time again, and that level of confidence that actually ended up very successful in giving them the most kills we've seen on the day with 24 in that third match in the series.
Yeah.
If they can bring that into today, they will absolutely succeed when it comes to this winners bracket.
Yeah, I'm actually going to echo your sentiment. I also picked Alliance. Mainly because, I mean, they always look good in the group stages. That's generally where they really, really come out and shine and like they show their colors. But one thing that really impressed me was the switch up on the contest on DSG. I actually talked to DSG yesterday, and they expected it game 1, and they had a comp ready for it. Come game 2, because no one came game 1, they switched back to their normal comp game 2. They had a feeling, they said, that it was going to happen game 3, but they stayed on their normal comp, and then Alliance came, killed them because they had the Horizon. It's much easier to contest that POI with Horizon. And just seeing, as like a competitor and coach, seeing that play, that kind of play call being made, it really demonstrates that the team that makes that call and is really confident and then drops one of the biggest nukes ALGS has ever seen, it demonstrates a lot of confidence and a lot of understanding of the current tournament that they're playing.
And sometimes that's just it. Winning this tournament, 4 days of excellence is all you need to lift that trophy. JB, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Great cameo in the all-scripted piece with TSM, and hopefully we'll see you around. And he will be walking around for our fans who want to talk with him, some Apex Legends as well. All right, Los Angeles, you guys ready to get going? That's what I thought. Let's send it over to our casters. We've got 2 of my favorites and a rejuvenated man who took yesterday off to bring you his dulcet tones. It's Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Rainer, and trust me, I didn't want to take yesterday off, but we are back, we are here, and I've got to ask everybody, we ready for some winners bracket action? I think they're ready, Dan.
Exactly what we needed to hear, because of course we are. We had a record-breaking day yesterday. Multiple records broken in different ways. Dark Zero, of course, breaking the group stage points total record, and then Alliance breaking the record of most kills in a single series, single game. Unbelievable what we saw yesterday, and it can only get better here, surely.
Yeah, an incredible day yesterday. Like you say, record-breaking day on numerous fronts, but now we really are starting to get down to business today, right? We are having eliminations happening. We're sending teams home, and more importantly, right here, we are sending teams through to that grand final. The top 10 in this lobby, Dan, will go through to the final. And for everybody who attended this event, who qualified for this event, that was the #1 priority.
And of course, remember, if you do qualify through the winner's bracket to the grand final, you can get a points advantage depending on where you finish in that top 10. So it is massively important that you're able to grab some of those points. We will be starting today on Storm Point. This is great news for a few teams who have been able to get more points on this map and mode, but it does mean we are going to see a couple of contests for some of our biggest and best teams.
We certainly are indeed. We'll keep an eye on them as we roll through the games, but getting those contests going your way early on is so vital, knowing that a place in the finals could be up for grab. And if you're contesting on Storm Point to start with as well, you don't really want to be going into the back end of this series over to World's Edge thinking, hey, we have it all to do. We can't afford to have a bad game.
There's a few teams who have even upward of 70% of their points on Storm Point as well. So if you are starting here and you are one of those teams like Reject Winnity, for example, you have to make it count here. Otherwise, you're going to go into World's Edge and you're going to be behind. You're going to be struggling on probably your poorer map.
As we fly through Storm Point to look at some of those drop spots that you can expect to see teams dropping at as they come out of that dropship, you're going to see some of those contests. Not Moist, of course, dropping down at the southern side. We've seen a lot of southern zones throughout this split. No surprise to see them having a very good record based off the fact that we are seeing those zones and where they drop. But 2R1C, I've got to say, very impressive to see them in this lobby. I think they were one of the sleeper teams in groups.
Yeah, they had an incredible end to yesterday to push themselves into this winner's bracket, and they've demonstrated that they can hang with the biggest and the best in ALGS. Now, there is the first contest on your screen that's going to be happening on the northern side. Serenity and Furia, and then not quite as far away, you've got also TSM and Red Rams as well. Another contest that's going to be happening on that northern side. So there's going to be a lot of commotion on the northern tip of Storm Point, but whoever wins those engagements, of course, will get that advantage, because we have said multiple times, northern sides and northern POIs can be very helpful in Storm Point.
Well, here we go then. Legend Select is where we find ourselves, and I don't think it's going to be too many off picks, as we've seen that meta start to slowly kind of establish itself throughout the days. One team we haven't even mentioned, right? Crazy to talk about, Dan. Aurora. And it's crazy to think yesterday if Dark Zero wouldn't have done what they did, we're probably talking about how North American teams kind of really haven't turned up as yet, but Dark Zero put that to rest. They were destroying lobbies yesterday. Aurora were doing something very similar and are going to be so dangerous in this lobby. Well, here we go then, everyone. The winner's bracket is live. Match 1 is live, and we're straight into Storm Point.
And we are straight into a potential scrap here as well, and it is going to be TSM. What does the script have to say about this one? That would be my question. And of course, we know they expect this to happen, but it's going to be Red Rams on the other side, and they are able to just split this POI. You can drop just south of it, of course, and get plenty of loot, but then it's not fun for TSM. They wouldn't really want to share this.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It looks like there's an agreement to share it at the moment. We have seen a lot of fighting going down on that small building where you're going to see Red Rams stuck right now. They are looking to fight. They are looking to hold TSM out, but it doesn't look like this is a direct contest. Both teams probably realize, or TSM certainly realized, that maybe the contest didn't quite go their way that they wanted yesterday, and they're showing them quite a lot of respect here.
Does look like on the overhead map as well, Furia are not taking the contest up at the wall. Instead, they're going to be dropping down south towards Coastal Camp. So both contests that could have happened don't seem to be actually resulting in any gunfire just yet, but we are expecting TSM and Red Rams to potentially collide on their rotation. So we can start to talk about where that rotation is going to be. We're going all the way southwest down towards Cenote Cave for this one.
We certainly are indeed, and one team that's going to be very happy with that is going to be Aurora. Now, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When we talk about zone, we talk about having prio positions. Aurora, you'd say, of all the teams here, probably not that bothered that the zone is coming towards them. They like to, a lot of the time, spend their time collecting Evo and coming into the fight a little bit later on with those red Evos, with the purple Evos, and fighting their way in. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this one, because as you can see on your map overhead right now, Prio is all theirs. They also have Ring Console. They should not be moving too far from Cenote.
And interestingly, we've still yet to see Aurora get a victory here at Split 1
crazy, right?
playoffs. So considering the way they have been playing, maybe this is going to be the perfect chance for them to demonstrate when a zone is coming their way, they can play a bit more conservative, they can play placement, and they can actually find a win. Because when match point does come around, we will be asking those questions. Can they find the victories? As now we can see everyone starting to make their way through the map, and it is a long journey for a lot of these squads.
Just to keep you up to date as well, we were expecting a potential contest at the wall, but it looks like Fury have actually given the wall up, and they're dropping over at Coastal Camp at the moment, which is going to be good for them for prio for the zone, but also shows, again, respect and the fact that all teams seem to realize what is on the line at this point in the lobby. Elevate, what a performance it was from these gentlemen yesterday, Dan.
Yeah, they kind of got overshadowed. Considering the performance they had last evening, you would have think that every other day, every other series, we would have been screaming and shouting about Elevate, but Dark Zero took the plaudits, but we really have to give credit where it's due. The way that this squad has been built and the way they've been playing has been unreal, but can that momentum carry on here today?
Well, inside of the armory right now, Complexity trying to beat them on the rotation. You can see both teams just kind of, again, showing respect on the rotates. Nobody wants to fight, even though we did see that scan come in from the E8 side, which is going to show Complexity's position. It looks like they're going to understand that E8 maybe have the run on them here, and they're going to try and replan to play around this cannon for now. Looking across the armors, it's blue all round at the moment for Complexity. They do have the option maybe to hit one of those Evo caches on their way forward, but for now, it's all about getting to zone, and that's something that Complexity did so well yesterday.
And they've got a composition that benefits from that as well. Just kind of go up into the sky, find somewhere to call home, and then just plant those walls down with Rampart and make a fake base, as it were. And it has certainly made things difficult for those trying to push up and siege where they have taken. Now, 2R1C, we did mention earlier, fantastic performance yesterday to get into this winners bracket lobby, and now they seem to have found a quite tidy home, it has to be said, here on the southwest side.
Interesting, right? Because they probably got here thinking they're not going to be able to get this building, and you can see from the smiles on their faces, they're like, we've got this building, which is great news for them. It means they're set up for the long game. As we can see, Moist also making, not Moist, sorry everybody, making their rotation in towards Cenote as well.
Sort it out.
I'm sorry, I'll get there everybody. I'm just trying to shorten it up, all right?
So two very different rotations I'm seeing on my map as well between Red Rams and TSM, but right now still just watching Not Moist, and I think all these teams that are in these southwest buildings are going to be able to cohabit for quite some time. What's important is picking up the extra damage on the teams that are arriving a little bit later here. You can see Furia also making their move. You mentioned they went to Coastal Camp, so they split Coastal Echo from Not Moist, so Not Moist were a little bit lower on their armors and their potential chance to get good loot.
Looking at the kill feed, you can see Aurora up to their old tricks, and it's Complexity who are finding out at the moment as well. You can see where Complexity are at the moment, and Aurora are playing that high ground. Some of those growth areas as we see Complexity actually getting eliminated, as Crazy Raccoon have something to say about that as well. So Complexity out early, they did try and slam into the center of zone, and unfortunately for them, too many lines of sight for them to survive. Weren't able to get those Rampart walls down in time to really establish themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't really a slam dunk, was it? And sadly, when the grenades start to come in, when there's Nox gas as well, it just becomes so difficult to try and stay alive. So a frustrating start for Complexity, but a chance for them to assess kind of what went wrong and what they could do differently, because they're going to have a long time to think about it. That was our first real engagement, as we have Crazy Raccoon. They just snuck into the winners bracket yesterday. They only needed a couple of points for a few games, and they found it on Storm Point. Actually, not so far from here, so they'll be delighted to be in this lobby. The first time Crazy Raccoon have made it into the winners bracket at ALGS any playoffs, so delighted for them to be here.
Well, it looks like EA having a little bit of a scrap at the moment, and that's going to be against Team Liquid Alienware. And we always talk about how they're one of the best fighting teams in the world, right? Team Liquid Alienware. Well, I think EA are showing that they are made of stern stuff these days. Being able to get 2 knocks in that situation, not quite able to finish off the third, certainly able to finish off one player who was down, but EA are scary. And I've got to say that, you know, Maze of Moments, as they were once known, is turning into Maze of Magic from what we've seen from their results.
And with Liquid, I mean, yes, they're an incredible fighting team when it's a straight 3v3, but with a circle like this, you're very rarely going to get a straight 3v3 when you're arriving in the zone. It's trying to just wedge yourself into any building, any nook or cranny you can find, and Alienware have had to back off because of those knocks that have happened, but they are still alive, as are the rest of the lobby, of course, aside from Complexity. Now, Virtus Pro and SSG might have to take a fight here, as they're both making the same movement through Barometer, but there is high ground to work with Virtus Pro, and you can see they've heard that there's some commotion below them, but haven't quite spotted out SSG yet.
Well, I think they know where they are. You can see the pings are coming in here from the POV of Way. Scanner's going to give that information. And this is up to SSG to navigate now. VP up on that high ground. They haven't got to do too much. The zone, of course, is going to move, but it's not going to be for nearly 2 minutes before they have to really think about their next step. SSG are probably hoping they're going to leave before they are forced to make a play, because making a play at this point in the game, having a fight against a team on edge with that height is pretty low down on your priority list.
And I'm quite excited for SSG. I don't think we've seen them at their very best yet this tournament, and the fact that they still have more to give shows that they are going to be a real threat in this lobby. Now we get an overhead map. You can see Fnatic and Red Rams are still very late on their rotation and might meet each other, especially with one player arriving late, probably being spawned back in. TSM are down at Sito Station and 07 out by the mill. So there's only, what, 5 teams outside of this next circle. This is going to be mayhem when everyone does eventually collide.
And I think it shows as well. Complexity is a great example of how from lobby to lobby, the style of play is changing, right? I would say that in the previous group games that we saw Complexity in, they were able to slam into zones and find good spots because there were more teams playing in and around the edge. But now, with how many teams have rotated so quickly, you could see that that was not a priority position, and they were LOS'd out almost immediately. Fnatic, though, we talked about this fight. We're seeing it right now. A little bit of damage being exchanged between the two, but no first not coming on either side.
No, but it was a lot of damage that Fnatic were able to do on Red Rams, and Fnatic trying to push up on that advantage, and were considering the chase, but they realize it's not worth it with the zone coming in the next 30 seconds, but they might meet again. Look at the armors on Fnatic as well. 2 reds to work with. Again, another benefit of running the lifeline. We've seen Aurora really make this a popular composition to have.
I think the understanding of this EVO system and how to play this game has really given the likes of Aurora, Alliance, even Dark Zero yesterday a little bit of an advantage into some of the more traditional ways that we've seen Apex Legends played over the years. Fury are out. Might have a little bit of a surprise coming up on them as SSG have moved from Barometer and are now underneath. They will be safe in this next zone, but it looks like they want to take the fight as Zainu jumps into the Beast of the Hunt.
Yeah, Beast of the Hunt wants to get the damage. Oh, it's flesh damage, but just not quite enough. And it's so important. If you're the player on the receiving end of that, you have to turn the corner. You have to get into a place, but not able to do so. Keon, he'll fall.
Zainu gets that knot. The Hemlock being the weapon of choice to just get that little tickle of damage that they were so desperate to get to allow them now to move forward. Madness is overextending here to try and get that finish. But also in the kill feed, you've got to keep an eye on what is happening elsewhere as Made in Heaven are taking some shots. But look at this, Keon's also being taken down. And all of a sudden, Furia, who were thinking, hey, we have the first knock in this fight, are finding it not so isolated.
And it's only going to get worse if you're one of these teams that doesn't really have a safe position in this zone, because now the outsiders and the late rotators are going to be arriving and they're going to be a threat to your spot. And as soon as they do start to threaten it, those who are in those buildings can start to grief you. They can start and get involved on a lot of that damage. 07, who we haven't really checked in with. Again, an amazing performance, especially on Thursday earlier on this week. Can they look to try and find that same form here?
Well, you can see they're desperate to try and capitalize on the damage. There's 2 players down to about 10 HP and nothing more. But they weren't able to quite get those kills on their side, just to clear a bit of space around them. But as you can see from the top left-hand side of your screen, they are bang in center of zone. One team who's not is Fnatic. We talked about their armors, we talked about their rotate. Well, it's part 2 of their fight against Red Rams.
Yeah, now they have the advantage where they can hold out Red Rams. Red Rams sure can try and retreat all far east if they really want to, but if they keep running from Fnatic, eventually they're going to run into someone else. You have to imagine the Red Rams need to be aggressive eventually.
This fight is completely and utterly isolated as well. There is nobody else in the vicinity to try and third-party this. And that's why Fnatic are more than happy just to sit here, wait for the damage to be done, and try and convert some kills, because they know they've got the armor, they know they've got the angles. For Red Rams, they're just trying to escape from this situation. It's a perilous one for them.
It looks like Red Rams are still going as well. They are going to still retreat away from this one and continue to move east, but they have lost a player to the ring. This is where fights in this situation are just not enjoyable to be a part of, especially when you're being in a position being held out by gatekeepers. Now Red Rams going to have to try and do something as a 2. How much do Fnatic commit to this, though? That's the biggest question here. Looks like one of them is definitely leaving to zone, and I imagine they all will at this point. So Red Rams will live to fight another day, but they have certainly had chunks taken out of them.
Well, from the northern side of the zone to the southern side of the zone, SSG are trying to force their way forward. They have 50 seconds or so to get into this zone. Let's jump into the comms with SSG.
That's my ult. I'm good here. Good on me, probably. Yeah. Right in the corner. I got hit. Oh, we're Don't barrel. I smoked the 10. Scan a 4. Scan a 4. I'm up the health. 10. I'm back. Right above us. Damn it. Above us. Do we swing or not? Yeah, swing. I'm calling you. 18. Crack down top, 120. Yeah, I'm giving back. Wait, where's me? One HP. That guy's 1 HP. Watch, I knew. Yep. Watch east. Bro, we used our ult. Check for evac. I need the evac. I'm going to. No, he used his evac already. I used it. Check for evac, please. We can take it, guys. Come on. Come here. Go to it. Wait, 4 seconds. Taking it. Ready? Take it. Yeah. Where do you want to go? Just left, probably? Yeah. Left or good out? Yeah, I just stuck on left. We can maybe slam bottom building or something. Or... I'm flying over. Maybe in here. Maybe over here. That's team there. Probably left. Okay, maybe over here. Right. Yeah, it's shadow land here. Slam here. You're gonna get shot from the right. Yeah. I mean, we did run it. Yeah. That's all you. I don't know. I'm fucking dead, bro. Can we go slam building? Can we go push building? Yeah, there's team there. We go bottom now. Right bottom. I mean, we just have no fucking...
He won the fight to start with, but could not find a place to play, and that is because the zone is so stacked at the moment. They took the blind evac down, and unfortunately, like I mentioned, with so many teams that we saw earlier on our map overhead already inside Cenote, it's just nowhere to play.
Yeah, Liquid Alienware just got eliminated as well, so we're starting to lose teams as TSM. It's Reps with the Kraber again. And can TSM really be a threat from this position? The answer is yes, because Fnatic are arriving from the north and will struggle to get past this choke, but TSM still need to consider how they're going to get a little bit further south themselves.
TSM did have the evac available if they wanted to use that in the inventory. VP trying to make their move as well as Red Rams are trying to force their way into a zone as a duo. 16 squads still remaining here. Virtus Pro trying to hold the duo out. Sharky taking a second to make sure he's healthy enough to take this fight without really throwing it away, but there's a little bit of a gas for them to deal with here, and it looks like someone else is trying to get involved. It's going to be EA as the gas comes in for the caustic, and the 30-30 from Zap is going to take down Wei.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have to retreat to what is a slither of safety inside this building, and I'm sad for them because in about a minute, it's not really going to be very safe. And there's what, 7, 8, 9 teams, 10 teams outside of this circle. It's going to be mayhem. The teams that are going to benefit from this, Serenity, 07, Crazy Raccoon, they're all in the center of the zone at the moment. You can see Elevate there on the edge. They're going to look to try and maybe pick up some kills of the squad we were just watching being able to come out of that building, but then they still need to force themselves into zone as well. 2 blues and a purple, it's not ideal for Elevate right now, but it might just be a little bit more of damage and they could find themselves.
Little bit of damage coming in, but it's not enough to get that knock to really deal with the team who's trying to push up. A lot of teams in the vicinity, like you quite rightly mentioned, on this eastern side of zone. There they all are. Beautiful job from the observers to show you the lay of the land. You can see Alliance are underneath as well on the low ground as Elevate now realize that they have to make this move. They have no other choice. The zone's about to close behind them as we see a couple of kills in the feed just to open up a little bit of space.
Yeah, this is squeaky bum time now. Everyone's starting to move and getting a little bit worried about what's happening. Crazy Raccoon and Serenity will fall. Remember, they were both central teams, so that will open up a gap. Aurora have noticed that gap, but we're still watching the east. We're still watching these squads trying to force themselves in.
Well, look at Red Rams. They just took the Trident. They just flew in. And elsewhere, you can see Reps with the Kraber in the feed. He's going to take down one of Aurora, who are in one of those power positions. Elevate going to turn and try and burn, but for now, it's about being safe. And I think they're just about safe as they smoke off the building.
Just in, but they are vulnerable from one side, so they're trying to reposition. But sadly, when you do so, you get spotted. There are angles to be shot, and Elevate, they're down to just one player. And it looks like this could be the demise of them. Zap trying to get a bat off of some sort, but not able to do so. Elevate will be eliminated, as were TSM, 12 squads left.
The lobby just being cut in half here. As you can see, Effect goes up to the high ground, as do the rest of Alliance. Fnatic will fall as well, and we are down to 11 squads. The lobby has been cut in half in the last few moments. This zone has taken no prisoners. Hack is trying to slide down as Effect will find himself on his back.
Aurora eliminated. We spoke about this earlier. The zone came to them, but they couldn't get to that final circle. But you know who is in the final circle? Dark Zero on this far southwest tip. It's exactly what we were seeing yesterday. They're in prime position, but only blues to work with at the moment, but they are in a spot where they will be able to shoot a lot of these teams arriving a little bit later.
I mean, at the moment, as it stands, Dark Zero are the only team inside of the zone. Everyone else has to fight their way through each other to even get near it. So, as crazy as it sounds, there's an opportunity for Dark Zero to continue their winning streak from yesterday.
Dark Zero, 2R1C, Not Moist. They're the 3 teams with the best positions, but you can see Not Moist and 2R1C don't want to allow each other to have said position and are starting to posture up against one another. A big grenade here could be everything. You can see the ticks of damage, and they really want to send this.
Well, Gil gets that first knock with the Arcstar as well. It's such a good caustic ult. It just cleared so much space for them. Waltzy has fallen though, so this is not as comfortable as you would imagine. 2 Rats, 1 controller dead. Legends Gaming dead as well, as now Made in Heaven, they're making a late run for it, Dan. Not moist eliminated.
Maiden Heaven come in, but it doesn't matter because now Dark Zero, they were able to get the damage they were looking for, and they go up to purples, and they want to send this one. Sykes protects Zero, make sure he stays alive by pushing and getting aggressive at the right time, and Dark Zero are just continuing their form from yesterday.
Dark Zero just holding down that right trigger at the moment and beaming everyone who tries to step into their zone that they are holding so well. Up on the high ground, you have 07 as well, but Dark Zero, they're commanding the space. It's incredible to watch.
This could be 4 wins in a row for Dark Zero, even though the points from yesterday won't matter in this lobby anymore, but a victory and the momentum that they would continue through would be massive for their chances here in the winner's bracket. All 4 other teams are outside of the circle, and they have to move in now.
Dark Zero just looking for kills at this point. They feel they probably have the win sewn up if they don't make a mistake. 07 have been eliminated, and I think in this lobby, in this winner's side, nobody wants to win this group more to get into that finals after what happened at the ALGS Championships. We have 2 squads remaining, and one of them is Dark Zero.
It's Dark Zero versus Reject Winity. Now, this is where have you got those ultimates? No Nox grenade for Sykes, so they're going to back off for now and try and find a little bit of elevation to get a good angle here. Look at the armors on Reject Winity. They win the armor battle right now, but we know what Dark Zero are capable of, and we know the way they've been fighting and the form they currently find themselves in.
No bang ult here to stop the cross comfortably for Dark Zero. However, Reject Winity have to move across the open ground. The question is, do they have a bang ult to throw down to clear Dark Zero off of this head glitch, which is so difficult to push against? It really is going to be about utility here.
What a way to start Storm Point today, by the way. 2 of our best performing Storm Point teams from the previous rounds now fighting each other, duking it out here in the winner's bracket.
This is what I love about the way that Zero plays, by the way. Just takes an angle. Gonna get the scan, get the information. Takes an angle, always able to retreat. He's looking to be proactive in this situation as the caustic ult comes in.
Gets thrown down. You can see Bang Ult was still being waited for by Reject Winity. And Dark Zero, they don't want to allow this to come into a situation where Reject Winity get a chance to push. They're forcing the narrative.
They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first knock. Jim Burton goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. And win it he does. Dark Zero. The only thing they know how to do at the moment is win.
Is there no one else? Is there anyone that can challenge this team in the form they find themselves in right now? Unbelievable what we're witnessing. We may never see something like this ever again, with how Dark Zero are dominating these lobbies, finding themselves in the best possible position regardless of where that zone is pulling. And again, they do it in a very emphatic fashion.
Just incredible. Honestly, it's incredible. The synergy we're seeing between these 3 players in every single engagement that we see them in. I mean, you could take yourself back a couple of moments, right? Where Zero, 10, 15 HP, swinging in, doing damage. Sykes is there to back him up. Jim Burton's holding the left. Everybody knows their responsibility in these fights. And in those final moments, it's, again, Zero who just takes that off angle, gets that initial damage down, and the 2 roller fraggers, they do not need a second invitation, and the clutch factor as well. That's something you can't teach sometimes. Sykes looks like he's got it.
I think when you're picking up a player, you want someone that's going to trust your IGL, right? Trust in your calls, but also be there to protect you, and it's exactly what Sykes has been doing. A perfect addition to this squad, and they rack up 24 points just here in match number 1. Shout out to Reject Winity as well for making it 18 points on the board, 9 kills, very impressive, and Virtus Pro round out the top 3 here. Wow, we are witnessing something special.
We really are. I mean, how many wins in a row? When the last 2 have yet 4 in a row.
This is now 4 in a row. The last 3 yesterday. So Dark Zero are in the form books, quite literally.
I mean, that must be the greatest form we've seen on a live event. 4 wins in a row from a team is... We'll have to check the record books, of course, but that seems like a record to me. Surprise, surprise, we're breaking records once again. It'd be crazy, right? Every single land that we go to at the moment, it seems like the next one is like, there's no way we can have something as astronomical as we had last time, and then it's like, oh, well, I think you'll find actually it's 4 in a row now, and we're looking for our 5th.
Just records after records. It gets more entertaining every single event, and you still see good points picked up by those who are kind of 4th through 10th. 07, 6 points. Red Rams, 8 points. Maiden Heaven, 9 points. Those 6 kills, they could be massive for them in their chances of progressing to the final. Remember, only 6 games, but match 1 did find a big victory for Dark Zero. Now, page 2, Aurora, despite the fact the zone came down towards them, only able to find 5 kills. Now, or 5 points, should I say. you mentioned it, Aurora do prefer to play edge. They do prefer to try and join that fight a little bit later once they've got those armors. So they'll maybe be hoping the zone shifts away from their POI a little bit more often.
It's so crazy, isn't it? Like, Aurora play their own game, and it's worked for them so well up to this point. We'll take a look at the stats from our winning team, though. Dark Zero, and I mean, it's just clockwork, right? I mean, the thing I love about this, and you might look at Zero and you're like, hey, Zero gets no kills, but he gets 4 assists. He starts so much of the damage that is cleaned up by Jim Burton and Sykes, and it's, the cliche is a well-oiled machine, but it really does look like a premium well-oiled machine at the moment, Dark Zero.
Yeah, and you've got to just give credit to Zero on the Bloodhound as well. So much information that he has, but also relaying that information to his team in the perfect way, it has to be said.
Well, the question is, can anyone stop the dominance that we're seeing from Dark Zero? We'll have to find out when we get back from this break. Map number 2, just around the corner. They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first lock. Jim Burton goes in and takes down Sanyu. Now the rest try to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. Five squads remaining here, as we might see Snipe down, brought back into the action. Gonna stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now letter E are gonna make their move. The bubble goes down, the ultimate goes down from the core stick. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe down still trying to do what he can do. He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's gonna go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps. Reps goes off. Oh my goodness!
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful Los Angeles, and welcome back to the Galen Center, where we are seeing something quite special. The first game of our winners bracket, won by Dark Zero, making it 4 games in a row, carrying on from the group stages yesterday, that they have managed to claim as their own. It is something special you are witnessing right now. The question is, can anybody slow down that momentum?
Well, that was the big question we asked at the start of today. Can that form carry on into today's competition? Because all those points they scored yesterday, they mean nothing in this winners bracket final. However, they have shown that form is very much the exact thing we needed to see here. And just look at the swagger on these gentlemen. They are confident. They know that they are doing something special.
It's a wonderful feeling, right? When you are one of those players and you're in this kind of form, you feel invincible. And as you walk back to the booth and you look out on the crowd, which I'm sure that Jim Burton is doing right now, you just think, get me into that next game. Let me do what I do best. And it's up to the rest of the lobby at this point, Dan, to really come up with an answer for it, because at the moment they are looking like a team who remembered what happened at the ALGS Champs and wanting to put it right.
Yeah, things didn't go well for them then, and sometimes those are the perfect things you need to kind of push you forward and make you even better at the next few events. We can look back at the final circle as well that we had previously, just to kind of deep dive it one last time. But I think when Dark Zero found themselves in this position on the southwest side, we noticed it when they were just on blues. They had held this position for quite some time, but because everyone else started to arrive, they were able to get up to purples just off of damage and the kills they were able to get.
One thing that's really important to notice as well that you just caught it at the start of this clip is that Sykes has an ult XL, and I think just winning that fight beforehand allows them to grab a few loot boxes, rummage through, and without that, does he have the caustic ult available for this fight? Probably not. So having that caustic ult just put the pressure back onto their opponent.
And it was well played by Dark Zero, because recognizing that they've only just got their ultimate up, you know full well you might see on the other side Reject Winity. They're also waiting for their ultimates. They were probably waiting for a bang ult to be able to help them to get out of their position. So instead, you take the initiative here, you get aggressive, and you surround your opponents, not giving them the chance to smoke, not giving them the chance to get a bang ult down. And Dark Zero, when you see Sykes in a 1v1 like this, I don't think there's ever any question of who's going to win that one.
I mean, I'm going to say, if Sykes with almost full red armor against a player that's got 40 HP loses that, I think Zero probably tosses him off the stage. But it's the kind of one you expect him to win, and it's the kind of one that he wins day in, day out. He has been playing some superb Apex Legends up until this point. But up until this point is where we find ourselves, right? Match number 2, Storm Point, it can all change.
It can all change, and I think that Dark Zero, they are aware of what they are currently doing, and they know eventually, you think, all these wins are going to stop, right? You're not just going to be able to win every single game, or although that, again, would be another record if they were able to do so. But it's about being consistent enough and still picking up a good amount of points, even if the circle doesn't go your way.
I think the scariest thing for the rest of the lobby at the moment is if Dark Zero, let's just theory craft for a second, right? If Dark Zero win this next game, and they pretty much solidify their place in the grand finals, right? And they have a lot more to play for. Of course, they want the bonus points when they go into that grand final ahead of match point. Other teams are going to be worried that Dark Zero might start changing where they drop, start trying to put pressure on teams they see as threats in that grand final potentially. So I think the rest of the lobby has to be extremely aware of what Dark Zero are doing, not just now in these games, but maybe in the rest of the series as well.
And of course, it was a kind of beneficial circle for Dark Zero. They're well aware of that. We're well aware of that. It did pull down towards near where they are dropping. So now if we get a different circle, we will learn how Dark Zero are going to kind of navigate the map in a way where they could do it yet again. But that's what we learned yesterday. No matter where that circle ended up, Dark Zero was still finding their way in the most advantageous positions. Now, Legend Select has happened. We can look across the board and see a lot of familiar faces, of course. You've got your Bloodhound Caustic Bangalore as the most common composition, but we have seen a few Valkyries start to come in. We've got, of course, Complexities one, where they have the Rampart alongside it as well. By the way, the voice of Rampart is going to be here on Sunday, if you didn't know. So if you do want to meet her, you can.
Well, let's look forward to, of course. We've got the match point finals tomorrow, which it's going to be something that you don't want to miss. When has that ever let you down? It's just one of the best days in the esports calendar. If you see a live event, Apex Legends, and you know the match point is going to be there on the Sunday, it is something you want to clear your diary to be a part of. We've got some Made in Heaven fans up there as well. Love to see that. European representation, I'm with you. We also see Nicewig. Link in bio.
What a handsome man. By the way, the cutoff in the previous elimination bracket was 33 points. Now, of course, we can get an example of that and see maybe what the cutoff could be here in the winners bracket for getting into that final. But with Dark Zero doing Dark Zero things, that cutoff could even be lower if they keep on consuming the points in the way that they are. I want to see kind of something different, though, out of some of these squads. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of conservative efforts where people are just playing a little bit safe, where they're not necessarily pushing where they could.
Do it for Grandma. Our pause was far too long. Anyway, let's talk about the rest of the lobby down. Let's talk about the circle, because obviously we're lauding a lot of the praise onto Dark Zero, but something very important to talk about that you highlighted there. They land over at Mill. That was a Cenote finish for them. It's not a zone that's tough for them to get to. It's good prio for them, and we know that with the Trident over at the Mill as well, they can get there pretty quickly with some good armor, and they can work their magic as they do so well. But how do they approach a different zone now with this lobby? We have seen a lot of congestion in and around that zone, a lot of quick rotates in comparison to maybe some of the more edge-based play that we saw in the groups. My question is for Dark Zero, and this is the next question, the next challenge for them to overcome, right? If that zone is a long way away and you have to travel through the traffic that we're seeing in this winners bracket, are you able to get up and do the same kind of things that we've seen when the zone is a little bit closer?
I mean, it happened yesterday, so I have the expectation of yes.
Yeah,
Dark
same,
Zero
to be honest
can
with you. I'm like, yeah, they will.
certainly achieve it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting 5 wins in a row. I think the biggest comparison we have to look at in that game was Dark Zero and Aurora. 2 of our most informed teams coming into the winners bracket. You've got Aurora dropping down to Cenote, and you've got the Mill for Dark Zero, and 2 very different games. But match 2, it's locked, it's loaded, and it's a chance for all those teams who struggled in match 1 to make up for it here.
Once again, keeping our eyes, though, on Lightning Rod, and we're keeping our eyes on the contest. It looks like a very similar pattern of where players are landing, and TSM once again choosing not to engage immediately.
It's probably because they don't really need to. And also, we've seen Red Rams have been very good in this contest as well. So TSM don't want to just throw everything at them. Instead, if you can kind of split it and get something to work with, then it's better than having to just take a risky 50-50 where you're hoping you get a good weapon off of drop.
I'd also say as well, you know, you get the whole of Lightning Rod, you've still got some pretty good loot to leave with. It's not like you're leaving with half loot, right? It's kind of a greedy drop at the northeast side. You get a lot of, you almost get 2 POIs to yourself if you can claim it all, which is what TSM of course want to do. But Red Rams are saying, hey look, there's enough for both of us. If you want to try and challenge and be greedy, well, we're going to make sure you work for it. TSM are going to have to leave now with a little bit less than they would like, of course, but at the same time, at least they're leaving without the contestant finding themselves having to hit a respawn. So I think this is the smart thing to do for both sides.
Yeah, TSM get all the scraps as well when they kind of maneuver their way down on the eastern side. There are buildings that might still have things in that they can work with. The sad thing with the rotation for TSM is they have a lack of being able to hit survey beacons and ring consoles with the way that they were maneuvering previously. Now, they might be able to do it as Stormcatcher here, especially seeing this circle heading down towards Pylon area, but then you know that Red Rams could beat you there, for example.
One team who does have very good prior to this zone, no surprises, Liquid Alien, where the reason that I say it's very good is because they have ring console and I'm pretty sure they have a survey beacon as well. So when it starts to get busy, they'll have a good idea of not just this zone, but if it pulls away as well, they might find an evac that they'll be able to hit a bit later to get into zone as well. SSG got pretty good prio as well. You look at it, Not Moist as well. Furia all with good prio to this zone. So keep your eyes on those teams. 2R1C once again making a quick rotate here as well from Jurassic.
And Liquid Alien, where we've seen it already this tournament, one of the better teams at finding victories when the zone does pull their way, as we check in on Legends Gaming and see how their rotation is going to be. Now, they're going to be moving down from the likes of Stormcatcher, and it's whether they try and force themselves into Pylon or hope for some sort of weird zone shift away from it. But judging by the map overhead, most teams here are going to be committing to Pylon.
E8 with the evac, looking to play the backside of Pylon. Or are they going to try and take the height away here? The height has actually been left, and not quite sure where Team Liquid Alienware actually are in this position and what area they've decided to play, if they've decided to play maybe the outside of it. But Elevate flying in there, you can see that the initial ping was to the pyramid buildings on the outside, the little compound. I think they imagined that some of the pro positions, like the height that they've landed on, was going to be taken, but they changed their mind because they're like, hey, it's height's free. There's guaranteed KP for us later on if we can hold.
You do have to be a confident fighting team if you are going to take the height, because it sometimes is that, oh wait, where do we go kind of moment when you are flying in, and high ground often ends up being that last resort option. So you've got to expect to be getting into engagements, but as you mentioned, you've got a lot of open area that you can shoot towards and potentially level up Evos and get that extra damage. Now, Not Moist were putting down to some suppressing fire onto Furia, but they're just going to back off here and start to think about getting Evo themselves with the survey beacon down at Coastal Camp.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting zone, right? Is this going to pull towards Pylon, or is this going to pull to the other side, to the northern side of the mountain structure, towards the waterfall? And I think a lot of teams at the moment are probably looking at their IGLs and going, what's it going to be, boss? Like, what side do you think we're going here? Because it's one of those zones which is not a guarantee. I think, look at the kill feed though, 07, they're taking some damage, some serious damage from Legend Gaming.
Yeah, Legend Gaming getting 2 knocks, and 07 are going to have their backs quite literally against the wall here. As we now check in with Complexity. Remember, in match number 1, they full sense it, they slam themselves into the middle of the zone, and then they quickly die. By the way, 07, they did just die, down to 19 squads. Let's see if this is a better landing for the Complexity squad.
I wonder if they're going to try and play for the height. Oh, they are taking damage though, and it looks like they're going to have to try and retreat to one of the hallways underneath. Yep, there's someone there as well, isn't there, Mon? Lou's going to find out. He gets taken down, and this is 2 Valcols in a row that are not looking too healthy.
Lou's gone down, and now it's just about trying to save something here for Complexity, and it's going to have to rely on Monsoon to be like, all right, I'm the last surviving player. Can I find somewhere just to hide, to maybe get some placement points? But sadly, there's just so much congestion already here at Pylon. And Complexity, they tried the same thing, tried to slam it into the middle, just not working out. It's great having the rampart, a great idea, but if you don't even get the opportunity to get the rampart walls down, composition doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough start here for Complexity, and I think, again, it's just the nature of the lobby, right? There's just a lot of teams who are here before them.
Well, there were so many times in the previous games, Complexity wouldn't have got triple taked out of the sky, right? But these lobbies now are the best players and the best teams in the world who are in form, who are hitting their shots, who are not missing. And sadly for Complexity, they will at least lose 2 players because of it.
Well, Crazy Raccoon is set up inside one of these halls that you can see right now. They're one of the teams that did a bit of damage to Complexity as they fell from that skyward dive. Looking elsewhere and looking at who's not in the zone right now. I'll give everybody one free guess. Aurora, correct, well done. Fnatic, they're not inside the zone at the moment. Alliance are right up by the wall, and Red Rams are working their way to command center as well. Reject Winnie just outside it, but everyone else is in the zone at the moment.
This could be a scrap here. TSM versus Serenity. TSM getting aggressive. You can see Beast of the Hunt is slapped into Imperial Hal, but Verho's taking a lot of damage into 2v3.
Yugi's going to get that first knock, and Hal's not going to connect in the way that he normally does with that spray. However, pokes back out. Reps is going to be there to give him a little bit of help. It takes down Bugi, so it's a 2v2 at the moment, and Hal can just take his time here to pop that battery.
2v2, but there was a thirst onto the TSM players, so there's no possible revive, and now here comes the push from Serenity, trying to force their way in here. They really want to take this fight, and they may be able to get the res if the player could just crawl out.
In the meantime, Dark Zero have been eliminated, so while TSM fight, Dark Zero will not make it another win in a row, which opens things up completely. Serenity, you can see they managed to get Bugi to crawl out, and now they're back up to a 3, but this is so much pressure from height. TSM, though, unfortunately for them, are going to find that Verhulst is just a death box.
This is also so much noise. Reject Winity now have just flown in to try and join things, and TSM say, actually, we are out of here. We've got the banner. Let's try and get to a respawn beacon so we can get back up to a full 3 and just not get involved in what will be a very messy fight. It's sad because this position that has now been won by Reject Winity, one of the best positions they could be in right now with where the circle's going.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Such a good building to be holding. It is one of those buildings that people try and share a little bit later on, and you can come under pressure from so many different areas. But for now, TSM, you can see they don't really know where they go. They're trying to get out of the zone. They're trying to work their way towards a respawn beacon probably at some point. But SSG are now holding them out, who drop over a launch pad here, and they're saying, hey, you want to come over here? Well, you're going to have to go through us.
And when we get a look at the map overhead, that circle is going to be a heavy shift, which is what you were asking. You were saying, is it going to be pylon side? Is it going to be north of the mountain? I whisper ever so slightly, but I know that all the players have the white noise in their ears, and they're not going to hear me anyway. But look at that. That's perfect for Reject Winity, and that's why it was massive. They were able to force TSM away from that position and get involved at the perfect time. Say no to Serenity, say no to TSM, and now they hold an ideal spot.
Well, here's Made in Heaven. They do not have a ring console hit that's going to give them the information that we are going far north from where they find themselves right now. And instead, they're looking for some KP. Cinetic going to jump down here with Taxington and try and find that opening damage that they can collapse onto. And it looks like Shubi, the kill feed, is fighting against Fnatic as well. So E8, all of a sudden, they're in a fight, but we'll stay with this one for now. Good spray coming in, but not again enough to get that first knock. But maybe now this is going to be that first knock. Yes, indeed. Cinetic gets one, Taxington gets another, and Fnatic are struggling.
Yeah, Made in Heaven have been able to do the job on them now. Really, can they get the final kill, though? That's the real question. There's going to be some heroics. No, 17 squads now left as Fnatic will be eliminated. But can Made in Heaven reset? You can see there's a lot of teams here that are trying to do that damage, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to finish them off, so they should be okay.
Yeah, they will be okay. They'll be able to reset. Just got behind the cover of that, not only the smoke, but that truck as well. Monsoon's still alive, by the way, as the solo is here. Come Aurora. Now, we were talking about how Aurora didn't have their best game considering the priority they had to the previous zone, dropping over at Cenote. Well, this is more like the zone that they like to play. They can work their way around the map, get a few care packages coming in from that lifeline, and make sure those Evos are charged up when it comes to those team fights.
Again, we're going to get another comparison of Aurora versus Dark Zero. Dark Zero eliminated and Aurora still alive, as now TSM back to a full and healthy 3. And maybe they'll want to try and re-engage on the Reject Winity squad that kind of forced them away a little bit earlier. But first, there's a couple of teams now they might have to get through. The first being SSG, who are just below them to the northeast.
Well, one thing that they can do right now is use this vantage position to scout out what position they want to try and play next.
Enemy spotted.
So TSM get the res, they get out of that situation, which looked really perilous at one point with the amount of teams that were shooting down onto the duo. It just shows the importance of survivability. It is a crazy thing to say, right? It's a battle royale. It's all about survivability, but it's recognizing this fight, even though we're at 2v2, there's another team. We just need to get out.
It was a good call from the IGL. Sometimes you just have to suck up the ego and say, look, we're probably going to get third parties here. It's a little bit too much in the engagement we currently have. Let's reassess things, and thankfully for them, they were able to get away. I mean, it could have been disaster, right? There could have been teams waiting near the respawn beacon they eventually found themselves in, but they maneuvered themselves around the map in a way that they could get back up. It's now Elevate still holding the top of Pylon, but Have they had the news? No. In 17 seconds, they're going to get the news that this is not an ideal position to be holding. And not just them, about 8 other teams, actually, that are all in pylon right now.
It's crazy how the game plan will change, right? They're probably thinking right now, hey, the zone's going to be finishing over here. We're going to play for here. Let's clear this side. But now it's going to be, okay, the zone's pulled away from us. Let's look for KP. Let's look for KP and get our placements through there and try and fight our way to zone a little bit later. That's what's going to be going through the mind of the man on your screen right now, Zach Mazer, the IGL for that team, as we take a look at that map overhead.
So quite literally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams down over towards pylon are all going to have to go now either far west and force them themselves through that choke, or that eastern choke as well. So there's going to be teams waiting for you. This is going to be carnage.
One thing to point out here is Alliance have the complete control of their side of zone at the moment, unless Made in Heaven make the rotation that they're about to make. So Alliance, I hope you're watching your back at the moment, because they're probably thinking, hey, we have a great spot here. We haven't seen anyone behind us for quite some time. That's going to change right now.
I like how quickly Made in Heaven are moving,
already.
And you can see the bullets are being fired, and that might just discourage Made in Heaven ever so slightly, and you can just see by the arrows on the screen, they are backing away from it. Now, pylon is going to be a party here, because now everyone is leaving at the same time, and you don't really want to get involved in the engagements. You want to be the first one out.
I was going to say, pylon's the POI, and everyone is piling on at this point to try and escape, to try and get out, to try and find where they're going to find that next zone at. You can see EA are trying to move. They know now. They have the information that the zone is not near them, so they have to try and think of the next plan and the next rotate. 18 seconds until the zone closes, and it looks like they're looking for some kills.
Yeah, Elevate, I think, have realized they were one of the first to move out, so they can do both. They can gatekeep for a second here, get some damage, maybe get some kills, and then they can move, and they should be one of the first teams to get into the next zone. But 3 seconds until all of these teams out of pylon are going to be forced into each other. But Elevate, they've done a good amount of damage, but still no knocks yet. But here they come, and the Prowler is going to do a lot of damage here.
Good damage coming in from Zap, and more importantly, does not get taken down. One will be cleaned up immediately by Shubi, and Shubi's looking for the second as well, and it looks like this could be the end of game number 2 for Crazy Raccoon. One more player's alive. He's been a bit of a nuisance, but CR will fall as EA will survive.
That was a very isolated fight for Elevate. I think they'll be delighted with that one, but now they need to be thinking about where they go, because they're running out of time. Might have to take an evac tower and potentially even try and go over the mountain, which is never really very fun. Or they just try and sit on the southern side. 2R1C have just lost a player as well to Legends Gaming, who are going to be on this southern side I was talking about. These buildings are still in.
Over to the POV of Koifel. With that Hemlock in his hand, looking to do more damage as Aurora now make that approach up onto TSM. And TSM are under so much pressure at the moment. SSG get involved as well. Complexity gone. Monsoon could not hold on as the solo, as TSM, as you can see, will fall as well.
And Aurora just doing Aurora things like sharks in the water, taking out anyone who was just even remotely weak there. And now on this southern side, it is a cluster bomb of carnage. Virtus Pro, Legends, Elevate, all trying to stay alive, whilst we just saw 2R1C and Not Moist, and now SSG and Alienware eliminated.
I think this will be a little bit frustrating for SSG, knowing that they had such good prio to this zone at Launchpad. To find yourself going out just outside that top 10 has got to be very frustrating indeed. Legends Gaming, though, looking to clean up the final pieces as everybody is forced towards zone. 60 seconds is all you have to win these fights, as Zach Mazer will go down, and VP are also in the area involved in this fight.
And even if you win this fight on the southern side, you're still going to be out of luck, because when you try and make your rotation, you're probably going to be greeted by the likes of Aurora. But Legends Gaming down, Virtus Pro, they're not quite the kings of the south, because you've got Elevate on the other side. It's a straight 3v3 here.
It's a 2v3, I think, at the moment. Zach Mazer was down. Not sure if that res has come in, and VP can smell blood in the water. But Wade's going to go down, and now it is a 2v2.
2v2 and a real chance here, but Virtus Pro, they want to send it. They want to take advantage of the angles they currently have. Is there any grenades, though? Doesn't look like they've got anything to work with at the moment.
Just needs to take their time here and finish off the final player. It's only one survivor, and he will fall as well. The Corset will fall, as will Elevate. We're down to 7 as VP are forced forward.
Where do VP go, though? On their southern side, they have to go around the mountain. Aurora are waiting for them on one side. If they were to try and go over, they'd be greeted by the Alliance as well. So it might just be them out of luck.
Well, the good thing for them is they've just won so many fights. There might be an evac tower available, one of those death boxes, to make that decision. So they have some options still available. But as you can see on the map overhead here, Aurora will hold them out if they try and walk this in.
We can also give credit back to Reject Winity, who did find this position so early in the game when they forced Serenity and TSM away. But Serenity have found their way back in, as Aurora now making their way into center zone. And it looks like they're just going to be happy to play the cannon and the truck here.
It was an evac into the center of zone, and they managed to survive for now, but that ARC could be a problem. Maiden Heaven are eliminated in the meantime. Just managed to get that battlefield time more ready to make sure that he didn't go down, but Aurora playing the cannon. It's not the best spot in the world to play, but at this point, you'll take any.
So Reject Winity, Red Rams, Serenity, 3 of the most likely teams to win this one, but we know what Aurora can do. As long as they don't get pinched by Virtus Pro and another team, they will have an opportunity. You can see Alliance with a real chance on this western side as well. The only trouble I think that Alliance is going to have is this zone pool. They're going to have to try and shift themselves quite far east, and there's a lot of teams on that northern tip who are going to be able to look at them when they make their way in.
They're probably going to have to try and take a fight with Aurora at this point, Alliance, but Aurora are kind of pinched between VP, who did walk all the way round to the southern side of the zone. As Alliance now make that move to try and walk up just a little bit, and here goes Effect, and it is going to be Alliance who forced this fight, and why wouldn't you, with how they were fighting yesterday?
Alliance versus Aurora is a mouth-watering affair, but I don't think Aurora were even given a chance with how Alliance were able to just push up on them, and now Alliance will truly dominate this southwest side, and they can walk in. They just had to get rid of Aurora.
Aurora have one player still alive, but like you quite rightly said, they have now taken this space away, and they can look at VP in the eyes and say, you've just seen what we've done to one of the best fighting teams in EU. Do you really fancy having another go, especially with Unlucky and Effect with those red evos?
And Virtus Pro, they do have an opportunity now on the southeast because they were able to walk up, but it's still Reject Winity and the position they found themselves in so early on. And I tell you what, the pylon is going to do wonders. They can't get grenaded off the top of it. They're not going to get bang ulted off the top of it either. They can stay in this position for quite some time and be a real threat to the likes of VP, the likes of Alliance, who are moving from the south.
It's always the thing, right? You have the height, but at some point you have to drop. And that means guns down for those 2 or 3 seconds. Little bit of a slow burner here as all of a sudden the teams are safe. Alliance the only team who are outside of that zone right now, but you see that spot there, that cheeky little rat spot? Aurora's still in this.
They are indeed, and you know what? We've seen it happen before. By the way, Reject Winity now close to taking first position in the overall standings here. But whether they will get the opportunity to do so will remain to be seen, as now the circle begins to close and people start to move, ultimates start to drop.
I mean, look at the bangles. I mean, there's 2 or 3 bangles falling on Alliance right now as they try and take on VP in a 3v3, but Serenity, one of those Rolling Thunders, one of those ultimates from Bangalore, it was theirs. And those missiles, well, they did so much damage to Alliance, who now have to try and turn a 2v3 in their favor.
It opens things up for Virtus Pro, because they're in a 3 versus 2, and they might realize it now. They do have a big box to play behind here as well, so they don't really have to commit to this one, but as soon as they get that scan information, as soon as they realize it's a 2 they're up against, they might just try and push it.
Can you imagine if they brought that respawn down just to try and bait Alliance? Just saying, hey, we got a knock already, we can put this down and maybe you can think about getting a res, but instead, they've got to think about surviving instead. Pricey's left on his own.
It's Reject Winity from the high ground, just deleting everyone that even pokes out right now as Virtus Pro down to 1.
Might be a 1v1 for Alliance here on the other side. I'm not sure if they've managed to get a res or a reset, but you can see Pricey now is left in a position where he's trying to win this, trying to clear them out. Alliance will be eliminated, so that damage that came in, you can see the reaction from VP. They know how important that was, as Aurora will fall as well.
And Reject Winity now will be the leaders in this lobby. I said right at the top of this show, their best map is Storm Point, over 70% of their points on Storm Point, and that's going to be even more increased after these 2 games. They top 3 finished previously, and now they're going to look to try and make it back-to-back here. Top 4 at the moment, but they're in a very commanding position. They've got high ground over the likes of Serenity, and actually Red Rams are going to be below them here. I think Reject Winity odds-on favorites right now.
But the ult excels available as well. Pricey just trying to survive as long as he can at this point. Just hoping to maybe force a couple of teams to engage with each other. I think he's got the timing on this bat before the Arc Star will do damage. Maybe he's going to find a knockdown shield to play between. He's still alive, by the way. You've got to give it a Pricey here. He's doing everything he can.
It's miserable on his end. Virtus Pro will be eliminated, and now Reject Winity will get confirmation they're back into the top 3 once more. So Red Rams, Serenity, Reject Winity, all as a full 3 here. Now, you did mention it. There could be and will be a moment where you've got to drop off this high ground, and if Red Rams can plan this one successfully, they might be able to third-party everything and try and force Serenity and Reject Winity against one another.
Serenity, I think, were one of the outstanding teams of the group stages as well that weren't talked about enough. Their composure in endgames was something, for me personally, that separated it. Now we're going to have to see if they can keep that composure again. do have Beast of the Hunt available as well, so to Ultimates there as Red Rams make their move, they're playing for second.
Yeah, Reject Winity now can just be the bullies of this lobby, and they've got ultimates to work with as well. Finally, they will put Rolling Thunder down, but now you just have to stay next to the pylon, don't take any damage, force the other two teams together, and then join the fight at the very last moment. Sounds simple, and they might make it look simple, to be honest.
Firing down shots from above. Reject Winity helping out Serenity underneath them by doing all of this damage, but now it should be a case of dropping. They've seen the knocks on either side. Are they going to have to be forced to move down from the high ground? Are they just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel? As now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it.
Storm Point continues to be Reject Winity's home ground here, as they put even more points on the board and find themselves at the top of the leaderboard here in the winners bracket. And they say to Dark Zero, okay, game on, let's have a race. You might have won 4 back-to-back across 2 days, but now we start to be the ones you have to catch up.
Understandably, after game number 1, all the talk is about Dark Zero, right? But it's very easy to forget. Even after a monster performance from DZ in game number 1, there's a lot more Apex Legends to play in this series. 2 games done. 4 more to go before we find out who is going to be going into our grand finals and Reject Winity. A win in a 6-game series, knowing that the top 10 go through to the grand final, so much pressure gets taken off your shoulders.
That puts Reject Winity on 41 points, which should guarantee you to be in the final, with what we saw earlier in the cutoff being 33 points in the elimination bracket. But you also want to go into the grand final with the bonus points as well. So you want to be finishing at the top of the leaderboard, so you get 10 of those points going into grand final. But let's talk about the zone shifts, shall we? Because it caught the majority of the lobby off guard. The teams that didn't get caught out were those who were arriving late, so they had to go with something a little bit different. Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit better after we had the zone guesser piece earlier, and I see that, you know, the pros get it wrong too.
I mean, I'll be honest with everyone at home, I sat down afterwards and I was like, you need to go away and we're going to have a conversation about some of those zone calls because they were dreadful. Let's take a look at the match results though. Reject Winity, 23 points overall. I bet you're glad I'm back.
No, actually, I hate every moment. No, it's good to have you back, and it's good to have Reject Winity, excuse me, back in form here on Storm Point. Serenity on the other side, though, they'll still be delighted picking up 12. Virtus.pro, especially you consider the position Virtus.pro were on that southern side. It was very difficult to try and win all those engagements, get the kills they did, which was 7, and then still find themselves into that final circle.
Yeah, I think you quite rightly highlighted the kills for VP, right? They were the ones who came out of Pylon last. With those kills on board, they also did a huge amount of damage onto Alliance, which turns a 4th place into 12 points, which is more than Red Rams in 3rd. A huge amount of KP for them. And speaking of KP now, we mentioned that Pylon fight. Look down the bottom there in 8th. 11 KP for Elevate. That is a monster amount considering their placement.
That is making the most of a bad situation, or making the best of a bad situation, right? They realized the zone was pulling away and they got involved in scraps and they won them. On the other side then, the bottom 10 of this leaderboard, we did see Dark Zero eliminated early. They weren't able to get into a priority position like they had done in the previous games and found themselves with 0 points. Complexity attempted the dive into the center of the zone again, unable to do so, but they did pick up a kill at the very least. Monsoon doing something as the solo rat to try and get them a point on the board.
Well, we'll take a look at the series results as well, just to see how things look. And wow, do they look different after 2 games. We were waxing lyrical about Dark Zero after that first game, but we really should be talking more about Reject Winity. 20 kills and 21 placement points down. 41 in total is quite impressive.
But I said they needed it here on Storm Point because World's Edge has been a very different story for them. They're going to struggle, you would expect, just based off statistics, but actually momentum might allow them to play a little bit different and a lot more relaxed going into World's Edge. Remember, throughout the tournament, there has been times where teams would start on World's Edge and then you're suddenly chasing the game, and that can be a very different experience and sometimes an unenjoyable one.
At the other end, we have to quickly say, by the way, 2 games gone, 4 to go. After this next game, it's going to be halfway through. Worrying times if the leaderboard looks the same for those teams in the bottom 10. We'll have to see if Game 3 is going to change those fortunes a little bit for them when we get back from this break. We've got plenty more Apex coming your way. One more game on Storm Point. They're just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as now they make their move. Reject Winity
hoping the zone shifts away from their POI a little bit more often.
It's so crazy, isn't it? Like, Aurora play their own game, and it's worked for them so well up to this point. We'll take a look at the stats from our winning team, though. Dark Zero, and I mean, it's just clockwork, right? I mean, the thing I love about this, and you might look at Zero and you're like, hey, Zero gets no kills, but he gets 4 assists, he starts.
This world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs live from Los Angeles. And oh my goodness, who is that? Alta has made her way into the Galen Center and playing a few tricks we might see on some of our audience members. Wow, what a costume that is. Great cosplay that we're seeing. An amazing onset to see some of our fans already making costumes for legends that have only just been introduced.
I mean, it takes me weeks to do a basic task, let alone something that productive. Amazing cosplay coming out here in LA. And keep your hands on your phone. That's all. Keep your hands on your phones and wallets, everybody.
A portal could appear at any moment, and I cannot wait to play Alta when she is added into the game in just a few days. It is going to change the game of Apex Legends, and we'll have to see how it will affect competitive Apex Legends here at the ALGS as well on set.
It's going to be a lot of fun for sure. Every time a new legend is brought in, you know, our brains immediately go, is this going to work in comp? Are we going to have some fun in comp? And when we were having a conversation with some of the devs the other day, it was like, I think there's certainly some potential to see some Alta in the competitive landscape, and we'll have to see what happens in the next lap.
Also, just looking at this, can you stop getting bigger? Your arms are far too large, and they are literally the size of me at this point, but you look great, so at least you've done that.
I mean, I wasn't very well yesterday, as many people know, so I just sat in bed eating all day.
So I didn't mean large like that. Just look at so much arm. Anyway, we can start talking about the games once again. Stop it. Leave me alone.
Okay.
I think that Dark Zero will now want to reply, right? It's going to be one of those series where you've got Reject Manatee, you've got Dark Zero bouncing back and forth. And I think it'll be a disappointing match too for Dark Zero. You know, they've living on that high, you've got 4 matches in a row, you've got all that swagger walking back in, and then you get no points. So that's going to be an answer that they need to put out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to look at the other end of the table, to be honest with you. Yes, understandably, Dark Zero are going to be looking at it and going, especially with the standards they set themselves yesterday and today, and thinking anything outside of a win is a disappointment. But you've got to look at the bottom 10, right? You're looking at those because they're the teams who want to get into the final, don't want to go through the grueling elimination bracket. And there is so much Apex to play if you go through that elimination bracket. It takes so much out of you to get back into that grand finals that nobody really wants to have to go through that. So you're looking at the, the likes of SSG, TSM, understandably down there as well. There's a few big names down there that are thinking, hey, this next game on Storm Point is so important for us.
And it can turn around very quickly. One big game and you can suddenly start to be more relaxed. You can start to think about potential grand final. And even though in regular season, the likes of TSM, you can see on your screen, Storm Point was their home. They had the majority of their points there, but actually in scrims and so far this tournament, World's Edge has been a little bit more kind to them. So we'll have to to see whether the transition to a new map will be better, but you don't really want to put yourself in that position. You need to step up here in match number 3.
I mean, you could probably ask LG in the previous rounds. You don't want to leave it to the last round. It takes a lot out of you. And even though, you know, that's the elimination bracket, that's just to stay alive. It's, you know, nobody from this lobby that we're seeing right now is going to be going home at the end of this. It's going to be either through to the grand finals or into that elimination bracket. But you just don't want to go there. It feels almost like the loss, right? It's crazy.
Well, we can take a look back at the final circle from match 2, but it started a lot earlier for me in this game when we had the zone shift away from Pylon and we had Reject Winity who forced Serenity and TSM out of this very exact building, and they were rewarded for doing so early on because they had the high ground. They also had one of the ideal compositions to hold said high ground, but they were very patient. And as always in these final circles, patience is everything. It's what you need. But it was how Reject Winity were so aware of every other team and the areas they found themselves in, taking down the last. Remember Virtus Pro, for example, doing the damage and just not allowing anyone to push up onto them.
Yeah, I think the discipline that they showed as well in these final moments is very impressive because there was a couple of knocks on either side when we get down to this final fight. And a lot of the times you'll see one player go, okay, we've seen the knocks, now we have a 3v2, whatever it is, there's one player alive, and then you drop and it's like, oh, there's actually 2 players alive on either side, we might miscount, oh, I'm dead. And everything kind of just falls apart in front of you. But the discipline they showed to drop as late as physically possible certainly made it a little bit easier for them, and I think Red Rams decided, hey, we're going to try and play for second here as well, made it a little bit easier on them as well.
Yeah, Red Rams having to move maybe hurt Serenity a little bit because Red Rams, the only position they could go was into Serenity's area, and then it was a straight 3v3, they would have thought, but sadly, Reject Winity very much involved. I mean, look at the damage. They were waiting for it. They knew full well there was only one place Red Rams could go, and sadly for the Rams, they didn't really have the abilities to give themselves enough cover. That's where something like a Gibby bubble would have been massive, right? And that's where the meta can just hurt you a little bit.
Yeah, you always look at like, what legend could we have had to make the situation better? Well, you got to do what. We've only got 3 legends you can play, and I think one thing to point out here from Sangyun as well is just the beautiful small little things, right? Small details, the placement of that bang on, going right to the edge of zone, throwing it down at the feet in a way that Rolling Thunder was going to cover as much as that final zone as possible. And even though it didn't do a huge amount of damage, it forces teams to scarper, it forces teams to make decisions, and then it's just about cleaning up the damage. And we know these 3 guys, they're more than capable of making it easy. Oh, wake up, Banana Man.
Well, he's awake, but he's awake.
Wake up, Banana Man.
The cameras are always watching here at the ALGS. You cannot afford to fall asleep, otherwise we'll get you.
Don't worry. Banana Man, next time we come back to you, you're going to hit us with a huge amount of energy.
There he is.
There you go. Wait, that wasn't live.
It wasn't live,
We've been
no.
flummoxed.
But that's what I'm saying. They're always watching. They'll catch you. Actually, I respect it. Get a little nap between games. The soothing voice of Onset back on the screen.
Absolutely not. No
and then
excuse.
you wait for the next match to get going.
How's that pizza, by the way? It looks pretty tasty. Thumbs up, thumbs down. To be confirmed.
To be confirmed. No
Yeah,
thumb
we'll
actually was displayed, but we're just waiting for the players to get ready, of course, for match 3 and the final match on Stormpoint here in the winners bracket. And we started talking about it, and I'm sure that the conversation will be carried on when World's Edge comes up later. The bonus points going into the grand final. If you finish first in this winners bracket, you will get 10 bonus points to start with on Sunday, and then of course second 9 points, third 8 points, so on so forth for the top 10. There are also bonus points, which you may be familiar from Pro League when we added that. If you win 3 games or more, you get a single bonus point, and that would happen here at LAN as well. That point would be added to your total starting on Sunday, but that may not happen with how competitive this lobby is.
Well, I have a gift for you, Dan.
That is a concerning statement.
Well, I don't actually have a gift for you. Production has a gift for you, and I know you love your stats. So we're going to look at Reject Winity right now, and we have some statistics for these 3 gentlemen after that win in the last game, and I kind of want you to talk us through them, because I know that you're a man who loves your numbers.
20 kills, 28 assists, and 8k damage. And I think that the biggest takeaway from those numbers is the teamwork we're witnessing from Reject Winity. The effectiveness of how they are targeting the same individuals and making sure they get those knocks and then prioritize the right legend at the right time. When you go into those 3v3s, you need to be thinking, what is the biggest threat? Who is the biggest threat? If you're going up against a Lifeline team, that has to be your target. If it can be your target, wipe her out so that no reses can happen. And I think that Reject Winity have really been able to demonstrate incredible... I'm sorry, I tried to continue talking, but he's still staring at me.
Keep going, because I'm hypnotized right now.
Still staring at me.
It's really weird to everyone at home, but I am. Oh, I won. I was having a staring contest. I won. 1-0.
They've been incredibly consistent all tournament long, and if they carry on with this form, we might be looking at Reject Winnity starting off Sunday with 10 extra points.
Well, it looks like the lobby is almost ready to go. Map number 3 is about to start. Store point for the final time before we move over to World's Edge. Now we're starting to get into the pressure games, I would say. Things start to feel a little bit different if you're not in that top 10. You start to look at how many games have gone instead of how many games are still to come.
Nervy times for those in the bottom 10, and you rightly alluded to it. You want to make that change. You want to find those points here on match 3 so you're not chasing things on World's Edge. But I just feel like the further we get into this, match 3, match 4, match 5, it's going to get more and more nervous for a lot of these teams, and that can really impact your style of play. So whilst you still have an element of comfort here in the 3rd match, please just put on some points so that you can get it a lot more comfortable going into match number 4.
I would say match 3 and match 4 as well. Probably the last of the predictable matches on how people are going to rotate, how they're going to try and prioritize their points. Because when it gets to match 5 and match 6, people are thinking, hey, we need to find points. And that means we need to kill some more teams. And that means you need to take more fights. And all of a sudden, the lobby starts to get a little bit more unpredictable. And unpredictable lobbies means that your game plan can be challenged, and your ability to hold on to one of those top 10 positions can certainly be taken away from you.
Well, we're into Legend Select, and as always, Bloodhound Bangalore have been topping the charts with percentage pick rates for Legend Selection, but I am appreciating the variety on that 3rd flex pick for a lot of these teams, and a few interchanges as well. But match 3 is here, ladies and gents. Thanks for not sleeping like Banana Man. We're into the game.
It's just unfortunate. You're never going to live it down unless you bring the energy today. Match number 3, store point for the final time in our winners bracket. Keeping our eyes again on Lightning Rod, no surprise. We haven't seen a direct contest between TSM and Red Rams. I'm also just kind of keeping my eyes on Dark Zero as well to see if they do anything funky. They're not doing anything funky. They're going to the middle.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing this lobby has lacked, or not lacked, I guess, is no direct fights in the early game. Everyone's being pretty respectful of one another, and again, another sign of how good this lobby is. You don't want to take that early fight, and a sign of how important the points are that you can accumulate here, because all it takes is one bad drop, and suddenly you're staring at your death screen for the next 30 minutes.
Well, here is the point of view of Verholst, aka Dwayne Pike, as we found out a little bit earlier. Red Rams again, same loot path for both teams, and you can see Red Rams, I would say, look a little bit more willing to engage on this. Tika-chan is always kind of looking and trying to call out the positions of the TSM members. This is a good way to get the Evo up, and maybe if you go into that first fight with a bit of blue, it's a much more comfortable feeling than those white armors that we're going to see most teams dropping with.
Is this the same game?
It could be the same.
Is this just match 2 again? Because this circle looks awfully familiar.
Imagine
but
it goes pylon.
This is going to mess with the heads of the IGL, right? You've just seen the zone shift away from pylon in the previous. You get a somewhat similar circle here. I'm sure it's not directly identical, right? And then you might just say, well, maybe we commit to the other side.
Well, I really want to go to a listening with Elevate, if we could sort that out, by the way, because they're going to be the best team, right? To try and work out what's going to go on, because you saw they went in earlier, they were like, this was pylon zone, then they were the team who had to make the rotate late. It was a crazy one. I want to see how they're tested, how the grey matter is working for Zach Mazer and crew, on what area they choose to play. Elsewhere, you can see Complexity, who have had 2 pretty poor games with similar strategy that hasn't worked for them. Trying to crunch themselves into zone with that Valkyrie early and just not being able to find a comfortable spot to play.
Well, let's see where Legends Gaming go here. Of course, they're going to hit the Evo on the way just to get up to blues or get close to it. Now they will get the blue, of course, and now it's about where do you go? So I can already see that 2R1C are going to hit the northern side of the mountain. Liquid Alienware, who dropped it pylon, are moving away from pylon as well. It would be the most trolly thing if we saw it being a pylon zone now. The double bluff of the ALGS script.
I think that's the big indication for me, right? The fact that Liquid Alienware have decided to move away from pylon. They've gone to the northern side. Great shots coming in from Guild, as you would expect from a man of his talents. But this is going to be not moist set up for the long game, so to speak. You can see they have ring console information. They know where the zone is going to be going, and they've got their spot nice and early. Elsewhere, you can see a little bit of wildlife being put to sleep.
So sadly for Legends, if they keep moving south, 2R1C are already there, and actually it is 2R1C who are shooting Legends Gaming now. Coinforce taking a lot of damage, too much damage. Now Legends down to 2, and Liquid Alien where they say, we don't really want to be in the pylon party, let's push out, let's get aggressive, let's do what we do and take some fights.
The Finn came in as well, so now they're in a little bit of a shambles situation. Liquid Alienware are looking to see if they can clean up some of the pieces of this fight. And they might be able to get some angles to do so. Elsewhere, you can see 2R1C, they are chasing down the remaining players. And there's only one alive, I believe, but I think they just about managed to get away. 2R1C, you've got to be careful, though, that Liquid don't do that damage. You don't find yourself over-chasing, overextending, and then two Team Liquid members just find an angle to 3-2-1 you, and before you know it, you're in a little bit of a horrible spot.
And obviously for 2R1C, without the ability to get a ring console with this composition, they have to rely on the survey beacons, so they had no idea really where the circle's going to go, and sadly they will catch the last pieces of Legends Gaming. Well, sadly for Legends Gaming, but great news for 2R1C just to pick up some KP.
Well, VP versus Fury is happening on the southern side of the map right now. You see Caustic Colds going in, grenades going in as well, and it looks like both teams are trying to back out of this for now. Matt's just got to be so careful. He's so low, and even though VP have a huge armor disadvantage here, they're not backing down from this fight whatsoever. They, of course, have the geometric advantage having the high ground, but I think both teams trying not to engage, trying not to go down early, and it is a case, again, of nobody really wants to fight in these situations, with the game's just slipping away.
Just having a look at the map overhead as well and seeing which teams are moving slow, which are moving fast. Virtus Pro still thinking about this one, not Moist kind of holding them off at the moment. Good damage being done from the Hemlock just to keep teams at bay, as now Serenity and Complexity are going to have an engagement nearby to where we saw the zone finish in the previous game. Exact spot, actually, is now Serenity are really under fire. Complexity, can they find some success here in match number 3?
The Complexity have tried the same strategy, but this time at least they've managed to stabilize. They've managed to get some walls down. Now it's about dealing damage outward to protect this position. This was a position that saw the team underneath manage to take second place, I believe it was, in the last game. But landing this early, you always know that somebody's going to be trying to contest it a little bit later on. And if you can't get up to purples, you might have a problem. Serenity on your screen right now, trying to hold out the rotates that are coming in from Pylon.
So if the circle does go to the exact same finish, or at least nearby, Complexity in a brilliant spot now. They've got those walls set up. Rampart and Sheila will certainly say something about anyone trying to push them too. And Serenity really didn't have a choice to take that fight, because with the Rampart walls going down, it just became too difficult to try and take that away from them. And actually, look at the spacing we're seeing from Monsoon as well, saying, look, we're not just going to tuck ourselves in behind those Rampart walls and allow people to press up on us. Let's actually take some space and show that we can engage.
I think the crazy thing is right now, it's the teams that aren't in zone who might be hitting survey beacons on their way forward, and they're just seeing where all the teams are stacked up at the moment. They're not going to know if it's Pylon or towards the waterfall again. So everybody at the moment is in a little bit of a rough spot. Speaking of which, 07 again find themselves in a rough spot. It's been a quiet start to this lobby, as they only have one player now on their feet, Reject Winity, who have been superb in the first 2 games. Well, they're going to clean up these KP, and it's going to be more points for them.
I think the good news is that this lobby has been very top-heavy, with the likes of Reject Winity and Dark Zero mopping up those points. 10th downward, there's only a few points separating everyone, as Alliance and Red Rams are kind of caught in a scrap here on the very far. It's very isolated is this fight, but they are taking a lot of damage from the ring.
Yeah, this is deep in zone, deep in zone. All the way at the northern point at Zoo Station. Red Rams take some damage and try to escape, but this is one of those fights that you're looking at and you're going, is this really worth it for either team at the moment? Hackis will get one knock. You can see the ring is going to take Tinker-chan down, and now you can see Unlucky with a great angle as well. It's going to do huge damage, and Red Rams are, well, they're in problems here.
And Alliance will want to kind of right those wrongs of previous events where they were called a group stage team and they didn't find the success when you get to the latter stages of the tournament. And it all starts here in the winners bracket by teeing yourself up for Sunday with some bonus points. They're in 8th position at the moment. There's still plenty of Apex Legends to play here. Fnatic now doing a lot of damage, but the Pylon is going to at least absorb some of that, but they should be able to get this fight.
I mean, this is a clean fight. It's Reject Winity who go down as well. The team who we have been talking about being so brilliant in the first 2 games. The winners of our previous one, well, Fnatic just wiped the floor with them.
Alliance still chasing and sadly haven't been able to get a full wipe, but they have been able to at least find some loot. You can also see in the kill feed TSM and Furia going at it. Keon has fallen to Imperial How. As we get one last look at this overhead. So it is going to be a different circle shift. We're going further east towards Launchpad.
So nobody got it right. That's apart from SSG, what we're trying to say. A really tough zone, this one. It's one that finishes out in the open. So playable spots, the one that SSG have is going to be an absolute godsend. Their job is going to have to be to hold on to it, though, because being one of the only buildings that's going to be in late means that a lot of teams are going to try and take that off of them, or be forced to try and take it off of them. Furia, we saw Keon get taken down by Imperial How, and they haven't managed to get that banner. And now they're having to play the high ground. The good thing is, though, for them, you can see this high ground is going to be safe for quite some time.
How is Keon that far away? But Madness is going to be sending himself down with a little bit of cover from Vaxlon to try and get this banner and hopefully get Keon back in the game. At the moment, it's ring around the rosies just with where that death box actually is, but we'll find it, and maybe there's still a chance here for Furia to get back in there.
Well, Dark Zero versus TSM. In the kill feed, you can see Complexity taking a little bit of damage from 2R1C. Kimchi is going to go down, but we'll keep our focus here for now, as this story has been writing itself. Great spot for Dark Zero in this zone, though. You can walk this one in so well if they can clear their backsides. Complexity, though, you can see this might be another rough game for them. Monsoon is left on his own.
2R1C will just hunt him down as well, and it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3. Complexity go down. 17 squads now remain, and 2R1C find themselves in 11th place, 10 points. Jacko has a red armor to work with as well. The Lifeline team's really benefiting from her kit right now, and the fact that Lifeline is so powerful, I think, is an amazing thing for Apex Legends, because she's one of the OGs. She was one of the best Legends when I first started playing the game on Apex's release. So things coming full circle and seeing her back on the front stage is amazing to me.
I mean, it's quite crazy, isn't it? We're seeing what the likes of Bloodhound, we're seeing Bangalore, and all of these early on Legends finding their way back into the meta, even this deep into the game's life cycle. It's fantastic to see. Sykes is in the kill feed, though, and looks like they're having a little bit of a scrap themselves. TSM trying to move in on this, though. One knock has come in. Well, that's going to be Red Ram's Datch, who goes down. Furia eliminated in the meantime as TSM trying to just scarper their way in towards the edge of zone, and here comes a fight with Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid, they are low at the moment, but they have taken this fight many a time. 07 get eliminated. Sykes has just gone down to a grenade as well, so Liquid Alienware are able to get damage onto Dark Zero, who have now lost 2, both grenades finishing off those players. Red Rams also will fall in their rotation.
Liquid trying to take the high ground here as well. You can see the armor core swap has come in, which is going to give Jaguares just a little bit of extra HP as Alliance have just been scanned.
And I am wondering, did Effect actually get that medkit off? Because that's going to be a big difference, and I think he did. So at least it's a 3v3, but sadly Alliance have taken a lot of damage here.
I mean, they're going to be back down here, TSM, by the Bangalore ult that comes in. Dark Zero eliminated, by the way, but by being back down, you can see everybody has started looking at this. The Bangalore is almost like an alarm clock going on. Off, excuse me, for everybody who was inside of the zone to look out, and by doing so, it looks like Alliance have managed to force their way into the zone. TSM now have a problem.
Well, what an aggressive position we've seen taken by Hackers as well. Really wanted to get involved in this fight. Does take some damage, but TSM not able to capitalize at the moment. What a 3v3 this is, but there are other teams who can add to the damage. Look, it's 2R1C looking from a distance and can really influence this fight.
Fnatic taking down one of the EA members, Zach Mazer, as well in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure these shots are onto Alliance, who have decided that that fight is not for them for right now. E8 versus Fnatic. Heavy armor advantage here for Fnatic. All of them in their Sunday best, dressed in red at the moment, and it's a 3v2. This climb up is going to be golden. One goes down, another 50 spray is going to be good. And Tatsuki, wait a minute, Yuki's going to clutch this now. Yuka will clutch it. Fnatic will win the fight against EA elsewhere as well. You see Crazy Raccoon into the action themselves. Dogwell left on his own.
Does manage to get the bat off, so that's job number 1. Also, Peacekeeper in hand. It's been great to see the shotgun used throughout this event, by the way. Different regions just showing that different weapons will be used a little bit more. So Maiden Heaven versus Crazy Raccoon. I think it's a 1v1, but sadly the 1v1 is going to be joined by other players. So you've got to get this job quick, or you need to get the hell out of Dodge. But it looks like Arctic's going to push Dogma.
Got the armor swap though. This isn't going to be easy, but he's got to chunk away. Doesn't get that kill though, as you can see. It's Fnatic who come in to steal some of those kills away. Elsewhere, as Fnatic clear this side of zone, TSM in a fight, and Verhol's got that first knock.
TSM versus Alliance, and as you said, it's first knock, it's first blood, and it will be pushing on to get the full wipe. Alliance are out, and TSM get some kills on the board, and most importantly, get some points on their side.
Finally, something for TSM fans to cheer about. It's been a quiet day for them so far, but one fight, one action in one game could completely change what happens for the rest of the day. This is a look at your map overhead. Serenity, bang, center of zone. On the northern side, you have TSM, you have Liquid Alienware, who are going to be able to play those docks, those fingers of Launchpad a little bit later on, but the real traffic here is down on the south side. You have Not Moist, Aurora, VP, and SSG about to be joined by Fnatic as well.
Yeah, everyone on that southern side is going to have a difficult time. Liquid Alienware, the most interesting one here, because we mentioned it right at the top. When Pylon was their drop, they moved away, they found themselves over towards Launchpad. It was a perfect read of a circle for them, and now can they take advantage of it as Aurora have just lost Hardeki?
Yeah, they tried to jump in that trident and make a play, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so because everybody looked at them and everybody just rained down damage, and now they're going to have a caustic ult to deal with as well.
Dear. That's just not fair.
Aurora, this is rough.
Well, actually, it might just be karma with how Aurora were playing in the early games in group stages. As Not Moist look to try and pick up some extra KP. Oirain has now gone down, and Waltzy gets the kill. Hardeki is confirmed as a finish as well. Now Not Moist, they can hold a good position, but in 10 seconds on Zit, they've got to move, as do Virtus Pro, as do SSG. So yes, Aurora are a distraction right now, but you need to start thinking about that bigger picture.
Hey, 9 Impulse has got a Buster Sword. That means it's going to be difficult to deal with, all right? I've seen this story before. One still alive here for Aurora. Not Moist have to make that plan, though, as you say, on how they want to rotate in. 9 Impulse might be able to jump in the whip. Jump in the whip, he does, and boost away. Aurora might be in zone.
Use this as a distraction technique. Everyone else is going to be looking at one another with the zone closing in. SSG are very close to Virtus Pro here, and they know it, and they know this is going to be a difficult fight for them because other teams were in the area. Confirmation, Aurora eliminated. How getting the last bit of damage.
VP underneath, that's a great caustic ult, though. That's going to force them out. Zainu is trying to angle them out as well. SSG looking for the KP. Great shots coming in from Frex, but the zone is a problem.
Zone is a huge problem, as are Fnatic. Not just the Volt, but the Kraber with a couple of bullets. Could be the end of the likes of SSG, but just whiffs it. Doesn't matter, SSG still eliminated.
VP gone as well, SSG eliminated, as you say, and Yuka! Yuka F's him up, that's a shot with a Kraber.
Now Liquid, they've noticed TSM on the other side here, and TSM have gone down. You can see the death boxes fall to the floor, and they will not be a problem for Liquid Alienware, and they can get the res now. Liquid in a brilliant spot on this eastern side.
Not Moist are trying to move up on this, though. They're trying to take some angles. They do get the res, and Not Moist will be eliminated. So quite rightly, as you say, now Team Liquid control the dock. Fnatic, though, in such a good spot.
22 points, 4th place at the moment. Really could do with a victory here, and it's 6 bullets in this Kraber. And that is a terrifying sight, not just red armors, but a red weapon that's about to be put to use. We've already seen one headshot. Maybe we'll see a few more. All the meanwhile, by the way, all this commotion's happening. Serenity still sat set to zone, but now Liquid Alienware has to take the fight.
Look at these shots coming in from Jaguares, by the way. Pretty damn good, but the problem is it might be a numbers game as they are eliminated. It is Fnatic again, who add yet more KP to their total.
Fnatic are on an absolute tear at the moment. I think they will confidently take any fight they're presented with, but they just need to time it correctly, because now it's a 3v3v3. Serenity, 2R1C, and Fnatic. Fnatic are outside of the circle right now, you can see on the southeast side, but they should be able to just walk their way into the southern tip.
Huge news for them, though. They just found ult excels. You saw 2 players pop in those ult excels as well, which means that they might have the bang ult available. They might be able to jump in a Beast of the Hunt. All these things that can just tilt the battle back into their favor. They have 18 kills.
They have been smashing this lobby apart. Potential 24 kill game could be on the horizon if they were to get these remaining 6 kills. And remember, we saw Alliance doing exactly that in the group stages, setting records. Now, Serenity, though, have been here for quite some time. They've been able to set everything up, but Fnatic have just lost one. 2R1C in the kill feed, actually managing to take one out.
Yeah, maybe they're going to be the team who just changed things up a little bit here, and Fnatic now find themselves on the low ground, being angled out by both teams. And 2R1C Up on this rocket, just looking for the KP. They don't want to swing, they don't want to be too aggressive because they know the fight will come to them. Fnatic now losing 2, Fnatic eliminated. It's a 3v3 for the win.
Most importantly, 2R1C did not take any damage there, so it's a straight 3v3.
Oh, the swing's going to come in, the swing's going to be good, but it's not good enough for that first knock. Missy will get it though, and 2R1C, who watched over so much of this fight go down, might be in a position to win it. It's a 1v1, and Xhako, what have you got? Gets the fin, gets the armor swap, but can he get the win here? Behind the knockdown shield, we have yet another 1v1. The spray is not good! And it's 2R1C who will win game number 3.
And what a reaction, what a pop as well, getting that victory. It could be a win that sends 2R1C into the grand final. They know how important it is to put those points on the board. They find themselves up into 3rd position in the overall standings. And 2R1C just keep getting better and better as each day goes on.
3 games, 3 different winners from 3 different regions. It's called the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. And we're starting to see that this is an international tournament where anyone could be in place to win it.
Photographer straight in. That's Joe Brady, by the way. Best in the game.
Best human in the game.
Best human
on earth.
Ever. Just making sure he gets a quick snap. And what a moment it is. A victory like that on the main stage. There is nothing like it in gaming. If you've ever competed on a main stage and had a victory in any game, it is such an adrenaline rush, and especially in Apex Legends where you have that element of what if, of can we do it, will we do it, and that final release when you get that victory is unbelievable.
And it's even more of a release, as you would say, because now they're in a position with a win where they're thinking we might have done enough to make finals. We might be in the grand finals of the Split 1 playoffs. And outside of that, Dan, with that win, with 3 different teams winning here in our 3 games of Storm Point, it means we are set up beautifully before we head into World's Edge.
Yeah, World's Edge is going to be incredible to watch. You do not want to miss it, but that does mean it's just going to be more of a comfortable time for the likes of 2R1C. I don't think it's job done yet, but I think it might just be a few more points they need across 3 maps. So that's very much achievable. You can play a little bit more relaxed. It's not like when you're in the situation on a Sunday where you're trying to get to match point with that extra little bit. You can play a little bit risky. You can push yourself out there. You can push fights because you've got 3 times to do it.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about the last 2 games being in position where you've got to make something happen. You have to change the macro you've worked on so hard in the build-up to this tournament. It really is just the ultimate kind of relaxing feeling to go into the next map and think, hey, we've done a lot of the heavy lifting here, and World's Edge is going to be a lot more fun than maybe we were expecting. But that's going to do it all from us. An absolute pleasure to bring you the first 3 games on Storm Point. We're going to send it over to the Des Rain Day. It's over to you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Mark. Dan, congratulations. Great cast to kick it off here in our winners bracket. 3 games down, 3 games to go. Storm Point is done and dusted, and we have seen Reject Winity jump out in front alongside a great game of Fnatic and 2R1C taking the win in match number 3. I'm joined, of course, with Glitter Explosion, Hotsick, and we've got another special guest here on our desk, Ian Holstead, a character designer at Apex Legends Respawn Entertainment, who has worked on our latest Legend Alters. So, Ian, it's great to have you here, and we're so excited to talk about her in just a few.
Thanks so much.
And what we'll see here with Ian, as you can see later on, is the in-depth nature of how Alter, maybe some of the mechanics work, a little sneak peek at the perk tree, all of that in just a moment. But before we get to it, let's get rid of the business here. Match 3, Glitter, it was 2R1C, the pop-off moment there. To me, that felt like something that, as a team in EMEA that is often present, yet never really having that huge spotlight, it felt like this was the moment that they said, hey, pay attention to us, because this is what we can do. This is who we are.
And I'm glad you said that too, because we were talking about that in the green room. I even said it to Hotsick, like, we didn't get to see them in the first 2 matches. They weren't really doing a whole lot. And we talked about Fnatic in this 3rd match a lot too, because they were absolutely slaying out, but 2R1C brought it back, and we saw them do that in groups, so they had those pop-off moments as well, kind of reminding everyone why they're here at this LAN.
Yeah, no, I absolutely loved what I saw out of them, because we haven't seen too much. We've talked about them here and there, but one of the things I really loved, when you have those end zones where it's 3 teams on all separate rocks, everyone is kind of just playing their angles, trying to not be the one team that gets pinched. And I love that 2R1C they noticed that they had an opportunity to be the bread. You know, they got Fnatic in the pinch.
Classic.
Yeah, they got Fnatic in the pinch. They made sure they were the meat of the sandwich, killed them, and then not only that, but took that massive momentum. Like they could have just kept playing that rock, played it slow, but they took the fight even further and ended up winning the game. It was honestly really well done end game by 2R1C.
Well, great end game there, a great start to it as well. It's led us to the results that we're going to bring up on the screen in just a moment of how things stand after 3, with 2R1C in this last game getting 23 points. But maybe the bigger story there, Glitter, Fnatic with 18 kills, still, even though getting 3rd place, the overall points leader in match 3.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. When we say that slaying a game, they had 18 kills all the way up until they were pinched, like Hotsick was talking about, and that alone is more important. Those points are what they're focusing on. They want to try and make their way through to the next stage of competition. And also, we haven't even really started focusing on it, but now that we're halfway through the series, those advanced starting points heading into match point finals will be important, and these teams are fighting for that.
Absolutely. I mean, teams looking here, Liquid, Alienware, Not Moist, TSM having decent games, maybe for the first time in the 3. Stormpoint has been rough for a few teams, though, but it was rough in match 3 for our bottom 10 teams here as we transition into obviously some moments that they're going to want to shift up. Reject Winity, one of the few teams down there, especially as well as Dark Zero, who can be okay with taking a game off. They've done enough to get themselves in top 5 as of now, Hotsick, so they'll be confident moving into World's Edge. But again, we're running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dark Zero, love that they came out strong. I mean, they came out with a statement, right? And it's great on the flip side for the competition's sake to see that they're not exactly running it. Every game has had a different huge successor so far, and it's been really cool.
And looking at these teams too, there's so many stories here. Red Rams, who have been the bane of TSM's existence, have found themselves with at least 16 plus points here heading into game 3 and now game 4. How will they continue to improve on that in World's Edge? We will see in just a moment, but I think our series results are ready to be displayed. That would put Reject Winity at the top after 3 with 43 points, 16 points clear of 2nd place Fnatic. 2R1C after that big win. Notably, Fnatic and 2R1C both rocking Lifeline in that final zone and taking a 2nd and 3rd place. Maybe there's something there about AJJ. Dark Zero, Virtus Pro rounding out our top 5. And when you continue to look at this, what stands out to you the most, Lauren, as we get a big overview of our top 20 as it stands here in our winners?
I actually really like your shout towards Red Rams. We watched them be super aggressive in groups yesterday in that contest against TSM, and they didn't do that this time around in winners, opting to go a little bit more safe and get those points on the board. And that's possibly because they also have the contest when we switch maps with SSG, and that didn't go well yesterday. So maybe they're trying to hedge their bets a little bit, and they actually did pretty well for themselves with that.
I think so too. This is a game that is obviously, there's so many components to Apex Legends. It's tough to have the level of consistency that some of these teams are showing. A big shout out to Reject Winity representing APAC North, but also a big shout out to Dark Zero continuing to make those statements. And the teams like Red Rams who feel like they're thorns and sides, but wait a second, maybe that's not doing justice to that story. They might actually be here to take it all as you would expect. And any quality global contender that is here on this stage knows they have what it takes to get it done. However, I know that somebody else on my desk has what it takes to get it done, and by get it done in this circumstance, I mean create a cool character, a cool legend coming out in season 21 of People. So Ian, talk to us a little bit about Alter. What does she bring to the table, the new villain that will be entering into the Apex Legends Pantheon?
Yeah. So Alter brings a lot of different ability diversity, and I think that she's going to offer a lot to all kinds of players. So with her tactical, she's able to create portals through surfaces, and not just walls. We're talking ceilings, floors, angles, all kinds of stuff.
And walk us through, as we could see her abilities. Her tactical looks like it's going to be already immediately, we could see some of the utility in a high-level situation, right? But her passive, valuable as well.
Yeah. Her passive, I think, is really critical for giving her a little bit of sustain and keeping your team on the move, right? Alter is a skirmisher. You don't want to stop and have to, search for more loot. And I think this is going to be especially strong in a competitive setting where there's death boxes all over the place and the players are so tight on inventory, right? One grenade can be the difference between, winning or losing, or running out of ammo in the last ring.
That is absolutely true. Need more light ammo. It's a statement that's been played. As we take a look at the video, if you haven't seen Alter coming up in season 21, the newest legend to enter into the cast adding 26 now to the playable roster in Apex. Remember to download it for free and play. She will be bringing not only her villain arc, but her ability to maneuver through surfaces. And as we see this, Ian, I want to talk about interactions. What's some cool stuff that Alter can do with her tactical, with some of her abilities, before we jump into the ultimate?
Yeah. So her tactical, I think, really rewards people with deep map knowledge, and I think there's going to be a long journey of discovery from all the players, right? So, for example, on World's Edge, you can go from Lava Siphon to Harvester without exiting the tunnel, just by going right through the wall.
Wow.
But, you know, that's not all, right? We maybe have some fun Legend interactions, too.
Okay.
So, you know...
Can you give us a little sneak peek at what those might be?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
come on, Ian.
If you're running a Wraith, and you got it an Alter as well, a Wraith can put her ultimate portal and place it while going through an Alter tactical.
Wow.
So
really,
the two of them can really wombo combo to make some very powerful rotations from Wraith and do some stuff that maybe the enemies aren't expecting.
One of the things we love listening to you talk about Alter, Ian, earlier in the week was the passion and the thought that you put into this character. I know people are going to love it when they see it. Walk us through these perk choices and kind of the conversations you expect players to have in their heads when they're playing a game of Alter, whether it's in ranked or whether just casual.
Yeah. So we found it really interesting when you could either lean your playstyle into the ultimate or the tactical. And so at the first tier, you can get your ultimate a little bit more frequently. You know, you have it when your team needs it. Or maybe you're trying to play really aggressive. You want to know when you're breaching into an enemy, which person to target exactly. So with the Void Vision, you get to see your enemy's health bars while you're phased and a little bit afterwards so that you can precisely target the person who's weak.
And that's a huge element of being able to just be prepared for the situations that you're entering, which Alter is going to create a lot of those. Walk us through that level 3 perk and then spend a little bit of time breaking down the ultimate and the impact you think, especially maybe how you might see some of the players behind us on stage using that, some of their pro play.
Yeah. So with the third tier of upgrades, the Eternal Nexus allows it not to time out. Normally it will time out after about 2 minutes, but in this case, you can stick it, it'll stay there until it's found by enemies and destroyed or killed by the ring. But this gives you a ton of versatility for your team, right? You don't have to worry about throwing it out right before you do something. You can throw it out there and know that as a safety point you can go back to at any point going forward, and allows you maybe to hold more angles or take up more space than you'd otherwise be able to. With a tactical cooldown, it's a pretty sizable thing. So the tactical normally has a 30-second cooldown, so this cuts quite a bit off of it. But additionally, if you get a gold helmet, that'll mean that you have 100% uptime on your portals. So
what? Hold on, I think you misspoke there. Sorry, I thought I heard you say 100% uptime. On
that's
the
right. That's right. So the portals exist in the world for 15 seconds, and I think it'll allow a lot of opportunity to play really uniquely around your portals, and I think that people are going to do some crazy stuff with it.
Ian, it's really insightful. So cool to have you on. And again, spending some in-depth time with Ian earlier this week and now on the desk, I tell you, there's so much thought, so much care being brought into these legends. Alter coming in season 21. It's going to be a show. Thank you so much for your time, Ian. It's been great to have you.
Thanks for having me here.
Oh, of course. We'll see you around the venue. Again, more Respawn developers will be joining us on stage and hanging out with us throughout the day. Hodzik, Glitter, we'll get back after these 3 games go. But right now, I got to send it down to the man himself, We the People. What's up?
LA, what up? We are here in LA at ALGS. What's your name? What's your favorite thing about being at a LAN?
My name is Ashley, and the environment here is just totally wild. Like, it's such a unique way to watch the game. It's such a crazy experience. 10 out of 10 recommend. It's been so good.
It's our first LAN, by the way. My dude, what's your name, and what do you think of the new Legend Alter coming out?
Yeah, my name is Thomas. The new Legend looks awesome. Very interested to see how it plays.
Yep. Well, crowd, make some noise. We are live from LA. Rain Day, take it away.
Throw a curveball at me there.
Thomas is like, I don't play Apex. Looking over through the script right now, TSM 16th place. I mean, Oh, sorry. We're not talking about Dwayne Piper or anything like that. What is good, everybody? Welcome to the ALGS. We are here with some more action, and it's looking a little hot in this lobby, Gino. Hopefully we don't catch that.
Yeah, no, it's been a great start there on Stormpoint. We're going to finish it off here on World's Edge and decide 10 teams who make it through to Sunday.
So crazy with 3 games remaining before we find out which of these 10 teams will be meeting up with the rest of the squads that are in the elimination bracket round 2. The crowd is heated up. Are you guys ready for some Apex?
Well, we've got so many teams here. This is the hardest lobby we've seen all weekend. Sometimes, you know, we say this is the hardest lobby throughout the entire tournament, right? You know, teams are playing for that top 10, okay? They're playing conservatively. That's certainly what we've seen so far over at Stormpoint. As Onset was alluding to there, though, it might start to get a little crazier towards the edge, towards the end of this, at the edge of some zones, I'm sure. Now, we're having a look at some of these potential contests that we've got coming up here. If you remember, Red Rams and SSG were a little wary of each other at times over at Climatizer, and sometimes splitting worked better than actually going for the contest. Red Rams running away with a win at one of the times where they didn't actually engage each other in the end. Serenity, after the first 3 games, they've got themselves into another potential scrap over there with Made in Heaven. But that said, Fragment next to Monument is free, so maybe there's a chance that one of those teams pops over and takes that.
Could be absolute huge here too, as we see the 07 complexity 50-50, although we could see maybe one team landing on one side of Lava Fisher before rotating through the Mirage Trois here. While we do take a look at the squads landing over by World's Edge, and this being our last 3 remaining games for this winner's side, it's nice to note that a lot of these teams see where they're sitting after Stormpoint if they have any opportunity to maybe grief one of these squads here on their rotate. I love how Dark Zero is taking Trials and Skyhook West away from Aurora. We know that since this squad has been running the lifeline, they want to look for that gold knockdown shield. With that mid-season patch, they could guarantee that knockdown shield, but it's even better when the whole squad could get that full reset. As we see the 50-50 coming down here from Space Station, they're already going to land on top of that roof, sharing a lot of that space that Climatizer has, but which of these teams will come out on top, or can they potentially get third party by Elevate who land between Epi and Survey?
They're on the north and the south of Climatizer at the moment. So as you can see, fairly split. Most of these contests don't seem to really begin in earnest until the teams get into closer quarters. I think, you know, that's probably one of the biggest differences between, say, like a ranked game and, you know, all you guys play at home versus these top-level lobbies. When they have a bit of space early on in these contests, you very rarely see teams at this level take a knock, right? They play their lives very carefully, and you do have to kind of get the full push going on to really finish someone off. So here's the full map with everything that we were seeing before. So Serenity, no, not there in the middle. They've left that one over to Made in Heaven and gone all the way down to Dome. 07 take over Mirage Trois and Lava Fissure with Complexity. Having a look around for them. They've gone over to Fragment, right? That was empty just before. So, okay. It's actually turned out to be a fairly peaceful affair to start off with.
And really great once they find out where the circle's pulling. I mean, they do have that survey that's right there over by Fragment East. Even better, if you look at how Space Station just quickly had rotated away from Climatizer, we're expecting that 50-50, but rather peaceful again, as Red Rams are going to be able to also have the ring console and the circle beacon. Legends on their rotate, trying to get their heads in the game here, sitting in 14th overall.
Yeah, Legends, they need a few more points, but maybe they'll find it here on World's Edge. They are the team that gets, on average so far, the 3rd most percentage of their points from World's Edge, 63%. Some other teams that are struggling so far, you've got TSM on 10 points. They get the most, 83% on World's Edge, so expect a little bit better from them here, as well as Elevate
They're not doing too bad with 18 coming from Storm Point. They have also typically at this so far, this LAN got 72% of their points coming over from that from this second map. So there's just a couple of teams to think about when it comes to the differences between how these two maps play out.
And how they're going to work into that with this map too, whether they want to play on the edge, want to play for circle positioning as well. Not Moist being on that cusp themselves. Going to be able to rotate north away from Serenity as they're going to be able to loot the rest of stacks. They have a ring console to their south. Seeing where the circle is already going to be pulling, though so many squads have gotten ahead of the curve so that way they could sit down in that positioning south side of Epi.
Medkit here. Let us follow it.
So, continuing on a very similar pace so far to Storm Points. Not much action in the early game. We're going to have to wait for these teams to get a little more bloodthirsty. I mean, you never know. Dark Zero versus Aurora, even 07 actually in the vicinity over towards Countdown and Skyhook, and they're actually quite split, all of them. 07 split off from each other.
Talking about looking out for blood, I've never seen a hot and cold team like Furia before. They could literally go from 0 to 100 real quick, and this is the time where they really need to start strapping on those shoes because they were sitting in 19th right now with only 1 KP, 2 points, complexity in 20th here.
Okay, so this is that situation we were talking about just before. An interesting one as well, because one of Dark Zero's members, as you can see here, Sykes was on the other side of the tunnel. All 3 of Aurora's members were inside the tunnel. And if Aurora had have somehow realized this and turned on either side, they could have caught them off and had a 3v1 or a 3v2. They don't. Instead, we're seeing the gift-wrapped perk come out from Hardeki this early in the game, in round 1, to give him that Evo cache.
It's not too late here since they can't get to trials. Of course, they could rotate through that vault side. Dark Zero already know this and know their pathing, so they are right behind them.
Well, Aurora are about to understand it because they try and scan. I don't think they even got it off. Where was the smoke? Oh, man. Dark Zero going straight in now.
Gonna be able to pull off that shield bat as the Beast of the Hunt has already been popped sliding down the hill. Although they do get that first knock, this is gonna take a bit for them to try to re-engage. Trying to take an off angle is Zero with the Hemlock. Having that slight high ground too, but also the positioning advantage when it comes to getting closer to where that next circle is since they have that information.
Okay, so they get the reset. Dark Zero deciding to go further into the circle and just take position up on outside Aurora rather than pushing the issue.
While they are rotating through survey, see a sniper in the distance. Red Rams by that bridge, north side of Epi. Space station on one of the legs on the north side of Epi too, just hanging off by the lip, but Dark Zero on this outer rotate are going to be able to use the replicator if they need. Evil Harvester, not like they need it. I mean, they're on full purples, but red doesn't hurt. We know that Dark Zero are on their own side quest when it comes to a lot of these rotates and trying to prioritize the Evil Harvester.
Yeah, and if you look at the data around this, Vicky, in terms of, you know, the timings of when these teams are getting up to the blue shields, the purple shields, the red shields, Dark Zero are a complete outlier. I mean, they are in so many different respects, but this is one of the ones that has made them head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in this switch over to Season 20. Their macro in that way has just been phenomenal, and big shout out I think needs to go to both ZZ and Privacy, their coach and their analyst, who helped them to develop these strategies.
Ooh, nade galore. Shubi having to drop down from the high ground because they're getting shot from behind here too. Now having to be on the outskirts of the circle, playing up the little lip. Just gonna constantly jump before he's falling into the lava. There's nowhere to really hang out on that lip as Dark Zero have approached from that back end of the circle.
So they are back within the zone now. Scan reveals there's someone waiting for them on the other side of that truck. They need to pop some medis before they really want to take this engagement though. Sykes will start it off.
Get a little bit of damage though, sending out that Nox nade. And to decide what they want to do, knowing that that team is still below them. They're not the issue for right now. The scan giving them the information that they need, as E8 have not only been able to get that reset, but get on top of the high ground here, trying to wrap right behind Red Rams.
Aurora and 07 still all the way back. May even be a problem for Dark Zero later on. But then switching over to the east side of the circle, we've got Virtus Pro, Not Moist, and Liquid Alienware. All sitting around this overlook part of World's Edge. Looks like Liquid are trying to go further in.
Sykes, though, being able to get the finisher on Tico-chan. That's the fight happening right above Elevate. Well, Elevate do note this, they're still playing at a health disadvantage, still rocking full blues, just like Red Rams, but if anything, they're in a way worse position since now they're at the man disadvantage. See Zero as confident as ever. They do get scanned by the team that's on the low ground. They know, again, that's the duo right here. He's gonna have scan in a second before seeing where that squad still is on the high ground, but I like the split position that we're currently seeing from Dark Zero.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams around them at the moment. A lot of space in the middle of the ring as well. This is going to be a very precarious situation for Dark Zero. Is this the time when they strike? They've had one match they've done phenomenally, and then it's fallen off the last couple. Their hands might be a little cold at this time.
Team Liquid Alienware, Yanya coming into play right behind E8. I like the teams that are fighting for this northern part of the zone. It has a much better rotation. If the zone does become volatile and pull more towards the south, you'll still have that lift of the high ground here with that positioning advantage. Elevate, still noting that there's a team right in front of them. They could get that Bloodhound scan before they decide if they want to move from here, but they're safe for now. Care package on the ground. Complexity. They need to showcase what they've got in store for us, sitting in dead last at the moment as CR looking at them from the other side of the building. Nobody going to engage first with that care package being mighty tempting, but Monsoon is waiting for you with that charge rifle.
Oh, okay. Well, the smoke's on top of it. Is that the opportunity? If we see someone drop their gun on the ground, that's a pretty good indication that they're going to try and go for it. Monsoon with the old 2x chargey. This is basically the other hotspot on the map right now. One up towards Epicenter, and then quite a few teams down at Fragment.
Oh no, though. 07 getting the trade, Anthony for Hockeys. But it's with these caustic barrels. Look at this, painting that bottom floor. Can they get the res? As 07 I try to poke at them from the high ground before dropping down. Knock grenade ready to go. Clearing some space, but they need some suppress fire. Effect slides in. 151, landing these hemlock shots. The caustic gas doing enough to knock Nags.
Yeah, thank God for that. I mean, he went down just to throw the ultimate, and sure, it does buy a lot of space here for Effect to try and use the gold knock and get his teammate up, but no, in this moment, the knockdown shield is more valuable.
Oh, no way, with the what? The thermite? No way! That was unintentional. Even after trying to bait that res originally, now 07 get third party. This fight was going on for way too long by Monument. It is Reject Winity that have now moved in. Whew. Huge nade here from Oogly. They're gonna be able to get the finisher onto Nags. You see Monsoon's charge rifle in the distance. Alliance now tagged with two other teams for 10th. The competition is tight for these squads to continue their domination within that next winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, from 7th place, Elevates on 19, all the way down to 12th with Alliance on 17. That's not much splitting these teams. A single 3v3 will move you around and change your fate from being in the winner's bracket, or sorry, on the Sunday, getting through to the finals versus having to try your luck in elimination round 2.
Legends Gaming on the other side here. Beast of the Hunt has been called in from Space Station. Zainu, to get that information. Watson Gen has been put in. Enough with these fences though, sending out some nades on the other side. And while this fight happens here in Epi, it's more squads now trying to make an appearance. They lose out on player K. Huge swing as Koifel is gonna be able to find Zainu. Oh, can't clutch it up though. It's only up to Strafing Flame, who's taking a different angle. He's got the Mozambique, but no hammies. Space Station eliminated in your feet. This is what I was worried about with so many other squads here. Now Reject winning here, looking to actually join in on this party.
Oh, Straight Fing takes a shot in zone, and that means he cannot make it around the rock to get back in. Moving back up to where we saw Dark Zero before. Again, most teams sitting on the periphery of this zone. It's very hard to find position inside it until right at the last moment. You're going to expect some very late rotates in. Liquid are close enough to perhaps walk in. You can see they're trying to ping out other teams or potential spots where they can head up.
Subject spotted here.
The Dark Zero, they're further behind. Depending on what kind of survival items they've got in their kit right now.
Let's go that way.
They either need to move early and do some damage.
Zip line here.
And they need to go late and hope that a couple of other teams are flying in at the same time. Because so many teams are sitting around down here at Fragment at the moment. It's going to be tough, 4 or 5. I only see one of those getting in there.
Just tough when you're here so early, Dino. That's why you're seeing the full blue Evos from all the squads stuck right by Fragment. Fnatic, Crazy Raccoon, Complexity have not moved from the train station in the middle of Fragment. TSM meeting a lot of these squads when it comes to this circle shift. Very out in the open, though. It's gonna be crazy here now that the circle is closing in. Let's see what Virtus Pro do on this zipline. Not Moist playing right underneath them, waiting.
Okay.
Axon's going to be able to get that knock onto Zero, though, while that fight is happening on that north side here. More squads have now flown in from the skies. What is that? 3 to 4 teams have taken the skies so that way they can land into the circle.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. They're all picked pretty much the same window to pile in here. You can see BP getting slaughtered over here in the right under the rocks, but TSM feels like they're gonna have to do the same, literally walking through fire to try and fight their way out of this one.
Maybe the scriptwriters should work in overtime right now because the onslaught of nades forcing Hal into a corner. 2 rats on controller are eliminated in your feet, and look who's looking to swing onto Hal, cleaning them up. Made in Heaven playing off that low ground. Complexity in the middle of those bins. Virtus Pro playing this as a duo.
Aurora's gone down.
Let's go to this area.
Complexity setting up the rampart walls up. The top here, that could be a nice way to try and buy some space in. You know the top of that mountain there is just, it's really all snow. There's barely any rocks, barely any cover. That's why these teams are coming in at such a late stage. Any earlier than that, they know they'd be too exposed to the teams rotating in behind them. Serenity have played it well by trying to be very close to the zone and the next circle. They're all the way down the south and there's no one behind them. Furia, they're up the top here, but Reject is sitting right on the edge of the circle.
And Fnatic continue to claim heads as well, sending Crazy Raccoon back to the lobby while Furia have this high ground here. Being a little bit lackluster in terms of attachments for these weapons, but not Moist have found themselves on the high ground. This was a team that we saw swing onto Hal, dropping all the way down, preventing the spot from trying to reset right behind that gold knockdown. Gale taking a bit of damage, trying to close in the gap with the concept barrels. MT taking a different angle while Walty still holds the high ground to prevent any of the squads from trying to take the same spot and knowing that Fury is on the other side.
Oh, wow, that's clutch. He can pop the evac tower from the height so his team gets back up to join him. Reject. They've won the fight against the team to their north as well, and just a single member of Team Liquid Alienware is going to be in between Moist and Reject, trying to make it into this next circle. Serenity moved down south, but yeah, this Moist, they're really up top here. Let's have a listen and see how they control this high ground.
27, bang one, dead. We gotta walk, another team. We gotta walk up on yours. Dead. Right in front of you, on your right. One on here, climb it up. Two. One more. No! I'm resting. I'm not. Coming up. They get shot. On my thing. Oh my god!
swing in and take the solo that's not moist, and now they're the ones on the high ground holding the triple take. Complexity, nowhere to hide behind those amped shields now. They have the loot at their feet. With Serenity utilizing those Complexity Rampart walls, they're the ones split on the low ground. Our last 2 squads remaining here for this game number 4.
Fnatic very close together here. They're clustered, but they do have the high ground. That said, if Serenity can stall them out without taking too much damage in the next 20 seconds, they're all going to have to pile off. And at that point, Serenity is spread out. They've got different angles. Will this bang ult from Yuka be enough? They've still got the Nox gas grenade. You can see they're trying to work out, but they're stunned. Do they even hit it?
That's why they preemptively threw it, but Leica taking a lot of damage. So has Suzuki here as Yuka. Can he hit the Kraber shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, and he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Kraber. Leica and Suzuki come in to clean up on aisle 3. Taking their time on this rotate. They lost out on Leica. Now they're prioritizing the shield bats. Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic with the patience. The safety protocol to take game number 4.
Big effort from there from Fnatic. 51 points on the board now. Almost joining their APAC North brethren at 55. That's Reject up the top, but wow. It feels like it's been a long time coming for APAC North to show up. The last couple of lands, it has felt like they've slipped a little, Vicky. Usually a couple teams will make that final day, but they were becoming less and less impactful. Going into this one, there were a lot of high hopes, especially for Fnatic and Reject.
Wow. And that's with 12 KP after taking that dub 2 here, Gino. 3.2k damage. What a phenomenal day it's been so far for Fnatic. I mean, they had a little bit of a slow start. Building up to this is the team that usually shows up in these day 3s when we enter the bracket stage here. I see the sigh of relief from this team. Smiles all around. But it's getting that momentum after taking that game 4. Let's not forget they also fought for that high ground alongside Not Moist. When Furia was on the other side of that cliff, guess who cleaned them up? It was Fnatic.
Yeah.
So then they claimed the high ground, but I specifically love the way that they played that final circle. They took a lot of damage despite having all those ults that they threw out. They take the dub with 12 KP, Serenity come in second with 4 KP, the only team to come out of the chaos that was all the squads that had flown in from Fragment side, rotated from that south side of the zone.
So the couple of teams that really benefit off game 4 here, Fnatic, Serenity, Not Moist, and Reject. Most of themselves finding the top of our leaderboard at the moment. Serenity continue to impress. And we also see Liquid picking up 9 points. They were one of those teams I think we were looking at on the bubble here, Vicky. You've got to remember, getting into the top 10 is quite important here. Not only do you get through to Sunday, you're also going to pick yourself up some extra points.
Always like to have that when it comes to match point format. As we take a look at the second page, DZ, they finish off in 12, but they were able to get 3 KP. TSM right behind them with 1 KP. They were one of the squads stuck over by Fragment side. Even looking all the way down in 07, had to play that a little bit out as a rat. It was chaos whether you're coming from Fragment side or even what we witnessed from the squads that wanted to rotate more so by that northern edge, leaving Epicenter.
Okay, having a look at our top 2 teams that went head-to-head at the end of that one. You can see it was a bit of a slow burn there for Serenity, biding their time. But, you know, when you have a look at the damage, sometimes that tells you more of the story than the kills. Serenity obviously having to work to get to that spot, but they don't benefit from it as much as a team like Fnatic, walking away with 12 kills.
But the chef's kiss on those shield breaks using the Kraber, enabling the rest of his team to push in on that opportunity. Serenity still finding themselves on that slight low ground behind those amp shields. As we take a look at the series results thus far, look at Elevate in that 10th place spot with 19 total points, and right behind them it's Sharks in the Water. Red Rams 17 points, Alliance tied with them with 17, Aurora. I mean, this is so tight. Just one good game from any of these squads, looking all the way down to even like Crazy Raccoon. I mean, you can never know what to expect going into match 5 and 6.
No, that's really fair, especially, I mean, you know, going from 8th upwards, it's starting to get a little more away. I mean, the fascinating thing is I think the top 4 in that game are the top 4 on the leaderboard right now. So very much in momentum, playing with momentum and in form. Great to see those ones. I mean, Dark Zero essentially in 5th place, but they're sort of just relying on that one big game they had at the start.
What's even better? Having a better gaming chair so that way you could actually pop off. You see those chairs in the back from our pros? You like taking care of your lower back? Well, so do we. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Pay close attention and you'll see the newest Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. In celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th. So make sure you guys take advantage of this deal. Check it out. Especially when you're gaming for those long hours, you want to make sure that you are in good form.
Big fan myself.
They say when you win a 1v3, it's just because you had a better gaming chair. Comes into play here at the ALGS. Absolute huge game here for game 4, Gino, but I really want to go through that final circle and the way that Fnatic played that, especially highlighting the positioning of one of the members holding back here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this one. I mean, looking back on it, you're wondering really at this point, how much utility did Serenity have to work with? Because Fnatic, obviously, they're just trying to buy time. They need to reset, they're taking stock, they're probably talking this over, and now their plan starts to come into effect, right? The nades go out, we've got the bang ult happening, and then as soon as they get hit by it, you can see they have to throw the gas grenade out. But this was really the issue, right? It was the Kraber. That's when this shot hits, then the next one. I mean, look at that. Yuka's, he's making it so easy for Satsuki here to just get that last little lick of damage on the Serenity members.
Like, that was such an important shot. Considering the fact that Lyca had gone down, it was for the cause of trying to put in some more damage to follow from those Kraber shots before Yuka came in as the MVP for Fnatic. Huge there. Because you don't have to fully send it with your squad if you are able to land those Kraber shots. That was detrimental to their win condition, and even if they had that slight high ground.
It's funny, isn't it, sometimes like the high ground obviously is usually where you want to be, but in this current meta, how many times have we seen a Caustic ult just rip apart an entire team? I mean, obviously, you know, you never get the full story in Apex, it feels, so I guess you'd love to hear the comms from Fnatic at that point, trying to work out, you know, do they know if Serenity has the Caustic ultimate or not? Are they actually comfortable just sitting on there, or do they have to get over it and done with it quickly?
It's equally important too when you know what side of the circle you are. They were going to be forced eventually out of that high ground, and being cans, like basically sardines in a can on that lip of the mountain isn't safe because of those caustic Nox grenades. You don't want to give them the winning opportunity. And though they have the barriers that were left behind by Complexity too, they had the natural cover of those bins. So to prevent that, Serenity essentially did have that circle advantage because they were more in that final circle than we saw Fnatic when they were forced to give up that high ground, and then they would have been in the line of sight of Serenity eventually. So they really took advantage of that.
Yeah, it's like obviously you had the amp covered down there on the low ground, and they would have loved to sort of just sit behind and play those, but unfortunately for them, you know, they kind of had to push up and play those rocks. It wouldn't have made sense to just give up all of that space to Fnatic. So I think that was probably the right call to leave one behind and start using that, and then have the other players try and buy that space.
Imagine having to actually deal with the pressure of being on a stage like this. Think about the teams that had to fight through the challenger circuit. One team that I could think about in particular is Made in Heaven, and we actually have a segment after talking to them a little bit. Let's see how their journey has been as they were able to qualify for LAN.
My name is Arctic.
I'm Synatic.
Tax or Taxington.
My in-game name is Cafe, and I'm the actual coach for Made in Heaven.
Then it might just be a case of Made in Heaven coming down from heaven to finish this game off.
Not again from the heavens, surely, but it should be a easy cleanup here now. Made in Heaven taking.
I was primarily looking to play like a fragger role, and as an M&K player, there's not many of us. Me and Arctic, when we were trying out, it just hit off and it worked really well, and we just needed an IGL who could guide us and make us play well.
They needed an IGL, and I needed a team, so we joined forces.
And Synatic was just a good IGL upcoming, so everything fit.
They're in the base, coming. Back deck. I'm chilling. Yeah, go. Dead! Last one! Last one! On you. Nice!
No one expected us to do as well as we did. We didn't either. We placed higher than teams like 07.
Able to take out 07 and clean up the remnants of Aurora.
Teams that have all been on LAN, gotten high in LAN, top 5s in LAN, and it's like, if they can do it, why can't we?
When I started competing, LAN was the goal the whole time. Always is a good experience, like being on stage, being with people that you was always watching. We know that everyone has their heroes, and being here with everyone together is super cool.
Playing in that first pro league, it was like, finally I've got here, but what's the next step? LAN's the end goal, and then finals, I'm winning. I mean, after the first day, it was kind of like, we knew we could do it. We got second, won the first game.
Our game style fits. I think we have everything to go. If we manage these fights, we can clearly win.
Made in Heaven now, the cleanup crew to deliver from above. Drop down the gas.
Experience-wise, it was amazing being on that stage. It's just really surreal because before then I was always just a spectator in the stands, and now being on the other side, it's mind-blowing, especially first day, how many people are in that crowd. I'm going to be disappointed, if I'm honest, with anything below finals. Losers round 2 would be a decent result, but I will be disappointed if we don't make finals. Just dedication, sticking with the same 2 people and practicing and putting everything into it.
Hard work beats talent.
You can do it if you try hard enough and you put in enough work, anyone can.
But you need to put your heart on it, so be healthy, have good sleep, and everyone can do it.
Group stages are group stages, nothing's over until Saturday.
It is so amazing to hear the stories from our squads that have been able to battle their way out of the challenger circuit. Teams that anybody here could actually participate in. If you think you and your squad are better than any of these legends on the stage, well, guess what? You also have the opportunity to maybe challenge these guys and go through the challenger circuit yourself. Like these amazing players here, Made in Heaven, they're here for a reason.
Yeah, isn't that just one of the most beautiful things about the Apex Legends esports ecosystem? It is open to the extent that anyone could join up to the challenger circuit, work your way through it, make Pro League, make LAN, and like Made in Heaven have talked about, try and make finals and win. The ultimate goal. Only 2 teams have ever achieved that in ALGS. Made in Heaven, they want to be the 3rd.
Actually making history out here. And I love how they highlighted the pressure being on a stage is like this, especially if this is your first time. I love seeing the support in the crowd. Made in Heaven really showing up here. But in a lobby like this, it is not easy, Gino.
And I think that probably says something about that open circuit and how much sort of fresh blood we get through these LAN events, Vicky, is that you essentially always have some new teams. You essentially always have someone whose first LAN event it is. That's just, that's just the nature of Apex Legends esports right now, and says something about putting in hard work. As they said, someone's going to slack off. You got to be there to take their place.
Here on World's Edge, at least they're at 9th place overall. Still on the cusp, which is so important, knowing where you stand going into this Game 5. The stakes are high here, as we are still setting up before diving onto World's Edge fully. But we were expecting maybe a 50-50 that could go in between Serenity and Made in Heaven. Looking at Monument and Frag, there's a lot of space here that you could share in that POI?
Yeah, I mean, what was it? I think Made in Heaven did end up getting Monument to themselves. So I think they'll be okay here in game 5 and 6, but kind of like we were talking about, you never know what happens towards the end. These players do have access to the scores, right? They're not in the dark about that. They can look at the other team where they're sitting currently. They will know their drop spots, of course. They've done their research. The coaches, of course, will be helping them out with that. And if they realize that, you know, they're right on the bubble with another team, they might just decide to drop on them. Because, you know, hey, if they can take them out, all of a sudden that's one less team that can overcome them throughout the game. Cut it off right at the knees.
And thinking ahead, too, of the POIs that you want to claim if you see yourself already leading the pack. Match number 5, though, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We are exiting out of the dropship. Let's see if anything's changed here as we get started with match number 5.
Okay, so Serenity straight into the geyser, and of course, yeah, they're gonna have to go back to Dome yet again, and this is one of the reasons why people don't pick Dome that much, Vicky, is because sometimes it's so far away you can't even get there in the dropship. You have to actually hit the geyser and then walk over.
And then you're also going to be pinched between Liquid, who land on the south side alongside you, as well as Not Moist over by Stacks and Big Mod. Very lackluster loot at Dome. At least you do have the ring console, but you could expect other squads to try to take advantage of that. But this also means that Made in Heaven were able to have Monument to themselves after what we saw from Complexity. They landed in Fragment before when we saw them in the train station.
Complexity, obviously one of the teams who is very much struggling at the moment. They need 2 probably huge games here to get back in and make Sunday right now.
We see finally the aggression from Red Rams and Space Station, though, as Red Rams try to approach, playing up the lift, though the slide comes in, trying to get out of their line of sight, but Red Rams take way too much damage in this engagement.
I mean, last fight, or last game, I should say, they were really just poking across at each other from either side of Climatizer, and then eventually just went their own separate ways. But this time, Red Ram kind of got them locked down behind this little weather pole here.
But they're forcing them to be in that position because they know that E8 is coming in right behind them.
Oh, no.
Red Rams now having to reset on this fight, reposition, because this is just free pickings for E8 as they hold on to the high ground, trying to see if they can find an opportunity to third party if they see another knock.
Yeah, you see the finish there from Shubi. SSG probably want to disengage at this point, but they can't. They're locked in here.
Oh, PK shots ringing through their ear. Space Station. See that not only is there a team right outside their doors, Tico gets another knock as Frex was incredibly low. Datch now, last one alive as Space Station get eliminated. It is just E8 that are going to clean up.
Damn. And only 2 kills going the way of Elevate in the end, but they've sown so much chaos here at the. I mean, I can't believe the SSG were the first ones to go down after the way that fight sort of turned out. But Elevate have done very well to eliminate anyone on the north side of them. And with this ring pulling towards Epicenter, maybe a shift back towards somewhere in Fragment, perhaps, but it just means it's such an easy walkthrough for them. It gives them access to the ring console and the survey beacon in Climatizer. That's a lot of extra Evo. It's a lot of extra loot. You can see the Evo Harvester that they get over towards that northeast zone as well. So, I mean, that's a fantastic result from Elevate. They've cleared out not only space, but made their ascent into tomorrow's games so much more believable here. Like, they're sitting at 23 points at the moment, Vicky, so they're still not out of the woods, but that goes a long way towards it.
Close range.
TSM, after learning their lesson in that last game with the quick rotates, I mean, this has kind of been the theme on World's Edge, right? Ever get that feeling of deja vu if you see where the circle is pulling here? They're going to be able to hang out on the train tracks for right now while we see more squads rotate from the landside side. Reject Winity approaching 07. As Nasky taking a little bit of damage. almost close to that bang ult, but having to fight off the squad that's still inside of this train truck, this truck. Oh, huge beams though with the hit fire. Nasky is literally one having to back away. He gets taken down as Amphi sends out the Nox nade, finding him with the Prowler, taking some of these hit fire shots. He gets a finish. Can he get the shield swap?
Nice, at least. I mean, look, even if they lose this fight, I like the thought there from Amphi, trying to make sure they maximize points, going for the kill, perhaps rather than a very low percentage chance that they get away. Reject, after that win, no one's really that close by. Alliance look like they're flying in now. Oh no, they might have actually timed that well. They could get there before the respawn comes in.
To R1C as well, engaging in a fight inside of the tunnel. The respawn comes in, Gino. Oobly falls down. And Alliance have the high beast of the hunt activated as Alliance are out for blood. Another team that is on that slight cusp sitting at 12.
Yeah, using that ultimate to try and increase the pace of the fight. They don't want them to get back to the death box and be able to resupply. They want to go right now.
These shots in the dark, right through the bang smoke. Unlucky. Does get that knock, but it's a trade for effect here while Hockey's still in the beast of the hunt, hanging out on the high ground. The Beast of the Hunt activated on the other side too, with Reject winning. He trying to counter-rotate around Hockey as he's the last one alive. It's Aurora who are the ones that had popped that Beast of the Hunt. Trying to fight Grand Poo as the last one alive.
I mean, the way Reject took that fight against 07, they look deadly, and no wonder. I mean, sitting on top of this leaderboard, they should be confident in their fighting skills right now, and it looked like a very different side of confidence that we saw from 07, but they don't pick the fight that well, and unfortunately, Aurora are the benefactors of that one. So just team's really starting to hunt down the kills right now, and Aurora, of course they would, right? They're a team that plays well when they're playing like that, and they're in 13th spot, so they should be trying to play to their strengths. I like this from our EMEA team.
Every crumb of KP counts here for this team. Hockey's unfortunately fallen down as he thought he could get away in time, but that evac tower putting a stop to this game here. Furia with Madness having to pop the med kit here. Beast of the Hunt activated for Vax. Setting out that arc though, trying to see if he can force him out of that corner. Looks like this could be two teams here in this tunnel with Not Moist as well. He doesn't want to play this here, setting the Nox grenade. I mean, that would definitely try to force down. Unless it's a Caustic that can actually deal with it.
There's 4 teams in the Vault Tunnel right now. I mean, we got that hint of 2R1C versus Moist earlier, but now with Fnatic actually pulling up from Geyser and Furia trying to get involved as well. Oh, each chamber just... I mean, look, it's a bit of a torture chamber, if I have to say so myself.
Gotta creep walk like waiting for them to come out of those doors. And unexpected with the Blue Evo, you are immediately deleted, Keon. Madness is gonna be the next victim from Furia. Huge play here for Fnatic to keep themselves in the lead. Gotta get a quick finisher done to make a statement.
Your life was your own to lose. I seek only victory.
Gotta bathe in the blue as Furia get eliminated. 14 squads left, 2R1C. Seeing that there was another team here, and it's not just them too. You talked about it before, Gino. There was like 4 squads here. Not Moist is around the corner too.
Yeah, what does the rest of Furia do in this situation? They've got to lick their wounds. 2R1C.
He'll get it taken down here. Hiraka can't see, shooting blind with the Mozam. Leica now is going to be able to see everything though in this smoke as a Beast of the Hunt has been pushed. Not Moist get eliminated. You hear the lifeline res coming in.
Oh, misses that second shot. Most likely would have downed the target, but bit of a collapse with that one. The Caustic ult is pushing them up the stairs and into their doom.
Oh, amazing follow-ups here as 2 Ratchbone controller fall, but can we talk about the direction of the fight that Fnatic took right there? One player takes the zipline, the other 2 approach from the stairwell, and it's been non-stop action, Genome, now that Liquid look like they're in some trouble with complexity in the distance.
all of that going on. Fnatic the only ones left alive, so they'll walk straight into this. Elevate continuing to push up into that top 10. You can see number 9 now.
Oh no.
But you don't want to stop it here, and Made in Heaven might be their bane.
You cannot miss those with that 30-30 hit fire up close. Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. Complexity. Liquid actually managed to turn things around.
And I love that we saw that hint of Aurora flying in over the back there, because if Made in Heaven don't quickly finish this off against Elevate, Aurora are going to pick up another few. The damage coming in from the north, that was from Aurora.
Armia Challenger Circuit team fighting for their lives as the team is at Aurora. That is terrifying. Full 3 red Evos looking to break the door down.
May as well be a Revenant there, just climbing up. You can see the assassins coming in.
Oh, the scan comes in. Here's Aurora. Hardeki following up. Oi Rain gets the knock and the finish. Has Made in Heaven trying to see if they can escape.
They're trying to respect these caustic barrels, but it won't keep them away forever. There's only 2 left. They have to run. There is no hiding. There's certainly no winning against Aurora.
Aurora do it again. Made in Heaven back to the lobby. A little scary though. We did see some body blocks with the PK shot, but it's fine. Aurora still clean up that fight cleanly.
And with that one, Aurora are now 2 points off making it equal with Made in Heaven in 10th spot. So they are creeping closer and closer to that top 10. With 2 games left to go, this is exactly the time they want to be hitting their stride, picking up the pace. Virtus Pro had a great start to the series, but they've slowed down a little bit since then. 31 points is solid, but they'd like to put this one beyond doubt.
They're also right above TSM, who are in trouble with Dark Zero taking down Verholz. They're not going to fully extend here because they like this position, and Legends Gaming are neighboring the spot that Dark Zero were shooting at TSM that were on the low ground. So in this vicinity, you got Legends Gaming, Virtus Pro across the zip line right here. Strafing Flame taking some damage. Gonna be smoke out that choke. Nice shots preemptively here with the Nemesis. Also has that 3 times, and they already put that Watson Gen up too, just in case other squads like Aurora in the distance are looking to see if they can force their way out there with some nades.
Yeah, 8 squads left at this point. The circle has pulled back towards Fragment. We talked about that as a possibility. Liquid Alienware, the only team who either thought that was possible or decided that that was their best course of action. Currently split holding 2 of the buildings. You often start in that kind of position, and then more and more teams will come in, and it becomes less of a possibility as the angles close in. It then shifts towards the north, so you'll be able to play from the diner or the northernmost building, I guess.
You'd be crucial here for the teams that are forced to rotate off this low ground. Zero's at it again, but this time Foipo's the victim. And Strafing Flame as well as Player K. Player K's 1, he gets taken down, and Strafing Flame as a solo managing to get to safety for right now, popping that shield cell. Dark Zero have not moved from this spot at all. Instead, they're just kind of playing a little split up on this high ground, so that way they can take all this space while leaving Sykes here to prevent the squads that may want to try to sneak around and actually approach from this height. But they're going to have to start moving soon too, Gino, because the circle's pulling to the south side of those train tracks in front of Fragment.
Yeah, they're now looking across the way at Virtus Pro.
Oh, TSM playing this out as a duel, but How gets taken out. It looks like he also took a little bit of that brain damage because he still had his shield up, or maybe with a late shield swap. TSM get eliminated. Strafing Flame is still alive. That was thanks to Dark Zero also moving and looking at Virtus Pro. As Serenity are taking some shots at them, Aurora have now moved inside of the train. 7 squads left here in this circle. A lot of space to play around here on Fragment.
So Aurora want to try and get into one of these buildings. Virtus Pro get crushed by the pressure in between Serenity and Dark Zero. They've essentially done their job. And Aurora, they're going to be okay in this building just for now. Legends Gaming, solo just to the right of your screen. And then Fnatic holding the train car, but also having a look at Serenity as well. This is probably the best view of everyone here. You can see DZ looking down upon everyone else. It seems like that happens a little too often, honestly.
You know what? Fnatic did it before, taking a page out of the Fnatic playbook after game number 4. But now this time, Fnatic playing right on top of the train cart, overlooking Fragment, while Dark Zero are going to be able to rotate from that northeast side. Fnatic looking in both directions here, though, to put in a little bit of pressure. Yuka force it back away in time. And while Fnatic are on this side looking at Dark Zero, let's not forget that Serenity is still playing on the edge.
They've also overtaken Reject Winity, going into the #1 spot with 64 points and 9 kills so far. Yeah, but Serenity, oh no, they've been trying to resist this pressure as, you know, we saw Dark Zero help them get rid of VP, but that only opened up the avenue for Dark Zero to do the same to them.
Zero getting that knock. That was all thanks to the opening from Sykes 2 to send out that Nox gas. Serenity get eliminated. And Nox Grenade is putting in so much pressure while Hardecki's in trouble. Aurora get eliminated. Fnatic were waiting for that opportunity.
I mean, this looks like it's going to be a very early end to the game, Vicky. We've only got 3 squads left alive. The 5th circle has not even begun to close, but Dark Zero are closing in on the rest of the lobby.
Dark Zero created a legacy for themselves. I mean, they have already been doing that, but I mean, record-breaking after the action from yesterday. Let's jump into a listening with Dark Zero to see how they play out this next circle.
No, yeah, I'll give you one. No, look at this team. They're coming towards us. Any other kills? No. Okay. Well, they're coming towards us. This team. Select them.
No bang on, no bang on.
Yeah, look for me with smoke, baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to do it, but look.
You're fine,
I'm good.
Focus left. Definitely focus left.
Yeah,
Bill, right there, Kenny.
That bow. That bang on.
Put him burn, put him good. Probably really fucking good.
90 me. Fighting.
Gotta watch the right swing as well. You're good on me in the back, Come in the break.
Focus left, we're gonna focus left.
Okay, fine.
I scan soon. Scanning. Negative them, they're in the open.
I can't see.
I stuck one, I think.
I spiked that back.
They have short listening before the squad swings on top of them. Fnatic now fully trying to push, but Zero and Jen get a double knock. Like a Kenny clutch it up for Fnatic, playing around the knockdown shields. The circle's right behind him. The melee! Send Dark Zero back to the lobby, and now this is Liquid to take the dub! The free win! Viva Mexico! For Liquid!
The flag comes out. And no doubt they should be happy with that one. 41 points now. You're going to be seeing Liquid tomorrow in the finals. Means we get to see more of their very cute mascot as well. I love that guy. I love the little horse.
This squad with so much history. One of the teams I've stuck together for how long now? Like 3, I mean, since I've seen them play together, to be honest. 3+ years at this point. Gotta give a shout out to El Presidente himself, Yanya. They were waiting patiently, especially when we saw that early fight between them and Complexity. They were playing out as a duo, so they were able to also get the reset. Gino. Very tough situation to come back from, but we're able to get it with not just the dub, 4 KP and 2.3 damage.
Yes, it was really only that last fight that they had to worry about in that game. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of maneuvering beforehand to get to that point, but I mean, they were playing from Fragment there for most of that game, right? That's the important part. So many other teams choosing other spots, going around the north. You saw Dark Zero had to be so active in the way that they're sitting out in the open, right? That means, you know, they've got to deal with so many teams around them, teams poking at them. The Liquid just sitting inside the buildings in Fragment. It's a much more passive sort of position that they're able to take, and that means they walk away with 16 points in the end. Fnatic, of course, have played a much bigger part in that game with 15 kills.
Got the memo that Fnatic's out here playing farming sim, because 15 kills is crazy here. Because they just not only won game 4 with 12 KP, but they have to keep the double digits alive going into that following game that we just saw. Dark Zero, 7 KP in the top 3. We'll leave some for the rest of us. Aurora 2 with 6 KP, looking all the way down to Maiden Heaven and Elevate.
Well, nonetheless fortunate in this game. Red Rams, after being such a nuisance to other teams, multiple teams in their contest, have not made it too far up the leaderboard here in our winners bracket. Not Moist, look, they're still doing fine. 2 points will be okay for them. Complexity now, well, it's a nuke or nothing.
It's tough out here, especially when you see a team dropping 15K, sorry, the 15 kills. Our top 3 squad stats with Liquid taking the dub, 2.3K. Nizul Jaguares following up perfectly after the calls from Yanya. Talk about Fnatic though, I mean, not only 15 kills, but Laika, he's just fragging out, but also scooping up what was left, the scraps, after the fighting that was happening over by the east side. We saw the chaos with TSM that were trying to escape from that truck. Dark Zero, even at the bottom with 4K though, they still are putting on an onslaught of damage.
Yeah, Zero picked up 5 kills. Gen Zero, I know, they're always bickering between themselves about who gets the most kills, so that'll even things up after we saw the opposite, I think it was in game 1. Now looking at the series results here, of course, we've got Fnatic 75 after picking up a 15-kill game. That's a big one from them. Dark Zero, I guess, won't be walking away as winners here in the winners bracket, but of course they will be making it through to Sunday. I say, of course, there was the one land that they didn't, but at this point, does seem like the exception rather than the rule.
It's crazy how so many things have just played out between these different lands. The element of what's to play here in this first round of winners. But talking about some familiar storylines, some familiar faces, I want to hear some more things from a familiar face from the ALGS ecosystem. Stella, I want to hear more about you.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella, and I'm on the second floor concourse of the Galen Center. And guess who I have here with me? I have some incredible legends here waiting to meet all of y'all again on the second floor's concourse. And you can see here we have so many cool people. You can meet them, you can take pictures of them. I'm pretty sure Mirage will do a little dance with you too if you ask. So if you want, you can do that. Also, we've got a lot of popcorn, a lot of food, a lot of team merch. So any of your favorites like Alliance, they have jerseys and everything on sale here as well. So come on over and you can say hi to me too. So it's a fun time here.
Can we talk about those cosplayers? Oh my goodness. Actually crazy. Got a little scared there, seeing the new Legend of Alter. I mean, that's kind of the goal, right? The villain, the new villain coming into Apex Legends. But all this work to see these cosplayers over at LAN. It was very exciting to see any creative things that these, players could just come out and really showcase for the community.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Mirage looked so realistic. I felt like if I got a paw chop and waved it around, he probably would have started sniffing and coming trying to find it. He really played that one well. So yeah, I mean, it's been really fun seeing them. And yeah, look, after we've got 5 matches down now, there's certainly a couple of teams that have made their way through to Sunday, but plenty that are still just waiting on that bubble. But we have to find out who's it going to be. 10 play tomorrow, 10 will play in the next series, the Elimination Bracket Round 2.
I know part of that is to go through that last final circle to see where these teams could kind of iron things out now that we are still in that winner's bracket. Going through match number 5 and how that ending played out. It was very chaotic, but specifically want to highlight how Liquid were not only able to get the reset after a lot of the fighting happening over on the east side of Fragment, but they were getting out of this fight. They were not fully involving themselves in this, while the 2 teams in front of them were starting to engage by the same pillboxes that we saw in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they've got the caustic fortress set up here. If anyone tries to push them, they will be running into those, but it's not really what happens in the end, is it? The other 2 teams way too busy fighting each other. and Liquid kind of come in, and it's almost just like a house of cards that they push over at the end. Let's see how many big bangers from the grenades. Nope, it was really, yeah, look at that. Is that, yeah, so 2 knocks from each of the other teams before they come in and just get that last kill here. So yeah, it was so easy for Liquid. That was probably one of the freest end games you've ever seen.
The fact that they also just completely didn't involve themselves until they were 100% sure to approach through that rock side. Saw that melee kill come in from Fnatic onto Dark Zero. Very intense end games here too. I mean, the stakes are up high. We got one more game to go on World's Edge before we see who our top 10 squads are.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that guy in the crowd was cheering for here. There's definitely a team called Not Moist that's on the stage, but yeah.
I've never heard of those guys before.
It's crazy they've shown up to LAN here, and they're about to get through to Sunday, Vicky. So I guess they'll have a few fans sooner or later.
Really like their logo. The glasses really show off their eyes. Talking about teams, man. Dark Zero on a different level. They're pretty unfazed here themselves, maybe just recapping what they have to do, but not really much to iron out from this squad, honestly. Got to take out the notes, see what they could do, because now at this point, Genome, game number 6, some teams that I already know that they've 100% are safe could look to grief other squads that are on that bubble.
Well, Aurora are one of the teams on the bubble, right? So they're looking there, they're clearly considering their options. You got teams like Elevate, who are on the same amount of points as them. Or do they want to try and take out someone like Made in Heaven, who are 2 points behind? Because, I mean, beyond that, it's tough, right? I mean, Red Rams, Alliance, they're on 19. They need to get not only 8 points, they need to get 8 points more than Aurora to get through. Made in Heaven is the big threat, essentially, to anyone in that, not all of the teams in the top 10, but at least the bottom, say, 5, I guess. I mean, Not Moist, 33 points down. I think Team Liquid, Alienware, 40 points and upwards. Those guys, we can say, relatively are safe.
It's crazy to see the gigantic gap between Fnatic having 75 points, even looking at Reject Winity, who've been having a fantastic time so far within this series with 59 points. Huge win in that last game for Liquid. Getting those extra placement points here, setting them up in the top 5 with 41 points. That gap between them and Not Moist, like you mentioned, with 33 points being there. In this next game, anything could happen, even Elevate being tied with Aurora.
All right, so this is having a look at our APAC North juggernauts here. This is for the entire event, Vicky. So 23 matches that they've both played. Rejected had 4 wins, but Fnatic balling out on the kills there with 133, almost even on damage, but there's some very, very impressive stats.
A lot of that came from today, too, from the action we saw earlier, Genome. Fnatic, though, with an onslaught of KP that they've cleaned up from a lot of their own games.
Got some great lobby chat going on. I know you guys don't get to see that, so we like to just chip in and let you know what's happening occasionally. Zero has pointed out that 6 out of the top 7 teams right now are from APAC. North America's finished, Vicky. That's what he says. It's not my words, that's his.
Waltzy in the chat just said, APAC North boys looking different this LAN. Gotta rally up behind that. I mean, look at that. That's so crazy. I mean, I'm not so surprised, but it's also kind of APAC North coming in to surprise everybody else that may not have that experience playing against them.
Yeah, exactly. And they do have a lot of experience. I mean, Fnatic have been, you know, top 10 in multiple LANs. You've had Reject, and those guys have been around since Poland, doing so well. And I think the funny thing is, every time we go into the LAN, we're like, we look at those top APAC North teams and we say, they have so much potential. Is this the LAN where they pop off? And it seems like, at least today, they need to show up tomorrow as well, though, Vicky. They cannot let it end here on Saturday.
I'm cracking up at the player chat. Zero saying Fnatic too strong. Oobly saying Fnatic is farming. Everybody giving them the recognition that they deserve. But leaving things pretty tense here before we jump into the last game as well, Gino.
I mean, you know what's funny is that I feel like I've heard so many people say, look, congrats to TSM, congrats to DZ. I really just love an APAC North win. And even some of the other players in the lobby chat right now seem to be saying that if it's not them to win, you know what? They'd like to see it too.
So with how tight that bubble is here too, looks like our players are locked in, getting ready to go. Our final game here on World's Edge. Everybody in this winners bracket 1. Where have these teams stood after the dust has settled? It's again, guys, World's Edge to close it out.
Yeah, you can see all of those teams that have won a match so far, very much up towards the top of the leaderboard, actually looking pretty locked in. Maybe 2Rats 1 Controller, the only one that have anything to worry about whatsoever.
Oh, I love this. Look at all our players ready to go, locked in.
And you can see just such a range of emotions. Legacy from Serenity looking relieved, happy, MT. Oh, they're waiting for it. And everybody here is waiting for this last game.
Players are ready. LA, are you ready? No more wasting time here, Dino. Let's get right into the action. Our dropship coming in from the southwest side, moving all the way up, so that 50-50 gonna take a little bit of time that we've been seeing over by Climatizer.
Yeah, Climatizer does get the hot zone this time, so certainly something for those two teams to fight over. Red Rams currently at 19 points. A quick 3 KP for them would help in terms of getting up and into the top 10. SSG have pulled away though. They're actually going to Epicenter. Elevate, who usually take both Survey Camp and Epicenter, are going to be very unhappy about this. They're sitting on 27. This further hurts their chances of staying in the top 10.
This is what we can expect for final games like this when these teams are desperate to be in this top 10 right now. Space Station gonna loot the bottom side of Epi before they make that quick rotate as Elevate. We're gonna get the memo soon as they're gonna be able to leave Survey Camp shortly here.
I mean, Fody doesn't look happy about it, but what else are you to do in this situation? You're in 16th. You need an absolute banger of a game here. You need to make up a minimum of 15 points. Okay, a little bit of variety in the zone. We all love to see it. Going over to Mirage Atois. Finally, a chance for some teams like, say, Alliance, who have been struggling here in this series, to get in a little bit earlier.
It's huge. You see teams like Fnatic already getting ahead of the curve because look at their POI. Harvester's got the ring console. You get everything. You get everything. Well, Fnatic's and we also get the survey beacon too.
Yeah, I mean, 07 very split right now. Makes sense, right? You know, you start 2 people looting Lava Fissure, 1 person looting Mirage Atois, but with the fast rotations coming in, hopefully they don't get pulled apart by, say, Legends Gaming or Reject, Winity, maybe even Fnatic. 07, if they can hold the hill that sits across from Mirage Atois, that's a power position, and they will have a good game. They certainly need 11 points. They would need a minimum of 17 points to make it into the top 10.
Oh, starting to engage though. Reject Winity. A team safe in top 2-4 right now, but it's Fnatic out for blood early on in this rotate. Reject lose out on 2, leaving only Oobly alive. Yuka Satuki still up. Oobly literally 1. You can't run. Rejects.
Okay, so Fnatic basically confirm that they're going to be the ones winning this series as well with that early engagement. I mean, we just had that stat matchup looking at the two teams. Fnatic trying to make their case for being the better.
Fnatic also winning such an important fight if you see where this circle is pulling, because they also are going to have that slight high ground that overlooks staging. With their legend composition, they can lock down this building for now. Very high octane squad though when it comes to trying to press other teams that want to start rotating either on the staging POI or trying to fight for that high ground building. Elevate, team that we know that usually rotates through Epi, on the way to see if they can find red Rams.
3 teams over in Landslide right now. Maiden Heaven SSG, as well as Crazy Raccoon. Maiden Heaven, they're the team that is really threatening the top 10, and they've been taken out. That's it. They're going to the elimination bracket.
Space Station are the nail in the coffin. With 18 squads left, the Beast of the Hunt has been called in because we know Crazy Raccoon are rotating on the low ground through the tunnel. They're taking out to the high ground here too, but while they are on this platform, teams that do take their time to rotate from Skyhook, West Side, Dark Zero, who are currently in Countdown, Crazy Raccoon, gonna be able to reset for right now. The action hasn't stopped over from the Southern Harvester side, Lava Siphon. Looking at Furia, who are now trying to finally see if they can get anything going, but Genome, I mean, with 8 points.
No, tough for them. Tough for Serenity to lose, almost impossible, I would say. The teams that we're really looking for now that Maiden Heaven is done for, essentially Red Rams and Alliance, both of them on 19 points. It's a big ask, but hey, Alliance just broke the kill record yesterday, Vicky. What's 24 kills to these guys? Come on, this is the game they need to pull that out if they want to make it straight into the finals. I mean, look, we've seen Dark Zero go out in elimination bracket round 2. It can happen to them. It could happen to Alliance as well. You don't want to take the risk. Don't take the chance. Have the big game now and make it certain.
And I talked with the coach last night, talking to him about how Alliance, is this the group stage team or have things changed? And he said things have changed, but have to see this play out in this final game. Virtus Pro sitting in 7th, 32 points for them. We get scanned here, putting out that smoke because it's Crazy Raccoon who have now taken it to the high ground after they rotated from the landslide tunnel.
Doing here, holding onto the care package. Seems to be the meta at the moment until you get that gift-wrapped perk. I guess you kind of have to just read ahead how much Evo have you got, how many Evo harvesters can you hit. Does it make sense to pop it immediately?
Last game, last chance opportunity for TSM to find themselves in the second winner's bracket here. Sitting in 16th with 14 points overall, trying to play this passively full blue Evos after their rotate from Lava Siphon.
Or is this just their comfort zone now? You know, I mean, last time they come in from the loser's bracket and then all of a sudden, a couple of games into finals when they're like, hey, why is no one else running away with this? They turn it on, win 3 games in a row, win the championship. That's just the thing about TSM. You can never count them out.
Can't ever sleep on Ridgewell Hawks out here.
Oh no.
Oh, but
Alliance.
Yanya being the last one alive, but Alliance having the number advantage for now, trying to see if they can bait out the res and being on the conduit here in Thermal. Actually trying to contest Liquid being huge here over by Thermal as there's a ring console survey beacon and they are able to get effect back up.
Yeah, with Team Liquid coming over from launch side, of course they don't get the split loot because Serenity have been taking that. Alliance, you can see now 20 points, but don't be fooled, there's still quite a distance to go.
Double blue, 1 purple from Alliance, at least some time to breathe for right now before Serenity now move in from the sky. On this rotate though, they are going to be able to get ahead of both Alliance and Liquid, and they're not the only ones too, because coming in from the high ground is going to be Crazy Raccoon. And I believe Liquid also has no support character, so maybe see if Liquid could get something sneaky going on to get those banners.
Yeah, do Alliance camp them? Do they try and move forward? I'm surprised that they've taken this long when, you know, they could have gone up to contest a team like 07 for that top hill spot, which is, in my mind, really where you want to be. The #1 spot, no questions asked.
Two rats from controller, actually disengaging just as quickly from Landslide. Looking to see if maybe they wanted to try to take this fight against Elevate. Instead, want to prioritize this rotate after seeing the circle pull away from them. Also could gatekeep Elevate if they do decide to go through the Landslide tunnel themselves. See if maybe other squads are within the vicinity, exiting out of Harvester. But there is a ring console there that they have a little bit of time to utilize.
Complexity south of Harvester. Plenty of other teams in the vicinity roaming, looking for kills. Red Rams, they need them. Furia, they need them. Two Rats, one controller. They don't need them so much, but if they take out the other three teams down there, they'll be certain to guarantee themselves that spot.
I hear the fans in the crowd for Complexity. They're gonna take the Valk ult now to see where they can go into that next circle. There's always the Complexity game plan, rocking the rampart. See where they can bunker down for right now with so many other squads just waiting for them by staging.
It was such a great Pro League split for Complexity. The question was, could they do the same thing at LAN?
Oh, a little bit of a disconnect, it looks like, actually. Monsoon not landing with the rest of Complexity, forcing him to use his smoke. Look how many bullets are flying to catch Monsoon. He gets to safety for now. TSM wanted to capitalize on that opportunity. Fnatic just gonna be able to back away in time. But Fnatic have the height over both of those squads when we see where that next circle is pulling.
Yeah, we'll get that. That info shortly. Furia running a little bit slower than the zone right now because they're worried. I believe it's Moist. Not Moist ahead of them here. And they're within the circle, Vicky. They can take their time and poke at Furia. Feels like Madness has a pretty good beat on this. He also does have the Rolling Thunder available. He should be able to put that down and move not Moist out of position, but the scans are coming through.
Huge scan right there from Waltzy. They knew that a team could rotate from that back end. The black hole has been called in. Arcstar sent to the side. MT and Guild taking a good amount of damage, but the shield bat will be able to get popped up. If anything, it's Furia who are feeling the pressure from the circle too. Huge crack here as Waltzy tries to swing wide, prevent them from trying to go on the other side of the circle.
Okay, so they use all of the utility. You saw it, black hole, bang, lots of arc stars flying in. It wasn't enough for them to win a fight, but it was enough for them to exit that situation. Waltzy does catch them with the scan, trying to make their way down towards Thermal Station. Surprised. Oh, actually, they did get Vaxilon in the end.
Now looking to see what they could do. I mean, it is a Horizon. The Gravity Lift could come in here to try to take the high ground all over again. And Alliance seeing the spot to their right. Liquid get eliminated in 17th.
Finally. I mean, Alliance was locked down here for the longest time, Vicky. It's a couple of points here. Why don't we hear what their plan is to get the last 5+ points to put them in the top 10?
I got it. We can walk up choke slowly. We can walk up choke slowly. I have 4 medkits.
Watch building, Tha. I got 5 medkits.
Okay, we're good. Let this fucking building team leave and then we walk up slowly, okay?
Building.
Don't shoot them. Move up, move up. Fight this fucking choke. Fight this fucking...
Care package over there.
Need Excel and Hectus.
Now I'm popping. One right side, two right side. Okay, tank zone, guys. Tank zone.
Yeah.
We're tanking zone.
Okay.
Let them fight the 3P.
We need to go left, I think.
Yeah, just 4 ticks, guys. 4 ticks.
Yeah. I got 1 medkit though. I have to play up a bit. I'm gonna go to the left. Yep. I'm playing up a bit.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
They did for me. 1 knock.
Nice. Let's send it forward.
Yep. He's in front of me, 1 guy. He died.
I need to pop 1 more medkit and then go up. I'm popping 1 medkit and Hamid. Just send it.
I have to. We got send. Finish scan. Over here.
After my medkit. We're gonna send.
Yeah. I'm going in now. I'm ulting them. Kill me. Knock one. Kill me, I like it.
Sending it.
Yeah, here. Where the fuck you are? Stacking. I'm pushing. Coming.
Kill one guy.
Jumping.
I'm not getting. I'm 1. Holy shit.
Awesome effort there from Alliance. You could hear the plan coming out from Hackers. They had an abundance of med kits. It means that even though it was round 3 and they were taking hella damage from the zone, they are able to play it slowly, wait until Serenity are licking their wounds after the fight, and then clean it up so easily. I love how Alliance played that.
And I love the comms too, talking about 4-tick med kit, all right? So that way they could actually rotate into that circle healthy. So that way they're not at a disadvantage just in case Serenity was able to reset off those death boxes. Alliance now have claimed that Southern choke to this next circle safely with nobody else to contest them, while Space Station, whoa, getting hit with a Kraber shot. Zainu now having to pop that shield bat.
Yeah, they're on Mirage. It's going to be out, not this next zone actually, but the one after. They'll be able to play the front of the ship just for now. Legends Gaming, they're in the buildings under them. That's where those grenades are getting zapped from. Come on, Phony. You could see the edge of the interceptor pylon there. You knew the grenade wasn't gonna work, but he tries it anyway.
See if he can get at least a little cheeky angle. Not gonna work out. 07 holding that low ground. Elevate now trying to move in from underneath Mirage Etoile. Oh, Legend are the ones inside this building. Space Station neighboring that. We know that 07's right above him here as Legends Gaming looking for another shot with this Kraber. Strafing Flame getting the information off the Bloodhound scan, but he's the only one on this team that has that red Evo. See where the squad wants to try to approach them. They want to make sure that this team does not get the free rotate into that next circle, trying to gatekeep them here. No turbo on the Havoc, only a white mag for this Havoc too.
Ah, who needs it if you've got the Kraber?
Oh, but misses on that shot. And through the smoke here too, just trying to see if he can get a different angle. The 140, but not a headshot. Dark Zero do get eliminated by 2 Reds when controller.
Yeah, that's 2R1C. They're also playing underneath. And you've got Aurora and Fnatic up the top as well.
And TSM also earlier getting eliminated here in 15th.
Okay, so this is the spot that 07 has been holding the entire game. Nasky loves to fast rotate, had priority into what I have been talking about as the absolute god spot here. I mean, 07 are looking down upon Aurora and Fnatic to their right. Those two teams, though, Fnatic obviously definitely going to get through, but when Aurora's on 31 and Alliance is now on 28th and 11th spot just behind Aurora. How it works out between these 3 teams is going to be a huge factor in who gets through.
Everything is on this spot, and look at the Sharks on the other side. Fnatic looking to see if they can engage here after claiming that building that we saw at the very beginning of the game. Aurora looking on as 07 still have the high ground.
Subject spotted in there.
You can see a couple of teams who have already been forced into the elimination bracket. Red Rams, TSM, Made in Heaven, CR, Complexity, and Furia cannot make it into Sunday right now. They'll have to go again in our next series. Alliance, however, still have a chance.
2 Rats on controller now, slide through. Missy's able to pop the shield bat in time. Shotgun takes a huge shot though. Trying to give him some suppressed fire. 7 squads left here. Alliance are still fighting for their lives, but versus Fnatic on the high ground. 2 Rats on controller. Legends get eliminated. Alliance get eliminated. Right on the cosmic dive with only 28 points in 11th place. Elevate are in the top 10.
With 2R1C going down as well here. Aurora move up, and they have done it as well. I don't think there are enough kills even left in this lobby for SSG to push forward.
Oh, even trying to clean up that last KP. Aurora get eliminated, but in the top 7. Fnatic are in the lead, but can 07?
07 on 25, they are 6 points away, and there's still 6 points left in this lobby. It could come down to a tiebreaker. They've been playing Godspot so well. We'll go to an 07, listen in.
Please, please, on points, please, 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 please.
They're late on the listening.
Oh my God, have faith. We don't as I look to the leaderboard, in the stadium here at the Galen Center, 07 was in 10th place. As far as I understand it, that means they have won the tiebreaker and will be going in. Nasky, he knows it, he believes it. 07 have done it.
The tiebreaker single match score. That is what gets them in.
They had a bigger match. The highest single score out of the series, that's what gets them over the line versus the 11th place team. Oh, I didn't think they could do it, honestly, at the start of it. They were so far behind. It had to be huge, and they do it by the smallest of margins.
Can we highlight the player cams at the very end? Nasky rallying up his team, slamming that PC. We can hear them. They killed 5 people.
It was all you, Nasky, all you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, we love Nasky. Shout out to 07. Making their way into that second winner's bracket, getting into the top 10. Let's take a look at the reaction at the very end there. We saw Nasky going crazy. The pop-up.
Oh gosh, I can't help but think these guys deserve it. I mean, it's been an amazing Pro League split for them. Come on, everybody in the audience, give me a salute for 07 getting through in 10th place.
The salutes are high. Free agents, by the way. Free agents 07. Going into the finals lobby. Nasky with the pop-off. In disbelief that he got the 5 kills at the end. This is what LAN is all about. These are the stories being made. He does it again, Genome.
Wow, that's amazing. And I mean, look, he may have got through in 10th place here, but I'm definitely not counting him out tomorrow, Vicky. When this man gets into a finals lobby, there is every chance that he can go all the way. I mean, look, he's won me over. I'm a believer.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it, Genome. You gotta do it for 07. Shout out to 07 for doing it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. What insane action. I mean,
keep holding it, keep holding it.
What knows what's in store for us as we tune into the desk rain day. All right. Wait, we gotta hold it. We gotta hold it.
Sorry.
The 07 salute.
Take it away. Take it away.
Thank you so much. That's it. What a time to be alive here in LA. Was that an ending or what, everybody? That was unbelievable. It was electric in here, and it is obviously a huge moment. 07 win the game, and with the tiebreaker, take the final and 10th spot to guarantee their position in winners finals tomorrow. Excuse me, not winners finals, match point finals tomorrow on Sunday. So they will be sitting pretty and enjoying the rest of their Saturday evening. On the desk with me, my name is Rain Day. I'm joined, of course, by Glitter Explosion and Hotstick. This time, though, we've got another Respawn developer, Eric Canavis, who is our Balance BR systems lead, and that is a big title, Eric, but welcome to the desk, and also maybe explain a little bit about what you do, how you take care of us in Apex and help this game stay healthy.
Oh, absolutely. So yes, Eric Canavis, and I work on the BR systems team. So our group, we do everything from weapons and loot to all the rules of the Battle Royale. So anything that's not legends or maps or events kind of comes through my team, and we're all about moment-to-moment gameplay.
Eric, you guys took the chance, and I loved having in-depth conversations with you guys in Birmingham at our championships. And now you're able to see it in Los Angeles. Describe the feeling of being here on a game that you work on, but then seeing the community react like this to moments like this with 07 and Nasky. It's got to be pretty special.
Oh, it's insane. You said it yourself. The air is is electric in here. The passion is palpable. Everybody is just gathering to celebrate this amazing game, and we all work so hard on it. So thank you, everybody, for coming out here and playing it. It's just been wonderful.
Well, thank you for being here, man. We're going to touch base with you a little bit later as well, but let's get into the match results and handle business, because you saw 07. They did exactly that. 20 points, 8 kills. They needed every single one of those in order to get that final 10th position. Fnatic, Aurora, SSG had great games, and 2R1C. Woo! Mizey and the boys playing phenomenally. Let's go back to our back half of this 20. Serenity, they've played fantastically as well. Red Rams, they've been involved, but didn't do enough, most likely, alongside those of the likes of TSM. Pretty crazy to think that they are one series away from not making it to match point finals. That would be wild. Let's take a look at the series results, though, because this will confirm it all. 07 with the final spot. Fnatic take the win, Hodzic, over the day. And on the left side, that's who will play Sunday. On the right side, that's who will play next for a chance at survival.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, outside of Dark Zero, we've been talking about APAC dominance this entire tournament, but we haven't really been able to talk about Fnatic too much. So to speak, so you know, they it seems like they took a lot of their losses that they learned in group stages. They got to winners bracket, which is great, but they really, I mean, they really turned up. Again, as I said kind of in the beginning, among a lot of the pro scene, the winners bracket final is one of the hardest lobbies, if not the hardest lobby in the entire tournament. So for them to be able to put on that dominant of a performance, especially after the huge start that Dark Zero got, huge hats off to Fnatic.
And I don't want to delay the moment, but Lauren, I mean, Fnatic for me as well. This is the moment we've talked about. Yuka, so close, never finally lifting that trophy, but this seems like the run that they could be on to do it.
Not only have they proved themselves in the games that we saw happening literally just now, but now a big thing they get to bring with them into those match point finals you keep talking about is 10 advanced starting points. With the slaying we've seen them do now in these last 3 days, I would be afraid of Fnatic in those match point finals.
And it is a scary sight. Who knows? Maybe Yuka and that squad getting off of the Watson for once, allowing them to play this meta, turned into the best thing that could have happened for the already talented squad. Representing APAC North, the hope of APAC North. They are so touted. And of course, sitting down stage with the man himself of the hour, it is Peeps with Yuka F.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with Yuka from Fnatic. Crowd, make some noise. Massive congratulations on coming in first place in the winners bracket.
ウィナーズブラケット1位通過おめでとうございます。
There's only been 2 teams to win an ALGS LAN. What would it mean to you, your teammates, and the country of Japan for you guys to win this weekend?
今までに2チームしか ALGS を優勝しておりませんが、もし優勝したらチームの皆さんと日本の皆様にとってどういう意味でしょうか。
そうですね。チームのみんなにはもう最高の瞬間ですし、その日本のみんなにももう歴史的快挙になるんじゃないかなってぐらいには思ってます。
It will be an amazing moment for his team and a historic moment for Japan.
You heard that? Where are my Japanese fans at? Yuka, you are one of the most mechanically talented and gifted players in the world. You could go pro in almost any other game. What is it about Apex that you love so much?
スキルがこれほどもあるプロなのに、どのゲームでもプロになれないなのに、なぜ Apex を選びましたか？
まあでもやっぱり Apex にしかないキャラコンとか爽快感が楽しかったからですね。
He said the movement in Apex was nothing like any other games, and this is the reason why he chose Apex Legends.
That's a big reason for me too. So, the Japanese community, they are some of the most passionate fans, and it's amazing to have you guys be a part of the Apex community. What is your message to Japan right now?
日本のファンの皆様はとっても情熱的で、ファンの皆様に伝えたいメッセージはありますか？
まあいっぱい言いたいことはありますけど、そうですね、ウィナーズ1位通過というのがまず初めてですし、チームメンバーの2人もまだファイナルにも出たことないメンバーでここまでのいい結果を残せたので、ファイナル優勝を目指して頑張ります。 応援お願いします。
I have so much to say, but we won winners bracket, first place, and now me and my teammates, the two teammates who have never been to finals, we're really looking forward to winning it all, and we all thank you for your support.
Crowd, make some noise. Ray Day, take it away.
Thank you, Peeps. Thank you, Yuka F. and our lovely translator. It's so great to be able to have these moments where we can, from across the globe, feel so connected and in the same place with all of the fans interacting as well. All right, let's bring those series leaderboards up yet again, because this really tells the story of what ended up occurring and now where we're going, because none of these teams, the luxury of being in the winner's bracket is none of these teams are out, which means we have one more set to go. The teams on the left, they're gonna make it, and they're gonna wait in Sunday. Teams on the right, they're gonna have to play. I'm gonna start with you, Lauren. Big takeaway from this. What are you looking towards? What are you looking forward to or ahead on in these teams?
The biggest takeaway for me is the fact that now our second elimination bracket is going to be painfully stacked. You've got Alliance, you have SSG, you have TSM and Red Rams, who we watched go up against each other in groups. Complexity, Furia. I mean, this might be one of the most difficult Elim 2 rounds that we've ever seen.
SSG and TSM are both the teams getting contested by Red Rams, which makes this even harder for them and riskier, Hotsick. But what is your takeaway looking ahead?
So this actually might be a bit of a different take, even though obviously TSM and Red Rams are butting heads on Stormpoint, likewise SSG on World's Edge. There is actually a play. The worst case scenario for these teams was that Red Rams, for them at least, Red Rams makes the finals. Oh. That means they will be in the finals. This is going to be a chance for potentially like Red Rams to eliminate TSM, SSG to eliminate Red Rams. It's going to be, someone can potentially go home, and that contest won't exist anymore in the finals. So I think that's going to be a really interesting point. And it will be interesting to see if they even do contest or if there's just simply too much on the line to do it.
Great points. As we look ahead as well, I want to look right to my left and talk to Eric one last time to give us any big overview on it. You've seen the meta, you've seen how things have transpired. Weapons have been interesting. We've seen a lot of Havoc, a lot of Hemlock, Nemesis, Volt. Obviously, we've seen a little iteration with the Lifelines, but let's go back to weapons for those who play and watch and grind ranked. I know many of you watching love playing Apex. What can you tell us about how you guys are feeling about the overall balance, and what are you thinking coming up in Upheaval to make some adjustments for?
We love what we see. We love what we're seeing here today. This meta is awesome. It's fun. Weapons are getting a chance to rise and shine in all of these ALGS matches that just haven't been happening before. And we've done lots of nerfs and buffs over the past few seasons, which has kind of made way for the Havoc to really shine.
Yeah.
We did some stuff a few seasons ago, or well, last season with Armor, where we took it off the ground and we added some more ammo packs on the ground, which has allowed energy weapons to really start to rise up in the meta. So we're seeing double, triple, even quad energy on a team now, which is just not something you saw before because of that ammo economy.
You know, one thing I wanted to say, have you been noticing some of our teams, especially from APAC North, have actually been using the triple take? This is not a weapon that's kind of meta in North America or EMEA, but APAC North seem to be very insistent on using it. Anything you could say, is this exciting to see this weapon as an off pick, or when you guys play test and you look at it, do you actually feel the triple take is quite strong and maybe just underutilized?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, three bullets are better than one. I mean, you get all those bullets on a head, it does insane damage for a marksman rifle, rivaling even sniper rifles.
Wow.
It's a good weapon, and I'm glad that people are seeing it. It's got great ballistics. It's got great close range when you get caught up in a pinch. It's a wonderful weapon.
Guys, anything for Eric while we got him here?
I'd be remiss if I did not ask on behalf of the comp scene, because I know I'm perfectly fine with where it's at. But are we going to see anything change with the Havoc in some time in the future?
I promise you we will see something change with the Havoc, because we're going to see something change with every weapon. We're always looking at it. We're balancing, we're tuning, we're tweaking. We're going to make this game fun forever.
Awesome. Love to hear it.
And I think change is one of the more exciting things as well. We saw it in Season 20, 100 new perks, Upheaval, a new legend, updates to Broken Moon. We've got solos coming in. What are you most looking forward to, Eric? I'll leave that to you as someone who designs the game, but also plays it as well.
I do. I mean, Alter. Like, how can you not be so excited for Alter? True breaching gameplay. You're going to go through walls. You're going to make a mess. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited for what she's going to add to the gameplay scene.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very excited to see. I mean, she's going to be a new huge pick in comp, or sorry, in pubs and ranked. I'd be very interested, and I think she has a lot of potential in comp, so I'm super excited for that. I mean, the offensive and defensive capabilities, she looks like she's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, thank you so much, Eric, for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you on. I love that this winner's bracket, we've been able to have 3 Respawn devs hang here in Jay Beebs and, of course, Eric. So shout them out, follow them on X. And, of course, remember, you can follow us on X at Play Apex Esports. That is where you keep up to date with everything we're doing. And also, I think we posted a couple of the skits that we've been doing throughout LAN from our amazing content team. Everyone behind the scenes, special shout out, Bravo, Lene, everybody's been working so hard on those, Marlena. It's been phenomenal to see that, so congratulations on all those moments. While we wait, though, we've got a little bit of time because as we reset, things become even more dire. Coming up, our last set of the day on Saturday, it is going to be a big one. 7 p.m. Set your timers. 45 minutes from now, we will be seeing the likes of TSM, SSG, fighting for their lives. They could be going home tonight if they do not get the job done. Just 6 games will determine if you are seeing them in their match point finals and who that will leave a clear lane for to win on Sunday. All of that coming up and more live at the Galen Center in Los Angeles. We hope you stay with us. We'll see you in a bit.
We are here. I don't know what's everybody. We're ready.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Sit tight. Maggie's coming. Not done yet, Dad. This bird's got fangs. Took down some prey.
Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
So I rewatched the finals of every ALGS tournament to answer one question. What would happen if you sent a team back in time 5 years to compete? Would the previous versions of had Octane and you had Watson, and that was your character list. From July 2019 to roughly August 2020 was the Wraith Watson Pathfinder era. Watson was the best defensive legend with her fences to lock down buildings. She could show presence to lock down areas in the open, and her ult provided unlimited shield, which was crucial for the low amount of loot on King's Canyon. Wraith was the all-around best character in the game, especially for your fragger. Her phase and small hitbox meter great for starting a fight with entry damage and getting out without dying. Her ultimate portal was also the best ability for rotating your entire team into zones zones without taking any damage. So for a zone meta, you needed that to move from spot to spot. Pathfinder's mobility made him the second best character for fragging out, and his zipline gave the ability of getting height for the team as well as some quick rotation. But the most valuable asset of Pathfinder, which we will talk about a lot throughout this video, was his ability to scan beacons. Today we have several characters that can scan the ring console, and we have others that can get enemy location. But at Poland 2019, Pathfinder was the only character with this ability. Battle Royales are an information game, and knowing just the second zone information significantly increases the chances of teams predicting the final ring. So he was a must pick, and in fact this composition was used by 100% of the teams in the final lobby. But other than that, Apex was mostly about straight gunplay. I will go over how characters influence fights as we travel through the years, but none of Wraith's, Pathfinder's, or Watson's abilities truly changed the outcome of a fight, say like a Horizon Ultimate War. And as such, most players were using mouse and keyboard. Nicewig and Snipedown were the only controller players out of an 80-team international event, and there was a heavy emphasis on shotguns, ARs, and snipers, and the R99. That thing has seriously been a top gun forever. Now, jumping to the ALGS North American Summer Circuit of 2020, the most successful teams up until this point had still been running Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson, but that was about to change. This was the event that killed the meta with Pathfinder. Pathfinder's movement had been nuked to the ground, and his hitbox was absolutely huge, so his only existence was comp was the beacon information. As soon as that got put onto other characters, where you see here Bloodhound Crypto could now use survey beacons to get the next ring location, like he was kind of like useless for comp. He was a liability to his team. For the Summer Circuit playoffs, we saw a heavy usage of Crypto. Teams were still focused on a hard zone mindset, and Crypto could scan beacons from a distance and get a lot of information about player location from the safety of a building. But one team in the lobby was absolutely dominating the competition, and that was Complexity. Complexity is the team that was the forefront of also killing this meta. And there was 4 teams running Bloodhound, but they're the only team running Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound, right? So we enter the Gibby Bloodhound meta. On release, these were some of the weakest characters in the game, but through a series of buffs, Gibby became the best support character. Fast revives and mobile cover allowed for quick resets and being able to close open gaps of space when rotating. Bloodhound's scan had been improved, and their ult gave them their scan back every 6 seconds for near constant wall hacks. This provided a huge information advantage in 3v3 fights. Complexity's early mastery of this comp had everyone viewing them as the best team in the world. Instead of playing for placement points, they dominated everyone by focusing on kills. They popularized what is known as the edge playstyle. When they got zone information, instead of rotating towards zone, they actually ran away from it to hunt down teams late rotating and forcing fights with them. Their aggressive composition against defensive ones comprising of Watson gave them a huge comp difference and won them 3v3 fights with ease. Listen to their comms here as they debate about pushing teams outside the zone rather than moving towards endgame.
We have 34 seconds. We can pressure trailer team. Tunnel, 303 is probably gonna come through tunnel actually.
No, we do have the head peek like on these pills as well.
I think we have to go south. That's what I was thinking.
Like we go here and then we like look south and we start clearing space. We can't let anybody walk up on us without getting punished.
Everything right. Team here.
Yeah.
Cracked. Destroyed.
I cracked one.
Yep. I'm looking for an angle.
Cracked. Wraith. I'm getting shot in the back. Charge rifle. Care.
Just kill.
Just come back. There's 2 teams behind us. We gotta focus our northeast. They're gonna get.
No, there's 3 teams.
One. We have to focus on northeast.
Yeah, I see where Ref's looking. Those are free kills. Those are free kills.
I'm coming up to this box.
Yep.
Just remember, you guys aren't in zone. I'm moving up to the rock right here.
Good. Got one. Got prod.
Nice. Look here.
He's down there. He's down there. We can get the ball.
Yep.
Actually, he's just out of zone. Just go. We gotta get in. We should get in, boys.
Be careful of ourselves.
It took some time for everyone to buy in, but 3 months after Complexity won the Autumn Circuit playoffs at the Winter Circuit in March of 2021, every team in the finals was running Gibby, Bloodhound, and either Wraith or Octane. Octane, Wraith, this isn't a big meta change. Essentially, like a lot of people in NA Champs started playing Octane instead of Wraith because his jump pad was buffed and gave the ability to rotate a little bit easier than the Wraith portal did at the time. It gave a lot more speed. Also gave the ability to int teams. By int, I mean like by aggressively push a team. So if you got a crack or big damage, you would drop a pad and you jump on them. That's what just came with the edge play style. You can look at the top of the map here. You see we have some teams in zone, but a lot of them are still outside of zone, still rotating in. This is not something that you would have seen at Poland whatsoever. At the same time, this comp couldn't lock down position in a building as good as that Watson composition did. So you kind of always want to be moving, because if you took a spot too early sometimes, it would give gives the potential that a team was going to send it on you and take you out and kill you. But yeah, so a lot of teams like just went hard edge. It was like a complete overcorrection. Like teams definitely still focused on zone priority because it's the only way you could live in a BR, but teams were dying a lot faster. And this was partly due to World's Edge becoming the only competitive map. It was much bigger than Kings Canyon. Getting to that ring first was much harder for teams landing towards the perimeter of the map. Because of Gibraltar, mouse and keyboard was still the preferred input. The use of Gibby's bubble was like a chess match, trying to bait out which Gib would drop their bubble first. Because bubble fights required a lot of poking and strafing in and out of bubbles, shotguns were the dominant guns, providing large burst damage in a short amount of time. At the Year 1 NA Championship, Gibraltar, Bloodhound, and Octane was still used by the best performing teams, but the winners of the event were running something different. Kungurna, who later became 100 Thieves, won match point using a combination of Gibby, Caustic, and Valkyrie. Valkyrie was released in Season 9 and was the first new character to break into the comp meta since Season 3. Many players didn't immediately see her value in fear of being shot down during her ult or bugs that could cost you a game. The ability to practice and scrim at this time was also not widely available, and teams didn't want to waste valuable points during a tournament on an unproven composition. As such, a character that was as strong as Valk flew under the radar for quite some time. Teams like ESA with Verhulst showed the strength of Valk's ultimate as a free rotate, a tactical that did damage and stunned, and movement that made her a top tier fragger. And most important of all, the ability to scan beacons. This enters us into the Gibby Valk Caustic era, which was popularized by these three guys right here, actually, not Kungurna, who won. It was Optic Gaming with Skittles, Duplex, and Noct. And that's because after the Year 1 champs in the Split 1 regular season of Pro League, Gibby Caustic Valk actually didn't get run that often. The meta was kind of all over the place, nothing that really stuck. It was things were developing, so it took to the Split 2 regular season. For starters, Split 2 is the first time Stormpoint had been introduced into the competitive rotation. Again, a map made even larger, being 15% bigger than World's Edge, the previous biggest map in Apex. Its open terrain, water areas, and variation in elevation made it tough for zone teams. This solidified Valk to be meta. If a zone pulled far from your drop, you may be required to play edge, and Valk provided the opportunity for insane rotates we've never seen before. Gib was sticking around for the same reasons as before, and you may be asking why Caustic. He's got a massive hitbox, no mobility, and you're losing Bloodhound scans. Well, this comp to me is the early stages of a hybrid meta that we see today in Apex. Hybrid is when teams can play zone or edge on the fly based off where the zone pulls. Caustic had his gas damage buffed, and now teammates could walk through it without being slow. He was the best defensive legend in the game since Watson had been nerfed, and it was before Rampart received needed buffs. Plus, he had an aggressive ult, and it countered Gibby, as a common strategy would be to throw gas inside bubbles and force a team out. And the best way to counter a Caustic holding down a building was to use another Caustic, so teams felt required to use him. So this comp gave the ability to play on edge with Gibby Valk, and the best ability to secure locations with Caustic. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually think that this composition leaned more to the zone playstyle, and I don't think it was very good. I think it's talked about a lot because of Optic doing so well at the Split 2 playoffs, same with Reignite and Dark Zero who won with it. Also, at the Year 2 championship, almost every team was running this composition except one team, who brought us the Seer Horizon Valk meta, and that's Furia. History was repeating itself as Furia's use of an aggressive comp with Seer Horizon Valk picked apart all the holes of Gib Caustic, the same way that Gibraltar Bloodhound Wraith did to Pathfinder and Watson. Seer also somehow flew under the radar. On release, he was probably the most broken character to exist, and people thought after a few nerfs that he was weak, because, well, compared to his release date, he kind of was. But in reality, with this long list of abilities, he was still pretty broken. And he scanned beacons. Horizon was also the best fragging character. She was hard to kill with her gravity lift, and her ultimate provides so much power to a fight. Combine that with a few arc stars, and it was often a clean wipe. So with Furia being the only team to run this composition, they had so much firepower and were able to exploit the weaknesses of Gibraltar Caustic, such as their large hitboxes, lack of movement, and, well, lack of wall hacks. Not to mention a simple gravity lift counters both their ults. Now, Furia didn't win champs, but they had the most points by far, the most kills, and were the first team to match point. And so despite a Caustic Gibby Valk team winning, everyone knew that a change to the character meta was coming again. For almost the entirety of Year 3 Pro League, these characters were a part of the meta in some way. At the very least, you'd see 2 out of 3 on almost every team. The rise of controller players was also a major factor. Many players discovered the strength of the linear response curve, and they began to acknowledge that aim assist really did provide an advantage advantage in close range fights. This created a strong SMG meta. Even after a few nerfs, they're still by far the strongest and most used weapons. But perhaps the biggest thing that developed in year 3 is the importance of the coaching role. Coaches had been in Apex for a while, but they weren't used by most teams. TSM has repeatedly talked about their lack of macro. Macro is like your overall game plan. What comp you run, what's your drop spot, how you rotate specific zones, and so on. Raven stepped in and solved a lot of these problems, allowing HAL as the IGL to focus a lot more on what actually happens during the game. Coaches also helped in being able to study the macro of other teams. So Apex has vastly succeeded being a game based on who has the best mechanics in the game. Everything you do outside the game in terms of studying, VOD reviewing is just as, if not more important. This also meant that when new legends were dropped, teams would be more prepared to test things out because you had coaches who would be trying to find what the best advantages of each character. And in the past, as I mentioned, the way metas formed is you would just see whoever won a tournament or did the best and then follow suit. Like there was a kind of joke back then in early years of Apex that whatever TSM was doing, everyone would do. So now you have people who are really focusing on a lot of that outside of the game and doing testing in scrims and in practice ahead of time, could go into the big tournaments, the big pro league days with the best game plan possible. And this enters us into the hybrid era with the introduction of Catalyst. Catalyst, in my opinion, is the best hybrid character we've ever seen. She has strong capability to lock down buildings and area. On Edge, her ult makes rotating very easy. It's mobile cover like Gibby, but does way more for gaining and creating space, especially in end zones. And most importantly, she is in the controller class. In Season 16, Apex introduced a new class system, and the old Recon characters now scan a beacon that gives player location. The characters in the new controller class are the ones which can scan a ring console and get zone information. Combine that with legends like Horizon and Bangalore, who are amazing for fighting, and you have a flexible team that can play from anywhere. Every team's game plan nowadays revolves around flexibility and being able to play edge or zone at any point of the game. If you look back at everything I've discussed, Apex has been building to this point over 5 years, as every time the meta swings too far to one side of zone or edge, a new comp comes in that takes advantages of its weaknesses. For example, at the Split 2 playoffs, where Energy was running Rampart, their comp leaned too far to a zone playstyle, and times where they were caught on edge, Rampart became a liability for rotating in. Now, a few notable changes happened between the end of the Year 3 regular season and the Year 3 championship. First, evac towers and nerfs to Valk's thrusters and ult removed her need in the meta, so the dominant picks for the Split 2 playoffs were Catalyst, Seer, and either Horizon or Bangalore. When the Split 2 playoffs concluded, Seer, after almost a year of being a 90% pick rate, was nerfed out of the meta. We saw him a couple times in the group stages of champs, but no more than that. Bangalore became the most picked legend to counter controller players, as her smokes disable aim assist, so digi threats became more important, and thus SMGs are still picked most often. And so the most picked and the winning composition at the Year 3 championship was Bangalore Catalyst Horizon, but it was the most diverse tournament we have seen in terms of character composition. So what would happen if you sent a team back in time 5 years? And after everything we went through, I hope it's clear what would happen. With all the available knowledge of the game today, even the Tier 2 teams of Apex are good enough that they could run the lobby at Poland. That's not to diss the previous teams or call them bad. They were still miles ahead of everyone else at the time. These are the players that built everything we see today, and why many of them that still compete are at the top of the game. This trident was possibly the deciding factor that cost Optic $500,000 in the Apex Year 3 championship. How, you may ask? Well, it's Championship Sunday, and Optic is putting up one of the best finals performances we've ever seen, winning 2 of the first 3 games.
First team to pass that match point threshold. If they win this next game, it is all over.
But Energy had something to do about that. First, I have to give you a brief breakdown of how the early game in Apex works. A team's strategy is built around repetition and patterns. They have the same drop spots each game, each player has specific looting paths, and they have similar rotations depending on where the circle goes on the map. And it's very important for teams to be aware of each other's patterns.
Well, at least every NA team in the lobby should know where they play.
Dark Zero is known as one of the most successful teams in Apex, and on Storm Point, they land at Mill, a POI known as one of the strongest on this map because of its high tier loot quality and map position for rotations. It also has access to this trident, which Dark Zero grabs at the beginning of each game to move as quick as possible to zone. However, in In an unsuspected turn of events, Dark Zero didn't qualify for finals, and as such, Mill was free for the taking. Kansas City Pioneers and Dreamfire saw this as an opportunity to claim the POI and give themselves a better shot of winning everything. So they found themselves in a contest to fight for the spot, and surrounding teams found ways to take advantage of this. Specifically NRG, who drops at checkpoint the POI right next to Mill. In game 3, we see them ping and talk about taking the Mill Trident, since the two teams there would be preoccupied in a contest.
We have balloon rotates, we easily get storm point points. Nothing would kill the vibe more here than you guys have to play duo.
Now in this game, they opt to leave it because the dropship path was suboptimal. In game 4 though, the dropship was flying right over the Trident.
Do I go for the car?
It's up to you.
Me? Go for it.
So Sweet decides to jump for it.
I'm actually like a little sketched on how Optic just landed.
We have his own.
Oh my gosh.
Now Optic land at Downed Beast, and the lobby is absolutely shocked when they see the zone pull to North Pad.
And for Optic Gaming, oh, they have fantastic priority to this zone.
Downed Beast has beacon. Wait, Optic wins this. Wait, Optic won.
Oh my god, what? It is!
Wait, Optic wins.
Oh my god, that's just offside zone.
Yeah, no patch.
That's actually scripted for Optic better.
Hard North Pad, bro. Hard North Pad. Oh my god.
That's bad.
This Optic can win.
It's a good job for them.
They have beacon too. Alright, well, if they win, we need to just get as many points as possible this game. Are we gonna?
Wow.
Alright, let's get some points so we can get like second. Help Optic win, I can't lie.
Yeah.
It's a play.
Close on North Pad. Go boys. We're looting fast as fuck. Do not fucking craft or anything.
They have high priority to the best spots to win the game, and specifically they want to hold this dock as it's a spot they've played many times and won from in this type of zone.
Like in towards the rock, we just take the back finger and we win the fucking tournament.
NRG knows this.
Okay, we want to be literally out here in the water. Yeah, behind us. Like, we might need to actually like evac from the like over here. But down beast, dude, Optic might go there with no loot and win that whole land. So we might need to go there with nothing and just win the game.
And Optic recognizes they stole the mill car.
I'm pretty sure NRG took the mill car.
So it becomes a race to the god spot.
Okay, well let's get ready to get out here soon. Like really soon. I want to get that spot. Yeah, Optic might try to race us for the spot out there. Okay. Drive us around north, like through the north fucking choke area. Do you think the car might just be faster with like one boost? Looking out towards the finger, I don't see shit. That's the North Pad car. They're out here in the car, out here in the car.
Off the side very quickly now. NRG, Optic, they're all racing.
There's a race going down.
Are they fighting for us?
They're in front of us somewhat. Getting out.
I don't know. Go to the fucking Go to the rock.
And NRG wins the race. Sweet almost called for an evac tower jump at this ping, so I hopped in game to see which was faster, and while it's not a perfect one-to-one without teammates, they surely would have been slower. So their timing and decision making had little room for error, and they played it perfect.
Fucking L game to get the car.
I'm 6-1.
Actually, no, we wouldn't have had it without the car.
Now Optic has to take time to think of what they want to hold and decide to rotate underground and start off by holding the center dock. Considering no one knows Optic is here, this spot is not that bad. However, they are at a higher risk of being pinched from the left and right docks and the catwalk on height. Soon Optic will rotate into the red room, but they won't be able to get visual information about what other teams are doing, and rotating out of the room becomes harder. The left leg for NRG is stronger as the surrounding open terrain makes it difficult to push. You can see everything happening in the game, and it makes rotating to zone pulls much easier. With 18 other teams in the lobby though, there's a lot that can still happen. Dojo, who lands at North Pad, take the catwalk for high ground. TSM from Wall are also able to rotate quick and take the far right dock. And the rest of the lobby starts to rotate their way into zone.
I'm coming out to your side.
The car. Oh, the car's stolen.
Evac, don't get seen, don't get. Oh, no, run at them. We can take their evac, run at them. Okay. Run at them.
Okay, we get to here and then we look to go from there, okay?
Okay.
We can hit somebody else's evac, we do that.
With little loot, Optic and NRG are forced to play safe and carefully choose their opportunities to poke for Evo damage and level up their shields.
I just got a bat and cells, so low-key kind of worth, and more arc source.
But also being the only team on match point, Optic wants to play small, not push for too many kills, and blend in so that teams can't find them out.
But everyone else in the lobby is going to be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, hoping that Optic Gaming fall, because otherwise you might find yourself in a 3v3, 2 teams remaining, and you are the only team that can keep this thing alive.
And since NRG knows they have the best spot, they have to do the same, feeling responsible to keep the tournament going.
If we didn't do this, we just made this play for the future of the tournament, by the way. I'm pretty sure Optic would have won for free back here if we didn't just do this.
So,
bro, NRG only beats us because they fucking stole the milk.
Let's make sure we win for free. Take advantage of our natives then.
Should you take? Bro, this might be good though, bro. People might think we're the team on the left leg.
Yes. It's also paying her as a cat.
Yeah.
So for majority of the game, these two teams just sit and wait, which is very different from what most other teams are experiencing.
I'm done. Yeah, oh my god. What that?
Cat one. Okay. 형 다시 위에 가서 그거
I'm just
Zones like this are quite difficult for outer teams to win. The distance some teams have to cover is quite vast, and options for rotating in are becoming limited by the second. The focus for these teams will be kill points rather than winning the game. Add in the flat terrain and the narrow trenches of Northpad, this will soon result in chaos. As Optic expected, Dojo assumed Energy was Optic due to their patterns in past games and not expecting Energy would have a car.
Optic plenty better than I think.
And TSM were about to make the same conclusion.
Optic should play the dog. Like, we might have to int them, okay? So we can keep playing.
Until Verhulst noticed this.
Back to Bang. It's an MK Bangler player, bro. It could definitely be Optic.
Going to it, bro.
They're running. Where are they going? They're going to red room. They just left middle dock, went to red room. There's a team on the far dock already too, so it's two teams over there.
Phoenix either, dude?
No.
I'm popping Optic so.
This is one shot to...
Okay. And it was two MK players. It was a Horizon Bang MK team. Okay. In the red room. That could definitely be Optic.
So they are aware that the red room team could also be Optic. A few teams are eliminated going into zone 2.
Dead. Nice. White armor. On your left. Fine. One is counter.
Les bajé a uno, esto juega lento y para que
I need a rest. Yeah, nice.
Back with the dojo, they are still fixated on energy, thinking that they are Optic.
Fuck, low-key, we should have just fucking aped their shit. That guy literally is getting smoked off cooldown by not us, and he is just pre-firing me on the setting. So, I'm saying we should have just killed Optic. Make him over in the car. You knew they were gonna come? Yeah, we're gonna squad. Yep. And look at this. This ain't even them back here. That is a good call. Primo.
Yeah, it's on shift for Sean.
Alright, well, be safe. Right? It posts right on Optic. This game could finish out in 4 games. No, we know that. We just briefed them. We throw literally everything at them.
And finally, with 17 squads left, Zone 4 pushes everyone to fight.
But now gets spotted. Up into the skies, but does not survive. Dreamfire eliminated. They'll have to wait for match number 5 if it even comes. It's MDY White now.
As I say, comes the third party, and who is it? It's Pioneers who are moving in.
Don't get too greedy. What are you doing?
Oxygen and Alliance also scrapping at the same time as Oxygen have been able to get the opening here. Now, headlock from the back pocket, 2 teammates still alive, and we will see Alliance fall. 13 squads left, and Oxygen, it was the perfectly timed push.
I'm not wasting any ammo on non-guaranteed damage.
2 back from the south. Don't mind flying. I'm playing red room. Yeah. You know you're alone right now?
Yeah, not sure.
Team planet south, team planet south. 0. They went up above me. They're red room. They're red room. How many up? You want to push that?
As they arrive are going to be taking a lot of damage, but on the other side, Imperial Howl has just fallen as well. It's TSM taking this fight alongside FaZe.
And while all these fights are going down, this is great news for Optic, the team who's on match point, but here comes TSM. FaZe eliminated Thurhost, will stand strong. Oxygen also fall in the meantime.
And in under 2 minutes, we are down to 10 teams left. As they expected, through all the carnage, Energy and Optic have been the only ones safe.
Teams are not going to have any idea who we are, so just don't worry about getting entered.
And the zone continues to pull to the back left dock. So Optic try to move to the center dock, but then almost get eliminated.
We can take this.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We have all this. Yeah. We can angle him out here. Blue on one. They took it. Red room. They have double blue.
Actually, no, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad because the team on height is going to drop down and fight this. We have to go back to our red room.
All right.
I'm bangoting. I'm nading as well. They got eight. Somebody punch. Go back down for me.
Drop the absolute carnage. Drop just got ripped out of the sky, and it's the dojo now who have fallen off of that main building, that ultimate high ground.
But they managed to get back to Red Room, and with Energy are the only two teams safe as this fifth circle closes. Instead, the rest of the teams are in full panic, doing whatever they can to get as much kill points and placement points as possible.
Zone is burning, it is singeing. At its back though, but a few KP here certainly would help. Can't quite connect. The Interforce 36 fall. Pulverex fall.
We're doing this.
Right side.
Listen, one.
Optic Gaming going for the third party. This is not good for the lobby. This is really bad. Optic Gaming finds a way to survive here. There's 5 teams left. It's gonna end.
Yes, I'm eliminated. Optic, if they win this, it's all over. Dojo eliminated.
Optic's still alive. NRG still alive. 3 squads remain. It's Ascend. It's NRG.
No way. There's 3 squads left. The Dojo eliminated. Blackhand eliminated. It's up to Energy. Can Energy win this? And in the blink of a moment, it's top 2. The way this game started, it was now going to end in a 3v3 fight. Optic versus NRG.
Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue.
Get to my height now.
Get into your height.
I'm starting with you, sweet. I have a wall. Oh, I'm swapping. Coming up. I have height. Rise in here. I'm coming back up. I can't go on 100.
Energy on the swing. They have the ultimate height. This is bad for Optic.
This is very bad for Optic.
Knock gets the knock on his sweep. Do we do?
They're behind the wall. Okay,
Skills gotta go nuclear.
Dropped on 1 HP. Energy! They fucking win it!
Oh my god.
NRG!
The people's champion.
Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall. NRG clutch. And Optic Gaming, who are on the precipice of becoming your champions, will have to wait a little longer. NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
Energy keeps the tournament going and causes the biggest upset in Apex history, and it was all because of this trident. Some people may think Optic choked the final fight, but Energy's position provided several advantages, with high ground, head glitches, and angles to see Optic first. Also, remember both teams had little loot going into the endgame, and the death boxes near Optic all landed outside the zone, so Energy was able to loot up more, and Nathan picked up a DG threat Prowler. He could sit in this smoke and stop Optic from ever climbing on height, so it may have been a 3v3, but it was never a fair fight. What if Optic won the race? Well, despite Dojo and TSM thinking Optic could be on the left dock, neither team did much to push them and take them out. I'm assuming both teams were never confident where Optic was and focused on trying to win to keep the tournament going. Optic's chances of getting to late game position would have been very high, unless Energy griefed them. Losing that race would still give Energy 100% certainty of Optic's position, and we'd hopefully expect Sweet to call a play to continue the tournament just as he did early on. But we're looking with hindsight. We'll never know if winning the race wins them the game, but we do know that losing the race and Energy stealing this Trident lost them $500,000.
We're going to show you a selection of emojis that either describes a player's personality or their name.
Okay.
They start off easy and get progressively harder, with an extremely challenging one at the end.
I'm gonna let you know I'm probably gonna get half of them wrong for sure.
Okay, lollipop, sleep. Wait. Yeah, you see, you said I was gonna be good at this. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm about to flunk this.
Ooh.
I don't get it. I have no idea. Candy, sleep, Z. How much time do I have to think?
What is going on here?
People guess this?
North American M&K player.
North American M&K player. Great. This is great.
All right, I'm off to a terrible start. Damn, this is supposed to be the easy one. Dude, team, I guess? Oh, yeah, I got nothing. Oh, wait, sweet.
So Sweet Dreams.
Dropped.
Sweet Dreams.
Vaxlon.
Sweet Dreams. Sweet Dreams.
Sweet Dreams.
It's an LG. Oh, sweet.
Oh, Sweet Dreams. Luminosity? I mean, there's only... Oh, God, that makes total sense. Slayer. What?
Sweet Dreams.
Sweet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, I'm probably gonna get the lowest score here, dude. This next one's not even looking good either. Crown and then mad.
Angry emoji, royal.
It's like I should know this.
Crown, royalty, king.
King and mad. Is it me?
Wait, how?
Imperial Hal.
How?
That's not Hal, is it?
PSM. I mean, Hal?
It's Hal. He's f***ing up baby.
Surely it's not how.
I'm gonna have to say Imperial Hal.
Telephone and happy.
Landline. Old? Old? No, not old. Telephone and I don't know what this emoji. Blushing.
God, there's so many players.
I need a hint.
Okay, again, North American controller player.
Oh, there's too many of them.
I'm gonna need another hint.
Space Station Gaming.
Space Station Gaming. Oh, phony head?
Phony?
Phone. Oh God, and it's a head. Phony head. Yeah. Okay. Great. Phony head.
Phony head.
Oh, phony head.
Phony. So phone or telephone. Phony. Add it.
I saw this and I was like, I thought phony.
You think I'm so much smarter than I actually am. Holy moly. Like, yeah, I can call zone. I don't know what any of this means.
Someone super buff.
Okay, it's either Kimchi or Waltzy. Has to be. It's Kimchi. I'm gonna go Kimchi. Is it Kimchi?
Waltzy.
That's not Waltzy?
I mean, this could be me. I don't know who this is though. Who else lifts?
Clue.
And A, M&K.
Oh, reps.
And then reps. Reps.
Reps. Those are the easy. Oh man.
I'm gonna be so bad at this one. Thunderstorm, rain, and tornado.
Got like a story going on here. I feel like this is just not an A.
No, I've got nothing for this one.
First clue is North America.
Oh, it's a North America. Okay. This is from NA. I'm just thinking of every North American team now. Is this one obvious? Like, am I just dumb?
I feel like I'm on like the National Treasure movie right now, trying to figure out clues.
Have another hint. Monsoon. Monsoon.
Monsoon.
Oh, Monsoon.
That's the team I was forgetting. So it's Monsoon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Monsoon.
Mon.
Oh, Monsoon.
Monsoon.
Oh, shit. It's. Is this Monsoon? Is this me?
Yeah, it's you.
Is this me?
It is, yeah.
We got a dog and a pregnant lady. Wait, these are actually pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Dog baby. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Is that a pregnant lady? Okay. What are you guys? I saw you guys are like, no, I'm gonna throw. You guys played this off to be so much easier than what it is.
Dog, pregnant lady. Oh God.
Damn. A hint? Oh, not Dogma.
You're gonna need another hint.
Oh, Dogma.
Dogma.
Oh, duh. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, a smiling emoji and some lips.
Crying, laughing, kissy face. Who kisses people?
So this one could go either two ways. Some people say that's laughing, some people say that's crying. I say laughing.
Happy lips.
Whenever I type this emoji, it's always joy. So like, I keep thinking joy, but I'm like, it's not joy.
I don't know who's just always laughing.
Dude, this is a lot harder than I thought.
What region?
EMEA.
Oh, there's no way. I don't know any of them.
I'm just literally thinking of every M&K EMEA player right now. No, I've got nothing.
I need to hit on this one.
Lions.
Lions.
Oh, hackers.
Oh, Hawkes.
Hawkes. Oh, okay, yeah, Hawkes.
Oh, Hawkes. Hawkes. Cause he's laughing.
Hackies. You guys are rats for that one, dude. That's a stretch.
Melting eyes. Eyes melting.
See, I don't even know what this emoji means.
Melt and eyes?
Yeah, I'm gonna need the region, so there's no way I can guess this alone.
This is APAC North. Yeah, I think I'm chalked. I don't know.
You guys are gonna make me laugh, dude. Come on. Let me think, dude. I need focus. Comms, please.
Is it Malstera?
Melting. Okay. Meltstera.
Meltstera? Oh, Meltstera. Meltstera, okay, yeah. Meltstera.
I think I gotta give up on this one. It's pretty sad to me.
Meltstera? That's my guy. I got his jersey.
I don't know anyone in the Apex scene that knows how to dance.
Is it just dancing or is it something else? What the is this? Salsa?
A dancing lady. Hint? Now in an A. What? Now in an A? Yeah, but there's only... I'm one of... That's not Jen.
Tango. Dancing.
Who dances a lot? Nasky.
No. So it's Zapdo? I was like, that sounds like some sort of dance somewhere. I feel like I'm really stupid right now. What am I missing here?
Wait, what? Is it dance based off one of our names?
Oh my god, oh my god, that's salsa, waltzy. Waltzy?
Oh, waltzy.
Waltzy.
Oh, waltzy. Waltzy.
Waltzy's a type of dance?
That's not the waltz.
Oh, waltzy. Yeah, the waltz. Yeah.
This is who? How is this me? What? What? Dude.
It's waltz.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, because my name has nothing to do with that. That's why I was like, what?
Sick and ski.
Puking skiing.
Throw up. Ski.
Throwing up emoji. Skiing.
Green ski.
We got barfing and skiing.
Vomit ski.
All right, I need a clue.
Sick ski. Wait, I feel like I had it and then I've lost it.
Okay, sick and skiing. I feel like I just had like a name in my head, but I just lost it.
I don't know.
07.
07. Wait, Nasky.
Nasky.
Nasky, yeah. Nasky.
Nasky.
Nasky? Oh, Nasky, yeah.
Nasky?
It's Nasky, of course. It's Nasky. He's sick, nasty, skiing. That was good.
That one's a hard one. Yeah. That one belongs in the hard section.
Nasky. I got beef for y'all.
This is giving me like the NRG on top vibes, you know what I mean?
M and K, keys, arrows, directions. An IGL. He gets heated.
Oh, this one's too easy. This one's strafing flame.
You see the one cog in my head going? It's like one name per 20 seconds, I swear. Strafing flame.
Strafing flame. Oh,
Strafing flame.
This is like strafing flame.
Oh, strafing flame? Is that left, right, fire? Strafing flame.
I'm not gonna get it, I'm afraid.
Oh, strafing flame.
Strafing flame.
Oh, God, that makes so much sense. He's going left and right. And this flame. Strafing flame, of course.
Yawn, tired. Yanya?
Yanya.
He's tired. All the time. All the time, he's tired. Yawning. Yanya.
Wait, is that dude sleeping from SA?
Yeah, team. Wonton doubling. Oh, I don't know who that... Oh no, this is bad.
So honestly, it's Jover.
Wonton, I actually don't know. I don't know any players from Wonton.
I don't even know which one's the controller player. It's not Jackie Chan, Gugu. Like the other guy. I don't even remember the third guy. It's not Gugu. That's the only one I know because Kimchi talks about him. I can't lie.
Is there some player out there named Board that I'm not familiar with? Boring? Boring?
That makes sense. That's definitely a boring phase. Yeah.
Boring, dude. That's a bad one for me to not know.
A microphone, audio, and sun.
Okay, the singing and then the sun.
Nicolas Cage couldn't even figure these out, dude.
Singing is like karaoke sun. I don't even know where to begin with this. Like, I don't even know if I'm getting it right with the sun.
I have a few guesses, but yeah, what region?
APAC North.
All my guesses were not APAC.
I'm gonna need another hint.
Okay, reject.
I mean, I feel like if you tell me the team is, I'll get it. Oh, what?
Is there only one MNK player on that team? I don't even know.
There's just no APAC North teams in my head right now.
Reject. Is it Sanjun?
Sangjun?
Oh, Sangjun.
Oh my god. I just lost to them a few days ago.
The only one that would make sense is like Sang something. Sangjun.
I'm not gonna get this one. Yeah, that one's like a stretch, but I feel like I should have got that one.
That one's pretty hard for us Australians because summer starts in December.
That makes so much sense.
Not bad for a washed up fake dev.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed that little trivia game because we are back with our Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs live in our Galen Center here in LA. And it is almost time for us to send 10 more teams home, and 10 of those teams continuing on in the competition to our match point finals. And we have so many names in this elimination round 2, the likes of TSM, Complexity, and LG, who snuck in by just 1 point at the beginning of the day, which means this is going to be an insane way to close everything out here on Saturday. I cannot wait to see how it all unfolds. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion. We've got the boys back up on the desk here, Zephyr, Graceful, and Hotsick. First of all, I think I might have schooled you guys in that emoji game.
You were popping off pretty hard, but that was hard.
That was actually one of the most fun things.
That was great. Yeah. We need more of those because we had way too much fun with that on the desk. I want to know how everybody else did at home. Shaheen, shout out. He did pretty well, okay?
Yeah, he was farming.
Not too shabby. Let's talk about getting into this series. Give me your thoughts on what we can expect now, Zephyr. This is going to be a big one.
I like that. It's a massive one. When we talk about what's available and at stake here, of course, we're talking about match point finals, but more importantly, this is probably the most stacked Elim round 2 we have ever seen. When we talk about teams like TSM coming in with their storyline, and of course, Alliance as well, and so many other faces, this might be the first time that we could potentially be seeing a winner of match point finals coming out of Elim 2.
It's going to be so incredible. I hope everybody is settled in and ready to get into all this action. Before we do, we'll take a quick look back at what happened in our winners bracket because that was crazy as well, Graceful. We watched with just how close that 10th place bubble was right at the end. 07 are able to sneak in, but starting things off, it was DZ technically 4 times back-to-back to start off the day.
Yeah, they have been dominating, honestly, this whole time, and I can't see them stopping anytime soon. However, speaking on the opposite side of things, like you said, 07 is what I like to say, slip in on a banana peel. They barely made it in right there on their knees, just barely made it in straight through the door. And I'm happy to see that because, you know, I'm EU, I'm repping EU. I want to see more EU up there, as well as other regions, and we saw some other regions pop up as well.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest story there is APAC is finally, I mean, I think everybody knows how talented APAC is, but they've historically underperformed at LAN, I would say. For them to come out in one of the hardest lobbies, if not maybe even harder than finals, for them to come out, Fnatic and Reject, Fnatic stomped. I mean, they had almost, I think they had 1 more kill than placement points, and I mean, that is such an impressive feat in such a difficult lobby. And then Reject as well, continue to do what they're doing best. And it's nice to see a lot of smaller teams that we haven't seen much of, like 2R1C as well, coming up big.
Yeah, I mean, the hype in the winners bracket cannot be understated. And like you're saying, Fnatic, absolutely unstoppable. And we mentioned it at the end of the last series. We'll reiterate it right now. Because of that incredible performance on behalf of Fnatic, that means heading into match point finals, they are starting with 10 additional starting points. 07, at least getting 1 there. I mean, it was a crazy winners bracket, and this is sure to be exciting as well. We'll take a look at which teams are participating right now and just give you a quick refresher on who's going to be here. Zephyr, I know you mentioned quite a few teams. Talk to me a little bit about them.
Yeah, we talk about this morning, some of these teams that did slide in kind of on their last breath here. Notably, of course, we'll talk about a few more, but the big ones for me, especially this morning, Geared Gaming. This is a threat that got the chance to pop off in South America, or now has come here and is the sole remaining fixture for this region. And if they manage to elevate themselves in the same way that we came out of at least Elim 1, this could be an actual legitimate threat on their way to finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have so many things to talk about here. There's, we haven't been able to get an updated graphic or anything, but there are a lot of contests. That's the big name of the game right now. On World's Edge, or sorry, Stormpoint, we have Made in Heaven and Kina Trope and Mill. And then we have TSM and Red Ram and Lightning Rod, as we know that was going to happen. But TSM is double contested. They also have Wonton Dumpling over on World's Edge, as well as SSG with Red Ram. So there's a potential for a really big upset. Obviously, if TSM go out, I mean, that's going to be unheard of. I mean, they've never done that. But one of these big names, I'm sure at least, is probably going to go out. So this is going to be a crazy loser bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you've been saying, people are still figuring things out, and I think what we saw in the previous round is exactly what I've been talking about this whole tournament. A clash of playstyles. When you have too many people playing the same style, you're going to be running into people. Aurora and Alliance, 07 was in there as well with them. And now you have, you know, people playing zone. You have people being contested on 2 maps even, which is even more scary. And you have to adapt.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting. But of course, one of the Cinderella stories of our LAN here so far has actually been Geared Gaming. They were able to get that first place in our elimination bracket to kick off the day, and we see them here as one of our participating teams as well, where we're actually able to catch up with them a little bit earlier, and Stella had an opportunity to chat. So let's see what they had to say.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here with the team Geared Gaming. They won first place in the elimination bracket earlier today, and I want to talk to the coach and the players, of course, of how you're feeling, especially since you came up from Challengers.
Então, quer saber como você está se sentindo, principalmente vindo do Challenger?
Estamos confortáveis, estamos tentando reproduzir o que a gente já faz no SA e apenas adaptando as equipes aqui da LAN, que possuem um nível um pouco maior, mas estamos bem.
So mostly SA is very strong, so they're feeling very comfortable. They're just adapting for like the strengths from the team that are in the map right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so since you did come from South America's finals, how do you players feel going up against everyone from EU, North America, APAC?
So, eu tô perguntando sobre como vocês estão se sentindo, já que vocês vieram desse jogando contra os times da Europa, dos Estados Unidos e da Ásia.
Para nós é um pouco mais difícil, claro, porque essas outras regiões possuem uma estrutura maior que a nossa, mas ainda assim a gente vem de um continente que as equipes são muito boas, muito agressivas e que respiram um jogo, então apenas precisamos adaptar melhor as coisas que acontecem aqui, que não acontecem lá, mas é isso, está bem.
So, of course, it's a little bit different. Europe, Asia, they have more structure than us in Brazil. But it's a strong region. We have a lot of teams that breed Apex, so they are just playing their own game and trying to adapt with the situations that are some teams are a little bit less aggressive or more aggressive.
Yeah,
I think Geared Gaming have done a really good job of illustrating just how strong that South American region is. They've had a very, very phenomenal performance here so far, and like we said, now here in our Elimination 2 with the possibility of making their way through to match point finals, which would be new, if I'm not mistaken, for South America.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen too much of the region, sadly. I mean, I would love to see the entire world represented, so huge shout out to them making a massive run in the very first. That's usually like that's a really good way to start your day, and they're probably feeling pretty good going into this.
All right, well, let's start talking about some of these teams that you guys wanted to kind of focus down a little bit on. Hotsec, I want to start with you, and I love your choice because Alliance just barely missed out in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, these guys came with blood today, this entire tournament. I mean, they're setting the record for, what was it, 24 kills. Unlucky was just a massive, massive boon to this squad. And obviously, I mean, winner's bracket finals, just because you drop down at any point in the losers bracket finals doesn't mean you're any more or lesser of a team until we see who actually makes it to the finals. So, I mean, this team has all the puzzle pieces required to have great success. As well as, even though they have DSG in their lobby, they do actually have open POIs. They're going Cenote with DSG going Northpad, and they're going on World's Edge, they're going Skyhook Trials, while DSG is taking Thermal. So they do have free POIs to play from, and maybe we'll see if they can get it together here and get us in the finals.
Yeah, and I think if they start feeling themselves a little bit, we might even see if they'll try to chase down a DSG yet again and try to spoil their chances one more time. It'd be a lot riskier here in this bracket, but we'll have to see how they want to handle it. Continuing on, Graceful, I want to hear from you a little bit. Which squad did you want to deep dive here?
No one else but Navi and my former teammate, Tyler, played with me in this Pro League coming up to this. Kinda has always been really talented as a young gun up and coming, and Matafe has been IGLing since forever. Having been played a little bit with Matafe, but also against him for the longest of time, he's always had it, potentially, and he couldn't compete for a while, but I always knew he was a good player. Seeing him on LAN now as well, performing better than he ever has, He's shown people that, hey, I am not stuck in Elim 1. I am now capable of making Elim 2. He wants to make it to finals, and I'm sure that if they get to play the game, they can make a big splash. However, depending on clashing playstyles, will they be able to? Remains to be seen.
I like that. I like that, Grace. So we've seen a little bit of back and forth with those playstyles that you're talking about when it came to whether that was groups moving into today and how things have changed. So definitely will be interesting. I completely agree with that. But Zephyr, one team we haven't mentioned, I know you're going to do it for us. Talk to me about them.
You can't come into this series without talking about TSM. This is the team that's been here before, but not quite in Elim's round 2. They have literally never been down this far, and I think that is only but a strength for this roster. We talk about being backs up against the wall. There's no other team in the world that manages to pull it off like TSM when the chips are down. But I'll tell you what, fellas, it's not just backs up against the wall. It is a challenge for the Titans themselves, and it's one that only they could potentially eclipse here. Double contested on both maps, Wonton Dumpling and Red Rams for them as obstacles to potentially overcome if they want to see themselves not just in match point finals, but also potentially hoisting that trophy again.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see what happens. You mentioned it in the last series as well, Hot Six. We even saw that Red Rams and TSM kind of backed up from each other in that winners portion, not wanting to really have to force it if they don't have to. And I think just the legacy that is TSM could really scare off Red Rams from making any sort of aggressive plays here in our Elimination 2 bracket. Now that we've kind of gotten a chance to really focus down on some of these teams, is that who you picked? Let's take a look at the predictions here. I want to see what everybody said for who they think is taking this one home. I see we've got a little bit of agreement here. Rain Day with the TSM pick. Zephyr, talk to me about Alliance.
I mean, there's not much more that can potentially be said about this team. We talk about the rosters that are coming into this one. At the end of the day, coming out of group stages, this was a team that excelled, right? And even though they had their struggles just outside of this most recent, at least upper bracket, they will have the chance to potentially recover now that they get a little bit more of some open space when we talk about the map at both Cenote here and, of course, Trials.
Okay, so are those scores at the bottom for us as well? No? Definitely?
No. Those numbers mean nothing.
Oh, okay, sure. Just double checking. Just double checking. Genome looking very comfortable there at 3, but Tiff, Zephyr, Genome, myself, all in the Alliance train. Moving on to the next page, and also I want to talk to you guys. Oh, no, just kidding. Yeah. You're all 4 of us on the Alliance train right now.
Hashtag all fans, baby.
Even our subreddit, but we see some Geared Gaming love out of Stella, which I absolutely love. Got to hear from them a little bit as well. Disguised, who might be going up against the behemoth that is Alliance. A little bit of Elevate love as well. I mean, I think there is a general consensus that after what we've seen so far, Graceful, Alliance should be able to really kind of steamroll here.
I believe in Alliance, and in the end of the things, you know, coming from a pro perspective, the only thing I can actually see is, you know, how teams adapt, how consistent they are, and when they're fighting, they're shooting their guns, like they're lasering people, right? And it all comes down to if they are able to, like I said, play the game. And when they play the game, they dominate, and I truly believe that they will make it through.
Yeah, I was honestly, a lot of my choices, as much as I love Alliance and I think they're strong, I think honestly them taking Sky West and Trials actually might be a little bit better, only because a lot of this tournament, a lot of the World's Edge map zones have been trending pretty far north. Ain't that right, Zephyr? And I was looking at their scoreline from winners bracket because I haven't been able to track absolutely every single team, but you know, they have a 10th and 2, 19 and 1, 16 and 2. So just based off scoreline alone, without really watching too much, it looks like they're dying on either not getting to a spot that they really want or just dying on the rotate period. So, and that's pretty tough to do on north zones from thermal. So I think them going on Sky West Trials, I think might be a blessing in disguise.
All right, well, it's almost time for us to get into this series. So, LA, are you ready to find out which teams are going to be making their way through to match point finals? Tiff, Dia, let's get into it.
Let's get into it, man. I am not ready, let's put it that way, because this is going to be so packed for an elimination round 2. I know you guys dropped your teams to watch, but some things when I was perusing, this is the first time TSM has found themselves in elimination round 2 since 2022 champs.
Kind of funny to see the tables turned on them after what happened at champs last time with Dark Zero, but it's not just TSM, as the desk brought up. We've got a lot of really interesting teams that have somehow found themselves on the verge of elimination, because we're just going to be, well, 6 games away from determining who actually makes it to the finals and who does not. I'm sure there will be a lot of upset faces after the 6. For now, we get to focus on what World's Edge will bring us, as that's where the teams will be starting their journey.
And that is it. We were already talking a little bit about the contest that we will be seeing, specifically Red Rams double contested across World's Edge. This time it's Climatizer. They're going to be taking on Space Station Gaming, and the time, the music, the setting, the stage, the audience. All of this is going to lead a journey for 10 more teams to find themselves competing on this stage tomorrow for Match Point Finals. Who will move on? All right, let me hear some predictions, right? We kind of picked on the desk, but I just need something for you, Dean. Come on, give me right now.
I put E8, and I'm gonna stick to it, but I'm not gonna go too hard, because every time that I've put E8, well, it hasn't worked out for me, because one team goes absolutely wild and pops off just above them. In fact, this time E8 barely dropped down into the lower bracket. DSG are actually a pretty good choice. LG on your screens have clawed their way in to elimination round 2, and they could do just that to move on to the finals. I know that we were talking about some contests earlier, and I do want to draw attention to the contest that you mentioned over by Climatizer. We only recently saw it turn to violence, but initially, when Space Station and Red Rams were dropping next to each other, this was actually a pretty passive landing area.
It really was. They would definitely split the contest at Space Station, but we'll see how it goes here for elimination round 2. All holds are off. I want to see chaos, because here's the deal. We've got a lot of teams in this lobby that will share drop spots, and the goal for them is to evict them from Match Point Finals. We know Alliance, they're in Skyhook for now, but their home is Thermal Station, and Disguise may get it for this map. But it's just the beginning. It
is, and importantly, because it's just the start of the journey through groups, or rather through the elimination round, if Alliance have a good game here, or if DSG have a poor game, we can see that contest really kick off. But TSM already landing right on the bins next door, are off the races.
And this is a direct contest right here. We've already seen some changes. Hal locking in the bang instead of the blood. Verholst on Horizon. Reps on the conduit, a support legend to be able to craft should anything go wrong. Here comes the scan to give the information. But when you've got a Mozambique, I'm not going to hate it. The Mozambique here, it'll get the job done. Grab flip to take the high ground on them. And, well, so far, it's a bit of a standoff.
It's a big risk for both teams, both playing with the appropriate respect. We do see Radiant Transfer used, long cooldown, as we've mentioned multiple times. Disruptor rounds picked up on the alternator for reps. Does give TSM a small edge.
A lot of the devs were talking that the biggest advantage when it comes to contests is that you know your opponents with that change are going to be on white. Likely for that cooldown on Radiant Transfer, about to be back up, but still a stalemate for now.
Red Rams are playing this super quiet on the low ground, waiting for TSM to make a mistake, and make a mistake they might. Verholst not over-peaking. Does well to clear the area with a grenade. This will destroy the door, some temporary cover as well. But Verholst doesn't have backup to move in, loses their shields. Goes on up to the high ground. This is good, this is risk mitigation, but he's being followed.
Not only did he get some heals off, but they already expended the Radiant Transfer, and now Verholst has found himself up on the roof.
Oh, no.
And he is the Horizon. He took the ground flip. The other players will have to climb, but for now, they take down Bobo, Wonton dumpling TSM in a 3v2.
The strike team has arrived. Hal and Reps chase down the aggressors. And with Bobo already fallen, another Mozam shot connects.
2v2 for now. A shotgun for shotgun, and he drops another one.
Verholst is
down to a 1v1, but we're going to stick. So Rez, Peak God in the distance. He's coming back. He senses it. Will this go the way? No, he gets it up. The Radiant Transfer connects, but he falls again. He goes for the full. He's going to have a shield swap.
Reps has only one way up. Gets creative with the climb. This is spotted, and TSM fall in game 1.
Unprecedented things here. A team to be double contested on both maps. to go out this early on. We always talk about the length of series. In 6 games, this is not how you want to start it off.
Heavy breathing, and it's just the first team down. We did have the other contest up towards the north, where Red Rams and SSG have gone their separate directions. SSG actually with a very fast rotate into zone, and they should be pretty good on shields as well, with 2 Evo Harvesters having been in their path from Climatizer to the evac tower they just took.
I'm also not surprised that we have yet again another northern zone for Alliance, who are landing Skyhook West in this lobby as opposed to Thermal Station. Will be privy towards that. They've moved into the area just north of Trials. You can see Legends Gaming, LG, a favorable zone for them. Now the granted is we do have the survey beacon. They were likely able to get that early on and have elected to move over towards that building across from the train track.
And when you get survey beacon that early, it is going to be more for Evo than anything.
Yes.
It could have given LG an idea of where the ring was pulling, but until we hit the late game, they're not going to get as much value as you would out of, say, a Ring 3 survey beacon. Crazy Raccoon are being held out by WMNDY and can avoid this fight by going north through Monument.
Junghee, Juzna, and Dogma. It looks like if they're just going to knock barrel trap it away and just keep on moving. I respect the decision, because for now that will be a relatively cleaner way in towards Countdown. For Cloud9, they're making their way also to that choke point, and I'm a little nervous if they'll run into some resistance. Complexity here on your screen. I hear some cheers in the crowd for Complexity. I got a DM today and it asked me to rewrite the script. They were like, hey, we've got some whiteout if you want to make it in favor of Complexity, by the way.
They're definitely a fan favorite. Complexity have some big personalities, and I certainly have enjoyed watching them throughout the season. Monsoon, again, with the trademark sniper rifle, although not his favorite. Monsoon definitely tends to favor the Sentinel, and certainly has done through the season as the season went on. You know, in the regular season here in North America, Monsoon dealt 11,000 damage with the Sentinel. That is ridiculous! Why is Vaxlon continuing to hit that?
He was dedicated to the cause, okay? I don't know if Monsoon and Co are going to be able to get over there quick enough to be able to do something about it. They'll probably hit a res off it. But they are looking for information, and they're starting to say, can we get over there? As you can see, Vaxlon already back up on the feet, back in the building, and maybe a little regretful of what they did.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Tiff. That's a pretty big mistake. When somebody hits you with a sniper rifle, even if it's through smoke, it doesn't get that complicated. They've just got to aim in the same direction again. Vaxlon knows that. It's disrespectful of Furia to be overstaying like that when this could be their last 6-game series of the tournament.
But in their defense, at one point in time, you wouldn't expect someone to just have the 4x10 digi-scope from a long distance, but you're right, they should have popped off it, but I respect it. Anyways, for now, Complexity, you see Monsoon just kind of extended out to maybe try and capitalize on that, and Lou just holding down the fort. For Cloud9 here, electing to anchor down in this main building here at Countdown. They're also going to be able to hold the ring console hostage from other teams rotating.
That'll be good, especially as teams continue to crowd in. The ring consoles, survey beacons, even if they're around the POI where everyone's gathering, aren't really common resources. If anything, everybody commonly denies them from other teams. And Evo through damage is really what you get when you move deep into zone. That, and of course, the squad wipes that can happen if teams make some pretty big missteps. You did note Alliance earlier since they're landing north, and while this may not be the macro that they're accustomed to, an approach from the north here is actually going to be pretty straightforward. Alliance can hold the high ground off of Trials if they want, and holding on low does take some of the impetus away from them when deciding how they'll rotate.
For now, they're relatively split. One is moving towards the front, and maybe they'll reconvene in the center. Now, with that zone pulling towards there, the space that Kinotrub is positioned themselves. I think back to when they were playing in the early elimination round. They won the first 2 maps, and that set themselves up for the series. I think everything that they're doing, Arufo known to clutch those moments, so their position is set for long game. But for now, Wonton Dumpling, the team that evicted TSM from Lava Siphon, have made their way to Harvester, and they've got some resources here. They're not going to be able to make benefit of the ring console, but there's an Evo cache.
Wonton Dumpling have had such an interesting journey throughout this tournament. I remember the very first day of group stages, they were the first team to die, getting ratted on by BR Demons. And we were all thinking, this is the #1 team out of APAC South. Now they've got the confidence to take Lava Siphon away from TSM. They've certainly evolved, as have Alliance over the last couple of days. Alliance now taking a fight on top of Trials.
Here we go, putting the pressure straight on to Crazy Raccoon. We've got Beast of the Hunt activated, about to expire, with nothing to show from it. All their, ooh, okay, climb you little mountain goat, but for here, they showed their presence. They made it known that they're not just going to allow Crazy Raccoon to push across on over to them. Should they want to split top of Trials? Sure, but at some point in time, this team will likely enter an engagement.
If you want to take a team out of the position that Crazy Raccoon are in, there's nothing better than a Horizon to do it. And unfortunately, that's just not what most people are running. So Alliance have got to stick by and try and push Crazy Raccoon back when there's not really a lot of ways to lay siege to this area. It's put Alliance in a lose-lose situation. They both cannot ignore Crazy Raccoon, but by putting any attention on them, also can't cover the zip lines that lead up to high ground effectively.
And what Space Station Gaming is doing right now, split holding these two buildings and essentially looking for teams that are going to be rotating in from that Skyhook side. And, well, that team on the opposing side of them will be Elevate Gaming, who just narrowly missed on advancing into the Matchpoint Finals tomorrow.
SSG are a team that a lot of people were looking forward to coming into this tournament. The Split 1 playoffs seemed like the time where SSG was actually in contention to be the new title holder. That's how high the expectations were, and yet despite those, Tiff, SSG is one of very few teams left at playoffs that have yet to win a game.
At the end of the day, they just have to win one, and that's going to be tomorrow, but we've got to get there first. Complexity now on the edge of zone here, amped up. Sentinel waiting to see if anyone's going to be rotating around this. We have plenty of teams in the nearby area. I do love the Rampart coming out and throwing down the amped covers, looking down the sights of Legends Gaming. Now, this inside of Trials is not a bad place to play for Legends Gaming because they put that Watson on their Legend composition. We'll be fencing it up. Likely you'll have the Jenny available in there as well.
There are a couple of ways that this can go, especially if the ring continues to pull north, as it appears to be doing. Complexity should have to deal with either Crazy Raccoon or Alliance on the high ground. That's before anything even happens on the inside. But either Crazy Raccoon should be dropping down. Alliance could be moving through the zip line. There are a lot of options here, but I don't think this is going to be an easy game for Complexity, even though they've got a great spot.
It's not necessarily an easy game for Disguised either. As you can see, they're running their contest comp here. They've got Enemy locked into the conduit, Timmy on the blood, a design on the horizon, as if they were expecting Alliance to go thermal, and they did not chow them. So for now, we'll have to see what they do with it.
I think it's a really smart move from Disguised, though, as much as it hurts in the mid and late game, not to have your normal composition. Alliance pick a fight with Crazy Raccoon. They know they gotta clear this team. Unlucky goes down. Hackett swings through the smoke. Beast of the Hunt is activated, and he is farming Crazy Raccoon.
This is the team that set records early, but they jumped up the zipline. Legends saw the opportunity for a third party, and this was the effect of them pushing towards Crazy Raccoon. Now the IGL Hackett last alive, standing behind the two knockdown shields. Here comes the scan from Koifel. Koifel, the sub in here for Easy Flash, unable to make it. Let's see if we can be a super sub, and Hackett just sends the drop, runs away, tries to fend off and maybe look for some placement points.
Chooses survival over certain death, and with a third party arriving, you cannot fault him. Legends Gaming instantly retreat and omit. Hold a really interesting position on the outside. Trials now having taken high ground.
Oh, but Hackett, he runs into Legends yet again. One drops down, looks for the finish, and Alliance will fall. Legends now hold 2 KP and omit. Well, they've got the high ground, and may the 4th be with you.
Funny that after all of this time, it's omit that take a zip line up and now have one of the best spots in the next zone. Legends will be happy with the KP that they got and still have to play out of the low ground, or I should say, get to, as SSG go down to E8.
That's gonna be well needed for E8 to get that early KP. Red Rams, no strangers to fighting. Full send into this building against Cloud9. that res on the wire. Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown. Shield comes back up. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
Complexity also fall off screen to Furia, and Red Rams are one of the scariest fighting teams. A lot of people looking to insta-lock that lifeline in. When it came to winners bracket, when it comes to Elim round 2, times are changing, and I believe in lifeline.
You know they're gonna have some choice words about that Legend being able to pick somebody up even when down. Legends Gaming have moved on out of the safety the trials provided them, fishing for a few more kills as it's Complexity that full thirst blue. Furia making a big misstep.
Oh, madness. Vaxlon, these two have history. Years ago, they played together, but now Vaxlon, under the helm of Furia, with Keon and Madness, are going to be undergoing one of the most difficult trials here. Vaxlon trying to hide within the covers, and he falls. Legends Gaming are here to assert their dominance, and Furia falls.
The aggressive smoke from Legends just leaves Furia blind, and while that happened, Wonton Dumpling fall as well.
DSG still moving to Lava Fissure. Na'Vi just ahead of them, as well as Heroes. But the job's not done here. The zone isn't ending. We have to move forth, and the LG are doing everything that they can to play and hold the area that they need to rotate in to get to zone. And with 5 seconds left before round 4 starts to close, it's only a matter of time.
Na'Vi holding their breath for now. Don't have a lot of survival tools to make their way through to the north. LG is going to be gatekeeping this entire side of the ring. Matape makes a run for it, cannot contest Luminosity, and instead has to funnel in through the countdown side.
And Na'Vi from the high ground are going to be picking away at DSG, but mind you, they're running their competition. Like, they've got the Horizon Grappler. They're going to be playing around with this, and now Tyler gets pumped down. DSG make it work for them.
Heroes fall as well. DSG having left enemy behind in the ring. There's no way to save him. Have to play the rest of this game out as a duo.
Made in Heaven, though, they're going to be the next resistance that they face, and they had eliminated Wonton Dumpling earlier, but DSG take out Made in Heaven. We're into the final 7, and WMNDY, Mr. K, Kraber in hand, and just trying to stay alive.
It takes a special level of confidence to ADS on a Kraber on top in an end zone. E8 take full advantage of that misstep and move us to 6 teams left. They face down DSG, Kinatrope next. A slide from Mia K evaporates Zaptel.
Oh, let me just tell you, we've got a naked Havoc in play. The sky is fall, but Kinatrope, they want back-to-back maps in their first showing in the bracket stages, and well, they have a very nice chance to do so. Again, we need a reset though before we carry on forth. But people are sending. Lufka grabs the knock, and Omit need one more to take down Kinatrope.
Dropping down from the high ground, they will do just that, Tiff, and now look towards the next zone. Omit were crucially the last team to approach this low ground fight.
We are in the final 3. Legends Gaming, Luminosity, and Omit. 3 separate regions, all vying for a chance to secure themselves in match point finals.
You and I both know, Tiff, from the elimination round 1, that a single win in this game series of 6 can be enough to push you into the finals. Any of these 3 teams could punch their ticket right now.
A 12 placement points would do wonders for the leaderboard. It's a shame that that almost made it. For now, let's jump in with LG to see how they navigate the final moments.
Look at these guys.
I can't play on you, bro.
Yeah, we can't really do it. I can't smoke because this team's gonna fucking shit on us. I smoked them. No, it's bad smoke. They have a gen. Right side running up bang.
This show, we can help you.
135 bang.
We can help you.
I smoked my left. Bang up this one.
I need that. My last bat.
Can you throw up downs on this rock, please?
Yeah, 1 second. Can you throw smoke? Nice.
They're running gas sets. They're getting wrenched right now. These are our kills, guys. I'm gonna play on sweet.
Yeah, same.
We need to prepare the last 3v3 on the Rampart team. That guy's flash. Get ready to kill the left team soon.
I am.
Omit are on their last legs. LG know that to commit to this fight would be to invite a third party, but Legend are full sending it, looking for the last KP, leaving LG to take take a wide swing around. They search for kills. Legend set up another pylon, avoiding the nades. Who's going to finish this game? Because LG are on the hunt, Tiff.
And this 4x10 scope on the Sensi, doesn't matter if there are smokes, that can be a nuisance. But for now, the shots aren't connecting. And though we're getting information to be able to send that forward for Corful, for Strafing Flame, but the way LG are playing around that rock are making things so difficult.
Kraber shot could change everything, though. And we've got plenty of bullets. Oh no, sweet balls! This is it for Legends Gaming. That's the go button they need. Second Kraber shot does not connect, but Legend, they are going for no matter what. Koifel takes a swing. Sweet is back in the game, but a frag takes it out one more time.
Still a 2v2 here, and Player K just fencing forward, waking it, making it, trying, but someone on the high ground. Obi-Wan, you know, you can be cut down. Now Slayer, last standing against Koifel here. This can change the game here for now.
It's just a Koifel left, and as you said, on the other end of this, both very talented controller players. Koifel heralded last champs as perhaps one of the best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom, he's hiding behind the knockdown shield. Koifel's got an angle. Koifel's got the win!
Legends Gaming, map 1. I asked earlier, could Koifel be the super sub we need? I think so.
It looks like the answer is yes, Tim. That was a fabulous clutch up, and honestly, a very well-played final ring from both teams.
You guys may know this squad now as Legends Gaming, but this is the former Black Hand roster that took us all by storm at Champs.
There's no better time for this roster to finally be coming together as well. Oh yeah, looking very cool indeed. You know, just before this tournament, I think a few weeks before Split 1 playoffs, I sat down with Strafing Flame, and I actually had a few concerns once I heard that Koifel was going to be the sub for them. Not because I have doubts about Koifel. Koifel's a very good player, but because Strafing was so adamant that the majority of the work that Legends Gaming had done throughout the first split of Year 4 was in cohesion, in bringing their whole team together, and not being able to bring the whole team here actually had me very worried for how they do. They did struggle, I think more than we'd expect from a team that nearly won championships. But to be coming together now, and to see Koifel really working with the team, it looks very good for their run through the finals.
I mean, look how happy they are. We got the shades on in the building. You said one win can change the course, and you were worried about their cohesion. Well, what better way to work on it than going through elimination round 2? Koifel and Co-Man, they look a little happy, and Coach as well. Let's go ahead and look at those match results and see just how that panned out. Look at the Legends Gaming. We got them all handing out everything in the crowd. Be sure to pick it up.
Time to shield for Legends, that's for sure. After an 11-kill game, there's going to be no better moment. That's 23 points for them, and like I said, Tiff, this should be enough that right now they can work on perfecting their game. Sure, continuing to seek out wins, but knowing that they're very likely going to make it into the finals tomorrow. LG actually tied with Omit for second, can tell themselves a similar story with a couple more performances like that.
Elevate as well, locking in with that 11 points, and Kinotrope 10 points. The double digits are good. I went back and looked what the cutoff was in our prior lobbies, and 34 seemed to be the mark for elimination round 1. Winners was 31, but at Champs it was 40 in elimination round 2. So for now, Legends Gaming halfway there. Let's jump on over to the second page here to see what happened, and to no surprise, despite that initial contest at Space Station with Red Rams at Climatizer, it seems as if they had parted ways, but only found 4 eliminations in Space Station while they left with Zilch.
It may very well be a coincidence, Tiff, but I do think that it's odd, no matter how you're taking the contest, that we do have all 4 teams that land hot ultimately going down in the bottom 10 with very few kills. Red Rams do, of course, nearly make it into the top 10. We'll have to wait till next game to see if they can take that even further.
We'll also have to wait to see what happens to TSM at Lava Siphon next match. But until then, we're going to jump into a quick break, and when we come back, match number 2.
Change everything, though. And we've got plenty of bullets. Oh, we're best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title?
You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Sit tight. Maggie's coming. Not done yet, Dad. This bird's got fangs. Took down some prey.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends.
Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Los Angeles. I told you guys yesterday, California's got the best sunsets, but we're all in here anyways because we love a game called Apex Legends, and we just dropped all the information on Season 21, launching May 7th, and well, I'm gonna be a shill for Alter. That's just how it is, and I can't wait to play her. But for now, we've got more ALGS Split 1 playoffs actions on the line. We got more World's Edge, and my question to you, Dia, is what do we need to see at Lava Siphon?
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I think need definitely necessitates that I'd be taking a side. I can tell you what I want to see, Tiff.
Yes.
What I want to see is really nice, clean, and interesting contests like we had last game. This wasn't just two teams running face first at each other. We had a series of tactical plays that ultimately went Wonton Dumpling's way. And those tactics mixed with execution is what makes Apex Legends and the contests so special.
And I think it's going to happen again. I do believe that Wonton Dumpling and TSM will be duking it out at Lava Siphon. The question is, how will they approach it? We saw Reps did get the disruptor rounds on the alternator, but for now, you can see, at the end of the day, Legends Gaming, a 23-point game in match number 1, has to set that tone for the rest of your series. 5 more games to acquire maybe about 20 to 30 points to feel safe, and that's very doable.
It is, and well, it has certainly evaded some teams in the past. The very fact that these particular squads have made it all the way here to Elimination Round 2 is a privilege that only the top 30 teams in the world get. That's not, it is not something to be taken lightly, Tiff.
No, I mean, all the players that are standing behind me are insanely talented and deserve every right to be on this stage. No matter their following, no matter the viewership, no matter the team, these players are still going to beat you guys in the audience in a 1v1. It's just going to happen.
You can find out tomorrow.
You actually can. That's right, the solo showdown. You saw a little teaser of it. I think Baby Nikki's playing in it. Tifa, are you over there, Fade? You playing in it? He is. All right, that sounds scary. Good thing I'm not playing in it.
We'll have the privilege of being on the side of the mic that we like. describing the action, seeing what goes on. As we move into our second game on World's Edge, it'll be the second of 3. The second chance for Wonton Dumpling and TSM as Bobo is down.
The ninja kicks, it's happening. Bobo falls, Hal is down, and well, now a 2v2. I love that they land immediately on the supply bins, the tarp for just some weapons here. Verholst R301 in hand, grab lift, a bait. They delay, they take it, and now the 2v2 duked out on the rooftop.
Always make them second guess. Reps and Verholst are playing really well together, swinging the same angles constantly, and they've actually regained control over Hal's body. They're gonna be able to stick a res now.
They get Hal back up. Meanwhile, Dwayne Pipe, or Verholst, whichever you want to call him. I don't know if you guys saw the skit earlier, it was wild. The script, I haven't seen it recently, but I didn't know it was gonna give me a heart attack.
On the other side, SSG are really going head-to-head with Red Rams. This is not what I'd expected to see, given how they were split into POI, but Red Rams are gone.
They need to. Whoa, no, you're right. Oh man, that one actually panned out. Space Station Gaming hung around Climatizer a little bit longer, and for now, we just have one member left of Wonton Dumpling, and they are not running a support legend to be able to craft banners.
You know what they say, Tiff? Hang around, find out. That is not something that Wonton Dumpling wants to do anymore. And fortunately enough, both teams should have been running a conduit in order to find a crafter later. And good lord, are we going up north again?
Hello? Is this real? Is this happening?
Could this be? You know what's interesting? I want to see how Alliance end up performing on this, because Alliance now get Prio on zone once more.
I mean, they do, and Kinotrope's right there, so that's going to be potentially an early fight breaking out. Elevate Gaming all the way north, looking for that early rotation and effect on blue that they've already got a knock onto one member of Alliance and a Rufa on the high ground. One tappy anchoring from top of the tower, though.
Kinotrope can hang out right now. They don't really have to move, especially with the zone pulling as north as it is. There's a really good chance that it ends directly on Kinotrope, if not the building's a little further to their north. For Rufa, laying in some good damage. This should help move them over to blues, but I'm not sure where we'll expect Kinotrope to play over the next couple of minutes. Given that they don't have to make a decision, though sitting in the building would be safer.
Shots come in, it's unlucky. Fully eliminated, no banner recovered just yet for Hackis in effect though. We're reassessing the situation. LG have moved into trials yet again, and if anything's to be said about what we witnessed last game, this is exactly where Legends Gaming played for the large majority of that map. Crazy Raccoon though, get into an early bout with Cloud9, and Cloud9 falls.
With a generator where they sit, however, this may not be the spot that Legends wanted to play. Is LG with the swift move have taken that away, but it'll do for now. Alliance, however, crumble under the pressure of playing through Sky West and Tiff. You can really tell that this is not the POI that they regularly play out of.
But for Elevate, who had the swiftest rotation over to there, an effect visibly upset once they had fallen. Legends Gaming, evicted from their normal position, are now forced to play outside, but they're going to continue on looting throughout those bins. Funk, Slayer, Sweet. We'll check in with them later. TSM here. Heroes in the distance at launch site. TSM looking for an opportunity to pick up some more eliminations on the gatekeeping. For now, other squads that are hitting the rotation would be Disguised, Na'Vi, and Furia. That will be the likely course of action for some of these squads, unless they want to start throwing down some evac towers.
When you've got to move from this far south into the zone, you get the sense that both TSM and Heroes have intentionally committed to sitting on the corner of ring, picking up kills, and likely are both willing to fight one another. At this point, I'd be very surprised, should these teams start firing at each other, to see either one back down. The same cannot be said for teams that are sitting deep in zone, however. We saw Kinotrope here earlier, and while they've inherited some height, largely their position has not changed.
That's true, and the way Kinotrope are holding tower, I feel as if LG, that's the position they would have elected to take in a zone similar to this. E8, just ahead of them on the rocks, were have already eliminated Alliance here and now have set their sights on Kinotrope. Zach, with a 30-30, is just waiting for the opportunity for Arufa to peek his head, and hey, we get a crack.
We don't think about it very often because landing at Survey Epicenter isn't really a POI that a lot of people contest for. It's not a fantastic POI to play out of, but it's one that E8 have been using all season long and haven't really had to fight for throughout the course of the playoffs. It's got actually pretty good rotations into the western side of Skyhook because you can use the train line to get all the way here. Let's see if that nade ends up connecting, because that was, at least on indicator, it looked very close.
It was a nice throw. I think we can beef up the shoulder a little bit, maybe angle a little. Yeah, I mean, it was close though. For Kinotrope, 5th place overall after map 1. Bangler ult available should they need to expend it. My only worry is if a fight breaks out between Kinotrope and Elevate, it's very similar to what we had witnessed in map number 1, where the 3rd, 4th, and 5th party had attended.
Disguise start to move in from the south. Another team that'll be slow rotating as Heroes are really generously tanking Storm for a while. A play that could net them a couple of points based on how fast the lobby is moving, but still, honestly, a pretty outdated form of Apex Legends to be sitting in ring when crafting is no longer, say, what it used to be, Tiff.
All right, Dia, while we look at the next zone pool, you and I, we won Ring Guesser against Vicky and Dan Gaskin, but I like where Kinotrope is. That is where I would place all of my bets, is over there. But do you think there's a possibility that we could still pull to the side of Trials where Fury would walk up on?
That side, not so much. I'm definitely in your boat around where Kinotrope are. There is an outside possibility that we go further out into the west near where Legends Gaming are sat, and around where LG and Legends had their final fight just last game. But I definitely be most confident in being able to sit up towards the northern end of zone, right where Kinotrope and Elevate are. They've got a very clear advantage over the rest of the squads in this game, especially for a team like Crazy Raccoon that is going to have to not only overcome the team in front of them, but then make it through Skyhook afterwards. This is Na'Vi the Crazy Raccoon are going up against, and now it's Na'Vi minus Kinda.
The fact that they already dropped Kinda is going to leave Matafe having to step away from that anchor position as IGL and get into the mix. Granted, Dogma is down thanks to Matafe, likely has a hammer point Mozam, probably pretty dangerous. Now Jung-hee, last standing for CR here. Already on the bubble after map number 1. Do not want to fall here. Both of these teams vying for everything, but this time, Na'Vi come out on top, but not for long. Verholst looking like Obi-Wan, playing along here, looking across the kingdom. Are there any KP available?
A couple seconds left. Gravity Lift was expended to get Verholst on top of the building, and Na'Vi nearly get the chance to reset, but Omit come in behind them, denying the opportunity. Every team now splitting in different directions, saying, honestly, there are way too many variables to contend with here. And I gotta say, Tiff, I like the call from everyone. Even as Na'Vi disengages a solo, it's much better to do that than stick around and find out.
At least they got the information that they needed. They now know where 2 squads are, and TSM has elected to funnel up through that Skyhook tunnel to rotate in. Now, the majority of those buildings will be available and allows them more time to get further into that zone. And, well, they're going to loot their way across. And Furia also has made it into the next zone. Space Station Gaming, they did get Survey Beacon late on and decided to rotate north towards Elevate. But for Disguised and Designful, a nice little scout Wraith portal.
One of the great uses of Wraith, especially now that the blue and purple perks have been shifted around and you have faster access to Portal on a regular basis. Those are, of course, the perks that Designful has ended up taking as they provide the maximum team utility while still enabling him to make plays. Complexity or setup is pretty effective gatekeepers though, and no amount of Wraith portals are going to make dealing with amped cover any easier.
They're just waiting. Turn this corner, we dare you. If a fight breaks out here, I'm going to get worried though, because Geared Gaming is playing the house across from them and still will need to get into that next zone.
For that very reason, I think we're going to see Disguised likely take a different option. They can take the jump tower, they can evac if they would like, but going over these squads is going to be a better chance, or have a better chance of success rather than going through them. If they want to, Disguised could move towards Countdown, where we will see a few more of the other Edge teams moving in. And while I think they'd like to avoid the possibility of running into other squads that are ready to fight, it may be their best or only option.
So Furia is just ahead of them. I've seen Furia play from the exact building that Timmy is on. For now, it's available. And if they can rotate forward and clear that out, my only thing is Furia is there. But they're there very early. You have Heroes, Omit, TSM, depending on where they decide to filter in, which likely they could take top here on Donut, but they're gonna look for that survey beacon just inside the next zone.
If you're a team like TSM are rotating through Skyhook at this point in the game, no matter who you are, you do want to be taking the northernmost fight possible, because the further north you go, the less teams you have to fight to get an end game position. In this particular case, having SSG in front of you may not feel very good, because SSG are a scary team to fight. But we're in elimination round 2 with some of the best teams in the world, Tiff. Who isn't?
Well, Heroes is going through the air directly above LG, and they've got to land somewhere. And you can see, they're already taking damage. We're expending smokes, and Furia, they smell all the blood in the water and want to get involved. Keon does have the Nox gas grenade available should they decide to use it, and they are just full swinging straight to eliminate Heroes.
Now, Heroes didn't have a lot of cover. Furia now have a position that doesn't have a lot of cover, and it's just at the time that Omit are swinging up behind them. I don't like this position for Furia, but something tells me that Omit will like it a lot more.
Oh, okay. Smoke out LG on high ground and immediately start throwing arc stars. And Legends Gaming have now reclaimed the space that they took in match number 1. Let's jump into Elicited with your map 1 winners.
I'm not holding our back.
Look here, maybe. Look here, maybe. Yeah, look here, look here. I'm gonna try to angle this.
They're fighting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to angle this.
Careful, careful. Oh, wait, Power is fighting. Yeah, I'm angling as well. I'm with you, Quay.
Yeah.
On me. Look. Oh,
15.
Wait, are they dead? No, they're not. They're 160. I'm getting up from top tower Charles again.
Tower's looking too.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Is that cut back in the middle?
Oh, I could have killed them. My Hemlock was on single. Fuck.
I have no nades. They need to end this. Look at zone.
Yeah.
Do we want to be on the other side though?
We can. You know the spot? I think we're walking out right side, Troy.
Yeah.
We just hard hold this team. They're still getting fucked, I think. Can you scan them?
I already used scan. I'm scanning now. Yeah, 5 people.
Legends Gaming pick a fight. We do know that they've been looking at this for a while, having heard their comms, but Legends don't have a lot of options but to hold this team. Swinging out exposes them to the high ground, and unfortunately, Legends have to play on defense, giving them only the opportunity to adapt.
We lost out on Complexity, we lost out on Navi and elsewhere. Omit finding themselves in a lot of trouble. In Legends, they make a swing. Poiful helping out and assisting in that fight. Omit will fall into the final 9, and we're inching further into the north.
The situation, weirdly, even after that kill, stays the same, as Koifel didn't end up grabbing the KP, and Disguised should still be approaching from the south. Now that so many of the teams that were in front of them have just funneled into this area of death right next to Legends.
And Kinotrope, yes, they have this tower, but at what cost? When you get there as one of the first squads to take the tower, you're not able to just drop down and loot. You're gonna be left with minimal resources. So how long can we hold? Elevate in the north still. Geared Gaming have moved in underneath them. TSM grabs Survey Beacon just on one of the last houses of Skyhook, and they're gonna set their sights forward based off that information.
The last South American team remaining, Geared Gaming, have set up in the center of zone, and I tell you, Tiff, when I say that we have not seen Geared Gaming lose from the center of zone, I tell you the truth. They have done exceptionally well at controlling the area around them with Watson. Now it's time to see who else will be joining them. As the zone is closing, TSM have to move.
When you're talking about controlling the space, we've already seen reps expend the energy barricades. Look for some more zoning. Verholst gets that bat off, grab lift, expend the black hole, saves it, and just uses the wingman instead. And full sending TSM and eliminate them.
Now, I don't think that Legends Gaming know they've got a Rapper disguised right above them. This could actually hurt Legends Gaming, as 1 KP would mean the world to Disguised. Koifel's gonna get back inside with the rest of the team, facing off against another. This must be LG from the inside.
LG have sensed an opportunity, they take it. Koifel though, he finds 2 knocks, and we're still going forward. Another 1v1, but this time, Koifel goes again.
It is amazing to watch. This time, LG actually taking a really good fight. Just don't end up succeeding in those small micro moments. It gives Legend the opportunity to move into yet another endgame. They've already got a win today, but this squad is really looking strong as we approach the finals.
I said it earlier, E8 barely missed out on advancing through the winner's bracket, and well, sitting in 2nd place. Let's hear the Zach Mazer calls. Because
That's a really good spot, right?
Yeah, good. Nice one, nice one.
You should go, Zap. I'm gonna throw a barrel on you, buddy. Brother.
I'm ready. I don't want them down here. Don't want them down here. Are you there, Zach?
Yeah, they're right here. They're running a port. They're running a port.
Watch your back, Zap.
Did they take the port back?
No, they took it. They took it. They're taking it back.
Can you get a barrel on it? I naded one. I killed one. Slow down.
Swing, under. I'm 60. I'm kidding.
Nice. Wingman on this box. I'm gonna pick it up. Nope, no wingman anymore.
We can farm tower. I'm not gonna have my ult. I'm not gonna have my ult for again.
Can you scan right here? It's 3 squads. I got the wingman.
I need also.
No, think so. I have a wingman though. I can bring it to you.
Yeah.
I didn't get the H-cog. Do you really need it? I should go grab it for you.
No, it's on. Here. You want this? I have 5 line.
Yeah, I'll take 5 line.
Boys, look at my spot. It's literally game winning.
Yeah, should be spot is game winning. Let's identify that.
I don't have Possible. Do you guys have an ulti cell?
No, we don't have any ulti cells. We have jack shit, brother. We don't have anything.
Boys, we win this fucking game, bro. This fucking game. Oh shit.
Can we get a scan forward and start focusing on our barrels forward?
I look for H-cog, but he had to.
I need gold help, Zach. I need gold.
E8 have made a couple of really interesting distinctions. One is that Shubi Spot can win the game. The second is that they have nothing. And the third is that they will win the game anyway. Let's see how much of that stands to be true in the next couple of minutes, Tiff, because these are the final 3 squads. Keenatrope have been here since the beginning. Geared, our zone kings, have made it all the way from the south. But who's actually going to come out on top with E8 this confident?
Well, we have 10 seconds left before this round starts closing, and we saw E8 cycling through the gold helmet to try and get those ults online. Zach does have the Bangalore ultimate. Now the question is, how are we going to make this work? Keenatrope will have to jump and come towards E8. This is their game to win.
2 more clips for E8 on the outside. They've got to be very specific about when they engage. And unfortunately, with the Watson Gen on the low ground, those nades aren't going to do a whole lot. Scan reveals maybe some weaknesses. Keenatrope go down. It's E8 versus Geared.
And here goes the Nox gas grenade. We got our ults online, and well, Shubi, Zach Mazer said it once that he's a superhero to be on this squad. But
they've got high ground.
They look so solid in their cohesion. The wingman starts connecting, starts dropping. Zillage falls, panic answers back, but Elevate, they still take map 2.
The assertions were true, Tim. E8 had a game-winning spot with Shubi, and they had nothing to work with, and I tell you what, it did not matter. That is some great Apex Legends.
You know, at the end of the day, since starting ALGS Year 4, I think we're working on Zach Mazer's rebrand of the Mazer moments. It's going to end up being all of the highlights, the montages, and at the end of the day, congratulations to them.
Anse used this term earlier, and I'm going to borrow it here, throw it out for the future. That's some Mazer magic we just saw in the end game.
Mazer magic. I like it. Shubi and Zap are both equally impressive teammates, and since the start, now granted, this is a squad that came from the Pro League qualifiers. They did not receive that invite straight into the Pro League. They had to earn their spot. Rain Day said it earlier, everything is not you free, you have to earn it, you have to take what you want, and they're doing just that.
That's a reality that we've seen them be very comfortable with. A 13-kill finish for E8. Having spoken to both Zach and their coach Talmach before the event, both of them were leaning into exactly what you're saying, Tiff, that while nothing is deserved inherently, they're going to have to work for every step, and when they fall, they accept that it's absolutely their fault and something that they need to work on. It's that spirit that brings them to a really impressive finish, and as we talked about with Legends, a single win that should secure them a spot in the finals.
For your Zone Kings, Geared Gaming, they walk away with 9 points. Overall, still a solid game. Just would have liked some kills for them. For Kinotrope, they walk away with 11 points. Disguise, they had their work cut out for them. They battled their way throughout Skyhook and walk away with 8 eliminations. Legends Gaming, they may have not gotten the original building and placement they wanted at the start, but they go away with 9 more kills. LG, Space Station, some solid points on the board for them, especially TSM. WMNDY and Omit rounding out the top 10.
SSG and TSM, after last game, are our first contested teams to break into the top 10, but I want to look at the bottom 10, where we've got, of course, the teams that maybe didn't get nearly as lucky this game, and one of the squads that is standing out to me as a repeat performer here is Alliance. It's double Sky West zones, and you can really tell that changing their drop spot, as nice as it seems to avoid a 50-50, is hurting them simply because the zones that they should be winning, that they should be placing top 5 in, they do not know how to control.
Well, for now, with only one more map on World's Edge, we'll just have to wait to see how the rest comes through. But what do the series results look like? 2 teams have broken the 30-point threshold. Elevate Gaming and Legends Gaming are doing that. But for Disguised and Kinotrope, tied for 3rd and 4th. Let's look towards the bubble teams, because at 9 points is in 9th place TSM. The threshold for 10 is 7 points. That's a 3.5 average per game, Dia.
It's not a lot, and while our top teams have certainly been accumulating a lot of points, I'm really noticing how Legends are playing. We did see them go out to Disguised, and it's contributing to the 13 kills that Disguised have so far. Looking at when contrasted with the rest of the squads in the top couple, they've got basically no placement points next to them.
All right, well, you already mentioned Disguised, and we were in a listen-in when they were really throwing down, so I want to go ahead and throw some replays up to see how this came down. It's Timmy, Enemy, both respawning in. It's the top 5 moment, and this is where things get good.
Designful, just so we're all aware, took out an entire squad on this rotate, and I remember being in the listen-in with E8 and going, well, this should not have happened. Surely there's no way. With the Havoc in hand, Disguised all come down and contribute one by one to this meat grinder onto Legends.
Okay, Design, that's crazy. And that's the moments before he decides to port forward and play into the zone. They do fall there, but we had to hit the replay. We needed a Design moment, and I'm overall very impressed with Disguised.
Yes, they certainly played in a really funny way that game, wrapping around through Fisher and then making their way towards the Omit side, where we saw teams like Legends holding earlier, where Kinotrope were ultimately holding, made the dip back, had a wrap for a while, got a respawn, wiped a team. That's pretty much on brand for Disguised.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. We're just on it here. It's Disguised world, and we're just living in it.
I'm certainly happy to be, because it's given us 2 action-packed games. Tiff, as you noted, we've got only one left on World's Edge, and as they've gone so far, with 2 different winners, I look forward to seeing who will join us in the 3rd.
Well, with that final match on World's Edge, let's go ahead and run it back, because we didn't necessarily see what happened to Red Rams in that Climatizer moment. So are we thinking that they'll maybe split it yet again or elect a flex drop?
I think Red Rams are just, they should be hard going for this. Red Rams are a team of commitment.
Well, for now, we'll have to wait and see. I heard Peeps is up to something, and I think he wants to do a nice watch party check-in. We all do love our B-Stream.
Tiff, thank you so much. Apex, what up? You gotta love it. I am here showing off the B streams and the watch parties. We got Wig, we got Greek, we got my boy Pokies, and we got my boy Y-Stuck, and Orax was sitting there, but he's missing right now. So we have an interview with my guy Pokies. A lot of people don't know, I was born in Brazil, My boy Pokes, tu tá representando o Brasil aqui no ALGS. Como é que isso tá? I just asked, he's representing Brazil at ALGS. How is it?
Yeah, I've been having a great time here. It's always good to be here representing my country, and it is so happy to bring all this happiness for my Portuguese viewers. And yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Crowd, make some noise! Então, Pokes, eu preciso pedir, o que tu quer falar pro povo do Brasil aqui no ALGS agora? I just asked, Pokes, what do you want to tell the Brazilian population that are Apex fans?
Okay, I'm gonna say it in Portuguese because they need to hear this. Brasil, muito obrigado por todo o apoio. Eu tô aqui, eu não cheguei aqui à toa, eu cheguei aqui com vocês, a gente chegou junto, eu fico muito feliz de estar aqui, depois de tantos anos fazendo isso, de casa, sozinho. Hoje eu tenho o apoio da Respawn, o apoio da EA e o apoio de vocês comigo, então, pô, sensacional, obrigado demais. E meu irmão tá aqui comigo também, ó, nasceu no Brasil, mas agora tá representando também o NA, e é sempre bom estar junto com essas pessoas aqui.
Basically, he just said he loves Apex, loves the community, and is grateful for everything to have. Pokes, eu preciso perguntar, o que é o teu momento melhor do ALGS essa semana? I just asked, what is his favorite moment from ALGS so far?
For sure, our victory from Brazil, like Beer Demons, they got one win, and Geared Gaming, and of course, Furia win. Yeah, they killed it. I think 30 points. Yeah, I'm proud of my guys.
All right, well, crowd, you heard it. Make some noise! Tiffany, take it away.
Well, peeps, that was quite impressive, and that's also something I have in common with Pokies. I do love Apex. I also love this community, and it's a crazy place to be here inside this. All of the fans, all of the community coming together. And did you even see the ranked wall that was downstairs? I saw way too many Preds. That can't be true, unless it's season 17, right?
I mean, they're all here, right?
That's
so
true.
I think only the most dedicated fans would hit Pred, and only the most dedicated fans would be at LAN. You put 1 and 1 together, it makes 2.
I like it. I like your math, funny guy. I like your math. But regardless, we got one more map here left on World's Edge, hitting the Legend Select. It's only a matter of time before our teams have locked themselves into the dropship. And the last time we hit map 3 on World's Edge was the time that Alliance neglected their original POI and went straight for Disguised.
This was a pretty special time. Alliance had a lot less to lose. I'm not sure they'll be doing it this time, but the hot drops, Tiff, the hot drops provide.
The hot drops are Lava Siphon, TSM, and Wonton Dumpling. Let's hit a listen in with TSM off drop.
Yeah, there it is. I'm here. They hopped out early.
I think we're winning this still.
I can't tell if it's 50-50 or not. Just do your thing, Evan.
Get the gun, get the gun.
Get the gun. Punch. He beat me inside,
Punching the bang.
Back up off. They have no guns. They have no guns. Drop down. Yeah. Banks on me, down low. Drop down to low. Hey, with me on the point. I got him. Come in. What's up? One team. I'm going up. Nice. Good shit. I'm going south right away, okay? Yeah. Make sure we don't get 30. I'm going command.
Well, they certainly made that a TSM move. TSM dominance. And all I hear in the crowd is TSM.
That's looking like a script buff to me, Tiff. Listen in on the contest win. I don't know, seems a little fishy. You know what else is wild about this, though? I'm actually doubled over in the casting booth. We're going north again?
Where are the riders? Is there a riders bay here? Because I think someone needs to go infiltrate it, because this is
I can already hear Graceful back in the green room.
I told you, Zephyr.
Telling me about the zones. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get an earful, but it does give these teams a chance once again to run, I'll say, similar macro. So we should see a lot of the same teams in end zone. And from that alone, I think we can really say Legends Gaming should have some pretty high expectations coming into this round. The rest of our teams have actually been pretty variable. Kinotrope did show up pretty big last game, did not so much in game one, and we've had a decent amount of variation despite the similar geography of our end games.
For the teams that went back after elimination round one and VOD reviewed, nothing could have predicted this. Nothing that you VOD review can help you for this moment. And, well, the only thing that you got from experience is matches 1 and matches 2, and if it didn't work out in your favor, try something different. That's something that Alliance are really going to be needing, is the ability to reflect incredibly quickly on their first 2 matches, because this is no longer just a coincidence that you can brush off. It's not one north zone that you really not sure how to play. It's not 2 north zones that you're still working out. It's now 3 zones all the way to the north. They got to be learning on the job. And Kinotrope immediately running, trying their best to get to the tower. And oh no! LG were doing the same thing. Everybody just hustling it into the zones that we've already seen be really successful. Well, LG have just 1 member left standing. The fortunate thing for them is that Alliance have inherited a lot of the aggression that was being thrust onto Luminosity earlier and are now fending off Kinotrope themselves. Unlucky wants to seat himself in for his first ever match point finals, and Alliance have not had the best start here. And a lot of that goes to their experience with Thermal Station is their preferred drop spot. All of their rotations, all of their macro had previously been set up for things like that. Now, granted, when teams are in the lobbies that also want Thermal Station, they have elected to lock in Skyhook. Now, this is the real test. It's can you learn from everything, like you said, Dia, to change the course of your future? It's a difficult ask, especially under the pressure of LAN and the ever-changing environment of groups and then brackets. No real factors stay the same. It's much like your standard game of Apex Legends when you just decide, hey, I'm Tiff, I'm gonna play a game of ranked, let's see what happens. You can't guarantee the squads you're going up against are the same every time. It's something I can guarantee, Tiff, is that EA are gonna get real aggressive on this building and they will punish you should you not know how to hold it. Kimchi certainly does, jumping over with the flatline, does a decent amount of damage, but nobody's gone down yet on either side. Oh, Monsoon got tripped up right there, but still able to get to cover for Zap on the high ground, barraging the Arc Stars inside, has Beast of the Hunt activated, is just looking for a way to get inside. Complexity listening. Could be just lost Lou.
I'm popping the bat, I'm popping the bat. Resing. I'm taking the bat right now. I can't res. I don't have you on it. Just drop me your armor, Kim, drop me your armor. I don't, no, I can't, I'm low. No, I'm talking to Kim. Take it. Yep. I need a med kit, maybe. Yeah, so put more walls down. Taking the bat right now. Good walls. Any med kit? None. I'm 0-2 now. Walking up on the southeast, boys. Okay, I need syringes. I have 1 syringe left in my name. I dropped you 1. They're fighting. We might be able to take the build back. Okay, maybe. Complexity are in a dire situation, suffering from the costs of rotating to the north so quickly. Made in heaven, your second team to fall this early on. But the zone has the majority of the squads vying for any resources, any space that they can get up here beyond the wall. No, Complexity, you're wild for trying to retake this building as well. E8 have definitely been playing both sides of the bridge, fishing for as many kills as they can grab, having already picked up 1 on WMNDY. That's the first knock given to them, but E8 aren't going to be able to push up and finish because Complexity are constantly threatening to retake this building. Geared are also taking a different approach from match number 2. They are going to filter in the same way that Elevate Gaming did in match number 2. It all started in this building, and you can see they've had success, but this might actually be slightly different. As you can see, they are situated right where those zones are overlapping. This one could be the one that pulls straight towards the front of Trials and ends in that open field. It very well could be. There are a couple that even pull further north towards the building than E8 hold. TSM still struggling to get there, find themselves a fight, and it's up against the Red Rams. This isn't Lightning Rod. We're on World's Edge, and yet these 3 are all still finding
each other. Cal and Verhulst still up, electing to smoke and hit the res on reps, getting back to full form. If I'm Red Rams, I'm cutting my losses, and I'm gonna try to hit a rebound.
And I'll tell you, if I'm TSM, I'm real worried about the possibility of a third party right now. They take the roof to get some scouting done, but you can't hold the inside of this building. And I'm glad to see at least Hal dipping back in to make sure they're safe. Red Rams go down, and Tiff, I dare say, that's a score settled. That's a teaser for our map to come.
An eye for an eye, KP for KP. At the end of the day, as long as you're nestled into that top 10, that is all that matters. But in 7th place overall, after 2 matches, you're not safe.
It'll make the whole world blind, but KP points are KP points. You got to do what you got to do to get to the finals. Alliance definitely taking up a lot of space. An admirable way to play this zone as they very quickly adapted to the strat that Kinotrope took last game, one that was very successful. You can tell that while the games have been going on, they've certainly been taking note of how other squads are playing around Skyhook from their priority rotate positions.
For Space Station, they land in Climatizer and have found themselves inside of Trials. Now, this is usually the preferred position for someone that runs Watson in their Legend composition, but most frequently when you've got the Caustic, you just have to make sure those barrels are in the nicer space, and they even inherited some fences from other teams.
It's pretty nice. It's a bonus to some. In other cases, can certainly be a detriment should that team return and try and retake some zone. You don't want to be giving up any advantages, like the fences that you would have left playing around, hoping they'd be yours. Disguised, playing slow once again from the south, could collect some kills, but it's Heroes who have been mirroring them throughout all 3 games here on World's Edge.
With Timmy up on the platform, he's able to just take angles. He's already got the gold energy mag, which will make light work here. Scan incoming, design already forward. We're using the portal, and now things are about to get messy. We're expending ultimates all over the place, and Heroes have steadily moved forward. Bastion, Lahim, and they go forward. Enemy on the low ground with design. Gas trap's going down. We get some good damage out.
Cheeky Nox gas grenade does enough to keep enemies safe even after he gets swung. And Timmy, after disengaging from the high ground, will be able to retake it once again, still in Beast to the hunt. But with the ult cooldown ticking, this is a small advantage that DSG will have lost.
I just want to say, this is for now a very isolated 3v3. But at the end of the day, we have baited out a Beast of the Hunt. We have not used it. A Bang ult was expended, and no one has fallen. With round 2 closing, we have to move forward. And well, to be fair, there's a really interesting squad that's going to be in the distance that made a full reset occur, and that's Luminosity.
Now, normally at this point, I'd be looking at Heroes to make some plays with Sky Nades. The big problem for them is that they simply don't have any grenades in their inventory anymore. It makes sieging a high ground position like this very difficult, and they've got to dip back into zone, rely on their meds, and I think ideally rely on the fact that DSG don't want to be spending time in the red either. It'll be a priority rotate for DSG, but they're going right into LG, who are ratting them.
Oh, Luminosity, there goes the information. Some smoke, and we've got to expend more ultimates, and they retreat away just under the cover. And now we wait. What will Disguised do to try to breach this area? But still, Luminosity isn't alone.
Will they get gatekept themselves? They're running right now into Crazy Raccoon. They haven't sniffed this out, but nobody's down just yet. I speak too soon. Slayer has fallen. Crazy Raccoon get the first blood on LG, and pop Beast to the hunt. Grab the dog and look for some more kills.
Where has Funk and Sweet gone? Because Dogma is on the hunt. He will follow him out into zone. He doesn't care, and there's an evac tower, and he finds Sweet.
This is pretty disastrous for LG. Now, I will say, Luminosity are still relatively safe within the top 10, but going down early this game, after their performance in last round as well, has taken them a significant move back from how well they did in game 1.
Funk got away. He was able to survive. He's in the zone, and a Wraith Portal will take Disguised further into Countdown. Now we saw Crazy Raccoon reach out into a negative rotation to take down.
That's I know they're not in this lobby, but 0-7.
We should probe that sector over there.
He tried.
He did.
A valiant effort. But when the CEO finds you, he finds you.
That's certainly true. There will still be lots of opportunities, and LG have performed very well in the first game, and so this should be enough to keep them happy moving into Storm Point with still a chance of qualifying for the finals. The fight, however, the game is taking place elsewhere as we do continue to move even further north, Tiff.
I was gonna say, take me back to Countdown. We've got action here, and Disguised have found themselves inside this cranny of Countdown. Now, I typically do not like being sheltered up in here, but they do have that Caustic locked in. Timmy and Beast of the Hunt, still filtering, still looking for CR, but falls to the ring. Enemy design. We're waiting on this portal. Get us out.
Drops right into the tactical as well. Mini Designful doesn't have any safety for after this port expires. Enemy's going to join him, but Crazy Raccoon are on the chase. Heroes are right behind them. This is technically a 3-squad battle. Everyone's still up, and Crazy Raccoon gets jumped from behind.
Chusna falls. Jung-hee takes one down, but at the end of the day, heroes are falling apart. But a rogue Kinatrope, a rogue Arufa absolutely take out Crazy Raccoon.
That was a really chaotic fight for everyone. Heroes gets absorbed, this time by Disguise, to collect a kill for themselves, and now have to hold out Kinatrope. Kinatrope, who are on a roll, expending the Nox Gas Grenade to buy a little bit more time against Designful.
If I have to rat it out and look for a recover, I want to be a Wraith, but Hal is reaping the lobby of some of our team's chances to just try and reset.
It's one of those weird things where we hadn't actually seen TSM on screen since their squad wipe, but they kept showing up just by taking out solos who were running for their lives. We see them again, this time in the south end of Skyhook, and they have not been able to move through the north as we teased when they wanted to go through SSG last game.
Yeah, this is exactly the same building that they had played from on their rotation, but last game, there was a survey beacon here. They're not gonna get that information this time, so we're gonna have to go in based on the Bloodhound scans alone. For now, Na'Vi sending Market where Cloud9 resides.
Every audio cue really matters here. And there's always the chance for a third party to jump in towards Market, towards Na'Vi and C9. Omit pick a fight up towards the north. C9 are finding kills on Na'Vi. Meanwhile, we got multiple fights breaking out across the map.
All right, Sauce. The Sauce experience working on getting Naughty back up onto his feet. Gas all around, but the attention goes back to the north. Elevate holding Omit from underneath the bridge. Light, Lufka blasts. Here we go. All out brawls are breaking through. Still 11 squads remaining, and the chaos ensues.
Beast of the Hunt feels pretty good as Furia go down. Omit lose one, but still inside the zone, and with the cover of a trench, need to hold out against Cloud9.
Don't call it a comeback. These squads are just working their way in, and Sauce, once you know his name, you can't forget it, but Chaotic is gonna have to clutch it up, and he can't do it.
As C9 go down, it's Light that saves the day for Omit. Slivers of HP, and now fortunately able to regen a bit inside the smoke as he brings everyone else back up with him. Geared Gaming go down, and they, being one of the squads that were holding up towards the north, have now indicated to us that we're shifting. The ring isn't pulling hard towards where E8 and Complexity are set up. Instead, it's Alliance who have set themselves up in the best spot in zone. It's Alliance that pick a fight!
And they go straight into Kinatrope. We lose effect right off the rip to Arufa. Now expending the gas grenade, barreling forward, trying to protect the peak up. Shooting Hackis though with an actual 0.5 HP. All will fall onto Unlucky, and all are sending him.
And Alliance had such a good spot, but you make one mistake against Kinatrope and you may lose it all. Now that the full thirst happens on Hackis, Alliance have nothing left. They get wiped. And while they adapted, Tiff, they did not adapt well enough. Kinatrope take advantage of the split second weakness. Complexity move up and set up with Rampart.
We prior lost out on Legends Gaming as well. For Space Station Gaming, learning from mistakes, have spotted TSM in the mountains. And Lufka actually grabs that Arcstar finish onto Hal. And well, Space Station, they've got their sights set on a mid. They have their sights set on TSM. But at the end of the day, they have just minor time to get to the other side of the mountain.
GSM are completely in tatters above. It's just Verhulst left, but Verhulst can certainly do work on his own, making space stations life a living nightmare. TSM have one member left, can still get a few placement points. They've got 10 kills so far, and somehow Verhulst survives!
Verhulst, a grab lift across, and we are just gonna hang out here for as long as we can. Shots are incoming, SSG has fallen, and well...
He gets the kill!
He takes out Complexity, Kimchi, the last member standing, and we're still working on it. Is this a big E clutch?
3 squads left. TSM technically in it, but E8 again with this, and I quote, game-winning spot. This time with Kinotrope having no other squad on their side in a straight-up 3v3 with the X Factor of Verhulst, who's gonna come out on top.
No medkits, no syringes, plenty of bats, but we're sitting here as a rat like a glass cannon, and when that scan is incoming, it's just a matter of time. But the issue is we don't want to give up our high ground and have to focus on reclimbing back up.
I mean, Kinotrope may know where Verhulst is. They're not going to do a lot about it. They've got way bigger problems with E8 standing in their way. But with Zap down, this weirdly creates a situation where E8 aren't going to get particularly aggressive either, and it's the zone that's going to do our work for us. The zone that will ultimately likely leave Shubi as the singular caustic left to clutch things up for E8 against a 3-man of Kinotrope with a rat at their back. I'll be honest, it is not looking good if you're an E8 fan.
We're still in double-digit Elims for TSM, and Verhulst is going to walk it forward for now. The battle of the high ground, and Arupa tries to work his way towards the other, and with the legend upgrades for the perk system, man, Caustic just yeeting those barrels towards the high ground. We have ultimate. Verhulst with the gold helmet is gonna have that black hole, and he works his way up.
And he's behind them, behind Kinotrope. They don't see him. Somehow from behind, Verhulst takes out Tabby. This opens things up. Kinotrope are in panic. E8 slide in. This is the time for the final 2v2. Mia K goes wild from the high ground, but from the low, it's finally Rufa that clutches it for Kinotrope.
And it's not the first time. Arupa or Alpha, your choice. Kinotrope will take your final match on World's Edge.
Well, that was some wild play from Kinotrope, and that's after getting fully ratted on by Verhulst.
Verhulst, man, just doing the best that he can, flexing throughout it.
I cannot help but be amazed by what Kinotrope have accomplished at LAN, and you can tell the crowd is absolutely feeling them. Kinotrope showed up to this LAN, and as we mentioned the first day of groups, this is a squad made up largely of those players that were discarded in the big shift of teams in APAC North. Those that were left behind by squads that thought they could find success elsewhere. They came together and have accomplished incredible things already as Split 1 playoffs. And now, with this win tip, I've kept saying it, once you find a win, you've essentially guaranteed yourself a place in finals. That's to say nothing of the great positions, second place in game 2, that Kinotrope already had before this third game to round out World's Edge.
They did everything that they needed to do. Let's go ahead and jump into those match results, because 12 eliminations, 24 points, and despite Elevate Gaming via duo at the end of the game, they still did what it took to almost break into 20 yet again. And for Verhulst, on his lonesome 7 placement points, he was able to obtain alongside eliminating Complexity, picking up another elimination, and going behind enemy lines of Kinotrope, all because he was running that contest legend composition, locking in Horizon, having the grab lift. You know, she's viable in some of the best ways.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams already be electing to run Horizon for the faster 3v3s. Verticality always something that you value in your legends. Towards those teams that did not make it into the top couple of squads for our final game on World's Edge. We've made mention of some of them already. Of course, Furia, Na'Vi, Disguised. They've unfortunately barely missed the cutoff, but Tiff, now we get to look towards a new map and another chance for these teams to get a few more wins, a few more points before determining which 10 teams we'll be seeing in the finals.
The fact that we're going to be sending 10 teams home after 3 more matches. Desk, we've got to hear your thoughts. Take it away.
Great job casting those matches, Tiff and Dia. They were insanely exciting. Not only are we sending those 10 teams home, but 10 teams are that much closer now to making their way through to match point finals. Glitter Explosion, Zephyr, Graceful, and Hotzik here to break all things down during this halftime. That was insane. And one of the things that we saw repeatedly happening, Legends versus ALGS in the first 2 matches.
A pretty incredible take for both of those rosters there. Legends notably being one of the bigger successors of the two, but one of my favorite factors of seeing such similarities between our third games is the fact that it had continued to evolve, the changes as these two teams adapted.
I mean, Hotzik, talk to me about some of the things that you were noticing in those end game moments, because especially what we just saw out of Kino. I mean, the clutch factor, we heard the casters talking about it, out of Verholz, able to secure so many points for TSM when they needed them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a huge one, not just for the standings overall, but you got to look into, obviously, we're going into the next map where Red Rams are now going to be, you always, when you're doing a contest, it always feels good to be the team with more points. And now TSM have a nice little cushion. I don't think they're necessarily safe yet, but they have a nice little cushion where the pressure's on Red Rams now. And obviously, as we saw yesterday, Red Rams, I believe, hit them with a pretty big 3-0. So they got TSM's probably going to be feeling a little bit of pressure on their end as well.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a look back at some of those final circle moments just that we can re-enjoy the absolute chaos. Match number 1, Graceful, we've mentioned it, Legends and LG facing off.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, seeing Sweet make this mistake, you know, you give them the finger, they take your head. There's not much you can do when player is hitting so, you know, wonderful shots. And after that, honestly, the push after was a little bit scared because Koipel was a little bit ahead of the curve. After them, they're kind of like struggling in one by one, trading a little bit one by one, whereas like if they just triple swung to get off the rip, maybe they could have closed it out earlier. But you know what? Earlier doesn't always mean better. When you have somebody that can clutch the game as easily as all of these 3 players are capable of, by the way, we can see that it comes down to Koifel playing the Havoc here with the Turbo, which is terrifying in today's meta, and he actually plays this perfectly well. He plays it slow. The only thing I wish that he could have done was maybe scan a little bit earlier, but he does end up using it right about now. Boom, there we go. He knows how to play this. He has a knockdown shield. He says, hey, hold your knock. I'm going to drop on him, and let's clean this up. Empties the mag, still has 8 bullets in the ammo.
Didn't even need all of them. A huge clutch on behalf of Koifu, who did well for Legends yet again in match number 2, but this time it was all about Elevate.
Yeah, and Elevate's sitting in the dream scenario. You heard of it briefly in the listen, and Zach saying, we need this game, guys. This is a big game. And this is exactly it. This is a dream scenario. What I mean by that is, if you look at the map, Elevate has control of everything. And this is a very classic dilemma here where you're one of the 2 teams that's stuck on top of each other. I mean, they're just going to die. Like, they know that they both have to play for second place, and this is kind of like the freest game for Elevate, but not so much because they did have to do a lot of fighting to get in there. They'd have to take out Disguise, who's been playing really well as well. So they had to, their hard work paid off. They control most of the zone, and they take a really, really nice 3v3 here, just using all their utility, bullying with their armors, and obviously the massive wingman from Zap, with finishing off with the Havoc. Absolutely clean.
The Macer Laser, baby.
That's so great. We wanted to add at the end of that Elevate highlight. Match number 3, though, Zephyr. We just got to watch it go down. Tell us.
It's quite a highlight, and it's one that doesn't end in a TSM victory, but you can talk about it with, of course, bringing up the presence that was within Verholz here. And even though we do see the switch up towards Kino at the end, I want to give credit to them for being as respectful as they were. Good scans, good pacing, controlling a lot of this zoning, and even though we do see them get wrapped on later on, you have to understand this kind of separation, even though it is slight with you see Tappy there in the backline, that is something that actually saves them in what is going to be this forward assault here you'll see in a second from Elevate. So as Tappy goes down back there, the setup with the Nox Gas Grenade and that drop that is necessary from Elevate actually sets them up to take on Verholz in confidence, knowing that they won't get tossed on from behind. And that's actually something that's even helpful more. Of course, that Black Hole comes in to save the day as well.
Really strong finish from Kinotrope there, as well as we get to take a look now at the series results. Elevate having such a strong performance in our first 3 matches so far, 54 points overall. They've got to feel confident now heading into the next set of 3.
Yeah, definitely feeling confident, and I've always looked up to them and known that they could do it, and they finally showed up, and I think they believe in themselves as well. In the beginning it was, oh my god, now they're locked in and they're like, yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and I mean, we're definitely seeing some Mazer magic right now. I mean, this is actually sometimes a blessing in disguise going down to elimination round. If you can get some really good vibes out of the games, especially, and roll like this, it can almost be kind of seen as a buff. You have a lot of crazy good momentum going into winners brackets, or the finals, so they definitely have stamped their passports to finals, so good job from Elevate, and great job from Zach as well.
A lot of these teams, though, still need to find their way forward. We talk about some happy notes here for teams like TSM and Disguise to have been through the thick of it, but as we work our way down that leaderboard, Na'Vi, of course, Furia, Cloud9, and Alliance, a huge success story in what was our group stage that has now failed to show up here. Thankfully, as we go into Stormpoint, we've got some clarity for a lot of these rosters, and hopefully with teams still on that con later on with TSM, Red Rams, and plenty others, that might be something that elevates them, giving them the opportunity to potentially perform.
Now, I'm glad that you bring up that second page. Not only the second page, but the teams potentially around the bubble area, okay? We need to start looking at them as well. We saw how quickly those rankings can shift if you are in that 10th, 11th, 9th, 12th place, anywhere around there. Right now, the squad in 10th is Complexity, and they were a team that we definitely had some high expectations of, with some fancy headshots as well. Always some of the best personalities that we have in here. I mean, that's almost identical to what Kimchi's got going on right now, Zephyr. That's good. That's good.
Thank you. I don't have quite the muscle mass, but I'm I'll get there one day.
But talk to me about what Complexity need to do to ensure they stay in this top 10 right now, Hotsec.
I mean, a lot of it's just, I mean, I personally, not a big fan of the comp myself. I do think I think they're playing it a little bit on hard mode. I don't mind the Rampart as much. I'm a Rampart enjoyer. I kind of just find this meta is really hard to play without a Bloodhound, because there's a lot of visual clutter in it, and it's hard to play with that, especially when they have 2 MK players as well. That is a factor that you have to take into account. But they are commonly finding themselves in these like God spots or really strong spots where they'll be in zone 4 or 5. They're just struggling to, when they slam those spots, they're struggling to stay alive. Maybe over peaking a little bit, just taking a little bit extra damage. So as long as they can keep slamming those spots and surviving like they did a little bit in that last game, they should be okay.
Get the Sentinel in the hands of Monsoon and just start slaying out, okay? Now, we've got so much Apex Legends action in store. We've got a lot going on here at the arena as well, outside of all of our amazing gameplay that we've seen so far here today, specifically in our arena. Lots of things to check out. So let's go check in with Stella and see what she was able to see here today.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here. I am here in front of the fan art station. Look it! It's Octane. He's my main. Love him so much. But take a look at all of the different art that the community has put up here. It's amazing. You've got Catalyst, you have Caustic, and also, of course, the Lovers. Oh my god, I love them so much. Fusehound forever. Yeah, but you can come here and look at all of the different art that the community has made. Also, if you want to make some art of your own, you can actually make your own fan sign right over there, which a lot of people are doing. So you can have your favorite phrases, you can have your favorite player's name, whatever you want to do to encourage them. So it'll be a lot of fun. Come on down to the first floor of the Galen Center if you want to see all the art and make your own sign.
Thanks so much, Stella. Yeah, there's lots going on at the arena here. So in between matches, if you guys are getting an opportunity to walk around, hang out with your friends, check out everything we've got. There's really, really cool things. All that fan art by community members is absolutely gorgeous, Zephyr.
Shout out to Sofa. That guy put together an incredible collage of both the EMEA and North America region. And so seeing something like that come together, not as a request, but as of someone's own passion, is definitely one of the best moments that we get to participate in. And I'm glad that we're actually rewarding that here now at the LAN.
All right, well, you're talking about rewarding things. We often reward our players with our MVP nominations based off of their stellar performances. Well, we also want to reward a player for their positivity this year, okay? We've done it before. You watched Verhulst get that nomination for the Positive Player Award. We're going to be doing that again this time around. So if you guys want to tweet at us on social, let us know your thoughts. Votes will be opening up soon, and you'll be able to get involved in all of that. Hotsec?
There's some strong contenders for that vote.
I know.
But I mean, as much, Evan is just, he is actually just kind of like, I think he's like just the quintessential competitive like player. Like he is, I mean, I've never seen that guy get mad. He doesn't have an angry bone in his body. He always has a cool head, super smart and just super respectful. I mean, well-deserved last year for sure.
Well, if you guys are wondering when exactly you can give us your votes and participate in all of that, check this out.
So, Hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Like you saw in there, nominations will be open July 5th through the 21st, so make sure you do that so you can check out who wins this time around. But we still have 3 more matches of Apex Legends in store, and when they're done, we will know which teams are participating in our match point finals, which means it's time to send it on over to Onset and Gaskin to close this out.
Let's do it, let's do it. Let's get into this, everybody. 3 games to go, and I mean, we've just had some crazy zones, to say the least. One thing we can guarantee is that we will not have a trial zone in these next 3 games, because we are changing map, everybody. That's right. World's Edge is done and dusted. We're going over to World's Edge.
Going from World's Edge to World's Edge, according to Mark. Storm Point is what you meant?
I meant Storm Point.
You see, now we could get a trial zone if that was going to happen. Yes, we're going to have Storm Point on our screens, and it is going to be a chance for potential contests again. Of course, we saw TSM double contested when you go across World's Edge and Storm Point, but maybe they did enough in World's Edge with the amount of points they were able to accrue. Also, we might have a contest over towards the mill between KN and MIH.
I will say sometimes I feel so lucky to have you alongside me when we do these things, because my excitement kind of gets me a little bit carried away at times. You bring me back down to earth. Well, I'm sure the excitement here in the Galen Center is going to only go one way. It's going to ramp up as we have 3 more matches to find out who are going to be the teams who will be moving through to that next round. I mean, I kind of feel for a lot of teams in this situation, right? Because you know that this is getting towards tournament life on the line. This is like the last opportunity you might have on that main stage. And the last thing you want to be doing is sitting in the crowd watching tomorrow. If you're a player, I will say, if you're an attendee and you're a spectator, best seats in the house.
Yeah, you just want to see it happen, unfold in front of your very eyes, but it's crunch time now for all of these squads as we are gearing up for match 4 here, and that lucky number we're going to search for how many points you need to get into the grand final from the elimination bracket. It has been 33 points from elimination round 1. It was 31 points from the winners bracket, so anywhere around that 30 points, and you've got to feel quite safe.
Contests and pretty much as pressured as they could be at this point for both teams on both sides of things. If you're deciding you want to contest at this point in this elimination bracket, knowing what's on the line, you quite simply have to win it. At this point in the tournament, Dan, you cannot afford a game where you put 0 points on the board. You do not want to be that team that loses off drop. Here we go then, everybody. Match number 4 is live.
Yeah, you don't want to fall behind here. You have to stay on top. You have to keep up with the leading pack. Now, of course, it is going to be Lightning Rod, TSM and Red Rams. We've seen it all tournament long, but they have been splitting this POI. They've not exactly been contesting each other directly, so I imagine we might see something more of the same. But of course, it will affect rotations. It will affect the loot pool. But we will have to see whether we get a direct contest over towards Mill.
One good thing for both these teams is that the flight path of the dropship is pretty much the first point of contact for Lightning Rod. So both are going to be hitting the floor before some of the other teams have even got the opportunity to jump out of the dropship. But here we are seeing a little bit of a contest going down. And it's going to be Furia who are under pressure here.
Yeah, Kinedrope have actually moved from Mill all the way up to Wall here to contest Furia. Furia, though, have got the first knock and maybe have got the upper hand, but it is now traded out.
Keon's trying to slide in here with the alternator. Can he get the finish though? No! And now he has to think about keeping himself alive. So Furia going back and forth with damage, but they can't quite get that knock.
You can see Vaxlon locked in, knows how important it is. The gets a little bit of assistance over towards Keon here, and it could just be getting a good angle. They've certainly spotted out the 2 Kinedrope players. They're going to be inside, locked in.
One thing you can hear is those caustic barrels going down, which is going to make this push a little bit more difficult. It's going to slow it down step by step. Keon is now there himself. As we see the slide coming through, the knockdown shield is going to be vital here. Vaxlon's trying to deal with it. Madness is just watching from the side, and now it's all up to Keon. It's a 1v1 for the bread here over a Wall. Keon's trying to hunt it down, trying to find it, and there it is! Furia will win the contest. And they get to play some more Apex.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Furia, a much needed one as well. Kinatrope griefing them by dropping over towards wall, and if Furia had gone down, it could have been a very rough last 3 games for them, because Kinatrope probably would have continued to do so just to try and eliminate a team that is a threat before that potential grand final, because Kinatrope are sitting on 45 points. They should be absolutely fine and comfortable going into that grand final without a doubt.
As we go back up towards Lightning Rod, where the early contest is still taking place, TSM have managed to get up to blue Evos. And if you want an indication of where that zone is going to be going, we're going down to the southwest. Map overhead is going to show you exactly where we will be finishing. Godrock always going to be a good place to play here, Dan. Getting that height early is going to be huge.
Elevate, they're leading the pack in the moment. They're top of the leaderboard, 54 points, and they've got into a position which looks like they're going to be more than happy to stay here for quite some time. But Crazy Raccoon, you can already see they are making their way through. They might be a problem for Elevate, especially if they catch one of the players off guard. Alliance have a nice easy rotation from Cenote Cave as well, and Heroes also making their way in. So everyone is making a merry journey, but we might just have a fight here. It depends whether Crazy Raccoon can get eyes on Elevate.
They certainly have got eyes on them, but if they want to take the fight, is another thing altogether, because that extreme height difference between the two teams. You can see Zach Mays is trying to scoop up a bit of extra loot from those loot pills that are in front of him, which is why he's doing a merry dance on his way away. And this is the Godrock we were talking about. The only problem here for Shuby is no sight on the G7 Scout, just the iron sights to work with.
Just the iron sights is never fun. Zach Mazer is in a little bit of a spot of bother. He has been spotted out. He's away from the rest of the team. Smoke should keep him alive, though just about. Scarpa's away. And Crazy Raccoon will also happily take bridge, but Elevate might not want to let them do this.
Oh, and you're going to see Zap's going to swing on this one. Big damage coming in, but he gets counter-swung. And Young is going to take him down. Shuby's trying to move in here to even up those numbers, and around the knockdown shield, we've seen so many dances so far, and it's going to be CR who fall, and Elevate continue this run.
Yeah, that's really tough for Crazy Raccoon. You can see they wanted the rock, they wanted to play maybe bridge, but now Alliance, hearing all this commotion, say we can get involved as well. But Alliance just need to be careful, and that's why. You've got the long-range weapons available for Elevate. They might be able to get the reds, though.
Shuby, I'm pretty sure, did not have a scope with Nut Scout still managed to hit the shots onto effect to take him down. Hackers is going to be able to swing out here, and I think both teams will be able to reset from this position. Nobody really wants to throw their bodies at each other, knowing the damage that it had done on one side, and Alliance just happy to reset and get effect back on his feet.
And then you can see Alliance down in 14th position, only 8 points so far, and at the moment, the story is going very similarly to previous events. Amazing throughout the group stages, but have been somewhat lackluster once we get into the bracket play. Now, they can change that story. They can change their fortunes, and it could all start here. Storm Point has by far been their better map. When you look at points scored, 100 of their points so far this tournament have been on Storm Point. So if they're going to do it anywhere, it would have to be here.
And to speak about points a little bit, where we find ourselves, right? You looked at those leaderboards, and it almost feels like one win, and you've got 1 foot in that grand final of how close it is.
Yeah, as we mentioned, anything above 30 points, and you're going to start to think about that grand final. And with a victory, you're usually going to get, what, 8, 9 kills, sometimes alongside that. So that's a 20-point game, and it will send you hurtling up those leaderboards. Can certainly ease the nerves. Speaking of nerves, and speaking of teams that historically have not been able to perform and get to those grand finals, Na'Vi down to just 1 now, Matafi on his own.
Matafi trying to Scarper away, but Made in Heaven and chasing him down right now. It's Amir on Amir. Violence at this point. Made in Heaven know that he's 1 HP, and Arctic is chasing this down. They want the KP. They're going to get the KP, and Na'Vi again will fall early.
Only leaves them 2 games then to try and get the job done to send themselves up the leaderboard. Now for Made in Heaven, 14th position, and they'll be pretty happy. They were probably concerned they were going to get contested at Mill by Kinatrope Gaming. They see that they actually dove out to the wall, but Made in Heaven know that Kinatrope could return to Mill next game, so they need to take advantage of a free POI this game.
Well, now we have a look at WMNDY under pressure at the moment. Well, they are going to get the first knock here. Wonton Dumpling is the team on the other side of this, and this is going to have to back out as soon as they try to engage. Peacekeeper in the hands. Can he connect for big numbers, though? That's the question. The answer is yes. Great shots. And plenty of time here to pop that medkit, but this is a little bit of an awkward fight. Just outside of zone, and not sure if they're going to be able to get every single player back on their feet, or if this is just a little bit of a swing into nothingness.
Great nade. just deleting Wonton Dumpling from the lobby. Geared Gaming also eliminated in that one. Geared Gaming had such an impressive performance earlier. Are they going to be able to find a similar form? But for Wonton, I mean, we saw an impressive regular season, actually an overly impressive regular season from what they did in APAC South, but have not found that form in this tournament whatsoever. WMNDY, though, they keep their hopes alive with a big fight. Even if it was down in the zone, even if it was a little bit risky, as soon as they had that player advantage, they had to capitalize on it. As now we get to check in again with that zone, and we are going to be moving even further west, a little bit further up towards Mill this time.
Cloud9 in a fantastic spot themselves, right deep into zone. Won't have to do too much. They're in those egg buildings at the moment. LG over at Sito Station, just taking their time, making sure that their loot path is allowing them to be fully kitted as they approach this zone. A really tough rotate for them up that hill towards the zone a little bit later. Have to wonder if they're planning maybe an evac tower or something similar to try and overtake some teams who are already inside of that zone. TSM taking a little bit of a different path here to Jurassic, and they look like they might be running into Furia.
Yeah, what year is it when TSM are running into Furia on their rotation? Takes me back to some historic times in the ALGS, but Furia have definitely been aware of it. They will expect it as well, and they have noticed TSM in their sight lines. I don't think there's going to be a real engagement in the map at the moment. There is enough of a distance where TSM can continue to rotate, but Furia seem to be trying to press onto them here, trying to find any sort of angle to engage in this fight.
You wonder if this is going to be a battle around the ring console you can see in front of you. If Keon wants to hit it, or if they're just going to let him pass and then make that play, and that's exactly what they are going to do. So Furia playing for a ring console information, but also for the Evo that comes off the back of it. And when you get into lobbies like this now, where everybody is almost, that's the micro decision, right? We let TSM pass us. We allow them the rotation to try and play for the information. And now TSM, well, they're doing something pretty similar here. They've got the smokes down. They're going to be able to hit the survey beacon, and that information is going to be transferred across, and the Evo is going to go up as well.
A slightly different composition as well, of course, for TSM, seeing reps on the lifeline, so no ability to get the ring console with this composition, so they have to take advantage of those survey beacons, not only for Evo, but also for information. But an interesting tactic for TSM, and I'm sure we'll see how it goes in the end game, as Lifeline has been very prominent throughout this tournament on several teams here today. Now, Disguise, they're in 5th place, 24 points in the Sentinel. Hit it pretty hard.
Fascinating to see the composition change from TSM, something we really don't usually see from them, but obviously a conversation has been had. And the effectiveness of said change will have to be waited to see the results of. Designful narrowly missing this time with the Sentinel himself. 95 this time is going to hit certainly harder. And every single shot that's hitting is getting that Evo only going one way. Still a long way off, but it's getting closer and closer.
Man just doesn't miss in the moment, but sadly can't connect with enough shots to get any sort of knock, but at least it's extra damage and it threatens the players up, which actually other teams can also see those players and maybe even capitalize on the damage themselves. Now you can have a few teams that are moving in. Again, it's going to be Furia who have their sights on something, but it's LG above them right now. For LG, they've been in a few scraps so far in this series. A lot of it was up to the northwest side of the map of World's Edge, if I'm honest. I'm sure they'll be pretty happy to move over to Storm Point, as will a lot of the other squads after those 3 games.
Well, Legends Gaming, who did manage to clutch up on one of those games you saw a little bit earlier. Man on your screen, Koifor with that important 1v1 win for them. So in 3rd place overall at the moment with 38 points. And probably feeling pretty comfortable about things. Looking elsewhere, you can see that SSG are just ahead of them at the moment, or should I say almost parallel to them, as they move through the Cenote Cave. Elsewhere, Fury have hit that evac tower, and now they're flying towards the zone.
Yeah, they're going to be flying, and you can see the kill feed as well. A couple of knocks against Red Rams on their rotation through. Fury have found somewhere to call home, but it isn't exactly a safe spot right now, as Red Rams do get eliminated. The kill feed down to 14 teams. Vaxlon just needs to try and dip, dodge, and dive, and will do so, but this isn't comfortable at all.
This really isn't comfortable. It's almost uncomfortable to watch. But Vaxlon does get a corner to pop that med kit and pop that battery. The Valk missiles are going to come in, but Missile Swarm is only going to chip away at damage.
A brief look at the map, just as these teams are making their way from the more further out areas. SSG just have 1 player alive, by the way. So that's going to be difficult for them. Disguised are also making a big rotation from the northern side to try and maybe contest the team that is up towards Mill. There are a lot of teams who have found a home in this circle, and then just a few more who are going to have to join them. And then that's when the party will start. That's when the action will unfold.
It's fascinating to see as we look at this overhead, right? Look at what a great position Alliance have. They have their back to zone. They're able to only force, what's in front of them. They don't have to worry about anyone zone wrapping on them. But the position that they're in the leaderboards just puts so much pressure on them. They all know more than anyone that the position they're in is a potential game-winning one. And we mentioned one game here, one win here. You are so close to the grand finals. TSM now trying to take advantage of a team coming out of the skies and catching them as they drop.
Yeah, a couple of reds for TSM, and you say one win could send you to the grand finals. One big game here, maybe even an average game for TSM, could send them into the grand finals. They're already on 28 points. Avoiding the Rolling Thunder at the moment, it's WM and DY who are on the other side of this. TSM, they've got a good angle. They're actually in a really good position because they can kind of hold them out here. They can gatekeep a little bit.
Verhelst also got the Turbo Havoc, so if anyone tries to jump on him, he's going to have no wind-up whatsoever when it comes to one of the best guns in the game for one of the best players in the game in that short-range engagement. LG now making their play, and what a play this could be for them. Overall here, Dan, they are right on the precipice.
Yeah, well, where do they go? LG are really going to struggle here, as are Legends Gaming at the moment. Just strafing Flame, the last remaining player. You can see it's Alliance who are doing so much damage from that bridge we saw Alliance take so early on in this game, and now strafing Flame might just have to accept the inevitable, but he will do everything he can to try and survive here.
I mean, the shield battery gets popped with just 1 HP left. But he's got to be careful. You can see he's healing in the smokes at the moment. That's going to be the perk, but not enough. Legends Gaming, they're eliminated. Now we have 13 squads remaining. Alliance doing so much damage there.
That looked like a very slippy wall. Now Elevate are down to just 2. And remember, it's Alliance on the other side, and Alliance have the upper hand in this fight. Maybe they'll push this one.
Heroes eliminated in the meantime. WMNDY eliminated too. We are almost down to single-figure teams that are left, and no surprise to see that with how open this zone is and what a big power position this Godrock can be.
You can see as it stands in the overall standings right now. So the cutoff is 14 points at the moment to get to the grand final, but of course 2 matches still to play. We're expecting that to raise to around 30 odd. Now, Omid, able to take one of the more powerful positions. They can certainly pick up some good damage from here and potential KP as well. Because even though there's 11 squads, which doesn't seem like that much, look at how many of them still have to move into that next zone.
And it's Cloud9 who have Godspot. They have that building, they have that egg, and they'll know it. But this is their chance to put those guaranteed points on the board here. Omid can play party pooper to so many teams trying to rotate in here. Might see a spot to play, might have a first jump on a team that they're trying to move up to, but a couple of shots from 30-30s from height can swing a fight in the favor of someone who doesn't have that initial advantage. Alliance are making a play here. They're trying to wrap onto C9.
Yeah, Alliance could actually take this, or they could just hold and be careful. It's whether they want to try and take the height away. This could be a big play. This could be the biggest play that Alliance have done so far in this series. Remember, they're in 12th at the moment. They need some sort of big game if they really want to find themselves in the grand finals of this tournament.
TSM now in a little fight. Imperial Howard's going to have to use a battery here to stay alive. Does have the gold RE45 with a Digi, but is he going to get to fire it? Is he going to get to use it? The battery gets popped at just the right time. TSM trying to force their way into zone, and look at this spray coming from Verhelst. Great shots coming in from him. TSM are making their play. Let's jump in to elicit it.
I'm smoking us. I'm dead. No, come on, come on. I can't get you. Can't go all the way, Jordan. You can't go all the way. I'm safe on me, Trying to get to you. I'm gonna die and crawl in. Can you punch me in or no? No. Oh, sure? So. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead now. You gotta play your life. I just can't do anything. I can try. I mean, you gotta slow down, Evan. Like you can't get down.
TSM will fall on their rotate down, and now E8 as a 2, still trying to hold this bridge position.
Yeah, Elevators at 2 are doing so impressively at just making themselves big, making themselves feel like a 3 with the damage output we're currently seeing, and they are just keeping teams away. They're holding them at arm's length, and it's very impressive.
LG eliminated 2. Puts a bit more pressure on their shoulders moving forward as well. What an opportunity this is for DSG, though, disguised up on the high ground. Plenty of range in the weaponry as well. Timmy's taking a little bit of damage himself. Gonna have to just back down for a second here and pop that bat. There's 7 squads remaining. And it's still C9 who are in the best position here on the map, but Made in Heaven are pushing them.
Yeah, Made in Heaven have found a spot to reside next to Cloud9, but I wonder how friendly they're going to be.
This portal could be massive from design.
Big chance for this portal to maybe bring them into the action as Omen will take down Elevate, finally Elevate fall, but at what cost? Blast the last remaining player, but are they going to get back up to a 2? It looks like the res will happen. This is what I was talking about. Made in Heaven and Cloud9 going tooth and nail against one another, and Disguise now involved.
Whereas the enemy gets the knock on the outside, and now DSG can just hold, because everybody else has to Scarpa, has to leave to try and stay alive. It's a massive play from the Wraith. The Zioners got them into such a good position, and now they're inside of this building. 6 squads remaining, affecting the kill feed on the Zyneful though, and now DSG are under pressure.
Absolute carnage right now for Timmy. He's just trying to stay alive. Disguise don't really know where to go. Effect has just got a double with an arc grenade, and now we're going to see whether the Arc Star can do enough damage to get them involved in the fight as well.
Complexity have just completely cleared this side of zone, and this is their chance. This is their opportunity, not only for KP, but for points on the board as well.
Hontic was saying this composition, is it good enough? Is it going to be the composition that maybe makes them play on hard mode? Well, this is the opportunity to show what Sheila can do in a final circle like this. Omit eliminated, 5 squads now remain.
Alliance still up on the high ground though, overlooking everything. And it's the perfect top-down view of what's about to take place. You have Alliance on one side of the zone, you have Complexity on the other. Made in Heaven, Disguise, and Cloud9, the remnants of some, in and around that egg building. Who's going to make the first step forward, though? You can see Effect, he wants some kills here.
Yeah, Lions are really trying to just initiate the fight with inside this egg, try and force those 3 teams to get involved with one another so they can reside next to one another as well. Complexity and Alliance are the 2 teams who have to move first from north and south. But I wonder if anyone is mad enough, crazy enough within that egg to start fighting each other.
Zyneful just charge up the Sentinel, and let me tell you, 1 shot to the head, regardless of your armor, is going to change the trajectory of a fight. C9 still inside of this building. They have been here for pretty much the entire game. Made in Heaven, they're taking the height, and they've taken the top floor of the egg as well. And now they're going to be able to rain down some fire, and it's Complexity who made that move in. Well, the one thing the Sheila Wolves can't help you with is shots coming down from above.
3 of these teams are in the bottom 10 at the moment. This is massive for all involved. Disguise, though, they're getting those points, just chunking them up slowly but surely, but it's Made in Heaven at the moment, dreaming of all the kills. They're just walking in front of them.
Complexity gone, eliminated. They will not get any more points in this game as we have 4 squads now remaining, and everyone outside of Alliance is within spitting distance of each other. Alliance walking their way up. No Nox gas available here for Unlucky as well, so they're going to have to bide their time here. No Ultic cells either. Hackis does have Beast of the Hunt though, so if it does get a little bit gassy and it does get smoky, he's going to be able to give them those scans to give them the info.
Yeah, that's important just to have extra vision here because someone might have a Nox grenade as well inside. No core stick for Made in Heaven though, but the Horizon could make a bit of a difference here, just to be able to elevate yourself out of everything, get a top-down view, and then join the fight late. We'll have to see what happens, as now you can see the portal also being laid down by Disguise. Plenty of different legends that can really affect this final circle.
And Disguise who are just a 2, remember. The portal got them into the spot they find themselves in. Is he going to be able to get them out into the next one? Made in Heaven, tiptoeing forward, trying to wait for damage to be done, and now they have to make that move as Taxington, he goes up into the sky where the oxygen is thin to try and make the play to win this game. The ult goes down, the Black Hole, can they make a play off the back of this?
Black Hole onto Alliance, and now you've got to get in, now you're going to get the damage. Alliance eliminated, 3 squads now remain, but Made in Heaven, they've taken so much hits here.
Made in Heaven are eliminated, they will be going down, and maybe it's going to be Disguise to Zyneful. Zyneful can't do it, and C9. A massive, massive win for C9. The team who were dead center zone for so long convert that position into a win.
And you said it, a victory here in the elimination Elimination Round 2 could be enough to send you into that grand final. It is 1 foot in the door as Cloud9 send themselves up into 7th position in the overall standings. They had that building, they had that space for so long that they were able to kind of set up and be that team that was such a nuisance to any of the other squads that were arriving a little bit later. What an effort from every other squad involved there for a very exciting endgame that was heavily influenced by all sorts of legends.
Yeah, it's such a fun endgame to watch. Everyone trying to navigate the traffic, but dude, my heart is beating watching that endgame. That was absolutely ridiculous. You can only imagine what it feels like for all of the C9 players right now. And I think one thing that the man on the left of your screen, Naughty, is probably thinking is, thank God there was another lifeline to ruin it for us.
And that puts 5 teams on 33 points plus. Elevate, Kinatrope, Legends, Disguised, and TSM. Now, I'm not saying that's a guaranteed number for teams that are going to get into the grand final, but it is certainly more of a safe space to be right now, especially with 2 matches to go. And teams like Cloud9, they put themselves just 1 step closer. But it does get a little bit more concerning for all those teams who are outside of the top 10.
Certainly does indeed. Those teams outside the top 10 now are thinking we have 2 more games. Just 2 more games to put the points on the board that we need to be a part of the match point finals tomorrow. And that pressure, it's not something you can recreate at home. It's not something you can recreate in the Pro League, regional finals, whatever it might be. That pressure on the main stage you cannot recreate unless you are sat there right now.
Well, there's the confirmed results then. Cloud9, 18 points on the board. So it's not a huge win, right? Only 6 kills alongside it, but still one that could heavily contribute to their chances of getting into that grand final. Disguise putting 13 points on the board as well. I think that's going to be a game we look back on for their chances of getting to grand final. Made in Heaven with 13, Alliance with 11 much needed points to put them in the conversation of top 10 as well.
The crazy thing is though, you look at that, right, and nobody has gone and put the huge game on the board, which kind of just puts the pressure on everyone still in this next game because everyone is still going to be so close. We'll take a look at the second page here just to see the teams who didn't get as many points on the board. One thing to point out here is the 7 points in total from WMNDY. 6 kills contributing to them.
A big surprise for me, Red Rams not being able to put much points on the board. Storm Point has been their home all tournament long, but they've not really been able to get going, and part of that because they're splitting a POI with TSM. It's never going to be fun. But yeah, the 7 points you speak of for WM and DY, just showing they are still a big threat in this lobby with how they're fighting.
Well, that's the match 4 results. We need to look at the overalls, though, the series scores, because this is what it's all about. I mean, if you wanted to get any closer, you're crazy. Made in Heaven, they hold down the last qualification place on 18 points. Complexity have 18 points as well at 11th.
And Alliance 17, WMNDY 17, Geared Gaming 14. Like, it's so close. As we mentioned, even if Red Rams or Heroes were to get a victory in the next game, they propel themselves up to those top 10 spots, or certainly nearby that 10th spot. And it just becomes so tight. It becomes so terrifying as a player, as a team, as an IGL in particular. One bad call, and that could be you out of the tournament.
One bad call, couple of missed shots, one misplaced, or whatever it might be. This is the situation where if you don't make it, you are looking back on those moments of maybes that, you know, we didn't quite do what we needed to do. The call wasn't quite right, but if you do make it, you just look ahead to tomorrow and you completely forget about the bad and you're looking forward to doing some more good. But I mean, we're sweating, we're working our way through this at the moment. I know that Peeps is in the crowd at the moment too. He's catching up with some people who are probably feeling the emotions just as much as we are.
On set, thank you so much. Apex, what up? I love that, I love that. So we are here, what is your name and where are you from?
I'm Kimberly, I'm from Michigan.
And who are you a fan of?
Well, Furia.
All right, where the Furia fans at? Y'all gotta make some more noise if you want these boys to qual, man. They need your energy. So I got a question, Kimberly. If you have a moment right now to talk to the fellas, they're on the cusp of qualifying for finals. What do you want to say to them?
We got them right where we want them, boys. You just got to keep pushing. We're going to get there, and it's going to be dank.
You heard it here. Crowd, make some noise. Stella, take it away.
Hey, listen, Peep, I love you, man, but I think I got you beat on Superfans. Look at my section. Can we get some cheering here? Yeah, action. And let me raise you one more bar. We've got some Made in Heaven super fans here. So who are you, and why are you super fans of Made in Heaven?
So I'm Tarvo, and I'm from Finland, and we are cheering for the Made in Heaven because Genetics is my older son, and here's my younger son, and here's
Amazing. Okay, so I have to ask, since he's your son, everything's on the line, would you give up your favorite food to make sure he wins?
well, that might be the pizza.
Yeah, and you're the youngest son right here. Are you debating on going into Apex Esports 2 and maybe playing against your big brother?
Yes.
Yes, I absolutely love it. Yes, and Mom, how did you feel when your son was like, hey, I want to get into Apex Esports?
Well, I can say that first of all, it was a bit difficult to see all the esports and how much it takes time. But when we can see that the Genetic is so good at it, then, well, here we are.
Yeah, all right. So we just saw match 4, 10th place. Can they do it, Dad?
Definitely.
Let's go. All right, yeah. Let's keep this energy going. All right, Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Absolutely loving the energy here in LA. I've got to say, Dan, you can feel it though, can't you? You can feel the emotion. You've got the parents there, the proud parents who want to see their son do well. You've got the fans who are sat there just hoping they can come back tomorrow to support their teams. And I think that everyone who is in this building right now is thinking the same thing. Like, if my team's not already in the final, please, I'll give up anything, even my favorite food, just to see them play tomorrow.
Even the pizza. Honestly, it gets me every time.
Maybe
not the pizza. When the parents get involved and it's just the siblings, almost makes me want to just cry. It's just amazing. Apex community, you always get to me.
Well, we've got to turn our attention back to business now, though, because we've got 2 more games, and it's crazy. 2 more games to survive, essentially, at this point. By the way, speaking of things that, stressful, one thing that doesn't stress me out is how good you look right now, because that hoodie is clean. The relaxing colors. What do you got?
Honestly, they seem to get better and better every single event. If you want one of these fantastic Nessie hoodies or one of the exclusive shirts of Wraith on them as well from the, of course, Split 1 playoffs, you can get them online at the moment. You can see right down here, playapexshop.com, and there is a limited sale at the moment this weekend where you can pre-order these as well. So make sure you do that because, honestly, comfiest one yet. I always have to try them. I always test them to make sure they're comfy, and I can secure it is comfortable.
I would agree with that because, I was sat in the hotel room. I had to watch yesterday because I'm feeling 100%. But I was sat in that hoodie, and let me tell you, it made the day a lot better.
Not this hoodie, because it would have been a lot bigger because I had to size down.
That would have been weird if I brought you a hoodie I was ill in all day.
That would be very
Let's move on. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the leaderboards. Let's talk about the teams who are going to be panicking a little bit here. I mean, who are you looking at right now and thinking, oh, this is really getting dicey?
I think that, well, anyone in the bottom 5, you've got Crazy Raccoon, you've got Na'Vi, Heroes, Red Rams, and Wonton Dumpling are going to be the teams who are a little bit nervous going into match 5 and 6. Of course, those nerves will elevate when we get into match number 6, the final one. But a team that's not nervous is Elevate, right? First place, 61 points. They're going to be in that grand final, and I think genuinely, they are going to be a real threat in that grand final. Of course, no sort of points advantage if you are approaching from the elimination round 2, but still, you're going to be in form. You're going to have a lot of momentum on your side.
Looking at some of the other big names that are just outside of qualification spots right now. We mentioned Complexity. They are tied, essentially, on points for that final qualification spot. Just behind them, you have Alliance, who just dominated the group stages. But is it going to be the same story, Dan? Domination in the groups, slowing up in the bracket, and this would be disappointing for them to not make finals.
Yeah, I don't think that Alliance will be really worried going into match 5 because they are close enough. They're within touching distance of the top 10, but a bad game here. And then that's when I think the memories will start to come into the back of their head once more of what they've previously been unable to achieve in other tournaments. The same could be said for the likes of Na'Vi. They've been struggling a little bit, but still within a shot as long as they can pick up some form here as we're into match number 5.
Match number 5 is live, everybody. 2 more games. That's all we have left to bring you today. 2 more games to write yourselves into the history books to get to that match point final tomorrow. Who's going to be thriving? Who's going to be surviving? And who's going to be watching from the stands?
Volcanotrope dropping onto Furia yet again here, and that will, of course, leave things open up towards the mill for Made in Heaven, so that is good news for the Made in Heaven super fans.
Well, there seems to be, I'm not sure we say a little bit of a split of the contest here. Elsewhere, you can see Red Rams and TSM still looking at each other, but waving kindly, lovingly. Kinatrope and Mia K trying to fight at the moment. Charged up Sentinel going to be good, but no targets to try and pick out at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, no fight happening to talk about here. Nothing happening on the side of Lightning Rod either. TSM and Red Rams still just happily splitting that POI. As everyone in venue, very happy as they can see what's happening on the screen again. We get to see what's on the map though, and we're heading south, down between Barometer and Pylon, and you can see where Crazy Raccoon currently reside as well. A lot of teams through Jurassic Park, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? It's a similar zone to what we saw yesterday, where a lot of teams banked on Barometer buildings, maybe the Bamboo Island being the finish, and then it pulled up a little bit more north towards Jurassic. We'll have to see if third beacon info is going to be vital for teams to make their decision and how they descend and how they approach this zone for now. But looking at the contest at the moment, it looks like everybody is still alive. There's been nobody who's been knocked. Everyone has either split loot, and I've got to say, no surprise whatsoever. Just remember, this is the last 2 opportunities you have to put points on the board. If you are outside of that top 10 and you are contesting, you cannot afford to hard contest at this point.
You don't want to have to go into Sunday watching from the stands. You want to be able to be on that stage and live your dream that so many of these guys and girls have just been wanting to do forever, really. You can see what it means to some of the players when they get that victory. Esports, it just hits different. Now, Alliance, can they make something of this, or are they going to do it again? Now, elsewhere, by the way, Furia have just taken a fight with DSG, you can see in the kill feed.
I think Furia might have just caught one of them off guard, because Furia worked their way through the wall building and down towards where DSG was still looting, and they were very, very split, to say the least. And I think Furia just saw the opportunity, and they were like, oh, okay, cool, I'm just going to take that kill. Alliance, though, is going to be our focus for now, and understandably why. Because this is a team who, like we said before, dominated the group stage, set records while we've been here in LA, but they're so close. But they're on the wrong side of being close at the moment. They are so close to not qualifying that it will be such a disappointment.
It will hurt more if they're that close as well, where it's only 1 or 2 points. We've seen it already throughout today, whether it's not getting into elimination round 2 or whether it's not getting into the grand final in the previous rounds, as now Furia are moving on in. They say, we've already found one of DSG, maybe we can find the rest. Let's jump into a listening and see how Furia do it.
I have to sell. I can slide through right now. They're on height. Scanning.
I'm looking for good verse.
I have to hit a bat. I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah, heard. I hit one with the nade.
I'm putting it. Yeah, I'm queuing here.
Take it up. Go the queue, Max. They dropped.
I got front.
Caustic 1.
I got shot from wide. I got shot from wide.
We're good.
I'm 1 HP. I'm not helping you guys. I'm healing.
He's low. He's one. Actually one. Pushing.
That's all you guys. I see no red around us.
He's popping in bat.
Well, the result of this is going to be that DSG will fall and Furia will pick up the final kills. And how important is that for them, Dan? Not only did they get the full squad right there, nobody went down, they have the loot, all that good stuff, but it's guaranteed points for them. But here come Geared Gaming.
Yeah, sadly the fight went on a little bit too long, and that is just always going to invite the third party. And with a ring console here, it's always inviting.
Keon's on his own at the moment. You can see that he knows, he's just running. He's just trying to get away.
Yeah, Geared Gaming, they're on the hunt. I think they recognize that. And now you've got to try and get away, but also stall a little bit so that your teammates can catch up and try and find an angle so you can take this fight together.
And this is 2 teams that are outside of that top 10 as well. So this becomes even more important, this fight. Keon is doing an amazing job so far to get away, to try and resort to a position where his teammates can give him some cover. The Horizon Q, the grab lift is going to be good enough to get him into a position at least, which is away from Geared Gaming. But now the zone becomes a slight issue for both teams.
Keon was literally kiting the entirety of Geared Gaming there, and now they have to, sadly, push out of a POI where Furia are going to be surrounding them. So Furia were on the back foot, but now they technically could have the upper hand, but you've always got to be careful of other teams that could be in the area, and actually there is another one. LG aren't so far away, so if there is gunfire here, if a fight breaks out, LG will certainly have a sniff.
And this is one of those fights, one of those situations right now as our incredible observer team in the back show us exactly where LG are going. Wonton Dumpling eliminated, by the way, in the meantime. But however this fight ends up going, whoever comes out healthiest, still alive with some KP, this could have a big impact on those final standings.
Well, Furia have been able to bypass LG. Geared Gaming also have gone the other way, so we're not going to get any action up towards Northpad. And for good reason, you were mentioning it, you've got 14th place and 15th place in Furia and Geared Gaming. They're not going to want to take too many risks. Now we check in with SSG, they've lost one, but they do take down WMNDY. So SSG, 7th place in the moment, 25 points. Again, poising themselves very well for the grand final. As we get to check in again once more with the map, you can see TSM on the right-hand side of your screen are going to be moving in via Launchpad. But it is going to be a tough rotation through Sito Station and potentially through Jurassic Park here. Now, yes, that's what I was expecting, the continuation of the pull south. So Jurassic Park becomes a choke point where a lot of teams can kind of use those fences to hold people up and get some KP.
It'll be interesting to see if it's going to pull south here, across the open water towards those eggs, or if it is going to be Bamboo Island, or maybe even a little bit further into Barometer, but not a lot of space to play late on this zone, which is something a few teams might be able to stack up in some of the buildings of Barometer, but when it gets late, you're going to see the lobby get cut in half so quickly because of the vast open water that these teams are going to have to try and navigate. It's a tough zone to play this one.
All the teams, though, are playing zone. It happens when you get to the latter stages of tournaments. You get people that are a little bit more anxious in these final games, so they just want to try and get to the zone as quick as possible. That means we're going to be seeing a lot more of this. Blue armors. But on the outside and the outskirts, you get fights like this. Purple armors, red armors, TSM versus SSG.
Bang ult's going to go down. That's going to be from the side of SSG as well. And now Phony looking to make his move, and it looks like they've isolated one player here. How gets absolutely decimated. He is so far away from the rest of his team. And SSG just pounced on that opportunity.
Pounced on them, and now the rest of TSM just have to flee here. I think they've actually sent it two ways. They've just hedged their bets on two different directions and said, one of us surely will survive here to maybe get some placements.
Reps have screamed at Verhos, go on without me. Leave me behind. Survive and get us back in the game another time. Reps will go down. That's 2 KP for SSG, by the way.
You somehow made Reps sound Scottish then. I don't know how.
That was not Scottish.
It was close to. It was like a Northern Englishman, but
that was not Scottish.
TSM down to 1, and now are going to be on the far east. Furia might catch wind of it. They certainly would have heard the commotion, and now LG, 8th place, 23 points. They're going to make their move from Sito. This was the area I was worried about, going from Sito up towards Jurassic, and it's Made in Heaven who are on the gate, and they are going to be very excited if LG start to approach up this hill.
I wish you hadn't said that, because all I can hear myself is in a Scottish accent now. It's really weird what's going on in my brain. But LG, they've got to use their brains right now as they approach Jurassic. This is going to be a tough rotate. Anytime you're trying to rotate in and around Jurassic, you just know there's so few entry and exit points unless you have that evac tower. And those two doors are usually going to be watched by the teams that are inside. So a very tough decision for them to make. They've got one of the best brains in the game to try and navigate that traffic. Cloud9, though, again, in a great position for the end game. Not for the first time. Last game, we saw them doing something extremely similar, and they managed to convert.
You can see, even with that victory, right? 1 foot in the door because you're in the top 10, but 24 points may not have you safe. If we're thinking it's around 30 points, they still need to do something in these last 2 games just to get closer towards that total. But they're in a good position at the moment that should at least get them minimum top 10, unless another team decides they want to try and take that position off them, which has happened in this lobby. We've seen it a few times where a team will just dive on another squad, maybe as a last resort, maybe as a planned attack.
Got to show some love to the 3 gentlemen on your screen right now, by the way. Omit have been absolutely superb so far. I think a lot of people may have not given them a chance of making finals, with all due respect, coming into this tournament. Well, they're in 6th place at the moment, with 1 game left after this one, and what an achievement that would be for the EMEA powerhouse.
Will they be able to take this fight, though? It's down on armor against Furia, 2 purples to work with, grenades starting to go out. If any of these nades hit, that could be all you need, but the Rolling Thunder will force Furia away here. You can see, oh wow, beautiful synergy. Just sending down the grab lift to make sure Madness could get out of dodge.
Still have this high ground as well, and now Madness can overlook Vaxlon. I mean, I've got some decisions to make here. Do they want to try and force their way through? Or do they just want to find a place to play? You can see that both teams will be safe for now. And I think this is just an agreement that everybody can enjoy the rest of their game. TSM, though, back up to 3.
Somehow, some way, TSM have done it, and actually, we know they made that change to the lifeline, and it has very much favored them in this instance. Of course, having a support character when you're in a contest is going to be important. Now, Kiddetrope are down to just 2, and it could get even worse, but good damage coming out. The Gold Devo doing its job right now.
Mischievous and devious. We all know what the Devo can do in this situation, but why this fight is going down. Both TSM and Furia are trying to third party at the same time. Red Rams will be eliminated. Now this could get messy. This could get so messy for Furia. They're trying to third, and if TSM take them down, this could be a bad decision.
Could be, but they weren't to know that TSM were going to be there as well, because of course TSM late on the rotation because of the reses now. Keon takes down Reps. Kiddetrope will get eliminated. Howl also goes down. Furia back on top here.
This could be massive for Furia if they can finish off this fight and get these KP. Then it will put them in a great spot. The PK not connecting though. The host versus Vaxlon. A massive, massive moment potentially for Furia in this tournament. Vaxlon's looking for it, he gets the spray, it's 96, it's not enough! That's SSG, now come in.
A slither of health for Verholst, but sadly he's going to be hunted down and quickly eliminated, and TSM go down. SSG arrive at the party at the perfect time. And yes, okay, there's a Rolling Thunder here, but no other teams in the area, so SSG can breathe. They did their job. That was carnage up towards Jurassic Park.
That building will be remembered for quite some time by everybody who was involved in that fight. Made in Heaven, this is the team who hold down the final qualification spot. If it was to end right now, they would be in the grand final tomorrow, but they know there's plenty more Apex to be played. Not just this game, but the one after as well.
There is more points required. They know that 21 points would not be enough to get them done. They have to try and push for more, and they are doing so as they make their way into center zone.
Well, the good thing for them here is they know there's only 13 teams alive, so there's going to be space to slam into zone, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Omit have been eliminated in the meantime. 12 squads now remaining, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, as it stands, they would be your 10 teams who go to finals.
Haven't had a chance to talk about heroes much in this game. By the way, Geared Gaming just got eliminated, so 11 squads remain. They're in a good position at the moment. Of course, the circle is drifting away from them, but having this vantage point, a good chance to do damage, potential KP. Made in Heaven might get forced into SSG here just because of the damage that heroes were putting down. You can see through the smoke, you can see nothing at this point, but Made in Heaven will send it.
It's all up to you, Taxington. You're last alive for your squad. Can you survive? No! Made in Heaven will fall, as SSG will also survive, most importantly in all of this.
Yeah, might be able to get a res as well. You can see Zainu was there and hitting the res just as we moved over to the likes of Complexity on blues at the moment. Struggling a little bit with their rotation. You can see they've taken a lot of damage, but they finally find somewhere to call home, but there's just not much cover. Not much cover at all, and they are being shot from all over the place. Kimchi and Monsoon still alive, though. Can they get away and maybe even get a res here?
Monsoon's trying to smoke his teammates to get them back on their feet, but that might have just put out the signal of where those knocks were. Elevate, once again, the monsters of this lobby. Complexity will be eliminated. They will have an extremely nervy final game in this elimination bracket. SSG continue their move forward as well. They are all back on their feet. They're all alive. Just 9 squads remain here.
Yeah, getting into the top 5 here for SSG would allow them to not be nervous going into match 6. Just give them that points total that would give them a little bit more confidence of getting to the grand final. As for Heroes, down in 18th place, so just being in the top 10 here is big, giving them that chance to get to the final circle. Again, even if we were to see them find a victory here, they'd still be in the conversation for grand final with one more match to play. But are we asking too much? Now, they have done it often on Storm Point, but can they do it again now whilst their backs are against the wall?
Well, there's one team to just mention here, and that's going to be Alliance. Alliance are in one of the buildings that's going to be inside of the next zone, but only a slither of that building is in. But if they can hold it, and that building is where Heroes find themselves on top of right now, this could be a massive, massive swing moment for them.
Well, Heroes and LG are both trying to push out at exactly the same time. Heroes go up high, LG go down low. And it looks like they're both able to happily coincide for now, but there's a lot of other teams that are trying to get involved with this one. All the meanwhile, by the way, Zainu and SSG has taken down one member of E8. But this is where you were talking about SSG and Alliance both in the area, but Heroes doing some damage from the high ground.
Elevator gone. SSG are gone as well. 2 more teams fall. Both of those teams were safe inside of the top 10, though. Good points for them, sure, but finishing where they do in this game is not going to really change their position when it comes to the end of this game. Team like Heroes, though, big changes. And look at the kill feed as well. Naughty with a frag grenade's going to take down Slayer from LG.
This is Heroes' moment. They're not going to get a better chance than this for big points games to give them the opportunity. Crazy Raccoon, also another squad who have that chance now to push themselves. There is a lot of teams here in the bottom 10 that need it, as LG eliminated in 7.
Massive moment for Na'Vi here. Just 10 points on the board, but we know how close it is. This evac could be their tournament. The pings will come in. Will Na'Vi's feet touch the floor? Will they be safe? The answer is yes. Na'Vi will be okay.
Get those barrels down, take some space, and start to thinking about how you are going to win this game, because the circle is pulling right towards you in the moment. It was the perfect evac tower at a really good time. There was a lot of distraction from the rest of the lobby. Crazy Raccoon didn't even notice Na'Vi flying in. So you can see Cloud9 have also found a home, but they're currently being fired upon. It was Na'Vi who just spotted them out of a corner, but Alliance have all this time just been slowly going silently about their business right below Heroes.
I mean, all Alliance are thinking right now is just stay here. We don't have to make a play yet. They might have a bang ult available as well, which will force Heroes down off of that height at some point before they have to move into zone. And as they jump off, of course, there'll be other teams in the vicinity who'll put shots onto them. Maybe that's their opening. However, Na'Vi is the team for me who need to be focused on. Blue Arm is